I never believed in the whole light at the end of the tunnel folly where people, after experiencing near-death experiences, would startle awake in a cold sweat exclaiming, "I saw the light." But here I am currently at this so-called tunnel facing a glaring light, when the last thing I remember was sleeping in my room others call it the royal chamber. Did I die? If so, how? Was I assassinated? I don't remember wronging anyone, but then again, being a powerful public figure gave others all sorts of reasons to want me dead. Anyway, since it didn't seem like I was going to wake up anytime soon, while I slowly gravitated towards this bright light, I might as well go along with it. The journey seemed to take an eternity. I half expected a choir of children to be singing an angelic hymn, beckoning me towards what I hoped would be heaven. Instead, my vision of everything around me turned into a blur of bright red as sounds assaulted my ears. When I tried to say something, the only sound that came out seemed to be a cry. The muffled voices became clearer and I made out a, "Congratulations, sir and madam, he's a healthy boy." Oh wait. I guess normally I should be thinking along the lines of shit, was I just born? Am I a baby now? But strangely, the only thought that seemed to pop up in my mind was, so the bright light at the end of the tunnel is the light coming through into the female vag. Haha, let's not think about it anymore. Assessing my situation in rational, king-like manner, I noticed first of all that wherever this place was, I understood the language. That's always a good sign. Next, after slowly and painfully opening my eyes, my retinas were bombarded with different colors and figures. It took a bit of time for my infant eyes to get used to the light. The doctor, or so it seemed, in front of me had a not-so-appealing face with long, graying hair on both head and chin. I swear his glasses were thick enough to be bulletproof. The strange thing was, he wasn't wearing a doctor's gown, nor were we even in a hospital room. I seemed to have been born from some satanic summoning ritual, because this room was lit only by a couple of candles, and we were on the floor over a bed of straw. I looked around and saw the female who pushed me out of her tunnel. Calling her mother should be fair. Taking a few more seconds to see what she looked like, I'd have to admit she's a beauty, but that might have been caused by my half-blurry eyes. Rather than a glamorous beauty, I would better describe her as lovely, in a very kind and gentle sense, with distinct auburn hair and brown eyes. I couldn't help but notice her long eyelashes and perky nose that made me want to just cling to her. She just permeated this motherly feel. Is this why babies were attracted to their mothers? I peeled my face away and turned right to barely make out the person who I assumed was my father by the idiotic grin and teary eyes he gazed at me with. Immediately he said, "Hi little Art, I'm your daddy, can you say Dada?" I glanced around to see both my mother and the house doctor, for all the certification he seemed to have, roll their eyes as my mother managed to scoff, "Honey, he was just born." I took a closer look at my father, and I can see why my lovely mother was attracted to him. Besides the few loose screws, he seemed to have, by expecting a newborn to articulate a two-syllable word. I'm just going to give him the benefit of the doubt, and think he said that out of the joy of becoming a father. He was a very charismatic-looking man with a cleanly shaven square jawline that complemented his features. His hair, a very ashy brown color, seemed to be kept trim, while his eyebrows were strong and fierce, extending in a sword-like fashion meeting to a V-shape. Yet his eyes held a gentle quality, whether it was from the way his eyes drooped a bit at the end or from the deep blue, almost sapphire, hue that radiated from his irises. He isn't crying. Doctor, I thought newborns were supposed to cry when they are born. I heard my mother's voice. By the time I finished checking observing my parents, the wannabe doctor simply excused himself, saying, "There are cases where the infant does not cry. Please continue resting for a couple of days, Mrs. Lewin, and let me know if anything happens to Arthur, Mr. Lewin." The following couple of weeks after my journey out of the tunnel was a new kind of torture for me. I had little to no motor control over my limbs except being able to wave them around, and even that got tiring quickly. I realized all too grudgingly that babies don't really get to control their fingers all that much. I don't know how to break it to you guys, but when you place your finger on a baby's palm, they don't grab it because they like you. They grab it because it's like getting hit in the funny bone. It's a reflex. Forget motor control, I can't even excrete my waste at my discretion. I was not yet the master of my own bladder. It just came out. On the bright side, one of the few perks that I became happily accustomed to was being breastfed by my mother. Don't get me wrong, I had no ulterior motives whatsoever. It's just that breast milk tasted a lot better than baby formula and has better nutritional value, okay? Please believe me. The satanic demon summoning place seemed to be my parents' room, and from what I figured, the place that I was currently stuck in was, hopefully, a place in my world from the past, when electricity hadn't yet been invented. My mother quickly proved my hopes wrong, as one day she healed a scratch on my leg from when my idiotic father bumped me against a drawer while swinging me around. No, not like Band-Aid and a kiss heal, but a full-blown, shining light with a faint hum from her freaking hands type of healing. Where the hell am I? My mother, named Alice Lewin, and my father, named Reynolds Lewin, at least seemed to be good people, hell if not the best. I suspected my mother was an angel because I've never met such a kind-hearted, warm person. While being carried on her back by a baby cradle strap of some sort, I went with her to what she called a town. This town of Ashbur was more of a glorified outpost, seeing that there were no roads or buildings. We walked on the main dirt trail where there were tents on both sides, with various merchants and salesmen selling all sorts of things from common, everyday necessities to things I couldn't help but raise a brow at, like weapons, armor, and rocks, shining rocks. The strangest thing that I couldn't seem to get used to was the people carrying weapons like it was a luxury designer bag. I witnessed a man of around 170 centimeters carrying a gigantic war axe that was larger than him. Anyway, Mother kept talking to me, probably to try to get me to learn the language faster, while shopping for the day's groceries, exchanging pleasantries with various people passing by or working in the booths. Meanwhile, my body turned against me once again, and I fell asleep. Damn this useless body. Sitting on the lap of my mother, who was caressing me in her bosom, I was intently focused on my dad, who was currently reciting a chant, which sounded like a prayer to the earth, for close to a good minute. I leaned in closer and closer, almost falling off my human seat while expecting some magical phenomenon, like an earthquake splitting the ground or a giant stone golem emerging. After what seemed like an eternity, trust me, for an infant who has the attention span of a goldfish, it was. 3 adult, human-sized boulders emerged from the ground and slammed against a nearby tree. What in the name of? That was it. I flailed my arms in anger, but my idiot father interpreted that into a wow and had a big grin on his face saying, "Your daddy is awesome, huh?" No, my father was a much better fighter. When he put on his 2 iron gauntlets, even I felt compelled to drop my underwear or diaper for him. With quick and firm movements that were surprising for his build, his fists carried enough force to break the sound barrier, but were fluid enough to not leave an opening. In my world, he would have been classed as a high-tier fighter, leading a squad of soldiers, but to me, he was my idiot father. For what I learned, this world seemed to be a fairly straightforward one filled with magic and warriors, where power and wealth decided one's rank in society. In that sense, it wasn't too different from my old world, except for the lack of technology and the slight difference between magic and kai. In my old world, wars had become an almost obsolete form of settling disputes between countries. Don't get me wrong, of course there were still smaller-scale battles and armies were still needed for the safety of the citizens. However, disputes concerning the well-being of a country were based on either a duel between the rulers of their country, limited to making use of kai and close combat weapons, or a mock battle between platoons, where limited firearms were allowed, for smaller disputes. Therefore, kings weren't the typical fat man sitting on the throne ignorantly commanding others, but had to be the strongest fighter to represent his or her country. Enough about that, though. The currency in this new world seemed pretty straightforward from the exchanges my mother had with the merchants. Copper was the lowest form of currency, then silver, followed by gold. While I had yet to see anything costing as much as a gold coin, normal families seemed to be able to live off of a couple copper coins a day just fine. 100 copper equal 1 silver, 100 silver equal 1 gold. Every day involved honing my new body, mastering the motor functions residing deep within me. That comfortable regimen soon changed. I was a king. I could have my country's army assemble at my feet, kneeling down with the snap of a finger. I've outdueled my competitors from different countries as well as my own people to settle disputes and maintain my position. In terms of swordsmanship and controlling kai, I was second to none, for having personal strength was essential to becoming a ruler in my past world on Earth. Kings weren't born but raised. Yet I couldn't think of a prouder moment in my 2 lives than now. I can crawl, baby. Till now, I had to make do with the stories Mother would tell me while trying to make me fall asleep. I grumbled out noises of complaint when she stopped too early. My father would sometimes sit me on his lap while idly talking to me about his old days, which gave me some hints as to what kind of world this was and what it was filled with. Reynolds Lewin, former adventurer, apparently that's a viable occupation in this world, had quite a lot of experience in this field. He was a part of several parties that went on expeditions to search for treasure and fulfill missions they acquired from the Adventurer Guild. He eventually settled down when he met my mother at the kingdom's border in a city called Valden. He proudly told me how my mother fell head over heels for him at first sight when he visited the town's Adventurer Guild Hall that she had been working at that time, but I suspected it was the exact opposite from how my mother slapped him across the back of the head and told him to stop telling me lies. My name was Arthur Lewin now, by the way. Art for short, which as a former king sounded a little too cute, but hey, after getting a glimpse of myself in the metal sheet they used as a mirror in the washroom, I looked absolutely adorable. I got my mother's glowing auburn hair while my eyes were a bright azure color, inherited from my father. I don't know how my facial features are going to turn out as I mature, but as long as I don't turn out fat, it'll be okay. Watch out, future ladies. Prepare to be heartbroken. After weeks of attempting to crawl, yet only achieving an uncoordinated scuffle in place, I had finally succeeded, even managing to sneak into the family's library study room while my mother was hanging the laundry out to dry. Mother rued the day I started to become mobile, sighing, "I swear, you're going to become as hard to manage as your father." I closed the encyclopedia and situated myself more comfortably on the ground. Basically, I just laid on my belly because crawling and sitting upright was so damn tiring. Pondering over what I had just read, this world seemed pretty underdeveloped. From what I could infer, there didn't seem to be much technological advancement. The only source of transportation appeared to be horse-driven carriages that varied in size for overland use, and ships with sails for rivers. Weapons were freely allowed and not really regulated unless you were visiting the royal family or people that held authority. For God's sake, it continues to baffle me every time I see people carrying weapons while shopping for groceries. Sure, in my previous world, Earth, there were soldiers and guards who carried concealed weapons. Despite that, they weren't for the purpose of killing, but to deter crimes from happening. Here, though, I witnessed a thief who stole a couple of items from the armory store the other day get slashed in the back by a large, bald mercenary carrying a polearm. Moreover, the bystanders even went as far as to applaud that oversized monk as the thief laid there dying. A similarity that both this world and my previous world shared was the system of monarchy. The continent of Dicathan had kingdoms, each ruled by a king and his royal family. Unlike Earth, though, the king was chosen based on lineage, the title passed down from the son of the king to his son and so on. After scanning through the encyclopedia, there didn't seem to be much information on other continents besides the one we were currently in. I found this a bit odd since there were ships that carried goods and passengers across the continent by river. I just assumed that maybe the technology on ships haven't been developed enough to sail across oceans. One thing that was going to be hard to get used to was the whole premise of magic in this world. If we were talking about superhuman powers, sure, the countries on Earth relied on such people. On Earth, practitioners learned how to condense and utilize the innate Kai that they had in their body. Think of it as a muscle, if you will. Repeatedly breaking the Kai center down through exhaustion followed by rest would cause the Kai center to grow stronger, allowing access to a bigger pool of Kai. The Kai would then be channeled throughout the body via special veins or meridians and utilized for the strengthening of the body and weapon. In this world, instead of Kai, it seemed to be called mana, and the more surprising thing was that it existed in the atmosphere. Thus, practitioners or mages would use the surrounding mana and draw it into their bodies, ultimately condensing it in their mana core. In my old world, Kai only existed and formed inside the body. Whether Kai had never existed in Earth's atmosphere in the first place, or ceased to exist because of the pollution caused by humans, we'd never know. On Earth, while practice was incredibly important, the size of a user's innate Kai center was even more important because the limited amount of Kai one had in his body was all one could work with. Did that mean that one's innate mana core size wouldn't matter as much because of the available mana in the atmosphere? The bigger the cup, the more you can hold, right? In my old world, even though my Kai center wasn't that large, I was considered a prodigy at channeling and utilizing my Kai effectively to make up for my not-so-sufficiently large Kai center. With the way I utilized every bit of my Kai, I was able to become the strongest of the elite division of duelists, earning the right to become king. Now, if I could still practice the way Kai practitioners used their Kai, but with mana that was both present inside the mana core and in the surrounding atmosphere, couldn't I essentially double? No, triple the strength that I had before. The next book that I managed to pull from the bottom shelf explained a couple of questions for me. Beginner's Guide for the Privileged Mage. While the power to control mana is largely genetic, there are many cases where children of magi come out unable to sense the mana around them. A recent census showed that roughly 1 in 100 children are able to sense mana, but the extent of which could only be tested when their mana core first completely develop anywhere from their early adolescence to late teen years. It will be apparent when a mage first awakens by the initial repellence of the surrounding mana when their mana core manifests. This results in a translucent barrier forming around the awakened that lasts a couple of minutes. Flipping through the pages, I found something that caught my attention. Mana can be used in a couple of ways. The two most common methods of utilizing mana are enhancement of the body with mana augmenter and emission of mana to the outside world conjurer. Augmenters are most commonly seen amongst warriors who utilize mana, channeling it through their body to strengthen themselves and their attacks. The practice of conjuring is seen in mages, who, after utilizing their mana, can cast spells to give off a certain effect on the surrounding area or directly at a target. Weaknesses and limitations. While augmenters can possess incredible strength, defense, and agility, their weakness lies in their limited range. Conjurers possess unfathomable powers, being able to bend their surroundings to their will. However, such powers come with limits. Unlike augmenters, who utilize most of the mana in their own mana cores, conjurers need to borrow mana from the outside world, in addition to their own mana core, to exert mana into their surroundings in the form of a spell. While both types of mages, or mana manipulators, for the more scientifically accurate term, depend on and are categorized by their mana core, augmenters and conjurers also have different ways of measuring their aptitude. Flip. An augmenter's prowess or talent is measured by the strength of the mana channels in their body, which measures the speed and efficiency in relocating their mana from their mana core into various parts of their bodies. A conjurer's power and talent, comparatively, is measured by the power of their mana veins, which indicates the speed and effectiveness of absorbing mana from the outside world to cast a spell. Flip, mages' mana manipulators are typically categorized into one of these two divisions, since attempting to be proficient in both from an early stage is incredibly time-consuming and inefficient. Most are born with a skewed difference in their mana channels and mana veins. Augmenters do not need very strong mana veins because they mostly utilize the mana from their cores, while conjurers do not need very powerful mana channels because they do not release their mana into their own bodies. As proficiency level rises, the distinction between augmenters and conjurers lessens naturally, but that is only so at an advanced level. So my idiot father seems to be a decently competent augmenter and a less than average conjurer. That healing light, though. What was my mother? Flip. Aha, there are a few rare deviants. The two most well-known types of deviants are elemental deviants and emitters. While there are still some undiscovered, ones that are highly sought after are the emitters, more commonly known as healers. Healers possess the rare ability to cast their unique restorative mana onto others directly, recovering injuries and impairments. Wow, mother is the best. Fundamentals of conjuring. The proper steps of utilizing mana for conjurers is to gather the surrounding mana in the area, drawing it into your body. Then, after circulating it into your mana core to stabilize and purify the atmosphere's diluted mana, you channel it into an appropriate conductor, a staff, wand, ring, of some sort with the incantations as a mental controller for your will into shaping the mana into whatever spell you want. Flip, the more powerful the spell, the longer it will take to draw in surrounding mana, store it in your mana core, where it is condensed and purified, and finally channel and release. Flip. Because conjuring involves exerting focused mana into a particular spell, conjurers will notice that they have a special aptitude of certain elements: air, water, fire, earth, but with proper training, can become adequate in the basics of all elements. Flip. Fundamentals of augmenting. Unlike conjuring, much less time can be spent gathering the surrounding mana. Efficient use of augmenting requires speed and precision in the use of the mana from your core, and less from the mana in the atmosphere. This was where it clicked. Augmenting was very close to using Kai, except you could also draw mana in from your surroundings. The reason why there weren't any kinds of conjurers in my old world of Earth was because there was no mana in the atmosphere to draw from and create a phenomenon. My gaze tensed as I read on. Augmenting requires proper distribution of mana into different parts of the body, depending on how the user sees fit. While it seems simple at a glance, augmenting requires much insight into the individual's own body. Being able to utilize the mana channels efficiently requires years of both mental and physical practice. Flip. Because augmenting involves extracting mana in its purest form from the user's mana core, there are no highly notable distinctions in an elemental sense at an early stage. However, augmenters are able to control their mana more freely, resulting in vastly different forms of fighting through augmentation. Flip. The phenomenon called backlash occurs in both types of practitioners. For augmenters, it occurs from depletion of the mana core, causing extreme bodily pain, depending on how strenuous the damage to the mana core is. For conjurers, backlash occurs from overfilling of the mana core. This is caused by overuse of spells beyond the practitioner's capacity, or using a spell too powerful for his or her mana core to handle. Closing the book, I propped myself up on my butt, digesting the overload of information that I had just read. Because of the uncanny similarities between the Kai Center from my old world and the mana core in this world, I found it hard to believe that you needed to be a young adolescent to manipulate mana. In my old world, children could already meditate and sense the Kai scattered inside their bodies. Once the Kai migrated into a single place, the Kai Center would form. Testing my hypothesis, I began meditating, trying to sense the mana in my 7-month-old body when, there you are, Art honey, are you having trouble taking a poopy? Mother, I'm about to begin my journey to become the greatest mage in the world. Do not make me out to be a constipated infant. Picking me up and gently placing me in her arms, I was forcibly taken away to have my diaper changed, which surprisingly was full by the time I noticed. Alice Leywan's POV, Arthur had to be the most adorable baby, and I'm not saying this because I'm a doting mother. No, him and his scruffy little patch of glowing auburn hair and playful eyes that almost radiate blue light while his gaze at times seemed almost intelligent. No, I told you, I'm not a doting mother. I plan to be a strict and just mother. I can't rely on my husband to teach little Art any common sense. For God's sake, he tried to teach my baby how to fight when he could barely crawl. I know this little rascal would turn out just like his father if I left him be. As soon as he started crawling, I was so proud I was on the verge of shedding tears, but I didn't know how much of a handful he'd be as soon as he became mobile. I swear, there's not a single moment where I can take my eyes off of him before he crawls into the study room. How weird. We made sure to buy him lots of stuffed animals and wooden toys to play with, but he always ends up going to the study room. That, at least, was directly opposite of his father, seeing how Reynolds almost gravitates away from texts longer than the weekly newspaper. Looking at how excited he got when we went out to town, I decided to go shopping for food once every other day instead of twice a week. No, I told you, I'm not a doting mother. This is for his education of the outside world and for fresh food in the house. Yeah, haha, that's it. My son seemed to be interested in a lot of things. I can't get enough of seeing his head, that seemed so disproportional to his little body, turning left and right while trying to take everything around him in. He seemed particularly intrigued by his father's practices. Reynolds was a pretty competent adventurer back in the days. Being a B-class adventurer by the age of 28 was actually a pretty fast climb. Acquiring an E-class rank, the lowest rank, required taking a test to prevent us from sending eager but ignorant adolescents to their deaths. As for the higher ranks, I've only seen a couple of A-class adventurers in my years of working there, and I've yet to see an S-class adventurer, assuming they actually exist. Working at the Adventure Guild, or what we just called the Guild Hall, back then in Valden, I got to see too many eager teens. I swear, I was surprised they didn't float away from having their overly inflated egos get to their heads. At least they were ambitious. One time I was assigned to proctor a basic practical exam, where the examinee had to simply demonstrate fundamental competency in their mana manipulation. But before the test had even begun, the kid fell straight onto his back because the sword he was carrying had been too heavy for him. Talking about airheads, Reynolds sure came off as one back then. The moment he saw me in the guild hall, his jaw literally dropped and he just stood there until the guy in line behind him elbowed him to hurry up. He hurriedly wiped away his drool and managed to mumble a, "Hi, can I trade in TH, the stuff for the mission?" I just giggled as he turned beet red from embarrassment. He managed to gather up the courage to ask me out for dinner, and we just hit it off from there. Even now, I can't help but smile when I see his droopy, blue puppy eyes looking at me. Art somehow wound up with both of our redeeming traits, making him that much more adorable. You should see him when I have to change his diapers. I don't know why, but he would start turning red in his cheeks and cover his face with his tiny little fingers. Could babies his age even get embarrassed? The next landmark that made it to my baby journal, which is purely for educational purposes, by the way, and not because I am a doting mother, was when he first said mama. He said mama. I told him to say mama again and again, just to make sure I didn't hear wrong. Reynolds sulked for the entire day because Art said mama before Dada. Haha, I won. The rest of the year went by pleasantly with my son sticking by me wherever I went and frequently looking out the window to see his father practice after dinner. I'm glad Reynolds gave up being an adventurer and instead took up a post as a guard nearby for our town. Being an adventurer may have brought in more money, but not knowing when or if my husband would come home was not worth any amount of extra money, more so after that incident. To our relief, little Art never got sick, but oftentimes I would find him sitting still on his butt while closing his eyes. At first, I thought he was having trouble relieving himself, but after checking the first couple of times, that didn't seem to be the case. How strange, I didn't know what to make of it. I thought babies his age were supposed to be energetic and flighty, but after his episodes of escaping to the study room, he seemed to spend a lot of time sitting still, almost meditating. I was worried at first, but although it would happen a couple times a day, it only lasts for a couple of minutes, and Art would seem strangely happy afterwards. The way he holds his arms up and looks up at me makes me just want to gobble him up. Not a doting mother. Arthur Leywan's POV. About 2 years have passed since I made my difficult journey to the study room. From then, I had been constantly trying to gather the little bits of mana spread out in my body and focus it in an attempt to form a mana core. Let me tell you, it was a slow and arduous task. I would find myself having an easier time trying to learn how to walk on my hands and eat with my feet in this damnable body than trying to will my mana core to condense. I could see why the book said that it'll take until at least the adolescent age for a person to awaken. If I had let the mana particles in my body move by themselves, it would take at least a decade for them to gravitate towards each other to form anything remotely close to a mana core. Instead, a perk in having the mental capacity of an adult meant that I had the cognitive ability to consciously will my mana particles together. This was something I did as a child in my past life in school, where they taught you from childhood to learn how to control Kai. Essentially, it's being able to sense the Kai, or mana now, in your own body and force them together near the solar plexus. If left alone, the particles will eventually slowly float towards each other anyway, but I'm just grabbing the feathers and shoving them into the twill sac instead of waiting for them to float down by themselves, figuratively speaking, of course. Daily rituals consisted of me trying to spend as much of my limited energy as possible on gathering my mana while avoiding suspicion from my mother and father. My father seemed to think that throwing a child into the air would be quite enjoyable. While I understand there would be a kind of adrenaline effect that may excite some people, when mana was used to reinforce his arms, and I got thrown into the air like a high-speed projectile, the only feeling I had was nausea and a traumatic fear of heights. Fortunately, my mother had a pretty firm handle on my father, but my mother scared me sometimes. I often caught her staring at me, half drooling, looking at me like I'm some kind of premium meat. I tried to adapt to my body by only talking in very simple sentences. After I first said mama to let her know I wanted more food, she almost burst into tears of joy. It's been a long time since I received this sort of motherly affection. Since then, I limited myself to just trying to talk enough to get the point across, no grammar necessary. Besides that, the pace of my training was strenuous and slow, but I was getting a pretty big head start compared to everybody else, so I wasn't complaining. These past 2 years have not gone to waste, for I finally gathered all of my mana into my solar plexus and was in the midst of condensing a mana core when, boom. REYNOLDS LEYWANS POV, my baby boy. I was so happy we had a son. I wonder, when can babies start training? When did I start training again? Man, I can't wait to teach my baby boy all about magic. I hope he turns out to be an augmenter like his old pops. I may know the basics of conjuring, but I can't do anything practical with it except use it as a form of mental exercise. Alice, on the other hand, is one of the most talented people I've ever seen. Even as an emitter, she's exceptional. Back then, after she agreed to date me, she joined my party and we went on missions together. Her restorative powers were amazing in and of itself, but what shocked me the most was when she used an area of effect spell, which healed all allies inside. Talk about one of a kind, and I'm her husband, hee. I still don't get tired of saying that. Back in the good old days before we had to settle down, we would go into beast glades and hunt for mana beasts. Mana beasts were various unique animals and creatures born with the ability to absorb mana into their bodies and create their own mana core, which we call beast cores. Beast cores had an unlimited amount of uses, making them very valuable and highly sought after. Of course, the higher the classes of beast cores, the more valuable they would be. Mana beasts were classified anywhere from E-class, the domesticated fanged bull used for meat and leather, to your SS-class monster. I can't tell you much about those, simply because I've never seen nor heard of one, but supposedly they do exist. Rule of thumb, you should always assume that mana beasts are stronger than humans of the same class, simply because, even if we take mana out of the equation, a beast's physical body was much stronger than the average human's. While the beast glades were dangerous, as long as you were cautious and didn't get lost, it was pretty easy to keep yourself out of trouble. The stronger beasts tended to be deeper in dungeon-like underground caves or nearer to the core of the glades. The first few tens of kilometers around the perimeter of the beast glades were pretty well mapped, and as long as you were at least a C-class adventurer, you'd be fine. Once in a while, there would be missions posted up that required a couple parties of adventurers. Those were usually for trying to clear and map the harder dungeons that weren't fully explored. If a mana beast had the power to create its own lair and have other mana beasts serving him, then you could bet there were treasures to be gained. I tell my son Art all about this life, telling him this and much more so I can nudge him to at least gain some experience as an adventurer when he gets older. I don't know what I'll do if little Art never awakens. Oh God, it doesn't matter how long it takes. As long as he can train to become any kind of mage, I'll be a proud and happy father. It's pretty easy to tell what type of mage someone will be when they awaken, because when augmenters, conjurers, and deviants form a translucent barrier, the mana behaves differently around them during that time. Augmenters, when they first awaken, form a sort of repelling force around the barrier, signifying that they have dominant mana channels in their body. Conjurers, on the other hand, form a vacuum of mana around them, which means that their mana veins are much more dominant. Of course, the degrees of the pushing force and vacuuming force depends on their talent in either category. I don't mean to brag, but when I first awakened at the early age of 12, by the way, I was sleeping and the pushing force made me levitate for a good couple of minutes. Enough force to lift a human body, if it wasn't for that time. I'm sure we wouldn't have settled down this fast. Anyways, as soon as he awakens, I'm going to train him. If he ends up becoming a conjurer, I think I can get him a tutor from the main town since Alice and I aren't adept enough to be teaching him. Is what I said, but boom, currently 3/4 of the house is gone. What happened? Luckily, I was with Alice in the front yard for a bit after dinner, but little Art was still in the house. Arthur. Alice's face drained of all blood as I saw her go pale, eyes wide in disbelief and worry. I nudged my wife down while covering her with a temporary shield that would last for a few minutes. I rushed towards the direction of the explosion, shielding my body with a layer of mana over my skin. The debris was constantly thrown towards me as I reached deeper into the source of the explosion. After fighting my way through the scraps of what was left of my house and several pieces of rocks, I saw it. My son had the all but noticeable translucent barrier flickering around him. Better yet, the repulsion of his awakened powers was what caused this explosion. He was floating in the center of a crater that cleared 3/4 of our house, as well as our entire backyard. Haha, my legs gave out and I just landed on my knees while my jaw hung loose. My son was almost 3 years old when he awakened. Only 3. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Reynolds, honey, I glanced back at my wife with my mouth still agape from shock. She managed to slowly make her way towards me after the remains of the explosion settled and there was no more danger. She was making half steps towards me, covering her face with her arms to shield what she could from the strong pushing force still emanating out of Art. Reynolds, what happened? What's going on? Where's Art? Still unable to find the strength to speak, I simply pointed towards the direction of our son. While confused, she looked at the direction I was pointing at, and all she could manage to whisper was, "Oh my." Arthur Leywans POV, wow, I feel great. Feeling refreshed at my breakthrough, I closed my eyes to sense my newly formed mana core. My sweet little mana core. Art, OHMY baby, are you okay? I spotted my mother rushing towards me while my father was on the ground kneeling. What did he do this time that caused him to get punished by mother? My mother lifted me up and hugged me, almost to the point where my underdeveloped ribs gave out. I managed to squeal out a mom, no cry. What's wrong? She didn't answer me and continued sobbing while cradling me. My father arrived next to her, patting her back and patting my head as well, giving me a weak smile. After a brief moment of confusion, I peeled my head away from my mother's bosom, and I looked around to see that we were standing in the center of a giant crater, with most of our house gone. What the fuck? Who did this? Who had the audacity to destroy the home of a king? The perpetrators will rue this day. I will hunt them down day and night and not rest until. Congrats, Art honey, you awakened, champ. I did this. In my old world on Earth, a similar phenomenon happened when a youth awakened. A clear barrier appeared around the awakened, and a small pushing force would surround the barrier. I'm guessing, though, that the repelling force in this world was a lot stronger because of the mana in the atmosphere, something that wasn't present back on Earth. As once a king of integrity, I decided on apologizing for this. Situation. I'm sorry, Mom, Dad, am I in trouble? Haha. No, Art honey, you're not in trouble. We were just worried about you. I'm glad you're all right. My mother managed to chuckle through half-teary eyes. My idiot father, on the hand, was a lot more excited. My boy is a genius, awakened at the age of less than 3. This is unprecedented. I thought I was fast, but geez. So a couple of moments of a picture-perfect atmosphere was broken when a neighbor passing by screamed, "What in the world? Haha, we better clean this mess up," my father said as he grinned, rubbing the back of his head. A couple of weeks had passed since then. We decided to keep my awakening a secret for now. My father managed to contact a couple of his past adventure party members to help rebuild the decimated part of our house while we stayed in the nearby inn. With conjurers raising the ground for the foundation and augmenters doing the grunt work, the house didn't take too long to finish. The beauty of magic. Surprisingly, none of my father's ex-party members seemed to question why our house blew up. That seemed to say a lot about my idiot father. During the middle of reconstructing our house, my birthday came around May 29. My parents woke me up that morning with a present and what seemed to be a loaf of bread in their hands. It was a cake. Would have been easier to tell if it wasn't black. Opening the present box to find a carefully carved wooden sword, I hugged both my parents, thanking them for the present and the cake. This surprised me because my parents hadn't bothered celebrating my past 2 birthdays, so I assumed this world didn't really celebrate such an occasion. I later found out that birthdays are celebrated starting at the age of 3 because of a tradition from a long time ago when babies were more susceptible to death before the age of 3. How medieval. Another thing I took an interest in noticing. Seeing children as well as teens working on farms with their family and on forges as apprentice blacksmiths made me realize there was no mandatory form of a structured education system. Any sort of rudimentary education was provided by their families, just basics like reading and writing. As soon as I turned 3, my mother began giving me lessons for a set time, teaching me how to read and write. Playing the role of a genius son, I pretended to learn quickly, to her delight, so I could read harder books in the library without drawing suspicion. These last couple of weeks passed by in a flash. After awakening, my father taught me the basics of mana manipulation and how to start training in it as best as he could. He tried to simplify it as much as possible so that a toddler could understand, I guess, but if it weren't for my adult-level comprehensive abilities, I don't think I would retain much. The basics are as follows. An easy way to know measure your strength lies in the color of your mana core. Starting off, the mana core would be black, due to the body's blood and other impurities mixing with the mana particles as they formed into a mana core. As the mana inside the person's body becomes purer and the impurities get filtered out over time, it'll change into a dark red color. From there, the color of the mana core would get lighter from dark red to a red and then to a lighter red. The order goes as follows: black, red, orange, yellow, silver, and then white. From the red mana core until the yellow mana core, the colors split into 3 shades: dark orange, solid orange, light orange. Rule of thumb: the lighter the mana core's color, the purer one's mana core was and the more power they would have access to. While the lessons with my father proved useful, I was getting impatient at the pace we were moving at. I asked Mother a couple days later, "Mom, can I get books on magic?" Since my mother still had some connections in the Guild Hall Adventure Guild, she managed to acquire a pretty wide collection of books on basic mana manipulation, as well as fighting with different weapons. Some of them were just books with only simple words and mostly pictures of the basics on how mana was condensed, but I ignored those. My mother gave me a strange look because the books that I'd been looking at were on a higher level. She assumed I wouldn't even be able to understand most of the words in there, and tried to cajole me into reading some of the simpler books, saying that it would be easier to understand, but eventually she relented. A typical day would involve taking reading and writing lessons from Mother and augmenting training with my father. After he covered the basic theory and application of augmenting, we started physical training. Seeing how my body was too small to start sparring, we opted with running and body workouts. I think seeing my 3-year-old body trying to do a push-up would be the funniest thing, but my father did a good job holding in his laughter. When I'm not taking either of these lessons, I usually stayed cooped up in the newly improved library, reading and meditating to further condense and purify my mana core. As the year passed by with not much happening outside of my typical schedule, my father spoke up while we were having dinner one night. "Honey, I think it's time we get Art a proper mentor." A clang drowned out the silence as my mother dropped her fork onto her plate. "What, Reynolds, Arthur isn't even 4 yet. No, besides, you said if our son was an augmenter, you'd be able to teach him." Mother spoke with evident desperation. I also never expected our son to be this much of a prodigy in mana manipulation. Who has ever heard of an awakening at the age of 3? Father responded a lot more calmly. "But that means he'll have to leave home. He's only 4, Reynolds. We can't have our baby leave home at such an early age. You don't get it." When I observed his body while he meditated, I couldn't help but feel that all of this was natural to him. "Alice, honey, I'm holding my son back by trying to teach him something he can do in his sleep." Thus began my parents' quarrel. They went back and forth, basically repeating their initial points. Mother kept saying that I was too young, father saying that they couldn't hold me back from reaching my full potential, blah blah. In the meantime, I was playing a game of war with my food. The peas attacked for the mother empire, while the carrots of the father nation desperately defended their land. Finally, my parents settled down and my father turned to me. "Art, this is concerning you, so you have a say in this as well. How would you feel about going to a big city and having a teacher?" Fantastic. I applauded the effort for trying to make this fair, but I don't think he realized that he was trying to ask a 4-year-old to make a decision that would ultimately change his life. Trying to conclude this little argument, I suggested, "Can I at least try meeting some mentors and have them see if I need to be tutored or not?" Silence. Did I step on a landmine? Was I not supposed to be this articulate in my sentences at my current age? Are they mad because I didn't choose a side? Having no confidence in keeping a poker face, I looked down and waited for their response. Thankfully, none of my fears were on their minds. My mother finally spoke. Quietly she muttered, "We'll at least formally have his mana core and channels tested. We can figure out what to do from there." As my father nodded in agreement, we began making preparations the next day. When I said what I did last night, I assumed that we'd be going to a nearby town or a city, maximum a day's worth of travel away, to have me tested by a qualified mage, but boy was I wrong. We were making preparations for a 3-week-long journey. A journey via horse-drawn carriage through the Grand Mountains to something called a teleportation gate, which will get us into a city called Zyrus. A book that I had read popped into my mind. I recalled reading about a floating piece of land built by an ancient organization of conjurers for the sole purpose of housing the most prestigious mage academy. A city was later built around the academy. Both the city and the academy were named after the leader of the organization, Zyrus. How was it possible to keep a piece of land, hundreds of kilometers long, afloat? Magnetism. Then the land beneath the city would be affected by it. Did the city have its own gravitational field? Anyway, this journey was going to be long. It's times like these that I wished modern transportation existed. In order to get to the city, we'd have to enter through one of the designated teleportation gates in the Grand Mountains. Otherwise, it would easily take months to travel across towns to reach the gate below the actual city, which floated near the border of the kingdom of Sapin and Darv. One reason why my father pushed for us to go on this journey now was because his ex-party members had recently stopped by and were on their way to the city of Zyrus. Going now with them meant that we would have 3 augmenters and 2 conjurers, along with my mother, who was a rare emitter, and my father, a B-class augmenter. While the mountain range didn't have any mana beasts, there were still the potential dangers of bandits and wild animals. While my mother and father took care of packing all of the necessities, I packed my wooden sword and 2 books, Encyclopedia of Dicathan and Foundations of Mana Manipulation, for the journey. By mid-morning, we were ready to head out. After tying my knapsack, containing my books and a couple of snacks, to my back and strapping my wooden sword to my waist, I grasped my mother's hand and followed my parents to meet their ex-party members. Although I'd heard about them occasionally from father, I never visited home while they were rebuilding it, so it would be my first time meeting them. The information I learned from my father about the party members of Twin Horns consisted of the following: Helen Shard, female augmenter, specializing in magic archery; Adam Crench, male augmenter, whose main weapon was the spear; Jasmine Flamesworth, female augmenter, who specialized in speed with dual daggers; Angela Rose, female conjurer, specializing in wind magic; Durden Walker, male conjurer, specializing in earth magic. We reached the inn they were staying at in Ashbur and saw them out in front near the stables. My father, after hugging his ex-party members, exclaimed, "Fellas, I want you guys to meet my son Arthur. Go on, Art, introduce yourself." Giving a slight half-bow while looking up at them, I introduced myself. "H-A-H-A-H-A, what is this? Such manners." "Are you sure he's your son, Ray?" The one to respond was the spear wielder, Adam. Taking a closer look at him, he seemed like the energetic, talkative type. While fairly good-looking, he had bright red hair tied in a messy poof at the end, almost like a flame, and a couple of bangs escaping from the hair tie. He reminded me of some sort of vagabond. His eyes were bright and almost seemed like they were always laughing. The first thing I noticed, though, was the scar across his nose, reaching both cheeks. I felt myself getting picked up. "Oh, isn't he just too precious? You should be glad that he doesn't look like you, Reynolds." Peeling my face away from what felt like a memory foam death trap before she suffocated me in those gigantic breasts, I took a good look at the woman who was trying to kill me. Boy, was she pretty. I mean, while not as pretty as my mother, she gave off the whole royal princess vibe with her long blonde hair that came to a curl at the ends and radiant green eyes that drooped slightly. Just as my hands were about to give out and my face about to enter the twin abyssal hills, a strong pair of hands grabbed me by the knapsack strapped to my back, whisking me away from the well-endowed woman. "Angela, you're hurting him," a deep voice grunted. There I hung, like a kitten being carried by his mother by the scruff of his neck, unable to move. My eyes stayed fixedly on the giant. Easily passing 2 meters in height with a staff strapped to his back, the giant carefully lowered me back onto the ground and tidied my clothes gently. How genteel. I imaged riding on his shoulders like a mighty steed the whole way. I looked up at him, my eyes getting bigger as I pondered. He had very narrow eyes and eyebrows that slanted down, giving him an almost innocent face compared to his enormous body that stretched past 2 meters. The short, scruffy black hair on his head completed the shaggy dog image on him. Dusting my clothes off, I turned to face the woman that looked slightly younger than everyone else. Straight black hair that was half tied at the back with a ribbon complementing her red, half-open eyes and curt-looking lips, making her seem very brusque. She slightly nods and then turns away. Ah, a woman of few words, how charming. My eyes fixed on her as she walked away towards the stable. I spotted 2 short daggers strapped to her lower back, just above the hips. The last member of the Twin Horns was Helen Shard. She patted my head lightly and flashed a charming smile at me. The word that I would use to describe Miss Helen would be sharp. Sharp eyes, sharp, perky nose, thin red lips, and a flat chest, almost boyish with her shoulder-length hair tied tightly at the back. I can't help but be charmed by her charismatic ambience. She seemed to exude this, "we can do anything if we believe," atmosphere from her pores that made her practically glow. Clothed in light leather armor covering her breasts, with her bow and quiver strapped to her back, I couldn't help but compare her to an elf, but quickly abandoned that thought after I seeing her rounded ears. I hopped onto the carriage furthest back with the help of a little mana reinforcing my legs. Lately, I'd gotten the hang of using my mana to reinforce my body. I had yet to fully test what I was capable of, for fear of giving my parents a heart attack by showing off too much, but it was getting a bit more natural to direct my mana from my core through my mana channels. After our party finished loading in all of our travel necessities into the 2 carriages we were taking, we strapped in what I thought would be horses. It turned out, this world had domesticated mana beasts called skitters for transportation. These giant lizards, with spikes across their backs and powerful claws, were D-class monsters that were a lot more efficient to use, albeit more expensive, than horses when traveling mountain terrain. Let the journey begin. By nightfall, the once distant mountain range seemed to have doubled in size. I wondered how big the Grand Mountain Range would be when we reached the foot. Needless to say, I was excited to get out of the tiny outpost that was my hometown, Ashbur. We eventually stopped to set up camp near a small cluster of boulders. It was a good spot with the rocks blocking off nearly all of the wind and a lot of scrap wood from fallen branches to use as campfire. The one thing I detested the most about this body was how much sleep I required. Despite being asleep for most of the way, I still felt a bit heavy-eyed after being awake for a mere few hours. After setting up a couple of tents around the fire, my father and mother had begun conversing with the twin horns about old times when Helen sat down next to me and said nonchalantly, "I heard your pops say that you're some kind of genius mage. Is it true you've already awakened?" Not knowing how to respond, I just replied with the truth. She began asking me how I felt when I had awakened and what color my mana core currently was. By this time, a couple of curious ears perked up as Adam asked, "Hey Reynolds, do you mind if I test little art?" If I could have interjected, I might have said something along the lines of, maybe mock fighting with someone my age isn't a great idea since a normal 3-year-old's greatest accomplishments at this point would be successfully going up and down stairs with alternating feet, walking in a circle, and if he was really coordinated, balancing on one foot for several seconds. But I guess these thoughts had never occurred to anyone here. Both my father and mother seemed at least a bit hesitant at first, but trusting their old comrade, my father just replied, "All right, but be careful. I haven't had the chance to teach him how to properly fight yet. We've just been doing light strength and mana exercises till now." Adam got up from his makeshift log seat and looked around until he found a short stick he felt satisfied with. "Come here, kid. Haha, let's see what you're made of." I didn't know if his goal was to beat some sense into the kid he assumed had gotten an inflated ego since he heard I was some sort of genius, or if he was genuinely trying to gauge my strength. But by the smug grin he had on his face while looking down at me, even if it was only natural for him to physically look down at me, it still irked me. I assumed it might have been for the former reason. Retrieving the wooden sword I received as a present from my parents, I walked to the edge of the camp where Adam was waiting near a small clearing. "You know how to reinforce your weapon, right, genius?" he asked, emphasizing the last word. By this time, my father already sensed that Adam was just trying to put on a show of dominance into his little boy, but he just watched, knowing he wouldn't hurt me too much. My mother looked a bit more anxious as she kept glancing back and forth between me, Adam and my father, keeping a firm hold onto her husband's sleeve. Well, at least mother was here to heal me if I got hurt, right? I focused my gaze on Adam, who was just around 5 meters away from me. Images of my past life, dueling other kings with my country and loved ones at stake, popped up into my head. My eyes narrowed, restricting my vision to only the man in front of me. He was the opponent now. I willed mana into my legs and dashed forward with both my hands gripping the wooden sword to my right. His smug look still present, Adam prepared to block my horizontal swing when I feinted and used a special footwork I developed in my old world that I used for dueling. Almost instantly, I blinked a foot diagonally to his right. Curse this body. I couldn't perfectly execute the skill because of the height and weight difference compared to my old body. I wasn't used to this 40-pound, 110 centimeters body. While I didn't reach the area I was aiming for, unfortunately for Adam, he already prepared his wooden stick to block my swing from the other direction, so his right side was unprotected. His smug look all but vanished and was replaced by a look of surprise, with his eyes opening wide as he realized what was about to happen. Swinging my wooden sword to his open ribcage, I reinforced my wooden sword with mana at the last moment to conserve my mana, because I knew I was definitely at a disadvantage against a veteran like him. The look of surprise on Adam lasted a split second before he pivoted his right foot with almost inhuman speed. I squatted in time to dodge his upward swing and switched my stance from a thrust to a spinning swipe and landed a blow on his left ankle using all my momentum. His ankle gave out at that moment, throwing Adam off balance, or so I thought. He actually did a full-on split, followed by a roundhouse sweep with his legs as soon as he was on the ground. This body won't be able to take a hit like that, so I jumped up to dodge his legs when, from my peripheral view, I saw the flash of brown from his wooden stick. With no time to use the blade to block the swing, I thrust the pommel of my sword, timing it so Adam's wooden stick and the end of my handle would clash. Newton's third law of motion suddenly came into mind. For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. And boy, was the opposite reaction painful. While I did block the blow successfully, my 4-year-old body couldn't withstand the force of the blow, and I flew before gracefully skidding on the ground like a flat rock on a lake. Thankfully, I reinforced my whole body before I took the blow, or I would have seriously gotten hurt. Groaning, I sat myself up and rubbed my throbbing head. I looked up, only to see 7 stupefied faces staring at me. My mother recovered first, shaking her head. She rushed towards me and immediately mumbled a healing spell around my body. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted Durden thumping Adam's head with enough force to make him stumble forward. Heh. Art honey, are you okay? How do you feel? I'm fine, Mom, don't worry. Adam's voice cuts in, haven't taught him how to fight my ass. How the hell did you train this little monster? He groaned, still rubbing his head. I didn't teach him that, my father managed to mutter. He shook himself out of the stupor and came next to me to ask if I was okay. I just nodded my head. My father picked me up and gently lowered me back down where I was sitting before and squatted down in front of me so he was eye level. Art, where did you learn to fight like that? Deciding to feign ignorance, I said, putting on a nonchalant face. I learned by reading books and watching you, Dad. I don't think saying, hey, Dad, I was the king duelist representative of my country from a world where diplomatic and international issues are settled by battles. I just happened to be reincarnated as your son. Surprise would get a hearty reaction from him. Sorry for roughing you up there, little buddy. I didn't expect I would need to use that much strength to get you off me. Seeing Adam apologize gave me just a bit of a better impression of him. I guess he wasn't a total jerk. I heard a faint voice from my side. Your fighting style is unique. How did you do that step after the feint? Wow, 2 complete sentences. That was the longest string of words Jasmine said this entire trip by far. I feel so honored. I reorganized my thoughts before trying to explain in steps what I did. It's a simple technique, really. Since I was feinting to Mr. Crench's right side, I placed my right foot forward as the last step before the feint. There I instantly focused my mana into the right foot, pushing myself back, and at the same time I bring my left leg behind right, aimed at an angle towards where I wanted to go, focusing mana into my left foot this time, but with more power than when I used mana on my right so that I don't propel myself backwards, instead of the direction I want to actually go to. That was a mouthful. I looked around to see Adam, Helen, and even my father head towards the clearing, trying to test out what I just explained. When I turned back to face Jasmine, I only saw her back as she rushed towards the clearing as well. Mother sat down next to me, patting my head with a gentle smile on her face that seemed to say, you did well. Angela came up to me too, burying my face, or rather my whole head in her bosom, cheerfully exclaiming, cute and talented, aren't you? Why couldn't you have been born earlier so that this sister could snatch you up herself? Blushing, I willed myself away from those breasts that I suspected to have their own gravitational pull. Those weapons were dangerous. My guardian angel, Durden, was a lot calmer about all of this and just gave me a thumbs up. He's so cool. The night passed as the 4 idiots spent most of the time trying to master the feint step while I slept in the tent with Mother. A couple of days passed as we finally managed to make it to the foot of the Grand Mountains, which, by the way, sure lived up to its name. Along the way, only Helen managed to lay down her pride and ask me for some clarification on the feint step. I went over it slowly, explaining what the timing of the interval between the last right foot and the left foot should be and how to properly balance the output of mana into both feet so you could go the way you're aiming. The whole time, I could almost see the ears of the other 3 idiots getting bigger as they tried to suck in the information that I gave her, nodding while taking mental notes. The first one to succeed was Jasmine. She seemed like the cold, genius type. I guess it was true. She pulled me aside one day, nearly blushing, while I was taking reading and writing lessons on the back of the carriage with Mother, and asked me to watch. We had to take a small stop so the carriages wouldn't leave us behind. After successfully demonstrating the feint step to me, I applauded, saying, amazing, you learned it so quickly. It's one of the most basic techniques I developed, but I wasn't going to tell her that. She responded curtly, saying it was nothing, but the upward curvature of her lips and the slight, proud twitch of her nose showed otherwise. Haha, she's happy. By the time we had arrived at the foot of the Grand Mountains, all 4 of the idiots managed to learn the technique, changing it slightly to fit their own fighting style. The next step of the journey was ascending up the mountains. Luckily, there was a path around 2 carriages wide that circled around the mountain, eventually leading to the teleportation gate at the top. The front carriage included Durden, holding the reins in the front, with Father besides him to keep him company. This carriage held most of our luggage. Helen was currently seated on the top of the second carriage, the one I was riding in, scouting for any abnormalities. Angela sat in the back carriage with my mom and me, while Adam walked behind us, keeping guard. While Jasmine steered the carriage, I kept noticing how she turned her head back and stared at me, almost making GI sounds. Is she expecting me to show her other techniques or something? Every time I met her gaze, she quickly turned her head back to the front. Is she 5? Speaking of age, I turned 4 on the first leg of our journey to the foot of the Grand Mountains. I don't know when Mother prepared a cake, or where she even put it, or if it's even edible, but I didn't complain, put on a big smile, and thanked her and everyone else. While everyone gave me a hug or a pat on the back, Jasmine surprised me then when she handed me a short knife, simply declaring, present. Aw, she cares, I'm tearing up. Fortunately, our journey up the mountain was rather uneventful. I spent a lot of my time reading my book on mana manipulation, trying to find more discrepancies between mana and kai. So far, it seemed pretty similar except that, in rare cases, an augmenter's mana usage could take on the property of elements. Reading on, I noticed that for beginners who were able to dabble in this, it wasn't as distinct as what you might see when conjurers casted spells, but more like the quality of each distinct element. For example, an augmenter, assuming he has an innate compatibility with fire, would have mana that showed an explosive quality when used. Water would naturally have a smooth, flexible quality. Earth would have a firm and rigid quality. Finally, wind would have the quality of a sharp blade. That's strange. Back in my old world, these kinds of qualities in kai had nothing to do with elements, but rather depended on how you utilized your kai. Shaping the kai into points and edges would give it the so-called wind element, while storing up your mana into a single point and bursting it at the last moment would give it the fire element, and so on. Sure, practitioners had preferences and were naturally better at practicing one style more than the other, but I wouldn't go as far as to say it was rare. Only the most basic use of kai involved reinforcing the body and weapons. I would have to test this with mana in the future. Being stuck in a 4-year-old body with constant supervision by suspicious adults made practicing really hard. I kept reading on when suddenly, Helen's alarmed voice rang in my ears. "Bandits, prepare to engage," she shouted as a rumble of footsteps came from our right and rear. "Submit, O wind, and follow my will. I command and gather you around in protection. Wind bear." Instantly, I feel a gust of wind forming a tornado around Mother, Angela, and then the gust bent into a sphere around us. Angela was holding out her wand, concentrating on keeping the barrier active while arrows constantly bombarded the barrier, only to get redirected to a different direction. My mother pulled me in close, trying to shield me using her body from whatever might get through. Thankfully, her efforts didn't seem to be necessary as the barrier held strong. In a matter of seconds, the tarp covering the carriage was torn to shreds, and I get a better view of the situation at hand. We were completely surrounded. Just from what I could see, there were at least 30 bandits. Our current situation was unfavorable at best, as both our path forward and our retreat back were blocked off by bandits wielding swords, spears, and other close-ranged weapons. On the mountainside to our right, there were archers positioned atop a cliff, their bows aimed at us, while only the steep edge of the mountain with the looming fog beckoned to our left. Jasmine, Durden, and my father seemed to be fine, with no visible injuries, but Helen had an unhealthy pale complexion that seemed to be a result of the arrow jutting from her right calf. A bald man with multiple scars deforming his face and a body of a bear carrying a giant battle axe spoke out. "Look what we have here. Pretty good catch, boys. Leave only the girls and the kid alive. Try not to scar them too much. Damaged goods will only sell for less," he snorted with a smirk that revealed a nearly toothless mouth. Damaged goods. I felt my body temperature rising, tensing from a smoldering anger I haven't felt towards someone in a while. Being sheltered in the bubble of my home had almost made me forget that any world has its own share of trash like him. I was ready to rush towards this brute, almost forgetting the fact that I was now in a 4-year-old's body when my father yelled out, "There are only 4 mages, and none of them seem to be conjurers. The rest are normal warriors." Faint mana fluctuations around a person's body made mages distinguishable compared to normal humans, only apparent if studied closely. As for whether they were an augmenter or conjurer, making an inference based on physical structure, and the weapon they were holding gave me a pretty solid idea. I could visibly see how quickly my father reverted back to his former adventure days when he had once led the twin horns, as his expression held the wisdom that could only come from experience. He donned his gauntlets, shouting, "Safeguard formation." Adam quickly arrived behind us as he faced the back of the road, spear pointed, while Jasmine and Helen came to our left with both of their weapons unsheathed, facing ahead. My father and Durden faced the mountainside, positioning themselves to protect us from the archers overhead. Meanwhile, Angela maintained her position, preparing another spell as she kept her wind barrier active. "Gather and guard my allies, a benevolent earth, do not let them be harmed." Earth wall. The ground rumbled as a 4-meter earthen wall transmuted up from the ground, curving up in front of Durden. Using that moment, my father burst forward, raising his gauntlets in a guard position against the arrows towards the enemy archers. Moments later, Angela finished her spell and unleashed a torrent of wind blades, aimed at the front and back of the path. That was apparently the cue as Adam and Jasmine shadowed behind the wind spell, arriving in front of our distraught enemies that were covering their vitals against the flurry of blades. Helen remained, her arrow nocked and bow drawn, imbuing the tip with mana that shined in a faint blue light. It didn't take a genius to realize that this arrangement was ideal for protecting valuable goods or people. With 2 layers of protection from the conjurers and an archer mage ready to snipe anyone who managed to cross the assaults of Adam, Jasmine, and Father into the defense line, it was a standard, yet well-thought-out formation. "Warrior coming your way, Helen," Adam shouted as he dodged the swing of a mace, delivering a precise swipe to the jugular of the unfortunate bandit. His eyes widened as he dropped his weapon, desperately trying to seal the fatal wound with his trembling hands as blood spurted out through the gaps between his fingers. Mother was holding me firmly in her bosom as she tried to shield my eyes from the scenes of gore happening around us. Fortunately for me, she wasn't looking down at me, so she didn't realize that I could see fairly clearly. Meanwhile, a scruff, middle-aged man wielding a machete lunged towards Angela, hoping to disrupt the spell. Although the wind blade spell didn't seem all too powerful, it provided a painful distraction that was keeping us on equal footing, despite our lack in numbers. I tried to free myself to block the man before he got in range to attack Angela, but before I could pull myself away from my mother, it was already over. The fierce sound of the show came only after the arrow had done its job. Helen's shot had carried a force powerful enough to pierce through the armored chest of the machete-wielding bandit and lift him up and back a half-dozen meters, nailing him into the ground. I took a brief moment to take a mental note. Wise men ought not to piss off Helen. Helen's eyes narrowed as she nocked and drew another arrow. Focusing, I could faintly see the mana gathering into her right eye as she shut her left. Soon, another reinforced arrow streaked through, followed by a sharp hiss, ignoring all opposing air resistance as it closed in on another enemy fighter. This man vaguely resembled a smaller Durden, except more muscular and more angular of a face. His brows furrowing in concentration, his giant sword, which was his height, had somehow reached the arrow in time, generating a sound of a bullet hitting metal. The enemy fighter slid back, but wasn't harmed as he anchored his greatsword into ground, using it to balance himself. However, before even had the chance to smirk in content, a second arrow pierced through his forehead. It was a grim sight, seeing the light drain from his eyes. Jasmine was engaged in an intense duel against an augmenter, whose weapon was a long chain whip. It looked like Jasmine was at a disadvantage since the range of her 2 daggers was lacking. She was doing all she could to dodge the erratic movements of the whip. By now, it was evident the enemy had realized how much she was struggling as he jeered while licking his lips. "I'll make sure to treat you real well before we sell you off as a slave, little missy. Don't worry, by the time I'm done training you, you'll be begging to stay with me," he hissed, followed by another lick of his lips. The very thought made me shudder, but at this point, all I could do was clench my fists in frustration. Against a fighter, I had a chance against an adult augmenter. I didn't have the confidence in winning. It pained me to stay in the protection of everyone while they risked their lives. I tried to come up with ways to help, but so far none came to mind. I could only grit my teeth and endure. Surveying the battle, I saw that the earth wall was holding strong, none of the arrows being able to penetrate through. Focusing on Durden, I watched his left hand that was directed towards the earth wall as he maintained a constant flow of mana to keep it from collapsing. He formed a narrow slit in the middle of the wall to gain vision on my father and the archers scattering, trying to run away. "Take heed, Mother Earth, and answer my call. Pierce my enemies. Let none of them live. Rupture spike." After a brief delay, a dozen spikes began shooting up from the ground at the bandit archers. While a few managed to dodge, many of the bandits were impaled, their screams only lasting a couple of moments before dying. Durden looked recognizably drained from that spell, his jaw clenched as beads of sweat ran down his pale face. It was at this moment that I noticed my mother had taken out a wand. Her trembling fingers were fumbling with it before she shook her head and stuffed it back into her robe. In the wand's stead, she held onto me tighter. While a little confused at first, I dismissed it, mentally concluding that, since she wasn't an adventurer for too long, unlike my father, she was simply not used to situations like. The battle was coming to its peak. The bandit group had not suspected that every one of our group members would be a capable mage. Because of that calculation error, all of the melee fighters were dead, the only ones alive being the 4 mages and a couple of scattered archers on the run. Jasmine was still having trouble with the perverted chain user, but the arrogance on his face was wiped clean by this time, with a couple of nicks and cuts on his body dripping blood. Adam was engaged with a dual-sworded augmenter. His fighting style reminded me of a snake, with his flexible maneuvers and sudden attacks. He should be considered one of the rare elemental augmenters with a water attribute style. Reinforcing the shaft of his spear to be flexible, his attacks were a mirage of quick thrusts and fluid swipes. The battle looked to be in his favor. The dual wielder had wounds that were profusely bleeding as he desperately tried to parry the onslaught of attacks. A thundering crash shifted my attention away from Adam's battle. My father had been knocked down against the debris of what was now left of the earth wall spell and was struggling to pick himself up as blood dribbled down from the side of his lips. "Dad, honey," I rushed out of the wind barrier, kneeling in front of father, my mother following immediately behind. I could see the panic written on her face as she nervously contemplated what she could do. I didn't know why she wasn't healing him, maybe because she was so startled, but just when I was about to suggest it, my father cut me off. Cough, Alice, listen to me. Don't worry about me. If you use a healing spell right now, they'll realize what you are and try that much harder to capture you. They'll be willing to sacrifice a lot more if they know, he stressed, his voice in a low whisper. After a brief, trembling hesitation, my mother took out her wand and began chanting. I would have assumed that her stammered chanting was caused by seeing her husband injured, but for some reason it felt like she was almost afraid of using her magic. Father turned to me after giving up trying to persuade his wife. Art, listen carefully. After the healing spell activates, they're going to try to capture your mother at all costs. After I'm healed enough, I'm going to engage the leader and try to buy more time. I think I can beat him, but not if I have to worry about protecting you guys. Take your mother back down the road and don't stop. Adam will open up a path for you. No, Dad, I'm staying with you. I can fight, you saw me. I can help. Consideration for being mature eluded me. It seemed like at this moment, I was really acting like the 4-year-old I was on the outside, but I didn't care. I wasn't going to leave behind my family, whom I've grown to love, and friends who I've bonded with so much this past week and a half. Listen to me, Arthur Leywan. Father agonizingly roared. This was the first time hearing his voice like this, the kind of voice that one would only use for desperate measures. I know you can fight. That's why I'm entrusting your mother to you. Protect her and protect the baby inside her. I'll catch up to you after this is over. His words shook my mind like thunder. Protect her and protect the baby inside her. Suddenly, everything clicked. Why she was acting so paranoid. Why she was clutching me and making sure nothing got even close to us. Why both Durden and Angela were guarding us with defensive spells instead of just one of them. My mother was pregnant. I was planning on telling you when we arrived in Zyrus, but not finishing his sentence, Father just looked at me sheepishly, still pale from the blow he received from the bald, axe-wielding boss. Okay, I'll protect Mom. Ata boy, that's my son. My mother finished her chant at this time, and both she and my father glowed in a bright golden white light. Sonova, one of them's a healer. Don't let her get away, the leader roared. I quickly grabbed my mother's arm with both hands and tugged at her to move while reinforcing myself with mana. We reached the area Adam and the dual wielder were battling a dozen meters down the road. Art, hurry down, I got him. Adam barked as he kept his opponent at bay. The dual wielder was obviously frustrated by the inability to neither reach me nor mother because of Adam. We hurried down the slope when I heard a faint whiz sound to our left. Acting on instinct, I jumped up, bringing my wooden sword up and reinforcing my whole body and the sword to withstand the blow of the incoming arrow. A splintering crack resonated as the arrow met the wooden sword. Fortunately, the arrow wasn't reinforced with any mana, so, even though the force pushed me back, I was able to regain balance mid-air by using the force of the shot by rotating my body and redirecting the arrow away. I landed on my feet a bit less impressively than I wanted to, throwing away what was left of my wooden sword. What the was all I heard from the assailant before he was promptly impaled by an arrow fired by Helen. That was weird. Currently, Jasmine, Adam, and my father, along with Helen, were each fighting a mage. Wasn't there 4? Damien, forget the plan, don't let them live. The leader barked out. Who was he commanding? Respond to my call and wash all to oblivion. A faint voice finished chanting. Water cannon. From the mountainside, one of the scattered archers had his hands brought together, aimed at me and mother. We were tricked. He had camouflaged himself during the chaos. He wasn't an archer or even an augmenter. He was a conjurer. Shit. I didn't have much time to react as a huge sphere of pressurized water, at least 3 meters in diameter, shot towards us, increasing in size as it neared. My mind raced, trying to come up with options. To my immediate right was my mother, and to my left were Adam and his opponent. Not far off and behind me, of course, was the edge of the mountain. Even if I could dodge this, mother wouldn't be able to, and she'd be forced off the ledge of the mountain. What should I do? Damn it. I let out a roar unfit for a 4-year-old. Willing all of the remaining mana left in this cursed body, I tackled my mother, propelling both of us out of the way. I quickly realized my 40-pound body didn't carry enough momentum to push both of out of range of the water cannon. No choice. If I was going down, I was going to make sure to take that bastard down with me. I channeled mana into my arms and pushed my mother farther down, out of range. In that moment, everything seemed to be moving in slow motion as my mother's eyes slowly widened in panic and disbelief. She might get a pretty bad bruise from the push, but minor bodily injuries were the least of my problems at that moment. If she didn't want to get hit with another spell, I had to get rid of this conjurer. Unsheathing the knife Jasmine gave me from my waist, I imbued it with mana. What I was trying to do I had only done with Kai in my old world, never with mana. After willing mana into the knife, I threw it like a boomerang, aiming it at the conjurer, who was still concentrating on the water cannon. Barely curving around the edge of the giant cannonball of water, I heard the firm thud of the knife meeting skin. The mage let out a shrill howl of pain, followed by a string of curses, indicated that the mage wasn't dead. Losing concentration, the mage's water cannon lost shape, but unfortunately, there was still a surge of water strong enough to push me off the cliff. Time for Plan B. Plan B was just in case my initial throw couldn't kill him. I managed succeeding in the gamble of Plan B, and that was creating a thin string of mana attaching the knife, currently engorged somewhere in the conjurer's body, to my hand. I tugged back on the mana string just as the spell rammed against my body like a brick wall, knocking every ounce of air I had in my lungs and most likely breaking my ribs. Like a fish caught on the line, I could hear the mage's scream over the gushing tide of water as he was helplessly dragged down with me by the force of his own spell. Even as my vision began darkening, I was able to see the battle coming to an end. Father and Helen had just managed to kill the leader. Angela, providing Jasmine with backup, allowed them to put the whip user on his last stand. Meanwhile, I spotted Durden as he was desperately conjuring a spell in order to save me, but I knew it was too late. The spell had knocked me too far away. Still, I was comforted in the fact that everyone will be okay. Maybe the only thing I would regret being unable to see my baby sibling. With that, I felt the cold grip of sleep steal me away. Damn, I had always wanted to be an older brother. The blurred sight of a familiar setting made me blink a few times to reconfirm that what I was seeing wasn't a dream. From the looks of it, I seemed to be back in my old body. Getting up from the couch that I was sitting on, I left my room in the castle. A young maid, who had been waiting for me just outside, greeted me respectfully immediately on sight. Good morning, King Gray. I didn't even bother glancing towards her direction, walking as she followed a couple meters away. Reaching the courtyard where all of the trainees were lined up with swords held in front of them, I turned my attention to the instructors yelling at them about proper stance and breathing. When one of them saw me, he immediately turned and gave a firm military salute, with the other instructors and trainees following suit. I simply motioned for them to continue before continuing. Reaching my destination, I pushed open the double doors, arriving in front of an aged man with a head of thick white hair that matched his long beard, and emerald eyes that shined with a sense of cunning wisdom and knowledge. He was the head of the council, Marlorn. While I held the position of king, I couldn't help but consider myself as just a glorified soldier. The ones who actually governed the country, managing the politics and economy, was the council. So what came of my position as king? The title of king meant that I was actually more of a one-man army. Due to the decreasing numbers of children born and limited amount of resources, the councils of each country assembled, and after countless months of discussion and arguments, came to the conclusion that if wars continued to exist, we would eventually wipe ourselves out. Getting rid of war would lead to two major outcomes: decrease in the death count, leading to population growth, and a decrease in destroyed harvestable land and resources from the result of nuclear arms. The solution that they came up with and enacted was to replace wars with a different form of combat. What replaced wars became known as the Paragon Duels. Whenever there was a dispute on a level that impacted the state of the country, a Paragon Duel would be declared, with each country sending in a representative that they deemed was the strongest. Looking up, Marlorn exclaimed with the standard, fake, picturesque smile that seemed to be an inborn trait amongst politicians, "King Gray, what brings you to my humble dwelling? I'm retiring." Without even giving him the chance to react, I unclipped my badge, a piece of metal so sought after by every practitioner, and slammed it on his giant oakwood desk, walking out the door. What have I been living for all these years? I was an orphan who had been brought up in a camp designed to raise duelers. I was 28, yet I've never dated, never loved. I've spent my whole life until now solely for the sake of being the strongest. And for what? Admiration, money, glory. I had all of that, but never in a million years would I choose to have that over what I had in the town of Ashbur. I missed Alice. I missed Reynolds. I missed Durden. I missed Jasmine. I missed Helen. I missed Angela. I even missed Adam. Mother. Father, cough, cough. I opened my eyes again, with towering trees and dangling vines filling my vision as I lay on my back. However, this time the excruciating pain that I was welcomed by told me I wasn't dreaming. Where was I? How was I alive? I tried to getting up, but my body doesn't listen. The only thing I was able to manage was turn my head, and even that involved a series of throbbing pains in my neck. Looking to my right, I spotted my knapsack. I slowly turned my head to my left, gritting my teeth through the pain. My eyes widened at the sight, and I immediately had to resist the urge to vomit. To my left was what was left of the conjurer I had dragged down with me. A pool of blood surrounded the corpse, whose body probably had more broken bones than one still intact. I could see the white bones of his ribs jutting out of the sunken cavity of the chest, with a pile of his entrails beside him. His limbs were sprawled out at unnatural angles, with the mage's skull shattered in the back with some brain matter oozing out along with blood. His face was frozen into an expression of surprise and disbelief, except for his completely red eyes, as a trail of dried blood was still visible from his eye sockets. I couldn't turn my head away fast enough. With my already weakened body being assaulted with both the gruesome sight and repugnant smell, I vomited what was left in my stomach until I was left gagging dry heaves. Even in my past life, I had never come across such a badly mangled corpse. With the nauseating stench and insects feasting on the gore, I couldn't help but feel sick. With parts of my face and neck covered in my own regurgitation, I finally managed to turn my head to rid my sight of the mage's grotesque remains. How was I still alive? I couldn't help wondering what had happened while I was unconscious. Clearly, the mage was alive up until the landing, so what happened to me? I should look very similar to this corpse right about now, maybe even worse, but not only was I okay, I don't even seem to have a broken bone. I pondered over the possible answers until I was interrupted by a strong grumble from my stomach. Again, I tried getting up, fighting through my body's protests. The only parts of my body that seemed to be listening to me as of now was my right arm and my neck up. I willed mana into my right arm and used my fingers to claw my way, dragging my body to reach my knapsack. It couldn't have been more than a meter away, but it took over what felt like an hour until I finally managed to reach it. Pulling it closer to me, I rummaged through it with my only able hand until I found what I was looking for, the dried berries and nuts my mother had packed. I succeeded in pouring a mouthful of the snack that I brought only because of my mother's insistence. My throat, surprised by the sudden flood of food, responded by leaving me in a choking fit of coughs, leading me to another round of agony in my body. Fumbling for the water sack inside my knapsack, I slowly poured a bit of the water into my mouth before placing another handful of the snack into my mouth. Tears rolling down the sides of my face and into my ears, I continued chewing on the dried rations until passing out again, using my knapsack as a makeshift blanket. My eyes fluttered open as I stirred awake from the brisk bite of cold. Looking around, the position of the first rays of light peeking through the mountains me it was dawn. This time I was able to get up, but only with the help of mana. I carefully inspected all of my body, making sure everything was in place before allowing myself to relax. First things first, I made my way to the corpse of the mage while trying to avoid looking at the heinous injuries that caused his demise. Spotting the knife I was looking for, I quickly jerked it out of his thigh. I wasn't sure how long I would have to be here, so having a weapon was critical. Oh, you're awake. I instantly got into a fighting stance, gritting through the pain from the sudden movement, with my knife in hand, turning to face the carcass. I swear to God if this corpse is the one that's talking. A melodic chuckle made me look around for the source of the voice. Do not worry. You won't have to worry about that corpse reanimating. The voice that seemed to come out of nowhere had a dignified, yet soft quality emanating a sense of royalty. It was powerful and resonant, yet silky and soothing sound that made you want to trust it. Still on guard, I managed to mutter a less than elegant response. Who are you? Are you the one that saved me? Yes, to your second question. As for the first, you will soon find out when you arrive at my dwelling. This voice seemed awfully sure that I would try and find it. As if reading my thoughts, she continued, I am the only one that will be able to get you home from this place, so I advise you to make haste. That jerked some sense into me. That's right, I had to get back home. Mother, father, the twin horns, my baby sibling, are they all right? Did they reach Zyrus safely? If the voice could really take me back home, I had no choice but to find it. Dear Mr. Voice. May I ask for the directions to your location so that you may bless me with your presence? The voice let out another soft chuckle before replying with, don't you think it's a little rude to call a lady mister? And yes, I'll show you the way. Ah, so it was a lady. Immediately my vision shifted into a bird's eye view. Zooming out, a location that was roughly around a day's trip to the east came into sight and lighted up before my vision shifted back to normal. I recommend departing immediately. It will be a lot safer traveling during the day than when it gets dark. Gently chided the voice. Yes, ma'am. I quickly picked up my knapsack before trotting towards my destination. It became less painful with each step, and by mid-morning I was only left with a few aches here and there. Whatever that lady did was some powerful magic. I've never heard or read of casting a spell with that much of a distance. Or maybe she left after casting the spell right before I landed. Then how could she have known that we were falling, and why did she only save me? The more I tried to solve the mystery, the more questions I seemed to end up with. Hearing a faint gurgling sound, I headed towards the direction, spotting a narrow stream. Yes, I exclaimed, I was absolutely filthy. My face and neck still had the stench of stomach acid, while my clothes were torn and caked with grime. Almost sprinting, I cannonballed into the stream, vigorously scrubbing clean my face and body. Taking off my clothes, and after briefly washing them, I laid them down on a nearby rock to dry. After finishing the refreshing bath, I walked towards my still damp clothes when... Cuckoo, how pleasantly carefree. Reflexively, both my hands shot down to cover my precious area as I hunched my back, trying to make my body as small as possible. Don't worry, there wasn't much to see. I shuddered as I almost felt the voice wink at me. How rude, my pride. Grumbling, I almost wanted to argue that my body wasn't developed, but I chose to ignore the voice and put on my clothes. "Oh, don't pout. I apologize." The voice stifled a laugh. "Calm your mind, Arthur. A king must be calm." After I put on my clothes, the perverted voice seemed to go silent. Not minding too much, I rummaged through my bag and dug out the last of my dried rations. Water wasn't going to be a problem for a while since I had just refilled my water sack, but I would need food soon. Hopefully, the voice would provide me with something. Looking around, I began wondering where I was. Since I fell off the mountain towards the east, I must be near the elves' domain. I don't think I'm in the forest of Elshire because I'm not surrounded by fog. Was I in the beast glades? No, there weren't any mana beasts. I spotted a few rabbits and birds, but I've yet to see anything else. Something even stranger that I noticed a bit before was the abundance of mana in this place. It was mostly due to the richness of mana that I was able to recover from my initial state so quickly. Although that still doesn't explain how I survived in the first place, I hoped that the source behind the voice would tell me. I should hurry. Aside from the fact that there was no road, it turned out to be a pretty uneventfully peaceful trip, with minimal obstacles and terrains I had to go around. As I drew near the location of the voice, the density in mana was getting richer and thicker. Ignoring the temptation to stop and absorb the surrounding mana, I ventured on. Training wasn't important right now. I needed to get home. Since everyone probably assumed that I was dead, I couldn't help but worry about mother and father. Not so much physically, but for their mental health. I'm concerned mother and father wouldn't forgive themselves for my death. The only thought that comforted me was the fact that my mother was pregnant. Yes, at least for the sake of my unborn brother or sister, they'd stay strong. I reached the area where the voice directed me towards, but I was unable to see anything besides a cluster of rocks surrounded by a cluster of trees. "I'm glad you were able to make it here safely," the voice echoed confidently, as if it already knew I would. "Nice to meet you, ma'am, Miss Rocks. I'm not a rock nor a cluster of them. There is a crevice between the back of the adjacent rocks. That's where I'll be," the voice chuckled. Looking around, I managed to spot the small gap, about the width of an adult, between two of the larger rocks that were leaning against each other. The slight breeze coming out from the crevice told me I had found what I was looking for. If it weren't for the voice directing me to this exact location, I would never have even noticed the small fissure. "Child, go on and enter through the crevice, but strengthen yourself with mana before you do. I can finally meet mother and father soon." Without a second's hesitation, I slipped in through the gap easily while willing the mana to strengthen my body. I had expected a platform to step on, but instead, I immediately plummeted down the dark hole. The voice had failed to warn me that I was going to be doing a vertical fall. I guess that was why she mentioned using mana to me, was the thought that ran through my head as I descended, screaming at the top of my 4-year-old lungs. Rubbing my butt, groaning, I slowly supported myself up. "We finally meet, child." What are you?" I managed to stammer out. Despite having lived 2 lives, what my eyes saw, my brain refused to believe. A monster, for a lack of a better word, which easily towered over 10 meters high, was seated cross-legged, on a crudely carved throne of jagged stone with an arm lazily supporting its head. With petrifying red eyes that gazed down at me while menacing, carried an oddly tranquil quality. 2 massive horns protruded out the sides of its head, arched down and around its skull, curving up to a point near the front, reminding me of something almost akin to a crown. It had a mouth with 2 fangs peeking out of its lips, and while its body was adorned in a sleek black armor that had neither decorations nor embellishments, it still glowed with the quality of a priceless treasure. Reiterating the fact that I was once a king still, this being that stood before me now made me embarrassed of even having the nerve to call myself one. No, the one sitting on that giant throne was a being that would make even the most unfaithful heretics bow down in submission. Yet here it was, in all of its glory, with its head resting on its arm, while its other hand nonchalantly scratched its nose. What I had failed to notice until now, though, because of the dim lighting in the cave and its body being completely black, was that this being had a gaping hole in the side of its chest, blood continuously oozing out. "We finally meet," it repeated with a lazy half-smile that revealed a row of pointed teeth. I tried getting up, but failed halfway and ended up back on my butt, my face still slack from the shock of what my eyes were seeing. "Bugs will fly into your mouth if you keep it open that wide." Great. At least it has a sense of humor. As for what I am, I won't say anything more than what you can see from looking, the horned humanoid monster said with its eyes seeming to gaze straight through me. "It is going to take a while for me to open a dimensional rift that will transport you to your house, so until then, just be patient and wait here. There are special roots that grow here. You will be able to live off those until I finish," it sighed. "That's right, that's what I was here to do." I managed to regain a bit of my composure and I stood up, walking a little closer to the being. "Such good manners for a child. Do not worry, I am expecting neither a favor nor your gratitude. I am simply doing this for my own amusement. Come, sit here closer to me and keep me company. I haven't talked to anyone in a while," the being laughed, patting an area of its throne for me to sit on. I climbed up the platform rather awkwardly, forgetting to use mana to just jump up, and I propped myself on the throne next to the being. Excuse me for being rude, but you don't exactly look like a lady. How should I exactly address you as? I said, making eye contact with the being. You're right, I don't exactly look like a lady now, do I? I wonder why I said that. My name is Sylvia, she replied, letting out a soft chuckle. This giant demon lord-like monster looked like anything but a Sylvia to me, but I chose to keep that to myself. Elder Sylvia, do you mind if I ask a few questions? Go ahead, young one, although I may not be able to answer everything. I immediately rattled off all of the questions that had been on my mind ever since waking up and after meeting Sylvia. Where is this place? Why were you here all alone? Where did you come from? Why do you have that huge wound? Why did you save me? She patiently waited for me to finish before replying. You must have had a lot on your mind. The first question is easy to answer. This place is a narrow zone that is between the Beast Glades and the forest of Elshire. No one knows of this place because I've been warding off anyone who came close, although the cases are rare in the first place. You young child are the first to enter into this domain, she easily explained. Please call me Art. My name is Arthur Lewin, but everyone calls me Art. You can too. I blurted out before shutting my mouth with my hands, confused as to why I was acting like an excited child. Cuckoo. Very well, child, I will call you Art. Her red eyes glazed, looking afar while answering my next questions. Continuing on to your second question, I am here alone simply because I have no one left to be with. While I do not think telling you everything would be wise, I will tell you that I have many enemies that desperately wish for something that I have my last battle with my enemies left this wound. As for where I come from, very far away, haha. There was a moment of pause before Sylvia continued on, this time her eyes looking straight at me, almost studying me. As for why I saved you, even I do not fully know the answer to that question. Perhaps I have been alone for far too long and I simply wish to have someone to talk to. I first noticed you when your party was engaged in battle with the bandits. When you fell off the cliff to save your mother, I felt compelled to save you, thinking it was a waste for such a good child to die. You are very brave. It is rare for even an adult to be able to do that. I shook my head. I was scared too, and I didn't have much of an option. I just wanted to save my mother and my baby sibling inside her. I didn't know if it was from the gentle way she talked or because of how big and powerful she seems, but in front of her, I seemed to turn into a child. No, I was a child in front of her. I see. Your mother was pregnant. You must miss them dearly. Rest assured, your family and party are safe. As for where they have gone, my sight cannot reach far enough to tell anymore. A wave of relief washed over me as I had to do my utmost to keep tears from falling. I see, they're safe. This new life brought about emotions I had thought never experienced in my previous life. Thank God, they're alive. They're okay. I let out sniffle. Sylvia's giant hand reached down as she softly patted my head with a finger. The day passed by with me conversing with Sylvia, picking up some roots in between to eat that looked and tasted very similar to potatoes but were black in color. We talked about all sorts of things to pass the time as she prepared to open a portal. At one point, she asked me how I was able to use mana so well at my age. I was under the impression that amongst humans, the earliest mage to have awakened so far was the age of 10, and even then, because the child couldn't grasp how to use it, there was very little he could do with it. Yet not only have you already formed your mana core, but by the way you use your mana, you seem to be more efficient than a lot of full-fledged mages. I just shrugged, feeling oddly proud by her compliment. My parents said I was a genius or something. I can read really well and I get what the pictures and words in the books are saying. A few more days trickled by as Sylvia continued preparing the portal. In a regretful tone, she explained one day, the spell will take some time in order for it to be completely safe. I do not wish for you to land in a destination you are not familiar with. Even one inconsistency can lead to you being transported a couple 100 meters off the ground. Please be patient, you will be able to see your loved ones soon. I nodded and said that as long as I knew they're alive, I was fine with waiting. It beat trying to climb back up the edge of the mountain. These past couple of days, while I trained my mana core and chatted with Sylvia, I noticed a few things. Sylvia really made me think of the cliché, don't judge a book by its cover. Contrary her intimidating appearance, she was kind, gentle, patient, and warm. She reminded me of my mother, in the way that they both scolded me while being tender when I did something wrong. I mentioned how the mage that I fought, as well as the other bandits, deserved worse deaths than they had when she suddenly flicked my forehead. Even though she was gentle, a flick of a finger from someone over 10 meters high was nothing to make light of. I was sent tumbling on the ground before angrily spouting, "What was that for?" Picking me up and setting me on her armored knee, she said in a soft but pained tone, "Art. Perhaps you're not wrong in that those bandits did deserve death. Even I chose not to save that mage you fell with for the same reasons. However, do not let your heart be clouded with continuous thoughts of hatred and the sort. Continue on proudly with your life and gain the strength to protect your loved ones from harm." Along the way, you will come to face situations like before, maybe even worse, but don't let the grief and rage corrode your heart, but move on and learn to better yourself from those experiences so it won't happen again. I blinked, a bit stunned by the fact that I was being lectured on morals by someone that looked like the epitome of evil herself. Strangely, it stuck to me as I just responded with a blank nod. Another thing I noticed was that her wound seemed to be getting bigger. At first, I found it somewhat odd that she could still be alive with a gaping hole on the side of her chest, but I grew numb to it. That is, until a couple days ago, I noticed the wound seemed to be bleeding more profusely. Sylvia tried to hide it at first with her hand, but it was growing more and more obvious. Noticing my concerned gaze towards the wound, Sylvia gave me a weak smile and said, "Do not worry, little one, this wound festers from time to time." One day, as I was meditating and using strict movement techniques to better control my mana, Sylvia suddenly interrupted. "Art, try absorbing mana while you are making movements. Ideally, you should be able to absorb at least a fraction of the mana you would during meditation while you are fighting. Although you would be spending mana faster than you can absorb mana, you will be able to prolong the usage of your mana." That brought about memories of me thinking about this exact idea. I had forgotten about testing my hypothesis since I wasn't able to move as freely as I could now. I was used to having absorption of mana and the manipulation of mana as two separate things that I hadn't stopped to think about the possibilities in this new world. "Let me try," I nodded. Humans have a very linear mindset in regards to mana and find it hard to deviate from anything that already works. Practice hard now though, because you can only acquire this skill while both your body and mana core are immature. Even mana beasts learn to do this naturally, but humans awaken much too late, and in most cases, their bodies are not adept for this ability when they first awaken. "Considering you are so young, there shouldn't be a problem if you practice," continued Sylvia with a proud puff of her nose. I had to admit that, like testing most theories, it was extremely difficult at first. It reminded me of the exercises my caretaker at the orphanage had showed us when I was younger, the ones where you tried to make each of your arms do something different, except much harder. Practicing this essentially meant being able to fight proficiently while still maintaining a constant inward flow of mana. Sylvia's only advice was that, according to her, an exceptional mage must be able to split his thinking mind into multiple segments in order to process information at efficient speed. While I've never had a teacher tell me to split my mind, I tried doing as she said. Needless to say, I had never tripped over my own body so many times in this and my previous life combined. This, at least, seemed to get a few hearty chuckles of amusement out of Sylvia. Sylvia refused to tell me the name of this skill, so I named it myself, mana rotation. Over this period of time, it would be an understatement to say I've merely gotten close to Sylvia. She had treated me like her own blood grandson, and in response, I've grown attached to this demon lord grandmother. It was because of our growing relationship that I wasn't able to simply ignore what was happening. It was frustratingly clear that her wound was growing worse as the portal responsible for taking me home was becoming more distinct. "Sylvia, please tell me what's happening to your wound. Why is it getting worse? It wasn't like this before." You saying it was only a fester every now and then was clearly a lie. This isn't going to go away on its own, it's actually getting worse. I frustratingly voiced my concern one especially bad night after she had vomited a pool of blood. I paused for a second, struck with realization. Why didn't I notice this before? She had been getting worse while creating the portal. In order to send me home, she was sacrificing her life so I can meet my family. Sylvia let out a deep breath, knowing that I had realized what was going on. Managing a sheepish smile, Sylvia whispered, "Art, yes, I am dying, but I will get angry if you blame yourself, thinking that you are causing this. I have been dying for quite a while now. You are doing me a favor by allowing me to leave this forsaken cave a bit faster." As soon as she finished speaking, a bright golden glow radiated out of her body. Shielding my eyes from going blind, I tried to focus on the shape forming from where Sylvia once sat. In place of the 10-meter titan-like figure was a dragon even larger. From her snout to the end of her tail, she was clad in a pearl-white coat of shimmering scales. Beneath her iridescent lavender eyes were glowing golden runes that marked her neck and ran down to spread around her body and tail like a sacred engravings. These markings reminded me of a very elegant, almost celestial tribal pattern, branching out harmoniously and with purpose like carefully placed vines. The dragon's wings were pure white, adorned with white-bladed feathers so fine and sharp that they could put swords forged by master smiths to shame. The golden light enveloping the dragon dimmed until it fully replaced the once titan-shaped being. There now. Do I look a bit more like a Sylvia? Sylvia let out a toothy smirk. Sylvia, why? "You're a dragon," I said. "Now that I am in this form, we do not have much time. Yes, I am something you humans refer to us as, a dragon. The reason I am dying is because I had been inflicted with this wound after narrowly escaping from my captors. I had sensed one of them approaching dangerously close a few days ago, so I feel that my time of hiding is drawing to an end. This form will alert them of my location, which is why I only have time to explain what is necessary." I am giving you this to take care of from now on." One of her bladed wings unfolded and revealed a translucent, rainbow-colored stone the size of 2 fists. With a myriad of colors and shades, this stone resonated an aura that made me hesitate in holding it, as if I wasn't worthy. Without waiting for me to respond, she continued, "Everything will reveal itself when the time comes, so just hold on to this, and do not let anyone know that you have this. Most will not know what it is, but everyone will be attracted by the aura it emits." Sylvia then proceeded to pluck a feather from her wings with her claw and hand it to me. "Wrap the stone in this to conceal it." After doing as told, the once divine radiant stone merely appeared to be a smooth white rock, pretty but ordinary. While I was studying the feather-encased stone, I was suddenly pushed back as Sylvia's snout gently brushed against my chest where my mana core was. Taken aback, I looked up to see Sylvia's purple eyes, and the gold markings blazed brighter than they had when she first transformed. As the markings grew dimmer and then disappeared, Sylvia pierced her tongue into my core and wisped out a golden smoke that crackled in sparks of purple. A sharp yelp escaped my mouth as I blinked, confused and surprised. I continued to just stare at her as she moved her head back, leaving a trail of blood from a hole in my worn-down shirt. My sternum had bled, but when I ran my hand through the area, there was no wound. Sylvia's expression had grown visibly pained and weak. It was apparent, even for a mighty dragon that was even bigger than her previous illusion. What caught my attention, though, was that her once shimmering purple irises were now just a dim yellow, with the beautiful runes that flowed across her face and body now gone. Before I had the chance to ask what she had done, a giant explosion interrupted me. I whipped my head up to see that the ceiling of the cave had been blown off, and what came into vision was a figure that reminded me of Sylvia's previous form, clad in sleek black armor and a blood-red cape that matched its eyes. The figure's pale gray skin matched the clouded sky in the background. The horns were different, though, as this entity had 2 horns that curled down and under its ears, lining its chin. Sylvia immediately covered me with one of her wings in time to protect me from the falling debris and probably keep me hidden from our visitor. "Lady Sylvia, I advise you to stop your stubbornness and hand it over. You've already caused us quite the trouble after hiding yourself." "If you submit, the Lord may even heal your wound," the entity reasoned impatiently. Immediately after he had finished speaking, the world around me seemed to pause. Everything but Sylvia and myself. The colors of the world were as though it was being seen through an inverted lens. What surprised me the most was that everything was still. The entity, the clouds behind him, and even the falling debris of the ceiling. Ignoring the enemy, Sylvie casually peeked underneath her wing. "I'll open the portal now. I didn't have the time to make it go directly to your home, but it should take you to a place with humans nearby. Do not let him see you and do not look back," she whispered, her eyes solemn. I ignored Sylvia's instructions after I heard what the entity had promised. "Sylvia, is what he said true? If you turn yourself over, will you be able to live? Do not trust his honey-coated words. It will be worse off for you if you are found right now." "As for me, I would rather die than go back to where he is," Sylvia said, impatience and anger mixed in her voice. "No, I won't let you die here. If you refuse to go with him, then please just come with me," I begged. "Unfortunately, I cannot go with you. You will forever be in danger if any one of them finds out you have had contact with me. I need to stay here." Sylvia gently wiped my cheeks with a claw, her draconic eyes lined with what I saw as tears. "You asked me once why I chose to save you. The truth was to satisfy my own greed. I wanted to keep you as my own child even for just a little bit. I intentionally prolonged the transportation spell because I wished to spend more time with you, but it seems I didn't even have the chance to finish it. I'm sorry, little Art, for my selfishness, but I have one last request to make. Can you be my grandson and call me grandmother just this once? NOO, I don't care about all of that. I'll say it as much as you want if you come with me." Grandma, you can't, not like this. Aye, please, I'm begging you, just come with me. I don't know what you did, but everything is frozen right now, we can escape. Please, grandmother, don't go, not like this." I held on to Sylvia's claw, desperately trying to pull her away with me. In my last moment with her, Sylvia's face blossomed into such a beautiful smile that I swear I thought I saw a human. I could barely make out the words she said before she pushed me into the portal. The trip through the dimensional rift invoked a very peculiar sensation. It felt as if I was trapped in the middle of a fast-forwarded movie scene. My surroundings were whizzing by in an indistinct blur of colors as I sat on my ass, staring blankly off in the distance with no more tears left to cry. The ground I landed on cushioned my fall with a pile of leaves and vines. It didn't matter, though. Even if I landed on jagged rocks, I probably wouldn't have noticed. I remained in same seated position I was in during the trip, not even bothering to take in my surroundings. She was gone. I would never have the chance to see her again. Those two thoughts triggered another wave of emotions as I heaved out dry sobs. I began recalling the near 4 months we had spent together, how caring she was, treating me like her own blood. I didn't care that she had prolonged sending me home so that I would stay with her. Through the short time I had been with Sylvia, she taught me so much and given me insight that I had been lacking since coming to this world. Succumbing to the faculty of my mind that desired sleep in order to cope with the pain, I curled up into a ball where I landed when a searing pain props me back up. The burning sensation spread from my monocore throughout my body until a voice echoed in my head. Testing, testing. Ah, good. Hello, Art, this is Sylvia. My heart fluttered as I instantly responded to the voice. Sylvia, I'm here, can you hear? If you're listening to this right now, it means I have shown you what I actually am. Ah, it was some kind of recording that she had infused into me when she gouged that small hole into my monocore. You're nowhere near ready right now to know the whole truth. Knowing you, if I were to have told you who that figure in the sky had been, you would have brashly tried and fight. Little Art, you're barely past the age of 4. Upon looking at your monocore, I have realized that you have a rare talent seeing that your monocore is already dark red in color. I will leave you with this. I have infused with you my unique will. This is something incomparable to a normal beast will. Your future progress as a mage depends on how well you will be able to use my will that is embedded into your monocore. Was that why the purple in her eyes and golden patterns disappeared? The moment your monocore reaches a level past the white stage is when you will hear from me again. At that time, I will explain everything, and what you do from there is your choice. There was a stage past white. Lastly, Art. I know you may be in grief, but remember that you have your family to look out for and the stone I entrusted you with. My only wish is for you to embrace the joys and innocence of childhood, train hard, and make your parents and I proud. Do not go chasing after shadows in a fit of rage. Killing the ones that are responsible for my death will neither bring me back to life nor make you feel better. There is a reason for everything, and I do not regret what has happened. With this, I bid you farewell for now. Remember, protect your family and the stone, study what I have left you, and enjoy this life, King Grey. That name and title was from my previous world. She had known the entire time. Did she discover something in my monocore? Was she able to look into my memories? So many questions, but the only one who could answer them was gone. I refused to move for a long time, staying in my cozy fetal position, deep in thought. Sylvia was right. She had said all of this knowing what my life back in my old world was like. I can't make the same mistake of living for the sake of solely pursuing strength. I wanted to be strong, but I also want to live my life without regret. I want to live a life that Sylvia would be proud of. I don't think she'd be happy even if I reached whatever stage was after white while living a life of only training. No, I needed to hurry and reach my family. But before that, where the hell was I? Looking around, trees that towered high over my head surrounded me. There was a dense fog that loomed thickly a couple centimeters off the ground, filling the air with nearly palpable moisture. Trees and an unnaturally thick fog. I sank back on my butt, crestfallen at what this could only mean. I was in the forest of Elshire. A disheartened sigh escaped from my mouth as I picked myself up. It seems like I won't be meeting my family anytime soon. It had been over 4 months since I had fallen off of the cliff. My family had most likely either gone back to Ashbur or had maybe even decided to stay in Zyrus. I didn't have any sort of provisions except for the clothes on my back and the strange stone that was wrapped in Sylvia's feather. This cursed fog limited my vision to about a few meters around me. While reinforcing my eyes with mana helped quite a bit, that didn't solve the even bigger problem of how to get out of this place. I reinforced my body, enabling mana rotation that had become second nature to me by now. Right now, I could only absorb about roughly 20% of what I could do while just meditating, but I couldn't complain. The only downside to mana rotation was that it wasn't a replacement for strengthening your mana core. In order for me to purify my mana core and get it to the next stages, I need to solely focus on gathering mana from both my body and the surrounding atmosphere, and use that to get rid of the impurities little by little. One notable thing I felt was that after getting my mana core to dark red, the amount of mana I could store inside increased significantly. While the size doesn't increase, I'm guessing the purity allows more mana to be stored. I climbed a few branches up the nearest tree and situated myself once I got high enough. I focused mana into only my eyes, enhancing my vision even further. What I was looking for wasn't a way out, but more so for any signs of humans. Sylvia had said that I would be teleported close to humans, so I was hoping that there may be adventurers traveling through here that would direct me out or even escort me. After about 10 minutes of searching, jumping from tree to tree, I found what I was looking for. I hopped a few more trees, feeling quite proud of my primate nimbleness, stopping at a branch just a few meters away. Hiding myself behind the thick trunk, I observed the group of humans. Something was off. I hid myself completely behind the trunk and closed my eyes, imbuing mana into my ears. NOOO, help, someone please help, mommy, daddy, NOOO, I'm scared. Someone shut her up. She's going to attract attention, thud. Quick, put her in the back of the carriage. We're only a few days away from the mountain range. We'll be safer then. Don't relax and keep moving. Hey boss, how much do you reckon she'll sell for? Elf girls go for a lot, don't they? Hee hee, she's a child too, so a virgin at that. I bet she'll fetch us a lot of money, huh? Slave traders. I carefully took a peek to spot the small-sized carriage, enough to tightly cram in about 5 or 6 adults. I turned back around just in time to see a middle-aged man hauling a little girl into the back of the carriage. She looked to be around 6 or 7, with a silvery hue in her hair and the trademark pointed ears that elves were known for. What should I do? How were they even able to kidnap one in the first place? The Elshire forest's magical fog was supposed to disorient the senses of even the most capable mage. After a few more seconds of observing, I found my answer. Attached to leashes were mana beasts that looked like a mix between a deer and a dog, with antlers that branched out, looking like a complicated satellite. They were mentioned briefly in the encyclopedia I had always carried with me. The forest hounds were native to the forest of Elshire and could navigate even better than the elves could. How those brutes acquired forest hounds, I had no idea, but I needed to think of a plan. Option 1, steal one of the forest hounds and have it lead me out of the forest. Option 2, kidnap the kidnapped elf girl to have her lead me out of the forest. Option 3, kill all of the slave traders and set the elf girl free, then take the forest hounds and have them lead me out of the forest. Pondering for a couple of minutes, I'm faced with a dilemma. Option 1 would be easiest, but it didn't sit right with me to just leave the elf girl. But then again, who knows? Maybe she'll get bought by a kind old man who will free and take her back to her home. Fat chance. Option 2 had the obvious flaw that, once I saved the elf, she wouldn't lead me out of the forest and just insist on going back home, and the slave traders probably wouldn't take it too kindly. Option 3 had the best outcome, but was by far the most pain in the butt, considering that there were 4 of them and only one of me. Because of the fog, I couldn't sense if any of them were mages, but it was safe to assume that at least one of them would be. Being able to capture an elf in the forest meant that they were either very lucky or were professionals. After letting out another deep breath, I couldn't help but notice how often I sighed these days. Option 3 it was. After hours of observation, I had learned enough about them to make a move. I waited until nightfall to take my plan into action. Despite their rustic appearances, the slave traders were surprisingly vigilant. They never built a fire and always kept 2 people on guard at all times. After stirring up the forest hounds with a carefully thrown rock, I made my move as soon as one of the 2 on guard went around to the other side of the carriage to quiet them. The one that stayed behind was sitting on a fallen log, fiddling with something in his hands while the other 2 were sleeping inside the tent. Carefully, jumping to a branch directly above the carriage, I prepared for my attack. My first target would be the one that had gone to quiet the forest hounds first. I dropped down with a quiet thud behind one of the slave traders. This man had a very lanky build. While lean muscles were visible, he didn't seem too strong and was only armed with a long knife. Startled by the soft thud, Lanky turned around, probably expecting a curious weasel or rat. His face twisted into a mixture of surprise and amusement when he saw me, a 4-year-old child in ragged clothes. But before he had the chance to even speak, I lunged upward towards his neck. I infused mana into the blade of my hand, turning it into a sharp edge. This was called the swordless art in my old world, but here it would be more accurate to call it a wind attribute technique. He flinched back reflexively, his hands trying to reach where his face was to guard against the boy shooting towards him. It was too late. I take a quick swipe at the jugular, taking his vocal cord out along with his carotid artery. A stream of blood sprayed out of his neck immediately as I land behind him, supporting his lifeless body and gently placing him down to avoid making noise. Just as expected, the forest hounds that had just been calmed down by the Lanky jolted back awake at the stench of blood, causing them to howl and bark. Pinky, can't even calm the hounds. What the? I had already picked up Pinky's knife and was waiting for him at the back corner of the carriage. While the other slave trader's attention was directed at the corpse of Pinky, currently being eaten by the forest hounds, I jumped out from behind and stabbed the side of his neck with the knife. The hounds quieted down while devouring the 2 corpses. As I headed towards the tent to dispose of the remaining 2 in their sleep, a shrill cry ruined my plans. HELLLP, Mommy, someone, anyone, PLEACE, son of A, why now of all times? On cue, I heard the rustle of the tent as the 2 slave traders that were left had come out. Pinky, Deuce, the kid is awake. What the hell are you guys? He barked, still half asleep. I swallowed down the inappropriate urge to laugh at the ridiculous names of the slave traders and hid myself behind a tree next to the carriage and infused mana into Pinky's knife. Sensing something was amiss, the 2 remaining slave traders carefully stepped around to the other side of the carriage, where their eyes bulged upon witnessing their 2 former companions being eaten by the forest hounds. Using this chance, I attacked the nearest one when his gaze whips back at me and instantly swings his short sword at my face. Dodging the slash, I dropped low and dashed toward him, trying to get in the range of my knife. I swung, reinforcing more mana into the knife, landing a clean wound through his right leg's Achilles heel. Gah! He let out a pained howl as he dives desperately out of my range before I could do any further damage. Danton, be careful. I think this brat is a mage, the fighter, whose tendon I just severed, cried. I turned my attention to Danton as he pulled out his sword from its sheath and lower into a defensive stance. You see all sorts of crazy things these days. Looks like a huge sack of gold just showed itself in front of us, George. I bet he'll get us almost as much as the elf. He let out a crazed chuckle. These bastards didn't even care that I just killed their party members. Danton's body glowed faintly as he reinforced his body with mana. As he advanced towards me, his lips curled into a confident grin on his square face. George was out of the fight with that crippled leg, but this augmenter was going to be trouble. The augmenter named Danton suddenly jumped above me, his right arm poised to throw a punch. I could only guess that his only reason for not using his sword was to not damage his goods. While I'd normally be offended, in this case, overconfidence made it much easier for me, so I didn't complain. I jumped back in time to avoid the blow strong enough to leave a small dent in the ground as I threw my knife at him. I used the same trick as I did with the conjurer I dragged down with me off the cliff, but this mage was a more careful. He disrupted the mana string with his sword and grabbed my knife with his free hand. Shit, I was in a bad position right now. Danton wasn't tall, but his reach was still a good amount longer than mine. He also had a sword, which he now deemed it necessary to use, that further increased his range. Wasting no time, Danton dashed toward me and threw back the knife that I had just launched at him. I easily dodged, but not in time to react for his next move as he swiped my ankle with his sheath. As I stumbled to regain balance, he used that chance to grab a hold of my ankle and flipped me upside down. His confident face crumpled as I punched the hand that was holding onto me as I concentrated mana. I used a fire attribute technique, releasing all of the mana focused on my fist and aimed for the weak joint of his wrist. A loud crack followed by a howl of profanities indicated the attack was enough. His broken wrist released my ankle and I landed awkwardly on my back. Quickly jumping up to my feet, I picked up Pinky's knife and used the chance to charge towards the wounded Danton. While he was still preoccupied by the pain from his wrist, he angrily cursed, "You're dead now, you piece of shit. I don't care if I can't sell you anymore." His left wrist was wounded, leaving a gap in his defense. I willed more mana into my feet and arrived in range, about to land a solid hit to his side, when I see him furiously swinging his sword down. He fell for it. I quickly pivot with my left foot in place, spinning to my right. Dodging the swing by a hair's breadth, I enter into my knife's range to his right side, open because of his last desperate swing. He immediately tried to jump back, but I placed my right foot behind his leg, making him lose his balance. In one quick thrust, I jabbed my knife below his armpit, through the gap between his ribs and into his lungs. He was easy to finish off after his breath was collapsing from the wound. I was now left with the immobile George. I couldn't use Danton's sword since it was too large and heavy for my body, so I made use of Pinky's knife one last time and swiped George's jugular. The poor fighter couldn't really contest or run away with his useless leg and died with a look of disbelief. Much like his two comrades, fed to the hounds, it seemed that the elf girl knew that there was fighting going on by eerie quiet. I climbed up onto the back of the carriage where she was locked, and I spotted her shivering in the corner with dirty rags minimally covering her privates. She studied me in surprise and doubt, her eyes almost saying, "He can't have been the one who saved me, right?" I untied her as she remained silent, her swollen turquoise eyes never leaving my face. Tired and feeling gross, I helped her up and simply stated, "You should go back home now." Hick. She probably didn't know whether I was an enemy or friend until now, but once the word home was said, a look of relief washed over her tense face and she broke down. I was so scared. They were going to sell me. I thought I was never going to see my family again. It had felt like a good hour before the little elf girl was finally able to settle down. I didn't blame her. Being forcibly kidnapped would cause trauma even for adults, even more so since she seemed to be only a bit older than I was. As sat next to her, comforting her, I realized how bizarre of a scene this made. A 4-year-old boy tenderly patting the head of an elven girl in the back of a carriage, as 4 bloody corpses were being devoured by beasts just next to them. What happened to those bad guys? She sniffled, her voice coming out a bit nasally. Not knowing if telling the 7-year-old about killing was appropriate, I simply dismissed it by telling her, they ran into a very unfortunate accident. She studied the hesitant expression on my face with the raise of a brow, only to look back down and whisper, "Serves them right." Looking closely at her now, I couldn't help but notice that she carried all of the necessary features that would allow her to blossom into quite the beauty later on in the future. With long gunmetal gray hair that I mistook for silver in the sunlight, the girl's disheveled state couldn't mask the innate beauty that she seemed to radiate from her pores. A pair of gleaming teal eyes, shaped like perfectly rounded almonds, quivered as her perky nose was so red from crying that it matched the color of her rosy lips. While all of her individual facial features seemed to be carefully molded gems, on the fair creamy skin of her face that was the canvas, it brought her features into a surreal, almost phantasmal work of art. Of course, this was me just observing her from speculatively as a gentleman and king who enjoyed beauty in the world. I wouldn't go as far to say I was checking her out. I helped her up to her feet before speaking again. "Those people that tried to kidnap you aren't going to chase you anymore." That being said, do you think you can make it to your home by yourself? Instantly, her eyes retracted in fear as a panicked expression spread throughout the rest of her face. As tears welled up and both her hands clenched tightly to my shirt, even an infant would be able to tell what her answer was through her actions. Look, I need to get home too. Aren't elves generally safe in this forest? I let out a sigh, trying to pry open her claws-I-mean fingers from my shirt. She violently shook her head, much like a dog drying itself, and rebutted, beasts only scared of adults. Parents warned me that children will get eaten by hounds or tree golems. I would normally be pretty amazed about something like a tree golem, but it was becoming pretty hard to find something that surprised me after witnessing a demon king metamorph into a dragon. I rubbed the bridge of my nose, trying to come up with a solution for all of this. How long does it take to get to where you live from here? Still holding onto my shabby shirt, she looked down and admitted, I don't know. I held in the temptation to let out another sigh, since the poor girl looked like she was about to cry already, and agreed to take her back home. The kingdom of Elenoir was quite a long ways north, so my only hope was that there would be a teleportation gate there that can get me back to somewhere anywhere in Sapin. I instructed the elf girl to wait inside the carriage, while I gathered some necessities, the main reason being, I didn't want her to see the mangled carcasses of the slave traders when even I found it hard to stomach. Finally finding a backpack small enough for me to wear without it dragging on the ground, I carefully folded and stuffed a small tent inside, along with a leather water bag and some dried rations. I picked up Pinky's knife from the ground where I fought Danton and George and strapped it to the front of my waist to balance the awkwardly large equipment on my back. Before heading back into the carriage, I freed the forest hounds after realizing that, while they were able to pull a carriage, they weren't able to be ridden. I thought briefly about riding the carriage to the Elven Kingdom, but thought it was too dangerous and we would stick out like sore thumbs in the forest. Let's head out now, I said, trying to sound more enthusiastic for her sake. She nodded, hopping out of the carriage as I led her away from the carriage where all of the dead bodies were. I learned a lot about the elf girl along the way. For one, her name was Tesha Iralith, and she had just turned 5, which meant that she was about a year older than I was, albeit physiologically that is. Tesha was also a pretty reserved, if not shy girl. She was very polite to me, considering that younger than she was, and never complained, making her a very agreeable traveling companion. Perhaps, if I wasn't traveling in the opposite direction of my destination, I would have actually enjoyed having her with me. With the sun setting and the fog thickening, we pitched the tent underneath the sprouted roots of a particularly large tree for the night. I couldn't fit any of the supporting rods in the backpack, so used the long rope I brought with me instead and tied on 2 of the roots and hung tent canvas over it, weighing down the ends with moss-covered rocks. After I finished setting up the tent, I took out a couple of dried rations and handed some to her. You know, you don't have to be so polite to me. I'm younger than you and I'd feel a lot more comfortable if you aren't so on edge. I replied, my cheeks full of dried food. Oh, okay, I'll try. She let out a shy smile as she held back a chuckle. I began wondering if she had been raised by very strict parents. Maybe it was simply an elf custom, and by telling her to be more comfortable with me, I was inadvertently inviting her to marry me. Giving her a shrug, I resumed stuffing my face with more food. We sat underneath one of the roots of the tree next to our tent and continued chatting. See, can you tell me about the human kingdom? She suddenly asked, her eyes sparkling in curiosity. What did you want to know? What is a human city like? How are humans? Is it true that all male humans are perverts and have more than one wife? I choked on the dried fruits I was chewing on, spraying them out before they got caught in my lungs. No, although it isn't against the law, only nobilities and the royal families tend to have multiple wives, I said after composing myself, wiping my mouth. I see now, her eyes seemed to say, still sparkling. Do you really? I go on explaining a bit about the town of Ashbur and my family, to pass the time before I asked as well. What is it like living in Elenoir? She pondered a bit before finding the words to explain. I don't think it's too different from what you told me about where you grew up, except the children all have to go to school to learn about our history and how to read and write. When we awaken, we get mentors assigned to us and we become their disciple. From there, a lot of it is just training with your master. I see, I mutter, pondering about the different education systems of the humans and elves. While the educational method of the elves were a lot more advanced and undiscriminating, it only worked because the Elven Kingdom was much smaller and tight-knit compared to the human kingdom, but it just went to show how culture made such a big difference in the future generations. Getting up from the ground, I held my hand out to help her get up. I noticed her hesitation when she turned a little red, but I assumed it was just my eyes playing with me in the dark. Sleep in the tent, I'll keep guard next to you outside. I see her thinking for a little as her eyes were fixed on me, full of resolve. I don't mind us sharing the tent if you're okay with it. She tried to sound nonchalant, but her voice betrayed her. It's okay. I'm not that sleepy right now anyway, I replied a lot faster than I had meant to. Kay, she sulked. Did her ears just droop a little? Making sure she went inside the tent, I leaned against the massive tree trunk and began meditating. I started inspecting my monocore. Sylvia left me with something she calls her will, but how does that affect my monocore? Inspecting even closer, I notice ever so faintly some markings in my monocore when Arthur, Tesh's head poked out of the tent. Is there something wrong? I asked, turning my head to face her. Well, you see. Beasts will more likely appear if they notice you because they will see that you are a child. Therefore, I propose that for our safety, it would be better for you to come inside the tent. At this point, Tesha had covered her face with the tent's opening flap, peeking with only one eye. PFT Tesha, are you scared to sleep by yourself in the tent? I chuckled. Absolutely not. I was just suggesting, for both of our safety, what the best choice would be. She insisted, leaning out, nearly tumbling out of the tent. If that's the case, then I'll hide up in the tree and continue to be on the lookout. You know, for our safety, I winked. Ooh, she hid back herself inside the tent before muttering softly, I'm scared to sleep by myself. Smiling to myself, I opened the flap and crawled inside the tent. Caught by surprise, Tesha let out a small yelp before immediately lying down with her back to me. Seeing how red her ears were, I easily could see myself enjoying teasing the poor elf. After a few silent moments, she peeked over her shoulder. Can I hold onto your shirt? Seeing her trembling, I remembered that she was just a child. I couldn't imagine how hard it must have been for her getting kidnapped, being separated from her family and carried off, not knowing if she'll ever see them again. Scooting closer to her, I gave her head another soft pat as she turned her body and clutched the edge of my tattered shirt. Her eyes closed in content, and after a few minutes, I hear her breathing turn rhythmic, as I began drifting off to sleep too, still sitting up. My eyes fluttered open on its own, and it took a few seconds to remember where I was. I looked down to see Tesha's head on my lap, her body curled up comfortably. Gently shaking her awake, I whispered, Tesha, we should head out now. She slowly stirred awake, but when she realized the position we were in, her body shot up with a surprised shriek. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Was I heavy? Don't worry about it. Let's fold up the tent, I replied with a wry smile. Her cheeks slightly pink, she nodded in response, and we began packing everything up before resuming our journey. A few more days had passed by fairly uneventfully when out of nowhere I was struck with deep aches in my abdomen. The first pains occurred on the third day of the trip. We were inside the tent, Tess already fast asleep, when a sudden searing ache spread from my sternum. It disappeared soon enough, but even that brief moment caused a pain that left me in shivers. Besides that, the most exciting occurrence was when a couple of forest hounds tried to get close, but a throw of my mana-reinforced knife chased them away. Nights passed as I continued sleeping in the tent with Tesha and her growing more comfortable around me, at least comfortable enough not to get embarrassed every time she woke up. Our conversations became more natural and had less awkward silence as she began joking around with me, even teasing me about the way I talk. In her words, she said that I tried too hard to sound like an adult. Fortunately, my worries that the wave of pain might occur again went. Our pace wasn't impeded by any tree golems or even stronger mana beasts looking for children to snack on. Can you tell how far we are from Elenoir now, Tesha? I asked on a particularly clear morning on the 5th day of our journey. Her elongated ears twitched as she began surveying her surroundings. Suddenly, she ran to a particularly crooked tree and ran her fingers over the trunk. A few minutes of silence went by before she came, visibly excited. That tree is one I used to come with my grandfather sometimes. I remember carving my name into the trunk of the tree when he wasn't looking. We're not too far anymore. I think that if we quicken our pace a little bit, we'll be able to make it by tonight, she said, pointing to the tree. Sounds good, I answered, following behind her. As lovely as the journey had been, I needed to make my plans to somehow get home, and that wouldn't be possible until I got her home. Although I admit I'd probably miss her after this. Arthur, you said your family and the people close to you called you Art. I feel that through this journey, I've gotten close enough to call you that as well. We were crossing a stream atop a moss-covered log bridge when she suddenly stopped. So, can I call you Art as well? Tesha turned around, revealing a wide smile. I'm sure I don't mind, I said, returning her smile. You don't mind? You could sound a bit more enthusiastic. She stuck her tongue out at me. I would be honored to be called Art by you, your highness. I made a bow gracious enough for a noble despite my tattered clothes. Hee, and you may also have the honor to call me Tess, she giggled, curtsying back at me before turning back around and hopping off the log. We continued on the rest of the day, with only a few quick stops to rest ourselves and replenish our stomachs. Constant use of mana rotation had kept my body from being strained, but it was obvious that Tess was growing more weary. After our last quick rest on a soft patch of moss, we continued forward for the last stretch. Tess and I had gotten a lot closer on this journey. The once shy and reserved elf girl showed bright smiles that were contagious despite our less than comfortable conditions. She would continue teasing me too, saying that I should call her older sister since she was a whole year older than I was. I teased her back, imitating her when she was crying, rubbing my eyes and yelling, "Waa, mommy, I'm scared." This turned her bright red. She smacked my arm before she started to pout. Crossing her arms and lower lip protruding, she stomped off before yelling, "HMPH. Meanie, It was dusk now and the fog around us seemed to be getting thicker. My sense of direction was all but useless in this blasted forest. Enough so that if I were to get separated from Tess, I could wind up traveling in circles without even realizing it. She suddenly turned to me, her face a mixture of happiness and hesitation before she muttered, "We're here." Looking around, the only things visible were clusters of trees and fog. Confused, I was about to ask where we were, but I stopped myself when I saw Tess placing both her palms on a tree and muttering a chant. Suddenly, the fog around us was sucked into the same tree, and what came into vision was a giant wooden door that seemed to be propped up by itself on the ground. Tess grabbed my hand and pulled me towards the door. When she opened it, I was reminded of the portal that Sylvia had pushed me through. The experience didn't feel any better the second time, but I at least knew what to expect. As we softly landed on our feet, arriving at our destination, I immediately rummaged through my bag to make sure I still had the stone Sylvia entrusted me with. It was only after confirming that it was still there did I finally look up and take in the scene around us. Pristine, that was the word that popped into my head as I gawked at the elven city. It appeared we had directly teleported right past the gates. What I saw before me were buildings that seemed to be built out of a jade-like material. These jade buildings were so flawless and smooth that each seemed to be carved from a single, huge stone. Making this place look even more awe-inspiring were the huge trees that intertwined with the buildings, filling this whole city with a more distinctive and organic ambience. Looking up, I see homes built on unnaturally thick branches, extending out of the massive trunks even larger than the buildings with smoke drifting out of their chimneys. While I stood, slack-jawed, still processing the world around me, a shadow whizzed in front of me suddenly, jolting me awake. Tess was still holding onto my hand when a group of what seemed like guards arrived out of nowhere. These elven warriors emanated a dignified air, all dressed in coordinated black suits with green trimmings and a golden shoulder guard on their left shoulder. These 5 guards all carried a rapier strapped to their waist. I mentally noted that these guards had no sensible aura radiating out of them. Augmenters and conjurers both naturally emit a faint aura from their bodies. The fact I wasn't able to sense any mana leaking meant one of two things. Their mana cores were at a high enough level where I wasn't able to sense it, or they had enough control over their mana to not let any leak out. Either way, it meant that these guys were as impressive as their attire made them look. The guards ignored my presence as they suddenly kneeled in front of Tess in unison. We welcome back the royal princess. My gaze flicked back and forth between the guards and Tess, and I'm reminded of the time when I jokingly called Tesha, Your Highness. Tesha was actually the princess of this whole kingdom. When I tried to let go of Tesha's hand, she suddenly squeezed her hand tighter. In a voice so cold and apathetic that I mistook her voice for someone else's, she said, You may rise. They stood up with their right fist still crossing their chest when the knight in front speaks. Princess, we arrived as soon as we saw that the royal teleportation gate had been used. The king and queen are. Before he could finish speaking, I heard a cry not too far away. My baby. Tesha, you're okay. Oh, my baby. Running towards us was a middle-aged man and woman. From the crown on the man's head and the tiara encircling the woman's forehead, I assumed that they were the king and queen. The king's tall, built body was uniformed in a loose, decorated robe. His emerald eyes were pointed upwards and his thin lips were tensed, matching his short, military-style hair. While the king had a dignified but somewhat reserved appearance, the queen was breathtaking. Although she was a bit past her youthful stage, her age couldn't mask the beauty that she was. Her round eyes shimmered a light blue hue, contrasting well with her lush, pink-colored lips. Her silver hair was curled down, flailing past her back as she ran towards us, her well-proportioned figure visible underneath her dress. The mother's cheeks were lined with tears as the father had a tense expression that looked like he was holding back tears as well. I turned my gaze to see Tesha's face visibly soften as she started tearing up as well. I let go of her hand and gently pushed her towards her parents, feeling a little sentimental myself. Tesha landed in the arms of her mother, who started sobbing at this point on their knees, both burying their face in their daughter's shoulders. The last to arrive was an old man well past his prime. His facial features are all sharp, with a gaze that could kill someone on contact. His hair was pure white and was tied in the back, face cleanly shaven. This elderly man didn't say anything, but his eyes did warm up a little when he saw Tesha. It took us several minutes for Tesha and her parents to settle down. In the meantime, the guards were glaring at me with daggers in their eyes, as even the elder was eyeing me curiously. His tone was gentle but implied that there wasn't really an option, so I simply nodded in consent. As I was about to follow behind them, Tesha came to me and grabbed my hand again, filling the surrounding people with expressions of shock. I couldn't help but chuckle uncomfortably as I scratched the side of my head, unable to muster up the appropriate words for a situation like this. After a strenuously awkward ride that seemed a lot longer than it actually had been, we arrived at the castle. Rather than a castle, however, it looked to be an enormous tree. This tree, that probably needed at least a few hundred people locking arms to encircle it, was made of a white stone that, I could only guess, had gone through a petrification process somehow. Stepping through the front doors of the tree, I was pleasantly surprised to see how impressive the interior of this castle was. There were two curved staircases that created a circle, with a gigantic chandelier floating in the middle of it. This chandelier seemed to be made of the same orbs of light that were dotted throughout the city. I had told the king and queen that it wasn't necessary for me to rest, and would rather tell them as soon as we arrived, so that's what we did. Not even washing up, the welcoming crew was all situated around the rectangular dining table downstairs. Tesha's father was on the far end of the table with me directly opposite of him. Tesha's mother sat perpendicular to her husband, with Tesha seated right next to her. The grandpa was sitting across from the mother and daughter, leaving a pretty big gap between us, while the 5 guards stood off to the side behind the king. With both his elbows resting on the table, fingers intertwined, the king was the first to speak. "Child, what did you say your name was? Forgive me for the late introduction." "My name is Arthur Lewin, and I come from a remote town in the kingdom of Sapin. A pleasure to make your acquaintance, king, queen, elder, and gentleman." I stood up and bowed slightly at each of them individually before sitting back down. Discussion wasn't going to progress if they were going to treat me like a child. Both the king and queen and the guards in the back showed evident looks of surprise from my mature behavior, while even the grandpa had an amused smirk on his face, Tesha giving me a shy smile. Regaining composure, the king continued on. "It seems you are much more mature than your age. Forgive me for assuming. My name is Aldwin Aralith, and this is my wife, Muriel Aralith, and my father, Virion Aralith. As for what happened, please tell us. We would like to hear your side of this." Waving off the apology, I began telling the story. I made sure to be very vague in telling them how I got inside the forest of Elshire in the first place. I simply told them I had gotten separated from my family after running into bandits, only managing to survive out of luck. Inevitably, I had to tell them I was a mage. This was followed by another wave of looks of utter disbelief from everyone, including Tesha. Because of the lack of obstacles we ran into on our journey back, I never really had the need to use mana, so I didn't bother explaining. One of the guards told me that I was a liar, and to prove that I was actually a mage when, unexpectedly, Tesha's grandfather shut him down. He then clasped his hands together on the table and looked at me with a renewed, eerie interest. I quickly moved on, telling them how I had spotted a carriage and observed them carrying a tied-up child into the back of a carriage before going off. At this, the king slammed both of his hands on the table, his eyes narrowing into a menacing glare. I should have known it was humans. I corrected his mildly racist comment and said they were slave traders. Them and bandits alike prey on, not just elves, but humans as well, speaking as a victim myself. This caused the king to shut his mouth before sitting back down, letting out a soft cough. I didn't ask Tess, the princess, this, but I am curious as to how slave traders even got their hands on the princess of this kingdom. I queried, almost calling Tesha by her nickname. I didn't think calling her something so informal as Tess would sit right with everyone present. At this, the king almost looked embarrassed before saying, "My wife and I had a bit of a disagreement with Tesha, and she decided to rebel by running away. We had decided to let her cool off a bit before fetching her back because we knew where she usually stayed when she pouted, but unfortunately she ran into some slave traders. Ah, runaway princess." I sneak in a small grin at Tess, and she responded by sticking out her tongue, face flushed. I glazed over the details of the fight with the slave traders. Luckily, I had caught the slave traders by surprise and managed to dispose of them before untying the princess and escorting her here. So a 4-year-old managed to, luckily, kill off 4 adults, one being an augmenter at that, and you simply wave it off like it's no big deal, chimes in the king's father seated across from Tesha, leaning back on the chair so only 2 of the legs are touching the ground. Yes. Half of them were asleep and the 2 were simply not on guard, so disposing of them was not too challenging. I refuted back. The elder just responded with a lazy shrug of his shoulder. After finishing the events, I cleared my throat before asking what I came here for. As I have mentioned, it has been almost 2 months since I have seen my parents. I do not plan to intrude on your kingdom for long as I wish to meet them quickly, so I was wondering if you guys had a teleportation gate that could take me to the city of Zyrus or anywhere inside Sapin. You're going to leave already, Art. Tesha shot up from her seat, face stricken with panic. Both her mother and father gave each other a baffled look as they mouthed, "Art." The elder just shot snide grin at this and chuckled, rocking on his chair. "I don't think it's appropriate for a human such as myself to be inside this kingdom for too long, princess. Besides, I wish to make sure that my family is safe and tell them I'm okay as well," I answered, giving a sheepish smile. The king responds back for Tesha. "It has been a couple 100 years since the last human has stepped foot into the kingdom of Elenoir, and you, Arthur, are the first human to be in the capital of this kingdom, the city of Zestier. However, saving our daughter and taking the trouble to accompany her all the way back to us entitles you with a proper reward." I take a quick peek at Tesha and see her head down, her gunmetal silver hair covering her face. Unfortunately, the teleportation gate linked with the Kingdom of Sapin opens only once every 7 years for the summit conference between the three races. Since the last summit was 2 years ago, it'll be another 5 years until the gate will function, the king continued. I couldn't help but let out a deep breath in disappointment. However, we are more than willing to send a group of guards to escort you back home. You are correct that it may not be wise to stay in this kingdom for too long. While some are tolerant, many hold animosity towards humans because of the war long ago. He flashed a brief, sorrowful smile at this. I nodded in agreement. At least I'd be able to safely go back home. For now, please make yourself at home here. We will have your escorts prepared by tomorrow morning. I do advise you not to wander around outside in the city, though, for the reasons mentioned earlier. The king snapped his finger, and an elderly elf lady in a tan-made uniform rushed out, leading me to my room. The room I was led to was large, but elegantly simple in furnishings. While the only furniture consisted of a couch, tea table, bed, and dresser, each looked to be handcrafted out of wood by seasoned craftsmen. As soon as I got into the room, I closed the door behind me, stripped, and went straight for the bathroom. The shower was a pleasant surprise. It was a simple waterfall that seemed to naturally flow from the ceiling and drain back out in the floor. However, the constant flow of water that didn't seem to ever turn off was a surprisingly pleasant temperature, just warm enough to relax my body and pores. As I finished dressing into a very silky robe just for your top and short pants, I placed the stone Sylvia left me inside the chest pocket inside my robe and once again tried to study my mana core. About 30 minutes in and making only minimal progress, I hear a knock on my door. Coming. Opening the door, I'm greeted by a pouting Tesha who threw a light punch at my chest. You dummy. Why did you act all unfriendly when you were with my family back there? She harumphed, slipping past me and sitting on my bed. Well, first of all, you didn't mention to me that you happen to be the princess of this entire kingdom. Shaking my head, I gripped Tesha's hand and pulled her out of my room. Kids or not, I didn't think her parents were going to like her being in a boy's room. Come on, show me around the castle. I won't get the chance to visit this place again. I immediately regretting saying this. I hear a slight sniffle as Tesha suddenly broke down into tears, trying to talk while sobbing. Art, I don't want you to sniff, leave. You're the first sniff person I've got ever close to. I just gently patted her head while she was rubbing her eyes with the arm not holding onto my hand. As we continued walking in silence, except for Tess' soft sniffles, we made it outside in the courtyard at the back of the castle. The floating orbs were giving off a dim, luminescent glow, lighting up the well-kept garden in a gentle atmosphere. I couldn't help but imagine how differently this scene could have been played out if we were 10 years older. Before I even had the chance to finish my thought, a blatantly clear killing intent bombarded my senses. Milliseconds later, a faint glimmer gave off the position of a projectile aimed at Tesha. I pushed the still-crying princess out of the way, and I prepared to parry the projectile with a mana-infused hand. At that instant, a figure in black was facing my back, his right arm in a stance to attack. Grabbing the projectile, I immediately spun myself to block the assassin with whatever was thrown at me. To my surprise, I was face to face with Tesha's grandfather. I jumped back out of range from before, angrily shouting, "What the hell? Why are you trying to kill us? Kid, it may hurt a little, but I doubt that toy you're holding could kill anyone," he chuckled. I looked down at my hand to see a pencil-sized projectile with both ends blunted and coated in a layer of something close to rubber. I was tricked. Haha, nice reaction, nice reaction. I didn't think you'd catch my little present and use it to block my next attack. Truly marvelous. However, your usage of mana was mediocre at best. He proceeded to throw me a wooden sword fit for my size as he took out a wooden sword of his own, just a bit bigger. Here I come. Not even giving me the time to get in a stance or even the chance to accept his impromptu training, he dashed towards me, this crazy old bat. I lowered stance and instead of being defensive, I launched myself at him as well, accelerating my speed to throw off the timing of his swing. Aiming for the fingers gripping his sword, I swung upward, reinforcing my entire body. Right before my sword came into contact with his hand, I was met with only air as he disappeared from my sight. Whipping my head back, I spotted him a couple meters apart from where I was standing. You're a scary little brat, aren't you? Looks like I'll have to be a bit more serious. The grandpa smirked. His speed increased even more. Even with my previous life being a life of only training and battles, I was only barely able to keep him in my sight. However, being able to see him and being able to respond to his attacks are two different things. I felt like a sandbag as I could only curse at my own body. I was able to block one move of his out of every 3 he landed on my body. Screw technique, this old bat was messing with me through sheer speed. The only reason I was able to somewhat keep up was by using sword techniques and footwork to minimize my movement, along with the fact that, because of my size, I was a small target. After about 10 long minutes of being treated like a wooden training post, I started noticing some patterns in the grandpa's attacks. As he flashed behind me about to do a horizontal sweep to my legs, I put all of my strength into my legs and leaped back with my sword tucked into my armpit pointing at his head. With a solid thud created from my blow landing, the old bat stumbled a little before gaining balance. H-A-H-A-H-A, I guess I deserved that one, he laughed, rubbing his swollen forehead. Throughout all of this, Tesha was surprised at first, but after realizing it was just a spar, she settled down. She used this chance, though, to jump out and stomp towards the elder. Grandpa, you hurt Art too much. You should have gone easier on him, pinching the elder's side. Ah, that hurts, little one. Haha, I'm afraid if I went easier on Arthur, he'd be the one bullying me, he gently answered as he picked up his granddaughter. He flashed in front of me and suddenly places his right palm into my sternum, just as I thought. Your body is in a dangerous state. I stared blankly at him. Through constant use of mana rotation and meditation, my body should be a lot healthier than even the most well-fed 4-year-old. Virion, noticing my doubtful gaze, pressed his palm on my sternum at a certain angle, triggering a familiar searing pain. Your mana manipulation is good for a beginner despite your age, and your sword techniques and fighting experience are frightening enough to make me wonder what sort of life you had led to learn all of this. His eyes narrowed. But you failed to mention one critical thing in your story earlier. I could feel my heartbeat beginning to rise as I started to suspect that he found out about Sylvia. I've decided. Arthur, become my disciple. He nodded, throwing me entirely off guard. I just stared at him, dumbfounded. What was this old bat saying? What? You can't be serious, right? I managed to blurt out. He just tilted his head in response. Why not? For one thing, I'm a human. Is it even allowed to have humans in this kingdom? Also, I need to make sure my family is okay and tell them I'm still alive, I refuted. At this, the grandpa went silent as he pondered a little bit before speaking again. Living here isn't a problem as long as you're under my name. As for your parents, Brat, is it an absolute necessity to meet them in person? It was my turn to ponder this time. I mean, I guess it isn't strictly a necessity for me to meet my parents in person. Although I miss them, the most important thing is finding out how they're doing and letting them know that I'm fine if they are as well, I answered. Then come with me tomorrow morning, be outside the manor by 6 in the morning, sharp. Before he turned to leave, I stopped him. Wait. I don't get why you want me as your disciple. Also, you sound awfully hurried. Isn't it possible for me to go back home and spend a bit of time with my parents before coming back here to train under you? I want you to be my disciple because I see your potential. Kid, an uncountable number of people have asked me to take them in as their disciple, from rich to poor, from young to old. But do you know how many I've taken in so far? None. These new generation brats bore me. Just because some of the wealthy, noble brats' parents thought their kid was special, they thought they were qualified to ask me to be their mentor. I just furrowed my brows, not knowing where Tesha's grandpa is going with this. You're different. I know you have exceptional talent in mana manipulation, and only God knows how, but you possess better technique than even I. But that isn't the reason why I decided on teaching you. Brat, I need to ask you, how are you a beast tamer? Any sort of amusement that had been on his face previously was all but gone, as his sharp facial feature emitted a deathly gaze. Beast tamer, what are you talking about? I was really confused. Although it was getting well into the night and the elder had already sent Tesha into sleep, it didn't seem like this conversation was going to end soon. Let's go back inside and talk, he said, leading me to a living room with couches and a roaring fireplace. Sitting down on a couch, he continued. Let's start from the beginning. I assume you know that mana beasts possess mana cores just like humans, elves, and dwarves, right? I nodded at this. Right, just like mana beasts, humans, elves, and dwarves possess qualities in their mana cores that are distinct to their own race. He picked up a piece of paper and began drawing a chart. Water, ice. Plant, earth, gravity. Magma, metal. Fire, lightning. Wind, sound. These are the 4 basic elements and their higher forms. The higher forms, ice, metal, lightning, sound, can only be controlled by mages especially adept at a particular basic element, i.e. a deviant. This is where the distinct racial qualities lie. He wrote a brief description under each race. Humans. Human mages possess the ability to manipulate all 4 basic elements and are the only race capable of having deviants that can control the higher form of their adept element. They also have deviants that can even transcend the 4 basic elements, like healers emitters, making their mana cores the most diverse. Elves. Elven mages can only manipulate water, wind, and earth, but with much higher affinity. We also have a special trait distinct to our race that allows very pure-blooded mages to control plants. However, elves don't have deviants that can manipulate water, wind, and earth into their higher forms. Dwarves. Dwarven mages can only manipulate earth and fire, but like elves, they possess a much higher affinity to those 2 elements. Their distinct trait lies in the fact that all dwarves are able to mold and bend metal, while some deviants possess the special ability to manipulate both earth and fire into magma, something even human deviants are not able to do, much less elves. However, they can only manipulate those two basic elements and, like elves, do not possess the ability to control the higher form of the basic elements. Wait, I'm not getting all of this. Why can't humans manipulate plants and magma? I asked while reading his handy info chart. Good question. Only elves can manipulate plant, which is the only form of nature that is alive, because of our lineage being highly affinitive to the nurturing elements. Only the dwarf race can manipulate magma and metal because, like us elves, their lineage makes them highly adept to the constructing elements. I started subconsciously rubbing the bridge of my nose as my brain whirled. Okay, I get the differences between the three races, but what does that have to do with me being a beast tamer? What does that even mean anyway? I'm getting to that, brat, he barked. Mana beasts are different from the three humanoid races because each species have their own special characteristics. Listing all of them would be endless, so I'll give you a simple example. Mages, adventurers or not, are classified EDCBAAASSS class. This classification is the same for mana beasts as well. Take the Sonic Hawk. They are B-class beasts that possess incredible speed while in flight. They all have to affinity for wind and sound. These attributes are innate in their mana cores. Regardless of their affinity, if these mana cores are taken out and given to a human or elf mage that specialize in the wind element, their training will go by much faster than just cultivating mana from their surroundings, but that's it. I impatiently waited as Elder Virion gulped down a glass of water before continuing. However, when a mana beast reaches a class or higher, they have the ability to pass on their will or ability to be more precise to one person. I called you a beast tamer earlier because you have a mana beast's will in your mana core, and from my estimation, not just any will but an S-class mana beast's will if not an SS-class will. I'm only able to sense this because I'm a beast tamer as well, although the beast's will that I tamed was an AA-class beast, the Shadow Panther. So that's how he was able to be so unusually fast. Noticing the look of revelation on my face, Elder Virion just chuckled. Yes, brat, I was able to bully you that badly by utilizing my Shadow Panther's will, but I only used around 50 of my speed. He shot me a wink. He was able to go even faster. Everything was beginning to make sense, the strange, faint markings that appeared on my mana core after Sylvia gouged through it, and how she said my future progress would depend on understanding her power. My eyes welled up with tears as I lowered my head, trying to keep my tears from falling. You must have been through a lot, child. I'm not going to push you for an answer, but the reason why it is urgent for me to guide you is because you don't have much time, he said in a warm but stern voice. What do you mean? I sniffled, looking up at him. The power from your mana core is too strong for your immature body to handle. Let me ask you this, boy. Have you recently felt a burning pain coming from your mana core? The look on my face must have confirmed his suspicions because he nodded solemnly. If you don't learn to control your new mana core, it'll destroy your body. His eyes looked straight at me, dissolving any doubt I may have had. I understand. It seems I have no choice but to be under your guidance. However, I don't think I would be able to focus on training without making sure that my family is all right and that they know I'm safe too. You mentioned something about that earlier. I say, trying to put my emotions under control. Haha, just call me Grandpa from now on. My first disciple should at least be able to call me that. And who knows, maybe I'll become your grandpa-in-law. He shot me another wink. He chuckled as my eyes widened in response before continuing. We'll go see an old friend of mine tomorrow that'll take care of your worries. What I need from you starting now is your utmost diligence. Even I'm not sure how long it'll take for you to master the basics of your beast's will. In my 200 years of living, I've never seen such a young mage, let alone a beast tamer at that. You're going to bring big changes into this world, brat. I just know it. I just scratched my cheek's hot from embarrassment. Go to sleep now, brat. Tomorrow is going to be a long day. You'll need the rest. I got up and bowed before wishing him good night. Good night, Grandpa. He chuckled, waving me off, and I plopped into my bed, too tired to even get under the covers. I roused from my sleep, grunting, feeling a heavy sensation weighing down on my body. Were they my worries, my burdens, the expectations placed on me? Are these weighing down on me even as I slept? Morning art. Wake up. I open my eyes and see that my burdens have taken the form of a lovely young lady very similar in appearance to my friend Tess. Come on, sleepyhead. You need to meet Grandpa soon. Hey, don't go back to sleep. She bounced up and down, still straddled on top of me. Did she not know how indecent this may look to others? The innocence of youth. I get it. I'm up, Tess. Please get down from my stomach so I can get up. I groaned, still half asleep. Art, your hair looks funny. Hey, is it true you're going to be staying here for a while? Grandpa told me this morning. I'm so happy. You're really staying, right? Right, Tess exclaimed with a wide smile pasted on her cute face. How the hell was she so energetic this early in the morning? Trying to tame my bed hair, I responded. We'll know for sure after my trip with Elder Virion, but most likely it seems I'll be bothering you for a bit longer, Princess. She stabbed my side with her finger, not Princess. Tess, I'm going to get upset if you don't treat me better. Damn it, she looked so cute with her pouting face. All right. I have to shower and get ready, so unless you want to see me naked, I think you should leave the room, Tess. I waggled my eyebrows lewdly. Eek. I'm leaving, you pervert. I could see her ears turn scarlet as she scurried out of the room. I didn't think that worked so well. My 4-year-old body hasn't even matured any of its manly parts anyhow. I just shrugged and hopped into the shower to get ready, making sure to keep the feather-wrapped stone inside my robe. As I made my way down the flight of curved stairs, a butler opened the front door for me, and I spotted a small carriage with Grandpa Virion and Tess inside. Father. It is not appropriate for a human to be residing within this kingdom. I heard the king and queen talking to Grandpa Virion as he is lazily leaned back inside the carriage. Bah, screw traditions. I've taken a liking to that brat, and so has Tesha, haven't you, child? He snorted. Gee, Grandpa, it's not like that. He's just... Her voice trailed off at the end, face glowing. Ha ha ha, anyways. He's going to be under my direct guidance from now on, so make sure to let everyone know that he is not to be trifled with. Father. Enough, this is not up for discussion. Oh, brat, you're here, come, we should hurry. His expression changed into a smile immediately after seeing me. I nodded and hopped into the carriage, avoiding the frowns that the king and queen were giving me. A little into the journey, I asked Grandpa Virion, "Hey, Gramps, where are we headed anyway? You said we were meeting a friend of yours, right? Haha, Gramps, eh? Well, aren't you awfully comfortable with me now? Good. As for where we're going, it's a surprise." He threw in a wink. Tesha has fallen asleep with her head leaning against my shoulder. She must have been tired from waking up so early. Take good care of her, Art. She grew up in a very lonely environment, he quietly mutters. A look of compassion filled his eyes as he looked at his sleeping granddaughter. What do you mean? Growing up as the only princess of an entire kingdom is very stressful, too much for a child to handle. Growing up with no close friends, it was hard on her. She had gotten hurt too many times by people pretending to befriend her, only to use her for their personal gains. This has made Tesha into someone cold and distant to those around her. Imagine how surprised we all were when we saw you two holding hands. He continues. Yeah, I noticed when I heard her talk to the guards, I added. This was the first time Grandpa Virion ever initiated physical contact with me besides sparring, which caught me by surprise. The carriage came to a gentle halt before the driver opened our carriage door to inform us of our arrival. Hey Tess, we're here, I whispered, gently nudging her. She eventually stirred awake and we get out of the carriage, arriving at what could only be considered a dainty hut. Hey, you old witch, come out, Grandpa Virion suddenly yelled while knocking on the door. Suddenly the door flew open to reveal a hunched elderly lady with gray hair that seemed like it was struck by lightning and wrinkled eyes that were strangely a mixture of multiple colors, all blending together. Dressed in a simple brown robe, she peered down at me with a studying eye. Took you long enough to get here, she scowled. Ha, Arthur, let me introduce you to Rinia Darkhassen. She's a very special deviant amongst us elves, Grandpa Virion announces. It's good seeing you again, Virion. Charming as always, little Tesha, she smiled, patting Tess's head. Looking at me, she stuck out her hand. We finally meet young Arthur. I am Rinia, a diviner. Grandpa Virion, Tesha, Rinia and I were currently all situated around a circular table with a jar of water in the middle. Elder Rinia, you said that you were a diviner, correct? I'm a little lost as to what it is you can do. Gramps said that I'd be able to find out if my parents are okay by seeing you. I asked, staring curiously at the jar of water. Kekek, Gramps, huh? Virion, you've really let yourself go if you're letting youngsters like him call you that, she snickered. Bah. He's an exception. If any other brat dares to call me something like Gramps, I'll have them hung upside down and beaten with a cactus. He grinned back, looking at me. How painfully descriptive. Glaring at me, she barked, Brat. You don't even know where your parents are, but you want to travel all over Sapin, find them and then come back to train. You'd be already dead by the time you make yourself back here. I looked at Grandpa Virion. Did he tell her? Almost as if he knew what I was thinking, he chuckled. I didn't tell Rinia any of this. There isn't much you can hide from her, but usually she doesn't bother looking into a person. What made you so nosy, Rinia? Gramps said, directing a worried gaze towards the elderly lady. You and I both know he's special. So special, in fact, that there are parts of his life that even I can't see. Arthur, whatever the beast that passed its will onto you is, it's not an ordinary beast. Limiting it to an SS class wouldn't give it justice. She pondered for a bit before continuing. Enough about that, though. Arthur, you're here to see your parents, so that's what I'll help you do. Close your eyes for a moment and picture your parents. Focus on their appearance and their mana signature. I'll take care of the rest. I closed my eyes and imagined the last scene I had of them both together, my father badly wounded and my mother healing him. Okay, you can open your eyes now. I looked at her to see the color of her eyes swirling. The water was floating out of the jar and was swirling around, forming a spiraling disc. Suddenly, I see my parents in the water. The chair I was sitting on is flipped back as I bolted up, leaning as close to the table. I saw my mother and father together, sitting around a dining table. It didn't seem to be our home in Ashbur. My mother's face was a bit paler and was currently saying something to my father. I could see she's lost a bit of weight, but otherwise looked pretty healthy. Her stomach, it's pretty evident now that she was pregnant by the fairly noticeable bulge on her belly. My father looked the same. He's wearing some kind of uniform now though and was sporting a beard. I could feel hot tears running uncontrollably down my face at this point, as I didn't dare peeling my eyes off of the image of my parents. They're alive, they're doing okay, they're fine. She looked a little uncomfortable at my sincerity and just waved it off. Let me see where they are now. The image zoomed out and I could see the outside of where they're living. Just as I had suspected, it was definitely not our home in Ashbur. Zooming out even more, I could see the layout of the city that they're staying in. It seems like they've made their home in Zyrus. That makes things simpler for us, she says, a content look on her face. Tess, obviously worried about me crying, was patting my back, but her gaze didn't leave the swirling water. Art's parents, I faintly heard her mumble. Grandpa Virion clapped his hands together and stood up. Okay, Arthur, let's let your parents know that you're alive. According to Grandpa Virion, strict regulations controlled communications between the kingdom of Elenwar and Sapin. However, Rinia, being a diviner not discovered by the kingdom of Sapin, allowed us a certain unregulated freedom in a sense. How this process will work is that I will pour some of my innate mana into you, establishing a temporary link. When I give you the signal, start speaking as if you're talking to your parents. It's important to know that they will hear your voice inside their heads, so they may not believe what you're saying at first. Make sure to get them to believe that it really is you that's speaking to them and that they're not going crazy. Remember, we're just doing this to let them know you're still alive. I'm going to emit your voice directly into both your parents' minds. I can't keep the connection up for long, so say what you need to within 2 minutes, she asserted, a serious gaze from her eyes. Nodding at this, I prepare myself as well. Begin, now. Her whole body began glowing the same color as her eyes, and I could see the same glow spreading onto me as well. Taking a deep breath, I started talking. Hi Mom, hi Dad, it's me, your son Arthur. You're probably really surprised that you're hearing my voice inside your head, huh? Well, there's a reason for that. Before that though, I want you to know that I'm alive and safe. Again, I'm alive and well, Mom, Dad. I managed to survive the fall off the cliff, and I'm currently living in the kingdom of Elenwar with the elves. Please don't tell anyone else this. I don't have much time, so I'll only say the things most crucial. A friend of mine is a deviant like you, Mom, except she's a diviner, so I was able to see how you guys are doing just now as well. She's also the one that is allowing you guys to be able to hear my voice. I want to go back to you guys as soon as possible, but I can't right now. No, I'm safe and alive right now, but I have a sort of illness inside my body that I need to get rid of before I am able to go back. Don't worry, as long as I stay here and have the elves treat me, I'm 100 okay. So please don't worry. I don't know when I'll be able to talk to you guys like this again, but what's important is that I'm alive and I know you guys are as well. Dad, Mom, both of you guys should be hearing my voice right now, so confirm it with each other if you still can't believe this. Remember, don't tell anyone where I am right now. Better yet, just keep it as if I was still dead to make things simpler. It may take months or even years for me to be able to go back, but just be sure that I will be going back home. I love you guys Sniff so much and I miss you. Stay safe, and Dad, make sure to keep Mom and my baby sibling safe. Mom Sniff, please make sure Dad doesn't get into trouble. Your son Art. I had trouble keeping my eyes open from the tears that continuously poured down. I simply stood silent, rubbing my eyes as I did all I could from breaking down. The glow faded around both of us, and Elder Rinia collapsed back into her chair, sweating and pale. Train well and continue to cherish those close to you, child. That's how you'll thank me. Also, don't forget to drop in once in a while. This grandma here gets lonely, Kekek, she answered with a weak smile. I gave her a tight hug, making her almost jump. She eventually succumbed to my cuteness and hugged me in return before shooing all of us away. While we were walking out, I noticed Tess pouting a little, looking at my chest. By the time we had arrived back at the castle, it was already dark. A maid greeted us on arrival, but before I had the chance to go back into my room, I saw the king and queen. The king came up to me first. Arthur, I know you overheard what we were saying earlier today and I apologize for that. Years of being a king has made me a bit old-fashioned, and I was unreasonably stubborn on you not belonging here. The queen continued for her husband, holding my hands in hers. You are now Elder Virion's first disciple. This gives you more than enough reason for all of us to accept you. Even if that fact didn't exist, you still saved our daughter. Please consider this place your home. I know you miss your parents dearly, but if I can be of any consolation, don't hesitate and treat me as you would your own mother, she said, giving me a sincere smile. Papa, Mama, Tess says with her hands covering her mouth. She then ran up to them and hugged them both. I smiled back, thanking them as well. They were good people that were simply looking out for their kingdom. Smiling behind us, Grandpa Virion nodded at all of us in approval before exclaiming, Brat, training starts tomorrow, so sleep early. I woke up from an immense pain covering my body. Cold sweat had already covered my body as the feeling of my body burning intensifies. Arg, I clutched my body tight, trying to endure when the door suddenly swings open and Grandpa Virion runs towards me. It's getting worse. He placed both hands on my sternum, where my mana core is located, before starting to emit his own mana into me. Slowly, the pain subsided and I was left panting, my clothes drenched in sweat. Without looking up, he replied, "It's a bit early, but let's start training now." Looking out the window, I noticed that the sun had yet to even rise. I probably wasn't going to be able to fall asleep again, so I nodded and followed him out into the courtyard. Sitting cross-legged, he took a long look at me before explaining, "Until now, you've been purifying your mana core and manipulating your mana using your mana channels. While for normal mages this method is sufficient, for beast tamers we can't rely on this approach. Instead, we do something called assimilation." I sat down facing him. My face must have tipped him off that I had no idea what he was talking about. "Haha, don't worry, you'll know soon enough. What it essentially is integrating the mana from your core directly into your body's bones and muscles, hence the method, assimilation. Unfortunately, throughout the period of assimilating, your mana core won't develop at all, but that isn't the point of this. Once the mana from your new core is absorbed throughout your body, you'll be able to start utilizing whatever power your beasts will had. So this is what Sylvia meant. Throughout this whole journey through the forest of Elshire and meeting the royal family and Grandpa Virion, I couldn't help but think that Sylvia had somehow planned all of this out. Slowly release the mana out of your core and don't be tempted to use your mana channels. Instead, let it seep out into your body and slowly have all of your muscles and bones absorb the mana. This will take time and effort, but throughout this process, your mana core should reject your body less and less, Virion instructed. There isn't much I can help you with for the first part of your training, except making sure your mana is distributed evenly throughout your body and relieving you when your body spasms like earlier. Training continued on with me meditating, dispersing the mana out of my core and into my body. I had gotten the hang of it after a few days, but I realized how long of a journey this would be. Directing my mana to form a core when I was an infant took a couple of years, but this was doing the exact opposite except with more mana and an extra step further of assimilating the mana directly into the muscles and bones. After several weeks of assimilation, my body acted up less frequently, and I was allowed to go out into the city. So after promising Tess that I'd go touring around the city of Zyrus, I went to sleep. Waiting outside my room was an adorably dressed Tess. She was wearing a white sleeveless sundress and a white sheer cardigan over it. The light pink-colored sun hat she wore over her head was decorated with a pale flower, giving her a very fresh and doll-like appearance. "Took you long enough. Hurry, let's hurry." She grabbed my hand, half dragging me as I fought my aching body to keep up with her pace. Seeing the city once again didn't distill the amazement I had when I had first arrived at Zyrus. As we got off the carriage and start walking, we took time to visit the numerous stalls and stores that the city had to offer. While the two of us were met with a lot stares from the fact that a human child is holding hands with their kingdom's only princess, it was a feeling I was used to since my previous life, so it didn't bother me. What bothered me, however, was that, while most of these gazes only held curiosity, some stares were filled with blatant hostility. Coming out of the armor shop, I had just moved out of the way for someone when an elven child bumps my shoulder. "HMPH, well, if it isn't the human brat that Elder Virion has taken under. I've heard all about you." "Gross, I got human germs on my clothes," he snidely remarked, a look of disgust pasted on his face. It is fairly obvious by the clothes of this child, who couldn't be much older than Tess, and the attendants along with the group of friends following behind him, that he was a noble. After spending so much time with Tess, I had almost forgotten how immature children were. I couldn't help but think that, whether they were an elf or a human, spoiled nobles always seem to act as if they've been taught out of the same manual. He then turned to face Tess, his facing transforming into a well-practiced smile as he offered her his hand. "Princess, it is below your level to be with this human brat. Allow me to escort you around," he urged, expecting Tess to receive his hand. Not even looking in his direction, Tess linked her arm with mine and coldly retorted, "Art, let's go. There's a bug in that direction and I don't want to accidentally step on it with my new shoes." As I was pulled away, I glanced back, shooting the noble kid a look of pity which seemed to infuriate him even more. "Hold it, brat, I'm not done with you," he shouted, running up to me and gripping my shoulder. "I heard you're pretty talented for a human mage. Around here I happen to be a pretty well-known genius myself. My mana core has already reached red stage, and aside from water manipulation, my mother said that I'll soon even be able to manipulate plants." I responded with my most sincere, yet blatantly sarcastic expression of surprise and worship. "Oh my word, Princess Tesha, it seems we are in the presence of pure genius here. I am not worthy." Tess let out a giggle, not even bothering to hide her amusement. "I'll be sure to give you proper respect, Lord Genius of the Elves, so if you'll excuse us." As I started leading Tess away, a handkerchief flew past us, landing on the ground. Turning back, I see the noble brat's face, red as a tomato, glaring at me as the attendants and friends all let out quiet gasps. How dare you initiate a duel with the disciple of Elder Virion? You may be of noble blood, Ferrith, but you should still know your place. Take it back, Tesha ordered, her eyes narrowed in a glare. I'm sorry, Princess, but my father has taught me never to let my pride be stomped. Arthur, ready yourself for a duel or retreat with your tail between your legs, knowing that your actions reflect your mentor as well. The choice is yours. Ferrith puffed his chest, withdrawing a wand from under his cape. Some of the people nearby had overheard and had already started to gather around us. Tesha looked uncertain about all of this, but just nodded my head and took a few steps away from us. I didn't want to cause a scene since I was a visitor, but after weeks of stifling meditation, my body was actually eager for the chance to fight. Princess, please do the honor of initiating the duel, the noble brat said as he began polishing his black wand with his sleeve. I could see Tess rolling her eyes as she took another step back. Let the duel commence. While my mana core was still in the early stages of dark red, I could feel mana strengthening every fiber of muscle I flexed as I dashed towards Ferrith. It was over in a second. He was too cocky and didn't even take the necessary precautions to find out whether I was an augmenter or conjurer, and by the time I was in arm's length, he hadn't even begun his chant. As my palm sank into his gut, all he managed to let out was a sharp breath of air being forced out of his lungs before flying back tumbling on the floor. I was glad that I had used my palm because as soon as my hand made contact, I felt a sturdy chainmail underneath his clothes. Ferrith's attendants and friends' eyes grew wide as Tesha quickly ran to me and pulled me away. Later, Tesha explained to me that, in a duel, there were certain unsaid customs. One of these customs was to let the challenger make the first move. The other was that informal duels between nobles were only a demonstration of magic, not actual fighting. This got a good laugh out of Gramps when he found out, saying that the duels between nobles were utter foolishness and a completely inaccurate way to measure someone's magical prowess. All in all, what Ferrith had meant when he initiated the duel was to simply take turns showing off each other's respective magic talent. It was disappointing to realize that the look of shock from everyone around us wasn't from my fighting prowess, but from the fact that I ignored the customs of the duel. Since then, I chose to stay in the manor most of the days, keeping myself out of trouble, as I lived a rigorous lifestyle that consisted of meditating with Grandpa Virion in the morning, spending a little time with Tesha in the afternoon, and training by myself at night. During this time, I've sent messages to my parents every once in a while to let them know I was still alive and that I missed them dearly. Like this, 3 years had passed. REYNOLDLEYWIN's POV. I couldn't believe it. My son was gone. No. Durden had to hold me back before I jumped off the cliff myself to save my son. I knew it was too late. I knew what could have happened had already happened, but I couldn't just stand still not doing anything. Let me go, my son. He could still be alive. Let me save my son, please. Durden wasn't budging and Adam came to help hold me back too. Please, Ray, you have to hold it together. There's no easy way to tell you this, but it wasn't possible for him to have survived that fall. The always playful and lax Adam had a solemn expression on his face and couldn't even meet my eyes. Adam is right. Pull yourself together. Your wife needs you, Ray, Durden also muttered. They're right. They're absolutely right. Yet, why is my body not listening to me? Why can't I go comfort my wife? I broke down before everything went black. Waking up, I noticed Helen holding a wet towel over my head. You're finally awake, she said, a sympathetic smile on her face that lacked confidence. I ignored her and sat up, burying my face into my hands. This isn't a dream, is it? Please tell me I'm going to wake up to see my boy playing with Jasmine and Adam. I'm sorry, were the only words she managed to say before she started sniffling as well. The flap of the tent opens as Durden made his way inside. Reynolds, I can't begin to imagine how much it must hurt for you, but right now, your wife needs you. She's blaming herself, Ray. She thinks you hate her for losing your child, he said, his red eyes evident that he was having a hard time as well. Unable to muster up any words in response, I turned away from Durden. All of a sudden I felt a sharp jerk as I was pulled back. Just as my eyes caught a glimpse of Durden's large hand, my vision blurs and a stinging pain was throbbing on my cheek where he had smacked me. Reynolds, we had to stop Alice from killing herself. This isn't the time to be moping. Get off your sorry ass and take care of the one that's actually alive, he growled. This was the first time I had seen the usually composed Durden this infuriated. I managed a stiff nod, my brain still throbbing from the hit, as made my way to my wife's tent. I spotted my wife curled up under a blanket with Angela by her side, patting her gently. I gave a meaningful look to Angela. Understanding what I wanted, she simply nodded before excusing herself out of the tent. Alice, honey, can I see my wife's beautiful face? Child, I faintly heard her mumble. What was that, honey? I responded, patting her back. I killed our child. She bolted up and turned to face me. I killed our son, Reynolds. It was my fault. If I wasn't there, he could have dodged that. He could have lived. He sacrificed himself to save me. Sniff, it was my fault. I pulled my wife toward me and held her tight, softly kissing the top of her head over and over. I kept my eyes shut tightly, keeping myself from crying as she continued sobbing into my chest. We just sat like this for a while until her sobs turned into dry whimpers. Hick. You don't hate me? I was barely able to hear her whisper. How could I ever hate you? Alice, I love you and I always will. Hick hick, I miss him so much, Ray. She began sobbing again. I clenched my jaws, willing myself to stay strong in front of my wife. I know, honey, I miss him too. The rest of the journey was a slow and arduous one, not physically. Number one, I felt like even the wild animals knew of our emotional torment as they steered clear away from us. Our group advanced in quiet. Any of Adam's attempts at trying to lighten up the mood met with a crushing silence. Even the cheerful Angela bore a solemn face throughout the rest of the journey. Alice and I fell asleep together last night together in each other's arms. I managed to console her, and it helped me as well. I needed an excuse. I was the one that had sent Arthur to protect Alice. I kept trying to find people to blame, but the ones that were actually at fault were already killed. Revenge had already been taken. Now all I was left with was this dark hole of emptiness and regret. The only thing that was keeping Alice and me sane was our unborn child. For that child, my child, I had to endure. I wasn't going to make the same mistake I had made with Arthur. He was only a child, but I sent him off to protect my wife against fighters and even a mage. I had no one to blame but myself. We arrived at the floating city of Zyrus through the teleportation gate with no further complications, as though God was mocking us by saying we've been through enough. The twin horns were supposed to separate from my wife and I from here. You guys sure you'll be okay? Adam gave us a rare concerned look. Durden added, we don't mind staying with you guys for a couple more days. I know you originally came to this city for Arthur, but he never finished the sentence. It's okay. You guys have your agenda. Alice and I have all of our basic necessities and money to live off of for a couple of weeks. Keep your guys' positions updated in Guild Hall. I waved them off, trying to force a smile. Will do. Take care, guys. We'll see each other soon. Durden replied, hugging the both of us. The girls also gave Alice a warm hug after saying their goodbyes to her. After they had left, I turned to my wife, giving her a serious look. Alice, what do you say about living here from now on? Giving me a confused look, she replied, what about our home in Ashbur? We just got it all fixed up. A lot of our stuff is still there. I shook my head at this. I think it'll be better for us to have a fresh new surrounding. Our home in Ashbur has too many memories of art. I don't think we'll be able to get over it if we stay there. We'll hire some merchants to deliver some of our stuff from Ashbur here to us. She looked down as she decided, before giving me a small nod. What about a job? How will we afford to live here? This is a very expensive city to live in, Ray, she added, a worried look on her face. For once, I was able to muster up a real smile, a sincere smile that seemed so rare these days. I know an old friend that lives here. He's asked me to be his guard numerous times years back, and we still keep in touch from time to time. He's a fairly renowned merchant in this area and has a large manor. I'm sure he'll have a place for us to stay. They're good people, Alice. She looked a little doubtful at first, but after arriving at the manor and seeing me hugging my old friend, her worries lessened. Ray, my friend, the hero who saved my life, what brings you to this little city? A thin, bespectacled man in a suit exclaimed as he let go of me, patting my arms. Vincent Helstia, around 1.7 meters in height with a thin frame for a body. He was a man of brains, not brawn. Vincent was a normal human, but a very successful one at that. The Helstia house had been in the trading business for generations. While their family had been on the decline for a few generations, Vincent single-handedly brought his family's asset to an all-new high after building the first Helstia auction house in Zyrus and later building several auction houses within neighboring cities. We had met when he was on one of his trips to a more remote city to build an auction house when he ran into trouble with bandits. I was there with him at that time, fulfilling the escort mission that the guild had assigned me. After saving him, we hit it off pretty well. The maid that answered the door left after she saw Vincent hugging me. Soon after, his wife and daughter came out as well, curious as to what all the commotion was about. Tabitha, meet my dear friend Reynolds and his wife Alice. Alice Reynolds, this is my wife Tabitha, and this here lovely lady is my daughter Lilia, Vincent exclaimed, picking up his daughter. She looked to be around the same age as Art was, with lovely hazel eyes that remind me of a kitten and long brown hair, braided. My heart ached as I thought about how beautiful a young lady she'll grow up to be in the future. A future she still had. Forcing myself away from my dark thoughts, I greeted myself, Tabitha, it's great to finally meet you. Vince had told me so many great things about you during our trip together to Elshire City. What a cute daughter you guys have. After my wife introduced herself and exchanged pleasantries with Tabitha, Vincent urged us into the living room to get comfortable. So what brings you here, Ray? Last time you sent me a letter, you said you got yourself settled all the way up in Ashbur, he said, handing Alice and me a glass of wine. I took a deep breath and told them the story through gritted teeth. I had no idea. I'm so sorry for your loss, Vincent managed to mutter. His wife had her mouth covered with her hands. I wouldn't know what to do if I lost Lilia. Is there anything I can do for you? At that, I awkwardly scratched my cheek and asked, "You asked me several times to teach your auction house's guards a thing or two about magic. Is that offer still up in the air? If it is, you would be doing me a huge favor. I really just need enough to rent a small house around here and live a simple life. It's just that I don't want my wife to go back to the old house in Ashbur where Arthur was born and raised in." A big grin appeared on Vincent's face. "Nonsense. No friend of mine is going to be sleeping in a small hut. As a matter of fact, I was actually looking for someone. We just renovated our Heltia auction house so it could accommodate 3 times as many people. With that, we got a fresh new batch of augmenter recruits that really need some work around the edges. You would be perfect to shape them up a bit, Ray. Can you do me a huge favor and work for me?" He put on a desperate face. I couldn't help but chuckle in response. He had just turned around my initial desperate offer into me, doing him a favor. Nodding, I shake his outstretched hand and discuss the deal. Even though I was restless to start working, Vincent wouldn't allow for it, saying we needed time to get situated in order for me to be at the best state to work. Vincent also firmly insisted that we live with them in the manor. He told us how Tabitha and Lilia were always complaining about this place being too big and empty. Reluctant at first, Alice and I eventually got ourselves situated in the left wing of the manor. Vincent was more than lenient, saying we could have a couple of rooms, in case we want any more babies in the future. Tabitha had to pull her husband away by his ear as he grinned, waving us goodbye. Another unforeseen blessing was how well Alice and Tabitha hit it off. I was worried she'd be lonely when I had started working, but Tabitha had a lot of free time as well, and just took care of Lilia, so having Alice around really brightened up her day because of this. My wife had great company too, and a source of distraction. Once work started, I was busy training the new recruits. These mages were not the most talented, but they were willing to work hard. After pounding the essentials into their heads, I felt like they'd make a pretty solid team of guards in the course of a few months. Of course, all of the elite mages, both conjurers and augmenters, were attending school at Zyrus Academy, so the ones that don't want to be adventurers ended up being hired by rich nobles, like Vincent, as guards, which was also much safer. It had been a few months now since Alice and I had first arrived in Zyrus. During this time, we were able to slow grow accustomed to the city life. Alice's belly seemed to be getting larger by the day, and while she still had reoccurring nightmares about losing Arthur, having Tabitha and Lilia around really helped her through that. Just getting back home, I was welcomed by the delicious smell of beef stew. Vincent and Tabitha had gone out on a date, while Alice promised to watch over Lilia with the maids, so it was just the two of us having a late dinner tonight, Lilia already tucked in. "This beef stew looks amazing, Alice. What's the special occasion today?" I grinned at her. She smiled softly. "It's been a while since I've cooked for you. This used to be yours and Art's favorite dish." Her face turned downcast, but before I had the chance to console her, "Hi Mom, hi Dad, it's me, your son Arthur." My mind froze. This was Art's voice. No, I was just hearing things. I looked at Alice while the voice continued to talk in my head. Her face was in distraught as she began looking around. Was she hearing voices too? "Again, I'm alive and well, Mom and Dad. I managed to survive the fall off the cliff. What is going on? My son is alive. Kingdom of Elenoir, illness. It may take months or even years for me to be able to go back, but just be sure that I will be going back home. I love you guys Sniff so much and I miss you. Stay safe, and Dad, make sure to keep Mom and my baby siblings safe. Mom Sniff, please make sure Dad doesn't get into trouble. Your son Art." I looked at my wife again. "You just heard the voice now too, right, Ray?" she blurted, her voice edged with desperation. "Please tell me it wasn't just me that heard his voice." "Why, yeah. I just heard Art's voice," I replied, unable to still make sense out of all of this. "He's alive. Honey, our baby is alive. Oh my goodness." Alice had fallen on her knees as her voice trailed off into weeping. She was crying while she had a smile that told me her tears were from joy. Hell, even I was crying right now. My son was alive. Our son is alive. I laughed out madly. "Hey Art, hurry up. We're going to be late." "Tess, stop. I cried out. Tess finally got off of me, letting go of the leg lock she had in a firm grip. "Can't there a gentler way of waking me up, Tess?" I grumbled, massaging the feeling back into my leg. She must have heard because that earned me a firm squeeze to the side. Where did the shy Tess that was too scared to sleep alone in the tent go? The sweet Tess that begged me not to go. Bring her back. I liked her better. Something I realized in my 3 years of living in Elenoir was that elves awakened much earlier than humans did. Whereas the average age for a human is around 13 years old, elves awoke around the age of 10. Tess had awakened fast, even for an elf. It happened last year, and boy did she awaken with a bang. It wasn't as big as when I had first awakened, but she had managed to destroy her room upstairs, fall down, and create a small crater from the implosion in the kitchen right below. Since then, she's been joining me in training with Gramps. All I can say is, since awakening, she's become a lot more confident and bold, in more bad ways than good. She knows how strong my body was, so she had no hesitation in using me as her sandbag, as she tried new spells that she learned from Grandpa Virion and other conjurer teachers. What she just didn't seem to get after all of my cries was that I still felt pain, damn it. As for me, today was a very special day because, after 3 years, I was finally able to complete the assimilation of mana into my body. It was almost my birthday, so while Tess had turned 9 a couple months ago, I'll be finally turning 8. During this time, I wasn't allowed to absorb any mana from my surroundings, and only allowed to use my innate mana formed from my mana core to spread it into my body. Today was the final step that took place once a beast tamer finished his assimilation. I skipped showering and just changed into a more presentable robe, tucking the stone into my robe before heading out into the courtyard with Tess. Finally awake now, Art. How did your wife wake you up today? Haha, Grandpa Virion mused as he sipped his tea on the small table outside. Wife, where? I didn't know you could marry demons. You're turning her into a monster, Gramps, I groaned. Luckily, Tess wasn't able to overhear as she came outside just moments after. She's going to grow up into a fine woman, Art. Better sweep her off her feet before it's too late, he chuckled, lifting his teacup in a toast. Tess just blushed at that and elbowed my side. AGGH, why, what did I do? Ha ha ha. Art, are you ready? Today is finally the day. After this, you'll be a true beast tamer, not like those lucky adventurers that just have a beast will, he emphasized, arms crossed. I gave him a firm nod while Tess headed to the table Gramps was sitting on to watch. It wasn't much of a ceremony. All it consisted of was Gramps exerting a large amount of mana into my core. This would trigger a large surge of mana that I would have to direct and spread into my body. Do you remember the basic phases of beast tamers? Art, he quizzed. I recited the basics that Grandpa Virion pounded into me these past years. All beast tamers have a different number of forms that they can will their bodies into. The number of forms depends on the strength of the beast's will that is left in the mana core. The first phase that all beast tamers have is acquire. In this phase, the tamer can utilize a small portion of the inherent ability that their beast has. The second stage is integrate, where the tamer's body wholly infuses with the beast's will, allowing a much better control over their beast's inherent abilities. Correct. The phases that the beast tamers are able to unlock simply shows how much they can utilize their beast's will. The stronger the beast, the harder it is, but at the same time, if the tamer can't get insight, then it is also impossible to get past the first phase. One thing to note, however, is that not always is the integrate stage more powerful than the acquire. The acquire phase is tapping into a specific inherent ability of your beasts, while integrate is a much more all-encompassing power-up using your beast's will, he reminded, his face deathly serious. While I didn't tell you earlier, now that you are about to become a true beast tamer, you should know is the differences in how a beast tamer's will is acquired. If the beast is killed and his mana core is extracted with its will still intact, a mage can absorb the will and try to gain insights. That mage would be considered a forged tamer. While it is a lot easier and straightforward to be a forged tamer, the probability of gaining insight is very rare and limited. One of the reasons it took me so long for me to be able to break into the second phase was because I am a forged tamer. I consider myself lucky to even be able to break into the second stage, though. Arthur, you are one of the extremely rare legacy tamers where the beast willingly imparted its will onto you. Continuing on, he explained, Art, my first phase doesn't really make me that much faster, but I'm able to erase a bit of my presence and blend myself into the shadows. You haven't seen my second phase, right? Watch carefully. It took me over 10 years for me to make a breakthrough into this phase. Feeling a powerful surge of mana surrounding his body, I couldn't help but involuntarily cringe. All of a sudden, the mana around his body seeped back into him and my eyes widened. Grandpa's skin turns pitch black. Even the whites of his eyes became black while his irises turned sharp and glow yellow. His tied white hair became unbound and was also a shiny black color. The aura that surrounded him makes me shudder and take a step back. This is the integrate phase. I'm going to sneak up behind you. Pay attention, he growled, his voice much raspier than before. Was it really sneaking up if he tells me? Was what I was thinking when he disappeared from my vision. I couldn't feel his presence at all, but I looked behind me as I had been told to do. His finger was already pressed against my jugular as he looked down at me with his glowing yellow eyes. Fast. It seemed like instant teleportation, but I knew it wasn't by the skid mark from his initial position. It was speed that even I couldn't keep up with, not even close. No, the scary part wasn't even his insane speed. It was his lack of presence. Even directly behind me, I couldn't sense where he was. He turned back to normal, his face slightly flushed as Tesha began clapping as if this was a show. Hugh, using that form always takes a toll on me. After training with it for a couple decades, I'm able to keep the form on for a bit less than an hour. During my acquire phase, I am simply channeling a small portion of my beast will and I'm able to borrow the speed and stealth of the Shadow Panther. However, with my integrate phase, not only did my speed and stealth rise, so did my senses to keep up. I nodded in agreement. Good, let's begin the ceremony, he replied, clasping his hands together. We stood face to face, only an arm's length apart. Tess was now leaning forward in excitement as we were about to start. Just let your mana come out freely. Don't try to control anything. I'll restrain you if necessary, so it's crucial that you keep a relaxed state of mind and rouse the particles of mana you assimilated all these years, he instructed. After a nod in response, he then began exerting mana into my core, flooding my core with his mana along with mine. Instantly, I began feeling a warm sensation, like a hot gust of air was flowing in and out of my pores. As I felt my body reaching its limit, a loud explosion startles me out of my concentration, only for me to see Gramps getting thrown back and Tess falling back on her chair and rolling back as well. An unbearable pain immediately surges from my body, as if my very skeleton was trying to crawl out of my skin. Without even the strength to scream, my vision darkens. I welcomed the darkness because I knew it would relieve me of my pain. Waking up back in my bed, I sat up feeling surprisingly refreshed. Sitting to my side, laying her head down on my legs, was Tess. Looking at her sleeping like this, it reminded me of when I had escorted her back home after saving her from the slave traders. Grandpa walked in soon after, and he sat down on the other side of the bed, not bothering to wake up his slumbering granddaughter. "How do you feel, brat?" His lips curl up into a half grin. "I should be asking you that, Gramps. I saw you getting sent flying." Even Tess was knocked back. He just let out an embarrassed chuckle. "I have to admit, I wasn't expecting that great of a force. I know you probably have a good reason for not even telling me what kind of beast gave you its will, but as I'll ask just one more time, what sort of beast gave you its will?" Scenes of my time with Sylvia ran through my mind, one of them being her telling me never to tell anyone I had met her. However, Virion was probably only the few people I could actually trust, and he had the right to know. If it wasn't for him, I probably wouldn't be alive. Well, using her own words, it was what we called a dragon that had passed her will to me. A thick silence had filled the room as Virion's face was frozen in the same stricken expression he had when I told him. He began mumbling to himself, the only words I could make out being "possible" and "never happened." D-dragon. He managed to wheeze out, his eyes staring blankly at me. Dear Lord, a D-dragon tamer. In my life, I've never thought I'd be able to see the birth of a dragon tamer. I am even the one that trained him. A dragon tamer. Tess woke up from the now senile Virion and looked at him, confused. He suddenly grabbed both my shoulders and looked at me intently. "You did right in keeping this a secret. Do not tell anyone else. This power of yours has to be kept a secret until you have the strength to protect yourself and those around you." I'm beginning to believe that more and more, Gramps, I responded seriously. "Good. Although I would like to know the whole story, but I am more than satisfied with what you've told me for now." He smiled back. "What is it, Gramps? What did Art tell you?" "Ooh, not fair, keeping secrets from me." Tess started pouting at this point. "Ha ha ha, you'll know when the time is right, little one. Arthur, I have good news. The teleportation gate that is supposed to open in 2 years will be opening early. There is a tournament that will be held in the city of Zyrus in 4 months. This tournament will be a very important event for the future, because both the dwarves and elves are sending youths as representatives for both the tournament and as a preliminary student to your human academy. During the tournament, we can sneak you back into Sapin without the humans knowing at that time," Gramps exclaimed with a smile on his sharp face. "Really, Gramps, I can go home soon." I shot out of bed. I would finally be able to see my parents again. I had been sending messages to my parents every once in a while through Elder Rinia, but after seeing them through the water divination technique, I wasn't able to see them again. "Why, you're going to be leaving soon, Art?" Tesha asked, her face crestfallen. "Yeah, I have to meet my family soon. Don't worry though, I'll visit you again, and maybe you can come visit me in Sapin," I said, hoping to cheer her up. "We still have 4 months, Arthur. Until the day the teleportation gates open. I expect you to train harder than before, brat. Your mana core hasn't developed at all these past 3 years from the assimilation you had to do. Don't focus on only training your beast's will. That should only be used as a trump card." Understood, he was right. Although I have yet to activate even the acquire phase of my dragon will, I knew that using it would only bring unwanted attention. I shouldn't use my beast's will if possible. Continuing, Grandpa slapped my back and said, "Now, take a bath and then rest. You reek of something rotten, brat. Little one, let's leave Arthur alone so he can recuperate." I noticed Tess still looking depressed by the sudden news of my leaving. Growing up and living with her for 3 years had given us a bond that was as close to siblings, and while she was only 9 years old, the fact that she was already showing signs of blossoming into a beautiful woman did make me feel a twinge of regret that I wouldn't be here with her as she grew up. "Tess, cheer up, okay? I'll still be around for a few more months, and even after I leave, it's not going to permanent. I hope you can someday come and meet my parents too." I gave her a sincere hug. Yep. What are you? I can almost see the steam coming out of her head as she turned bright red. Suddenly, she pushed me away and ran out. "Ah, youth, haha, sleep well, brat," he chuckled, shaking his head while closing the door behind him. Was Tess going through puberty already? I hopped back into bed, feeling too lazy to take a shower right now. "I'll just lay down for a little and then take shower," I muttered aloud. Rustle, rustle. I wonder if it's windy tonight. I usually didn't hear the rustling of leaves. Crack. Okay, that was an unusual sound. I sat up to look around, trying to locate where the sound is coming from. Crack, crack. I turned my gaze towards where I had left my robe on the chair. Caillou, caillou. Caillou, my robe was making caillou sounds. My brows furrowed as I tried to assess what's going on. Crack, caillou the stone. I jumped out of my bed and carefully rummaged through my robe to locate the gem that Sylvia entrusted me with. Haha, holy shit. I breathed out as I fell back on my butt, staring at what used to be the rainbow-colored gem. Caillou, the stone, wasn't a gem. It was an egg, and what used to be an egg was now something that I couldn't put into one word. The first thing that had come into mind was that it was a dragon. It looked sort of like a dragon to me, but at the same time it didn't. It was all black. It kind of reminded me of a small kitten but with scales. It was sitting on all fours, studying at me with its head tilted to one side. The sclera that would usually be white in the human's eyes was black, like Grandpa Virion when he uses his second form, except its irises were a bright red instead of yellow. The pupils were sharp slits that would normally make it look menacing, but with the body of something akin to a small feline animal, it just looked adorable. The most noticeable difference between a dragon like Sylvia and this little thing was that it had two horns on its head. The horns looked identical to the illusion that Sylvia had been before she revealed to me that she was a dragon. It curved outward around its head and then, sharpening into a point in the front. Its head was shaped like a cat's, but the snout was just a little bit more pointed, otherwise the same. The tail, though, looked exactly like Sylvia's tail. It was a reptilian tail that had two red spikes at the end. Along the spine of this hatchling were also small red spikes that matched the color of its eyes. It didn't have wings, but where the wings should be located were instead two small bumps. I could see that its belly didn't have scales, though it looked sort of leathery. The newly hatched creature suddenly let out a toothless yawn, toppling on its back after losing balance, and in response I was flushed with the overwhelming urge to embrace this creature. Caillou. It locked its sharp eyes at me with intelligence that didn't match its appearance. Hi there little fella, I'm Arthur. I stretched my hand out towards it as if it were a dog that needed to know my scent. KYU. It jumped off of the chair and onto my lap, gazing up at me. I could feel my hands twitch as I suppressed the urge to squeeze it. Unlike the majesty and fearsomeness that Sylvia had, this creature was dangerous in a different sense. Unable to hold in the urge, I carefully petted the adorable menace. The scales were surprisingly soft, and the red spikes that ran down its back felt like rubber. I guess young animals, whether humans or monsters, were all squishy and soft. It started purring, closing its eyes. I could feel the tension on my face melt as I let out a soft laugh. Hee. It rolled onto its back, asking for a more thorough rub. The belly felt like a very soft leather, making it very smooth to rub. I took a closer look at its claws and found it interesting that it looked closer to paws than actual claws. The only thing that was hard were its horns, which were surprisingly sharp as well. I couldn't help but compare it to the beak a bird would use to crack itself out of its shell. Aren't you just a cute lil fella? My smile widened while petting this adorable newborn, to the point where it seemed intoxicating. After a little bit, I couldn't help but think of what to name it, which made me realize I didn't even know the gender of this mysterious creature. Caillou. Suddenly the newborn shot its tongue out and licked the underside of my left forearm. Ah. I reflexively tried to move my arm back from the scorching sensation, but before I could, a glowing black light began enveloping my arm. The prickling pain subsided fairly quickly, so I just waited. The creature pulled its tongue back, revealing a black marking on my forearm. It looked a lot like the tribal markings that covered Sylvia before she passed on her will to me, but the shape of this pattern was that of a wing. Just one open wing, but it was made up of several dashes and sharp curves that branched out, making it look very intricate and mysterious. I was only 8, but I already had a tattoo. I'm such a rebel. Mama, the creature was looking up at me with its mouth closed. What? I obviously heard a voice just now. Mama. This time I heard it clearly in my head. Was this telepathy? Shaking my head helplessly, I responded vocally, I guess I'm your mother, but I'm a boy, so you should call me Papa. Papa. It suddenly jumped up and licked my nose. I'm a rebel with a tattoo and a child. After communicating with the creature for a bit, I had come to realize a few things. I guess after the mark had appeared on my forearm, a sort telepathic connection was established. The voice I heard in my head from the creature sounded like a girl's, so I've decided to name her Sylvie after her real mother. Sylvie, she responded with her head tilted. Picking her up and bringing her close to my face, I smiled at her. That's right, your name is Sylvie. She nuzzled her nose to mine while closing her sharp eyes. Another thing I realized was that Sylvie had a pretty high intelligence for a newborn. She already seemed to have the mental capacity of a 2-3-year-old child. While we're communicating telepathically, I knew she's not necessarily talking to me in English, but I just understood it as that. It was a very odd feeling, not knowing the words she's actually saying, but knowing what she meant. Besides simple words like Papa, most of the thoughts she communicated with me come through as emotions. I was able to get the gist of what she meant by how she felt. Okay, Sylvie, I need to wash now. Do you want to come with me? I said while setting her down. Caillou, she tilted her head again while she looked up at me. I felt like she was asking me what wash was, so I just laughed and took her with me. Getting into the shower, she seemed to cry out, "No," as she wailed a shrill "Kyu. I guess you don't like water that much, do you, Sylvie? I chuckled, setting her down out of the shower. Sylvia shook herself off like a wet dog and plopped down on the floor next to the shower, her tail wagging, observing me as I finished washing up. Her behavior sort of reminded me of a mix between a dog and a cat. Never would I imagine her lineage to be that of a mighty dragon. Of course, this was assuming that she actually Sylvia's child. That got me thinking, though. Was Sylvie really a dragon? She sure looked kind of like a baby dragon. Why was she completely black when Sylvia was pure white? What baffled me the most was the fact that Sylvie had horns eerily similar to that horned, demon king illusion that Sylvia was at first, and also to the demon that confronted her. I got out of the shower and dried myself off. No use thinking about all of this now. How was I going to explain this to Gramps and Tess, though? As I got out of the bathroom, Sylvie toddled behind me, kaying me to not leave her behind. I gathered up the pieces of the shell that Sylvie came out from and set it aside. Then I wrapped the feather that was encasing the stone around my forearm to cover the marking that little had Sylvie left. 4 months. In 4 months, I would be able to see my parents. I wonder if they'd still recognize me. Sylvie must have felt the longing emotion of my parents because she cuddled in close to my face and licked my cheeks. Wait, what is it? What happened? Who's there? I jumped up on my bed, using my pillow as a makeshift sword, bed hair ablaze. Oh my gosh, what is this? It's so cute. Kaya, I turned my attention to Tess, who was holding onto the squirming Sylvie. Caillou, it cried, Papa, help. Letting out a defeated breath, I fell back into bed. Come back, my beautiful sleep. Her name is Sylvie, and she just hatched from her shell yesterday. You should let go of her, though. It looks like she doesn't like being strangled. I muffled through the pillow that I covered my head with. It's too early in the morning. Sylvie had finally freed herself from Tesh's grasp and was glaring at her while she hid herself behind me. Grrrrrrr. Sylv let out a high-pitched growl. Don't worry, Sylv, she's a friend, I said while petting her head, giving up on going back to sleep. She's adorable. Tess was literally drooling over my cautious hatchling. I could see hearts come out of her eyes as she was inching herself closer to us, her hands twitching lewdly like a predator's. Okay, now you just look scary, Tess. Get out of my room so I can change, I instructed while pushing the perverted princess out of my room. I changed into a loose robe and pants. As I was putting on my shoes, Sylvie jumped onto my head and nestled herself, hitching herself a ride. Caillou, she sure sounded happy. I walked downstairs, saying good morning to the confused and shocked maids that couldn't take their eyes off the top of my head. They all ended up having the same expression as Tess, though. I ended up having to pick up my pace as I started fearing for our safety. Gramps, we're here, I shouted at Grandpa Virion, sipping tea while reading something. Turning his head, he smiled. Ah, Art, you're here. Why was Tess fussing about some sort of pet that? His cup drops when he noticed the horned black lump sitting on my head. That's. He continues to stutter something incomprehensible. What is that? He finally managed to ask, his eyes never leaving the top of my head. I think she's something like a dragon, although I'm not entirely sure myself, I responded unconfidently. Caillou, I could tell Sylvie was cautious about Virion through our mental link. Tess came through the door into the courtyard, practically bouncing up and down. You said it's a dragon, but it's so cute. Art, can I hold her? Can I? She begged, eyes sparkling. Grrrr. Sylvie started hissing at her mortal enemy as her claws started stabbing into my scalp. Ow, ow. Sylvie, your claws. I tried peeling her off my head, but she wouldn't budge. Grandpa Virion, who was half dazed, still trying to make sense out of the creature on my head, finally spoke up. If that really is a dragon, how did you come across an egg? How did you get it to hatch? The dragon that left me her will entrusted me with a stone that I thought was just a valuable gem. I didn't even realize what it actually was until it hatched. What do you mean by get it to hatch? I was confused now as well. Supposedly, dragon's eggs, assuming it really is one, aren't just able to hatch just through the passage of time. It is said that the dragon inside must feel that something capable of protecting and loving it was close by in order for it to hatch. Even then, there must be a very close bond between them, he explained. Trying to think of what might have triggered the hatching, I almost immediately came to the conclusion. Activating the will, Gramps, I think that's what made her come out, I exclaimed. He scratched his chin, slowly nodding. That is a viable explanation. The draconic races haven't been seen for hundreds of years, with only limited records of them, so I can't say for sure. No use thinking about it now, though. Just be sure to keep the hatchling close by at all times. While it does look very like a creature of the draconic races, I would be the one of the only few that would be able to make that connection. Most people wouldn't know that creature was a dragon, so it should be fine by just feigning it off as a sort of rare mana beast. After that matter was settled, I placed Sylv on the ground beside me while I began training. The next step in my training for the next 4 months would be learning to utilize the power of Sylvia's will that she left me, as well as condensing my monocore into the next stages. Accessing the first phase is simple, yet may take a lifetime if comprehension of your beast will does not come naturally. While your monocore is only dark red, your body right now should already be beyond that of a dark orange stage mage. After the ceremony, you should feel a small area inside of your monocore that holds the will's power. That is where your beast's will is stored. Accessing the acquire stage should occur through your own learning, not through being taught. Through my experience, the best way to trigger your beast will is to continuously be in combat. Makes sense to me, I replied, already stretching my body. Good, let's fight, he instructed with a confident smirk on his face. The days went by quickly for me as I was completely immersed in training. I was able to access my first phase, but I wouldn't be able to use it in an actual fight until I gained more control over it. Virion also taught me how to conceal my beast so other mages can't notice. After the assimilation, the speed of my mana cultivation went through leaps and bounds. During this time, there didn't seem to be any changes in Sylvia, except that she had gotten a little more intelligent. Her vocabulary was still limited, but it was a lot easier for us to understand each other. I went out together with Tess a lot. She had dragged me out with her every free time we had, trying to make as many memories as possible before I left. Like that, the 4 months that seemed so far away had now passed. Dressed in a simple olive green long sleeve and black pants with the feather wrapped around my forearm, I came out of my room. Arthur, remember to take care. We'll find some way to contact you somehow and update you. Take this with you so you can navigate through the forest of Elshire if you're ever in the area, or maybe you can just find another princess to lead you back. He winked while handing me a small silver oval compass. Ooh, Grandpa. Ouch, little one, it was a joke. Grandpa Virion yelped while rubbing his side. While Alduin and Muriel will be going in a separate carriage as the heads of this kingdom, Tess and I won't be going. This will be the last time we'll see each other for now. Until next time, Arthur. He grabbed me in a strong hug, almost knocking Sylvia off of my head. I'll miss you, Art. Remember to come visit again. We don't go chasing after human girls, okay? Promise me, okay? She sniffled, tears lining her eyes. I hugged my dear friend and patted her head as well. We'll see each other again. You better be stronger than me the next time we meet, Tess. With Gramps teaching you, you have no excuse. She gave me a feeble nod, unable to form words because of her constant sniffling. I waved goodbye to the both of them and followed behind Muriel and Alduin after they gave me a sympathetic smile. I hadn't really gotten the chance to spend much time with the king and queen, but we were more comfortable with each other now. I hoped that next time, I would be able to grow closer to them. I got into the carriage that the elf representatives were taking, while the king and queen were escorted into a separate carriage. Well, look who it is. If it isn't the human brat. Did the royal family finally kick you out of the kingdom? An elf boy dressed in a very decorated purple robe smirked. I'm sorry, but do I know you? I felt like I knew who this elf was, but I couldn't quite place my finger on where we had met. Meanwhile, Sylvia was growling, pointing her horns in his direction. I'm the noble you mercilessly attacked while defying the customs of the duel. He bolted up angrily, pointing an accusing finger at me. It suddenly clicked. You're the bug I sent tumbling. I yelled out in realization, a bit louder than I had meant to. Why you dare? His face turned bright pink as his ears twitched profusely in anger while a few elves behind desperately tried to cover their snickering. Aha, sorry, I didn't mean to say that. I never did learn your name though, I chuckled, extending a hand to him. Face still red, trying to preserve as much of the little dignity he had left. He rejected my handshake and declared in a pompous tone, My name is Ferith Ifsar III, descendant of the noble Ifsar family. You may have won while we were both children, but were we to duel again, I would win easily. A young elf girl that looked a few years older than Ferith piped in, saying, You can just call him Fafi like we do. Dee, don't tell him that. Face turning an even darker shade of red, Fafi turned his head away from me and took a seat. I sat down next to Fafi and gave him a sympathetic pat on his shoulders that were slumped in defeat. As our carriage went into the teleportation gate, we were greeted by the now familiar sensation of being in the middle of a fast-forwarding film. We have arrived in Zyrus, the driver announced. Taking a quick peek out, I noticed we were surrounded by a parade of people all politely clapping at our entrance. This tournament was supposed to be one of the biggest turning points throughout the continent. It wasn't just gathering all of the gifted youths together, but also building a future where they could also learn under one roof. It was an exciting venture that the leaders of the continent were taking, but also a scary one that would also, in no doubt, be filled with dispute and hostility. The driver pulled the carriage close to a small gap between two buildings after passing through the crowd and signaled to me in the back that this would be the best time to leave without being noticed. I say bye to Fafi and the rest of the representatives and wish them luck. Fafi merely whipped his head away, but also made a slight waving gesture. Jumping off the carriage with Sylvie still on my head, I made my way through the alleyway as I tried remembering the home my parents were staying in. After around an hour of making my way around going around, I finally managed to find the huge manor that my parents were supposed to be residing in. We're home, Sylv. We're finally home, I muttered shakily under my breath. Caillou, she said as if saying, I thought we were at home before. I took careful steps walking up the flight of stairs and took one deep breath. Dusting off my shirt and pants, I knocked on the giant double doors. It was a strange feeling being more nervous now, meeting my family, more than when I first appointed a king while in the midst of the most powerful people in the world. Hugh, let's do this, Sylvie. Caillou, she responded, my excitement spreading to her. The dull sound of metal clanging on metal rang surprisingly loudly. Unexpectedly, I could hear the faint pitter-patter sounds followed by a childish voice. Coming, a maid opened the door together with a little girl. Immediately upon seeing me, she hid behind the maid. The maid looks at me curiously, evidently surprised to see an 8-year-old knocking on the door of a noble's estate. Nice to meet you. My name is Arthur Lewin. I was informed that my family is currently residing in this manor. Do you mind if I speak to them? I give a slight bow, Sylvie rocking on my head. Before the confused maid could even respond, I heard an all too familiar sound in the background. Elshire Lewin, there you are. You have got to stop running to the front door every time someone. My mother stopped mid-sentence and dropped a small bowl of what looked to be food for my sister. I looked down to see the girl with dazzling brown eyes, looking at me with innocent curiosity. Her light ash-brown hair shimmered with a much prettier quality than father's, but I knew who she had gotten the color from. Her hair was tied into 2 pigtails on the side of her head above her ears. I struggled to peel my eyes away from my little sister and turned to face my mother. My vision going blurry as tears filled my eyes, I said one thing I knew she was waiting to hear. Hi Mom, I'm home. I gestured a small, awkward wave, not knowing what to do if she couldn't recognize me. Fortunately, my fear didn't come true and she raced towards me at a speed I swear was faster than Grandpa Virion's, but that might have just been because of my blurry vision. Oh my baby, Arthur. She arrived in front of me and collapsed on her knees, her arms around my waist, gripping with all her strength, afraid that I might disappear again if she let go. You are alive, the voice. I knew it was you. Sniff, you're back now. Yes, you're home now. Arthur, my baby. That was all she managed to sputter out before breaking down into a bawl. I couldn't even manage a complete sentence before shut my lips tightly in order to hold back my sobs. I couldn't help but think while my head was buried in my mother's shoulder. You could be an all-powerful, immortal tyrant, but when you were in front of your loved ones, the ability to control emotions betray you. I kept repeating in half-gurgled sentences that I was alive and that I was home, that I wasn't leaving. My mother was a flurry of emotions. She was happy that I was back and alive. She was mad that I couldn't come back sooner. She was sad that I had to be away from them and how hard it must have been for me all at the same time. At one point, Elshire walked to us and started patting Mother's back. Mama, there, don't cry. But after unsuccessfully comforting her, she began crying as well. Arthur, I turned my head, face still wet with tears, to see outside the sprinting figure of my father drenched in sweat. I guess the maid had told him I was back. He didn't stop as he reached us and simply slid on his knee, hugging all of us as we all almost toppled over. Arthur, my son, look how big you are. Oh my God, you're back. My father was cupping my head in his hands to get a better look at my face. He broke down while placing his large hand on the back of my head, bringing my forehead to touch his. Our little family reunion continued on. My mother sobbing uncontrollably, embracing me, and my oblivious little sister crying with her, as my father and I just looked at each other with tears in our eyes, all of us glad that we were finally together. Eventually, we had all managed to settle down. We were sitting on a couch, my mother right beside me with Elshire on her lap. Father was sitting on a chair he pulled up, facing me, his elbows on his knee as he leaned forward. Mother was holding my hands and still tearing up every time she got a look at my face. Are you okay now? Did you at least eat 3 meals a day? You slept while dressing warmly every day, right? Oh my baby, look how big you are now. Tears escaped her eyes as she squinted and smiled. She was stroking my hair as she planted a soft kiss on the crown of my head. Thank God you're back. I'm so happy, she whispered, her voice still trembling. Elshire was looking curiously at both Sylvie and I while the baby dragon was sitting up next to me attentively observing the 3 unfamiliar humans. My father was looking at Sylvie with a curious expression, but he didn't mention her. Turning his gaze to me, his eyes softened and he kept shaking his head, repeating how big I was now. It must be a pretty fulfilling yet miserable feeling for a parent to see how big his son had gotten but not being there with him the whole time to witness it. Ellie, say hi to your big brother. He was away for a while but he'll live together with us from now on. Come on, say hello. My mother gently urged my sister. Brother, she tilted her head, reminding me of a confused Sylvie. She cupped her hands over my mother's ear and whispered something inaudible. Haha, yes, that big brother. The one I always told stories about. He's the one. My sister's eyes started sparkling as she looked back to me. I couldn't help but now wonder what stories Mother had told her. Hi, brother, she beamed, waving both of her little hands at me. Hello, Elshire. It's nice to meet you. Sister, I laughed, patting her head in response. Father spoke up now. Arthur, we were devastated after that incident, and we barely believed it when you communicated to us through our heads. Tell me, how'd you survive the fall? It took a while for me to explain everything from the beginning. I withheld some information that I thought might not be good to tell them just yet. I explained to them that I subconsciously wrapped myself in a protective layer of mana, and I was lucky enough to hit a bunch of branches on the cliff before landing in a stream. From there on, I told them about meeting Tess and how she was almost kidnapped. After saving her, she led me to her kingdom and I stayed there. You said something about an illness that kept you from coming back sooner. What was all that about? Are you cured now? My mother chimes in, a look of concern on her face. Shaking my head, I explain, you don't need to worry about that anymore. I guess there was a sort of instability in my mana core that made it so I had episodes of pain. It was really bad at first, but luckily there was an elder that knew how to cure it. The process was slow, but he assured me it wasn't threatening if treated consistently. Relief replaced the prior look of worry, and she silently patted my head again. So what's the story with this little friend of yours? My dad just chuckled, finally bringing Sylvia up. Haha, while I was traveling, I stumbled into a mana beast's den. It was only the mother, and she was badly injured. A little bit after I was there, she died. While I was looking around, it seemed like she was guarding something, so I picked it up thinking it was something valuable, but I didn't know it was an egg. She hatched only a couple of months ago, so she's still a baby. Say hi to Sylvie. I picked her up, holding her body so her limbs dangled like a kitten's. Caillou, she purred, as if saying hi to everyone. I didn't exactly tell my family a lie when I said this, but I had already promised myself to tell them everything only when I was older and more capable. I then asked them to update me on everything that happened to them after we had separated. The only thing I was able to tell from seeing them through the water divination the first time was that they lived here in Zyrus, but nothing more, so I was exceptionally curious. After Father explained what happened since then, my mother chimed in. That's right, the Helstia family had gone on a trip, but they should be arriving back today. They're going to be so surprised when they see you, Art. I turned to face my mother. She hadn't changed much since I last saw her. The only thing that I did notice was that she's lost a bit of weight and was slightly paler in complexion. My heart ached since I knew this was caused from stress and depression after losing me. Father's body was actually much more built now. Coupled with his beard, he looked a lot more rustic than he had before. I guess working as an instructor for the Helstia auction house guards had gotten him in shape as well. Dad, what color is your mana core now? I asked while Sylvie made her place back on the top of my head, tail swishing in content. A confident grin emerged from his face as my father proudly replies, your old man broke through from the light red stage a couple years back and is a dark orange mage. I raised my eyebrows in surprise. At the age of early 30s, my father was doing pretty well for himself. The average mage that didn't attend school usually stagnated at the light red stage, maybe dark orange if they were lucky. Of course, it was different for the elites who had a much purer lineage and had access to better resources, but for a standard mage, my father was doing well. He then asked me, leaning closer, I bet you only asked me so you could brag yourself. Let's hear it, what stage are you at now? Scratching my cheek, I mumbled, light red. My father had already been leaning forward on his chair, but after hearing that, he stumbled completely out of his chair. Even my mother let out a gasp in surprise. Holy shit, my father exclaimed. Shet, Elinor echoed, laughing at my father falling. Honey, what did I say about cursing in front of Ellie? My mother reprimanded while blocking my sister's ears. Haha, sorry, Ellie, don't listen to what your father just said. He then turned back to me. My son is still the same genius he used to be. Come on, have a quick spar with your old man. My father grinned menacingly while clasping my shoulders. Dear, he just got home. Let him rest. Mother pulled me back. It's fine, Mom. I gently placed my hand on top of hers, giving her a reassuring smile. Men always trying to fight. Isn't that right, Ellie? My mother shook her head helplessly. Papa and brother are men, echoed Ellie, trying to mimic our mother's expression. Both father and I laughed this time. It was really good to be back. We all get up to move to the backyard when I hear the door open. Ray, I just heard your son was alive. What the hell is going on? I see a thin, proper man with glasses and parted hair in a suit sweating, with what I assume to be his wife and daughter running behind him. Vincent, everyone, I would like you to meet my son Arthur. He's back, Vince, haha. My father wrapped his arm around the man's shoulder. Arthur, this is Vincent, my old friend and the person I now work for. This is his house, so introduce yourself before we start wrecking it. He grinned broadly. Why, yeah, it's really no problem. I'm glad that you're alive and safe. He adjusted his glasses as if making sure he was really speaking to an 8-year-old. Meet my wife, Tabitha, and my daughter, Lilia, he continued, pushing them forward so they were in front of him. It's a pleasure to meet you, ma'am. Lilia, I bowed again, Sylvie introducing herself too with a caillou. Tabitha gave a kind smile in response. Great to have you in our home, Arthur. Say hi, Lilia. Arthur is your age, so don't be shy. The girl named Lilia spoke up, pointing hesitantly at the creature on my head. What's that? It's so cute. This is an infant mana beast that I'm bonded with. Her name is Sylvie. Sylvie, get down and say hello. Sylvie leaped off my head and mewed at Lilia. Oh my gosh, Lilia squealed. Ray, what did you mean by wrecking my house? Vincent asked after peeling his eyes off of Sylvie. We were just on our way to the backyard. Arthur and I are going to have a little spar. Want to come? He chuckles. Vincent sputters incredulously. What? Are you serious? Your son just got home and you want to fight him. Besides, your son can't be older than 8. What are you going to spar with him for? Don't let my son's age fool you. He's already a light red stage augmenter. My father harumphed proudly, puffing his chest. Vincent just shook his head. Don't be ridiculous, Ray. Your 8-year-old son has already awakened, and he's gotten past 3 stages. Even the snobby genius brats that get admitted into Zyrus Academy are barely at the dark red stage, and that's when they're 11 or 12. My father just laughed louder in response before he added, while leading us to the backyard, you'll see. Besides, I have a little surprise as well. We put proper distance between each other on the large grass lot outside. Ready when you are, I smiled, setting Sylvia off to the side next to the audience, which consisted of the rest of my family and the Helstia family. Be careful, Art, you may be a light red stage, but your old man is still at a higher stage than you. He pounded his 2 fists together, giving me a confident smirk. I spotted Vince, who was still shaking his head in disbelief. Come, my father taunted, getting in an offensive stance. Let's see how much my training with Grandpa Virion had paid off. My body, already strengthened through assimilation, responded to mana much more acutely than it had before. Before my father had the time to prepare, my fist was already in range of his body. Even my hearing was more sensitive now as I could hear Vincent mutter faintly, "What in the?" along with several gasps by the others. My father responded immediately as I could sense mana spreading throughout his body. Feigning a punch, I twist my torso and go for a high kick, but was promptly blocked by my father's left arm. It was obvious he didn't expect my kick to be so powerful because his arm flung back from the blow, opening his guard. However, before I was able to make use of that opening, he used the momentum to chop his right hand at my body. It was obvious that I was now in a disadvantageous position, but with a full previous lifetime of fighting had already prepared me on how to counter him. I took his chop with my left forearm and right palm to soften the blow, and also to create enough space for me to slip inside. My body wasn't big enough for me to shoulder toss him, so instead, I grabbed his right arm and kicked the backside of his right knee. Losing balance, he fell forward as I used my mana-imbued body to throw him. Unfortunately, he regained balance too quickly, and I had no choice but to put some distance between us before he got a hold of me. Well, I'd have to say you're better than all of the mages I've trained. Your old man's going to get serious now, though. Be careful. He put on a more serious face. It was apparent to both of us that we had both been holding back. The mysterious fact about mana formed inside the core during the earlier stages was that it differed depending on how augmenters and conjurers used it. While expensive, many parents choose to have their newly awakened child tested to see what element that they were most adept at by using a special device. A conjurer's attribute became very noticeable depending on what type of elements they had an easier time casting. For augmenters, however, it was a lot less obvious because most of their attacks were focused on using mana to enhance their bodies. However, even augmenters had differentiations in how adept they were in certain types of elements. One quick example was culmination of gathering mana into a single point and releasing it in an explosive attack. While no visible flames were involved, an augmenter who had an easier time utilizing mana in that manner would typically be considered a fire attribute mage. That was only applied in the beginning. While it differed per person, after a certain threshold in one's mana core and comprehension of the element, he or she could be utilize mana in a way to actually pertain to the user's attribute. For conjurers, this meant that they could start slowly progress away from the training wheels of chanting and start shortening their verses or even completely foregoing it in the element that they were adept at. For augmenters, it would become much more noticeable because they could begin manifesting their elemental attribute instead of manipulating mana in a manner corresponding to their elemental attribute. For example, before breaking through, a fire attribute augmenter's attack would simply carry a more powerful explosive burst, while wind attribute augmenters would find it easier to manipulate mana into faster and sharper attacks. However, upon sufficient comprehension, the augmenter's element attribute would actually influences their attacks physically. Earth attribute augmenters could learn to produce a gauntlet of earth and can even learn to create small seismic shocks by stomping their foot, while wind attribute augmenters could be taught to release small blades of wind and create a vacuum effect in their punches, and so on. All of these were essentially techniques that mages could utilize upon sufficient comprehension of their respective element. Of course, conjurers still had the major advantage of being able to influence a lot more of their surroundings. Their range was also a lot farther, but their weakness was still the vulnerability that they had the process of chanting, as well as their bodies that weren't naturally protected by mana. Because of these differences, both types of mages that could break the threshold are much stronger than mages that couldn't, and ultimately determine the talent and future accomplishments they could achieve. While conjurers could innately control elements because of how proficient they were at absorbing nature's mana with their mana veins, augmenters are different. For every one attribute augmenter there were 10 that wasn't. There were cases of attribute augmenters that never break the threshold and become fully fledged elemental attribute augmenters. This was where proper schooling came into play. With enough guidance from early on, mages would more likely be able to be led to comprehension of their elemental attribute. His two fists ignited, bursting into fiery gloves of scarlet. This control over his fire element was novice, apparent from the steam coming from his body. This meant that there was unnecessary mana being spread out throughout his body. I had learned early on that my father was a fire attribute mage, but after reaching a bottleneck for years while being busy as a father, he was able to reach the orange stage and, more impressively, was able to break through in his comprehension in fire. He could now be considered as an official elemental augmenter, or elemental for short. I shot him a proud grin before readying myself as well. Impressive, Dad. But now it's my turn. In the world I had come from, elemental augmenters were merely practitioners of different sects. The earth, fire, water, and wind sects consisted of their own techniques that utilized their element. While I was training with Gramps, I had tested out numerous theories that I had kept in my mind. One thing I had learned very quickly during that time was that I had absolutely no talent for conjuring. Grandpa brought over an elven conjurer one day when I had asked him to get someone to teach me the basics, and I ended up nearly killing myself. Augmenting and conjuring were very different in one sense, and very similar in another. An augmenter could potentially have the ability to do what conjurers were capable of, and vice versa. However, this only came with advanced breakthroughs in the top mana core stages, as well as a much higher form of comprehension in the respective element. I had thought that maybe I could bypass that fundamental rule and become both a conjurer and augmenter. I just regretted that I had to learn the hard way how that wasn't possible. Another theory I had tested was my potential ability as a deviant. Grandpa Virion and Tess had both been shocked speechless after they found out I could manipulate all 4 elements, but after the 4 months of trying to see if I could control any of the higher elements, I received mixed results. Try not to be too surprised. Crackling sounds popped in the air around me as my hair stood on its end by the electric current coursing through me. There were currents of yellow lightning enveloping me as I prepared to attack. What the? My father had almost stopped his attack after the shock had left unfocused. Before giving him the chance to recover, I dashed towards him, leaving a trail of charred grass and earth behind me. I blinked behind him, concentrating lightning into my fist as I go in for a hook. A frightening explosion occurred as my fist collided with his. While my father had managed to block my attack, the recoil pushed him into a nearby tree. Getting back to his feet, my father imbued his arm in fire before looking at me. We both stayed silent, our gaze enough to tell each other our intent. As he lunged towards me with a speed fearsome for his size, I readied myself as well. As soon as my father got in range, he let out a flurry of precise jabs as my assimilated body, coupled with the nerve-enhancing effect of the lightning coursing through me, was able to dodge each one with minimal movement. Lightning and fire intertwined as I parried and dodged his fists, each of his jabs growing faster and sharper. He truly was my father. I was at a severe disadvantage because of my height and reach, and my father wasn't one who'd let that opportunity go wasted. He kept his optimal distance instead of carelessly getting close as I did all I can to get in range. As I parried each of his fists, I fired small bursts of lightning, slowly whittling down the feelings in his arms. My father didn't notice until it was too late, though his swings and jabs were becoming dull and sloppy. Seizing the opportunity, I ducked under his swing and prepared for an uppercut, and just when my fist was about to make contact, my father's knee was positioned just below my jaw. It was a stalemate. The tension from the spar immediately dissipated as my father clasped my shoulders. Ow, he let out a surprised yelp. I still had electric currents surrounding me, giving him a little shock. I smiled back as I dispersed my mana, allowing my father to pick me up. While I was able to finally break through into the world of deviance, I was still a beginner. I had a lot to work on for my lightning attribute magic, since this was something completely new to me as well. As for ice attribute magic, it was even harder for me at the moment. Using either of them required an excessive amount of mana, most of which was wasted on inept utilization. I was also bound by a strict limit on the duration of use, with lightning magic for about 3 minutes, and for ice even less. While right now, using lightning attribute magic was more of a liability on myself than an asset, in the future, this definitely wouldn't be the case. The reason why only very few mages were able to transcend the basic element, that they were adept in and into its higher form, was that the higher form was completely different and incomparably more difficult. Of course, while me being able to learn both lightning and ice within 4 months probably didn't back up this point, need I remind you again that I was a complete beginner in these higher forms of elements. While my old world helped me gain knowledge and understanding to transcend into the higher forms of the elements, my old world experiences didn't prepare me for after I had become a deviant. As for sound and gravity, I had yet to produce any favorable results. In order to even take the first step, a mage needed to understand the link between the basic elements into its higher form. After that, the mage's body needed to be able to naturally understand this link and harmonize the structure of the mana from the basic element to its higher form. For wind and earth, even if I had somehow become able to grasp the link between the basic to its higher form, my body wouldn't be able to change the structure of the mana particles. My theory held true when I realized I wasn't compatible to wind and earth in this world as well. The energy from my body was drained, and as soon as my father puts me back down, I collapsed on my butt. It was then that I had the chance to finally notice the dead silence surrounding my father, and my father had always been the type to easily accept facts, and he knew I was already some sort of monstrous genius, so me being a deviant didn't really surprise him all too much. However, this hardly applied to everyone else here. The only one that seemed fascinated was my sister, but that was simply because she didn't really get what had happened. She was probably used to seeing father fight, so nothing outside of that really registered as odd. Vincent and Tabitha's faces are all in sync, faces pale, jaws slack, eyes wide. My mother had her hands covering her mouth in shock, while even Lillian knew that what I did wasn't normal. Compared to my father's excited yet unsurprised acceptance, this reaction was more so within my expectations. Haha, surprise, I threw up my arms, laughing weakly. Sylvie scampered towards me, giving me a concerned gaze as if asking, "Are you okay, Papa?" Vincent was the first to speak up. Deviant, he managed to spew out, "My God." Tabitha just sighed in astonishment. "So, Art, when exactly did you learn that new trick?" My father asked, more in curious tone than one of shocked bewilderment, shaking his head while ruffling my hair. "Not too long ago, Dad. I can barely control it, though," I replied sheepishly. We all made our way back into the living room where we all situated ourselves around the dining table. "Ray, your son, do you realize the kind of future he has? He's only 8, but he's already stronger than a veteran B-rank adventurer," Vincent said, hardly able to contain his excitement. My father scratched his head. "This is crazy. I thought that him awakening at the age of 3 was already terrifying, but to think he would become a deviant as well." "What, he awakened at the age of 3? Tabitha cried out, bolting up from her seat. My mother just nodded at this. "Arthur managed to blow up most of our house in the process." Both my father and Vincent leaned back, sinking in their chair as they let out a synced sigh. "Papa, are you okay?" Eleanor poked father in the cheek. Laughing, father picked her up off of mother's lap. "Haha, yeah, I'm okay, princess." Vincent got up from his chair now and looked seriously at us, arms stretched out on the table. "Ray, how about enrolling your son in Zyrus Academy?" "What, you can't be serious, right? He's only 8, my father refuted, sitting up on his chair. Tabitha chimmied in. "Ray, Alice, I think your child is more than capable of exceeding at Zyrus. I thought that only noble geniuses were allowed to attend Zyrus Academy." Mother responded, concern etched into her face. Excitedly, Vincent voiced out, "I can handle that. I do a lot of business with the director of Zyrus Academy, so she'll be lenient in the enrollment process." But the school fees are much too extravagant for us to handle," Mother argued, still doubtful of the idea of sending me. "Alice, that should be the least of your worries. We will be glad to pay for the fees. Arthur's talent is immeasurable. Who knows what he can accomplish? Even if we don't pay, I'm sure he'd find nobles that would beg to sponsor him." Tabitha held Alice's hands in her own for reassurance. "Ahem, do you mind if I have a say in this? People seem to forget that the person's future they were trying to decide was right here with them. I have just arrived back home today. Can I spend a bit of time with my family before I decide whether to go to school or not?" I gave a meaningful gaze to Vincent. "Oh, of course. I apologize, haha." I guess I was too excited there for a moment. He just laughed weakly before sitting back down. I turned my head to face my mother. "Mom, where do I sleep? Oh yes, I almost forgot. You'll have your room next to Eleanor's in the left wing. Come on, let's all go up now. It's getting late." Sylvie had already fallen asleep on my head, and my baby sister was nodding in and out of her dream world while we were discussing my future. Today had been a long day. Mother and father lead me to the room I'd be living in from today onwards. It was a lot larger than my room in Ashbur, but still decorated in a homey fashion. While the furnishings did leave a lot of open space, it worked perfectly for since I needed some space to train. As I settled Sylvie down on the bed, mother and father sat down next to me. "We'll go shopping together tomorrow. We need to get you some clothes." My mother ran her fingers through my hair. My father squatted down in front of me, grabbing my arm. "Arthur, whether you're a genius or not, you're still my son, and I'll be proud of you and love you regardless of circumstances." His face was unusually serious. It was comforting knowing that they would always treat me as their son instead of their little genius. I quietly nodded in return. I thought of revealing the full extent of my abilities, but I decided that it might be safer to do it in baby steps. Before he stood back up, he pinched me cheek and gave me an evil smile. Besides, I know you held back on me with your lightning magic today. Don't think that you fooled me. We'll do a rematch soon. My mother just chortled at this, I swear. All you guys think about is fighting. She looked at me with a comforting smile in her eyes. Your father is right, though. No matter what kind of genius you are, you'll still be my baby boy. Haha. Can't I be your adolescent boy now? I'm 8.5 now, Mom. I grinned back at her. Nope, you can't, she just retorted before the both of them left my room. Get some rest now. Let's go shopping with your sister tomorrow. It'll be a great chance for you guys to bond, my mother said before closing the door behind her. I don't even have the energy to wash up. I just plop into bed, bouncing the slumbering Sylvie, who whines at me before nodding off to sleep. Today was a long day. It was a good, long day. With a smile plastered on my face, I followed Sylvie into a comforting sleep. I woke up the next morning to my baby dragon licking furiously at my face. Haha, I'm up, Sylv, I'm up. Caillou, she was hopping up and down on top of me, a feeling of excitement radiating from her. I thought of Tess. I had never thought I would miss being woken up by her Spartan methods. I wonder how she was doing. Tess had become my closest friend growing up, and while she had turned a bit fierce, she was still the same kind-hearted Tess that worried about me and took care of me while I was in a Lenoir. I took a quick shower, dragging my smelly dragon with me. She cried in distress at the warm water drenching her, but I didn't relent, and soon after, we were both sparkling clean. Caillou, Sylvie moaned, plopped down on my bed, exhausted from struggling. Don't complain. Both of us were filthy and we didn't wash yesterday either. I hear a knock on my door, so I quickly put on the rest of my clothes. Coming, I said, my shirt still over my head. Opening the door, I looked down to spot a shy Alina looking down with her foot rubbing something on the ground. Well, hello there, Ellie. I squatted down so I was eye level with her, giving her the most gentle smile I could muster. GG morning brooder. Mama told me to wake you up. She muttered, her head still down. Can you take me down to the kitchen? I asked, holding out my hand. And she nods excitedly, and while she hesitated for a second, she grabbed my hand and pulled me along. Sylvie followed behind us, trotting while taking a look around at her new surroundings. I met with a pleasant smell of bacon as we entered the kitchen. Inside, I spotted Tabitha and my mother cooking something as they chatted. Lilia was sitting down at the table already, her legs swinging, obviously waiting for breakfast. Good morning, Mom, ma'am, Lilia, I announced. Morning. Caillou, both Ellie and Sylvie echo. Ah, Ellie managed to wake you up. I remembered having the hardest time waking you up even when you were a baby, Art. I swear you slept like a log. My mother chuckled as she placed some eggs into a large plate. Did you sleep well? Smiled Tabitha as she tossed the bowl of salad she had in her hands. I slept great, Mrs. Helstia. Hi, Ellie. Good morning, Arthur. Lilia softly said as her voice trailed off after meeting my gaze. I smiled and returned the greeting. Breakfast was great. Mother mentioned that usually the maids are the ones to cook, but she wanted to cook today for me. It had been too long since I had Mother's cooking, and I now realized how dearly I had missed it. I made sure to give some of the meat to Sylvie, who didn't hesitate to gobble whatever entered her mouth, including my finger. Eventually, Ellie and Lilia both wanted to try feeding her, so I told them to go ahead. Needless to say, Sylvie warmed up to both of them a bit more after being fed by them. The carriage is waiting out front, so just leave the dishes in the sink and let's head out, announced Tabitha. Zyrus was an amazing city. I couldn't help but stare at the different sights that came into view as we traveled down the main road. I could see magic shops, armories, spell books, and even beast core shops. There was everything a mage could ask for. Adults and children were all dressed extravagantly, while luxurious carriages passed alongside ours. Some buildings were several stories high, making this city seem a lot bigger and denser than Ashbur. I could also see children a couple years older than me all wearing similar uniforms, some black while some gray and red. I could only assume by their pretentious demeanor that they were students of Zyrus Academy. While uniforms in my old world were meant to protect the financial backgrounds to lessen discrimination, here, it seemed that the uniforms themselves worked as a sort of gold medallion that they could show off to the rest of the world. We had eventually reached the fashion district of Zyrus. It was here I learned that shopping for clothes with females took a harder toll on my body than training with Grandpa Virion, and even the thought of his training regimen had left me in cold sweat. I was used as a mannequin for each of the girls' own preferences in style. My mother wanted to dress me in simple clothes, while Tabitha wanted to transform me into some sort of prince. Even Lilia and Ellie made me try on some clothes. You need to look good since you're my brooder. She announced loudly, her hands on her hips. Sylvie could feel the exhaustion radiating from me, so she comfortingly perched on my head as if to gloat. I ended up with 10 different sets of clothes, half from Mother and the other half from Tabitha. Both Mother and I tried to stop Tabitha from buying me anything, but she scolded us, playfully said, just think of it as an investment. Besides, I've always wanted a son, while winking. We looked around more after towing our bags of clothes into the carriage. I was excited to see the armory. I had really wanted a decent sword to start practicing swordsmanship again. It was apparent that my skills diminish after such a long break from proper training. The girls didn't want that though, and I was forced to go into different jewelry and gem stores instead. I guess I would have to visit the armory with father next time. Eventually, we arrived back home, my physical and mental strength depleted by the time father came back home soon after. "How was your day, son?" He chuckled, taking a seat next to me on the dining table. "I never thought shopping could be so utterly tiring," I groaned. As if hearing my complaints, Vincent and Tabitha sat down across from us. "Haha, I heard you got beat up by a bunch of women today, Arthur," Vincent exclaimed. I just feebly nod while Tabitha smirked at looks at mother. "The little prodigy of yours isn't as big of a deal as I thought he was." Lilia and Ellie giggled at this. I will admit that a woman's endurance cannot be matched when they're out shopping. I just wryly refuted. My father and Vincent laughed harder at this and nodded their head in agreement. The sound of a doorbell followed by a couple of knocks gets everyone's attention. "Ah, looks like she's here." Vincent perked up. The look on everyone else's face told me that Vincent was the only one who knew what was going on. Vincent came back, leading an elderly woman into dining room. "Ray, Alice, Arthur, I know you guys said that you want to put off school for later, but I just couldn't hold it in. Everyone, meet Cynthia Goodsky. She's the director of Zyrus Academy." Noticing the slight twinge of annoyance on my face, Vincent immediately said, "Don't worry, I didn't bring her here to make you go to school right away. I just wanted her to meet you." The director gave me a smile that I couldn't quite understand the meaning of and held out her hand. "Nice to finally meet you, Arthur." Zyrus Academy, an institution hailed as the most exalted sanctuary for any of the would-be mages privileged enough to have both the background and talent to enter. There were several other academies scattered throughout the kingdom of Sapin, but needless to say, the level between those second-rate schools and Zyrus was insurmountable. That was the kind of titan Zyrus Academy was. Those who qualified to graduate from this academy were guaranteed a prosperous future and life. It was rumored that the top graduates could even become honored guards, instructors, or military leaders for the royal family, for the king of the entire race of humans on this continent. Of course, some choose to go the more humble route and focused on research by joining one of the mage guilds. However, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that students of Zyrus Academy were hailed as the true elites, even among nobles. Now, here I was, standing in front of the said academy's director. Normally, any 8-year-old any person would be ecstatic to be in the presence of someone so affluent, but I couldn't help let out an expression of annoyance at the unexpected guest. She was a very tall lady, standing around 1.7 meters, well above the average for the females here. She held herself in a very upright, poised manner. She wore a simple, yet elegant robe of navy blue, laced with gold threading. She sported a conjurer's hat, an accessory that looked like an oversized traffic cone that amplified the absorption rate of the surrounding mana, but oftentimes came with other functions. Strapped to the side of her robe was a wand that was a crystalline white color with a fluorescent gem attached. Even my ignorant eyes could tell that this wand was extremely valuable. Surprisingly, her face had very soft features that reminded me more of a friendly grandmother next door than an all-important figure of power, but the aura she had around her made her seem fairy-like, her wrinkles unable to mask the attractive face that she had. The crow's feet etched on the outer ends of her brown eyes actually amplified the attractiveness of her smile when she introduced herself. "Nice to finally meet you, Arthur," she said, holding her hand out. What was I supposed to do in this situation? Was I supposed to shake it, or is someone of power like her expecting me to kiss her hand or something? I just went with the safe route and shook her hand. Nice to meet you too, Director." The director seemed a little taken aback by my introduction. "Arthur, you're being rude. I'm so sorry for my son, Director Goodsky. He just returned home and is ignorant about formal customs." My mother pushed my head down with her hand while bowing herself, getting on one knee. Apparently, when meeting someone of high standing, it was customary to get on one knee and shake the hand while bowing. How stupid. "Kukuku, no, it is quite all right. No offense taken at all. And please, Arthur, call me Cynthia." She let out a polite laugh with her free hand covering her mouth. "I'm sorry to intrude on you at such a late time, but unfortunately, the only free time I could make was after my meeting tonight. I hope you don't mind," she explained, looking at my parents. "No, we're thankful that you'd be willing to take the time out just to visit our son." My father was the one to speak this time. By the amount of formality, I had started wondering if this granny could compare to Grandpa Virion. Director Cynthia nodded at this. "True, it isn't very often that I take a house trip to visit a potential student. Otherwise, even with 100 bodies, I wouldn't be able to fit the time." However, Vincent is a good friend and has contributed greatly to Zyrus Academy, so when he had excitedly come up to me about a prodigy that is living in his home, I couldn't help but get excited as well. I must say that my curiosity got the best of me. "Do you mind leading me to an open space so I can see a demonstration?" She continued on, her gaze fixed at me in an assessing manner. "Can I at least eat din?" Ouch, my mother slapped me in the butt before I could finish my sentence. "Of course, please follow us, Director Cynthia." My mother ushers me, leading Director Cynthia while the rest followed. My dinner. Sylvie, who had been hiding underneath the dinner table from the unfamiliar human, trotted behind me, causing Director Cynthia to raise an eyebrow. "Oh my, what a lovely mana beast. I assume it is your contracted beast, Arthur," she asked me inquisitively while kneeling down to get a closer view at Sylvie. "Yeah, she hatched a few months ago." "Her name is Sylvie," I simply responded, my mother's hand still grabbing onto the back of my shirt to keep me from escaping. I have to say, while it is common for nobles to buy beasts to contract, I have never seen a mana beast like yours. Shrugging my shoulders, I explained, I'm not exactly sure what she is either. Her mother seemed to be some sort of scaled wolf-like creature. She was already gravely wounded when I stumbled into her nest. She was protecting her egg. She reached to pet Sylvie, but she scampered away and climbed on top of my head. "Sorry, she's a bit shy around strangers, I see. Well, enough about her. Let us see if what Vincent said wasn't just exaggeration. He didn't tell me much except that you're an augmenter. Saying the rest would be a surprise." She let out a wry smile, making Vincent blush. We had arrived at the backyard, and everyone took seats, giving us enough space, Sylvie struggling to escape the grasp of my little sister, whom I entrusted her with. "You're not going to use your wand," I started, stretching. "It isn't very fair of me to be using a weapon when you yourself are empty-handed as well, right?" She gave me a wink. She made a solid point. I stomped my right foot into the ground, and a piece of the ground the size of my body thrusted up. My hands are lazily in my pocket, so I kicked the rock at Director Cynthia's direction. A wind wall appeared instantly in front of her, knocking up the rock I had just kicked high into the air. Ooh, instacasting. I guess she wasn't just a director that sat in front of her desk signing papers. Her brows raised in surprise by the sudden attack I threw at her, but she quickly composed herself. I could tell she hadn't been expecting an elemental attack from me, especially since she knew I was an augmenter. I willed a gust of wind underneath my feet and propelled myself to her. Her expression grew even more surprised as I easily jumped up 3 meters into the air with the help of my wind attribute skill as a swirling whirlwind enveloped my right fist. Using the boulder that had just been knocked up by the director as a foothold, I kicked off it to gain enough momentum to hopefully break through her barrier. The collision of her R2 spells created an erratic current of wind, forcing the audience to cover themselves. The collision blew me back, but Director Cynthia remained steady on her feet. Before I was able to recompose myself, the director had already finished her next move as gusts of wind swirled and shaped themselves into 4 twisters the size of small trees. Without even a visible command from her, the twisters shot themselves towards me. Gathering wind attribute mana around me, I will a small tornado to form around me, spinning the opposite direction of Director Goodsky's spell. Using the centrifugal force generated by my cyclone, I began spinning along with it, using my hands to create blades of wind. The clash between the 4 twisters and my cyclone created a small crater, but otherwise didn't do me any harm besides making me very dizzy. Impressive. It seems like I will have to take you just a bit more seriously. Instantly I'm knocked back, my ears ringing and my vision unsteady. She was a deviant, a sound mage at that. I steadied myself, taking a glance at my opponent who was staring back at me with a mildly impressed expression on her face. My head began spinning, trying to think of different possible moves I could take to win, but she had me in a checkmate. Suppressing my pride and stubbornness, I took a seat on the ground, admitting defeat. "That should be enough for a demonstration, right, Director?" I rubbed my temples. "Yes, that is quite sufficient," she muttered. There was a long pause as she began studying me with a newly found interest. She regained her senses and made her way towards me when I hear my father's voice. "Arthur, you know how to use earth and wind attribute spells as well." "What do you mean as well?" Director Cynthia interrupted, her composed look turning into a look of confusion. My mother continued on for my baffled father. He, my son, we thought he was a fire elemental. He's a deviant as well that can use lightning magic." I could hear Director Cynthia's breath turn short, and for the first time her expression of someone truly in shock. Surely you jest. You mean to say that he is capable of controlling 3 elements, 4 actually. I can control all 4, I cut in. Everyone was going to find out anyway. This wasn't something that I could, nor wanted to hide. Earth and wind are my weakest elements. I'm a lot more adept in controlling fire and water. I also happen to be deviants in both those elements, although I had just began training in them. I got up to my feet, shaking off my dizziness from the previous attack. I wasn't expecting a sound user, so I didn't bother enhancing my ears. The director was quite cruel, though. If my body hadn't gone through assimilation, my hearing would have been quite damaged. No one responded back to what I had just said, the only sound nearby being the cliched chirps of crickets. It was understandable that they'd be this surprised, but I was getting tired of the shocked expressions. The noble figure that controlled the most prominent school in the continent stumbled forward, barely making it to a chair. Then, unexpectedly, she began laughing. She started off with a low chuckle, but that soon escalated into a wild laugh of what seemed to me like sheer joy. Finally turning back to me, she said, "Arthur, if I may repeat, you are a quadra-elemental capable of controlling 2 higher elements, correct? I'm also a dragon tamer, but that's about it. I wonder how they would react if I told them that." "Correct," I immediately answered, not bothering to elaborate. "Please demonstrate." Director Cynthia's eyes grew menacing, and the once friendly grandmother now had the look of a veteran killer as she raised her hand, the mana around her fluctuating. Suddenly, a vacuum of wind began sucking me towards her as a visible sphere of wind formed in her other palm. This woman, I willed water into my right palm and a condensed ball of fire in my left. She wanted to see so badly I'd just have to show her. Combining the 2 opposing skills together, I created a massive cloud of steam, completely enshrouding the both of us from everyone else's sight. The cloud of steam didn't last long against the wind mage, but it did give me enough time for me to create a spear of ice. I quickly repositioned myself after throwing the spear of ice just as the steam dissipated. As expected, the director easily blocked my ice spear just before I was in range to land a fist encased in lightning. However, just like before, I was blown away by a powerful sound wave. Fortunately, I had reinforced mana over my ears, but there was no way for me to get near her. "Hugh, I must say that I'm thoroughly convinced. You pass, Arthur Lewin." She clapped her hands, breaking the silence. Getting back up, I dust myself off. This demonstration had left me with a mixture of feelings. I was frustrated on one hand that there were figures I couldn't even touch, let alone defeat. However, for the first time, I began seriously considering the potential value of learning at Zyrus. If I could have a professor that was on a level near Director Goodsky, my magic would make leaps and bounds. "Sorry for hiding this from you guys," I said, turning to my parents. I was a bit worried that my parents might be angry for keeping this from them, but fortunately my father took it pretty well. My son is the first ever quadra elemental. He scooped me up by my armpits and swung me around like he did when I was an infant. Suddenly, the traumatic memories began popping back up. "Please, Art, no more secrets." My mother just wryly smiled, concern still etched on her face. I couldn't promise her that, but I'd like to believe it was for her protection, not for my convenience. "Forget a quadra-elemental in this continent. There aren't even any tri-elementals but you, Art." Tabitha chimed in, her voice trailing into a sigh. "Is Bruder strong?" my sister chimed in, still clutching onto Sylvie. Patting her head, the director nodded. "Your brother has the ability to become very strong, little one." Hee. She had a proud look on her face, as if she was the one getting complimented. Vincent's face was still a picture of disbelief, as he still was in the middle of processing everything. As Lilia made sure her father was all right, she took a quick glance towards my direction with a mixture of astonishment and a little fear on her face. I didn't blame her. My father set me down and I turned to Director Cynthia, giving her a stern gaze, a gaze that I knew didn't fit an 8-year-old. "Director Goodsky, there's actually a reason I didn't hide my capabilities today." Picking up on the seriousness in my voice, she nodded in understanding. "I had a hunch that you weren't just brazenly showing off your skills, Arthur. You seem too sharp for that." Agreeing with her, I responded, "There are only a few benefits I can gain from attending your school. One is learning how to utilize my lightning and ice elements. However, that is something I can learn on my own with due time. No, the main reason I would attend your academy, if I chose to at all, is for protection. Right now, I'm not strong enough to protect everyone. However, you hold a position of power and influence that can provide safety for my family and I, at least until I can gain the strength to protect them myself." "Arthur, you're being rude to Director Goodsky. How can you?" "No, it's fine, Alice." Immediately after she said this, the director mumbled a soft chant before speaking again. "Arthur, I believe you hold the ability to make changes in this world. For that, if you're willing to attend Zyrus Academy and become a rightful citizen that will do anything to protect his land, then I will abide by any criteria you set." Director Goodsky's voice was clear and determined. "Very well, I will learn what I feel is valuable from the classes your school offers and train my own powers. As long as you give me the tools and freedom to do so, as well as keep my loved ones safe, then I will consider you as an important benefactor," I promised. Director Goodsky's lips curve up into a smile as we shook hands. At this, I'm suddenly able to hear the voices of everyone else again. Looking at the director, she gave me wink. By the confused looks of everyone around us, I could only assume that what Director Goodsky had done was make everyone else unable to hear our voices. Clarifying for everyone who couldn't hear, I said aloud, "I will abide by our agreement when I enroll in your academy." "Oh, were you not planning on enrolling into my academy anytime soon?" The director, as well as every other adult, had looks of puzzlement on their faces. "I don't plan on entering Zyrus Academy until I would be of a normal age to actually attend. No, I've decided to enter your academy on my 12th birthday, a very average age for one to enter your academy. I assume that will not be a problem." I tilted my head. "Goodness, that's in a little over 3 years. Arthur, do you have any plans on what to do until then?" I figured Director Goodsky wouldn't be so accepting on prolonging my education for over 3 years. I turned to face my parents again, since it was up to them to allow me or not. I looked up at the night sky, stars shining. Unlike my old world, the lack of bright lights truly made the star-glittered night beautiful. Turning my gaze back to where my family was, I answer, I'd like to become an adventurer. No, absolutely no way. Arthur, do you know how dangerous it is to become an adventurer? You've just gotten back after we all thought you were dead, and now you're saying you want to go get yourself killed out there. No way, absolutely not. My mother was on the verge of tears while she said this. She had never been good at controlling her emotions. Elena was besides her, clutching onto her leg. Mama, don't be angry. Bruder not bad a person. Ooh, Mama, don't cry. Director Goodsky had left the manor after my announcement. I could tell she still wanted to ask me a lot of questions, but we excused ourselves to have a family talk. We were currently inside my parents' room with my mother standing up in front of me, forbidding me to even think about doing anything remotely dangerous. Father was a bit more rational. I could tell he didn't like the idea as well, but he couldn't really see any reason for me not to be an adventurer besides my age. I wasn't going to debate with my mother. She was saying all of this because she was worried, and I could never blame her for that. It was something I had expected, and I wanted to slowly ease her into the idea, but the meeting with Director Goodsky threw the timing off of everything. After being silent the whole time, my father finally spoke up. Honey, let's hear Arthur out at least. I'm not saying I agree to him becoming an adventurer, but don't you think we should at least listen to what he has to say? How can you still say that after what happened that day? My mother yelled, breaking down into a fit of sobs. I looked to my father for answers, curious about what she was talking about, but he simply shook his head and comforted my mother. It seemed like a good hour before she had calmed down enough for us to speak again. I grabbed my mother's hands. Mom, I wasn't planning on leaving tomorrow. I was looking forward to spending a few months at home with you guys. She was still silent, but her face softened a little at that, and I just gave her a warm smile. Sylvie followed suit and began licking her hand. What I meant by becoming an adventurer was so that I can get some experience. After being in the Elf Kingdom for 3 years, I missed a lot about what I should know about this world of ours. I just thought that becoming an adventurer would be the best way to gain some practical experience, I urged, not letting go of Mother's hands. I understand where you're coming from, Arthur. Although I was a bit older, I was also itching to get some real-life experience in fighting as soon as I awakened as a mage, he reminisced. But your mother is also right in that it is dangerous and unpredictable. My mother nodded her head vigorously at this. I stayed silent for a little bit as I pondered. Dad, Mom, what if I were to have some sort of guard or supervisor with me? Would that make you feel a bit more at ease with this whole idea? You know, that's not a bad idea. I could almost see the gears in my father's head wind as he began thinking of potential candidates. But I still won't be able to see you for 3 years. My mother began to protest again. Shaking my head, I say to her, Mom, I'm not going to go on long trips or go on dangerous missions to faraway places. I'll try to come back every few months, maybe even more frequently than that, depending on what I do. Bruder, are you leaving? My sister had an expression as if she had just been told that Santa didn't exist. I started to panic. No, Ellie, I'm staying here. You'll be seeing your brother a lot from now on, okay? Apparently, both my mother and father had told Elena a lot of stories about me and how strong and smart I was. One of Ellie's favorite bedtime stories was how I saved Mother from a bunch of bad guys on top of a cliff and that I got hurt so it'll take me some time to come back home. Eventually, I had become some sort of hero to my sister. I looked back at my mother. Her face was considerably more at ease after talking about this. I guess she had just assumed the worst-case scenario and thought I wanted to slay the world's strongest evil at the age of 8 or something. Why did you want to be an adventurer before even going to school anyways? Wasn't it usually the opposite? My mother softly muttered. Dad's reason was a part of it. I want to test my skills out in real-life situations. Also, Mom, I want to at least try to fit in with everyone when I go to school. It would be a lot harder to fit in if I began school at the age of 8. I don't think I'll be able to make much friends with such a big age difference. It was a very pitiful excuse, but for once, my mother gave me a look of understanding. I guess it was a mother's worst nightmare for her child to become a loner. It wasn't a complete lie because I said it thinking of Sylvia's dying wish. She had wanted me to enjoy life and have a life not just of training. This was a promise that I planned on keeping no matter what. Besides, I'm going to be here for a couple of months anyway. Who knows, maybe you'll get sick of me by then and throw me out before I even get the chance to leave. I winked at my mother. That earned me a thump on the head, but she chuckled as well. You're just like your father at times like these. Thank God you at least have my intelligence. She gave me a big hug, leaving me with a warm feeling that I still wasn't used to. Hey, what about my intelligence? He was gifted with my adept abilities in fire too. My father protested. HMPH, my son got his deviant powers from me. Mother just turned me away from my father and just stuck her tongue out at him. Ellie too, bleh. My sister copied my mother and stuck her tongue out at my devastated father. Sniff, no one's on my side. He just playfully cried, trying to hug my daughter. This left us all in a fit of laughter. The next day was a Sunday, leaving my father with the day off. Both the Lewin and Helstia family were dining together for breakfast. So did you guys settle on what to do about Arthur? Vincent asked, half chewing on his omelet. Tabitha shook her head. I swear. Sometimes I have such a hard time believing you're a noble with your horrible dining habits, dear. Cuckoo, don't worry. At least your husband's better than mine. Remember that one dinner party where Ray spit out his food from laughing so hard? I had to use Ellie as an excuse to leave the table because I was so embarrassed. My mother just sighed. Cough, anyways. Yes, after talking about it yesterday night, we agreed to let him become an adventurer under some conditions, Vince. My father just lightly blushed as he tried to switch back the topic. Oh, what conditions? Responded the curious Tabitha as she was cutting the omelet into smaller pieces for Lilia. He's not going to become an adventurer until after his birthday, which is in 3 months. We also decided on having a guard with him on his missions. Besides that, I feel like he'll be smart enough to manage the rest on his own. Of course, the last condition is that he'll be visiting as often as possible, my father explained, working on the rest of his roast beef. Do you have anyone in mind for who his guard is going to be? Heck, is there even a guard that is capable of guarding him? I feel like Arthur would be the one protecting the guard. He just chuckled at the ridiculousness of an 8-year-old protecting a grown, veteran adventurer. My mother answered him, looking at my father. We haven't really thought of a person that fits the criteria. Ray and I thought we could use one of the Helstia auction guards, but we couldn't really come up with anyone. Can I have more omelet, please? My sister chimed in with her fork raised in the air. I got it. My father stood up from his sudden revelation, making me almost choke on the piece of meat that was in my mouth. The twin horns will be coming back from an expedition in a dungeon soon. I received a letter from the Adventurer Guild Hall that says they should be back within 2 months. It's perfect. Why did it take so long for me to think of this? We can just have one of the twin horns to look after you. Arthur, you still remember them, right? My father's eyes shined in excitement. Hey, that's not a bad idea. My mother said from the kitchen, her voice implying the rarity in my father having a good idea. Handing a piece of meat to Sylvie, who was perched on my lap with her front 2 paws on the table, I responded too. Of course I remember them. That sounds like a great idea, Dad. Do they know I'm back? No, unfortunately, I haven't had the chance to send a mail to them yet. I was planning on doing that today. My father sat back down, scratching his head. Vincent chimed in on the conversation after finishing off his breakfast. Arthur, you said to Director Cynthia yesterday about not showing your powers to anyone until you enroll into Zyrus Academy, right? How were you planning on doing that while you're an adventurer? Ah, yes. I've been meaning to get to that, I said while picking up a strawberry with my fork. I planned on keeping my identity hidden as an adventurer. I've read that there were many members of the Adventurers Guild that went by aliases, not revealing their identities to the public. Unfortunately, since there was no way of masking the appearance of Sylvie, I would just have to do a good job of hiding her. Thankfully, she was small enough to fit inside a cloak if the pocket was big enough. I see. Both Vincent and Tabitha nodded at this. With that, breakfast ended and we all separated. Father went to the guild hall to send a letter to his old party members, while my mother and Tabitha went shopping, taking Ellie and Lilia along with them. They asked me to come as well, but I politely declined the offer to endure the suffering they call a pastime event. I washed up and headed towards the right wing of the manor, where Vincent's office was. Knock, knock. Yes, it's Arthur, I answered. The door opened to reveal Vincent with a curious look on his face. Ah, come in. What brings you here, Arthur? You've never really come into my office before. Ah, yes. There's a certain matter I wish to talk to you about today, which is why I visited, I said while looking around at the piles of documents on the floor and on his desk. VINCNT POV. Was this child really only 8 years old? Shivers ran down my spine at the tone of his voice. Why was I so nervous at the mention of a certain matter he wanted to talk to me about? What sort of matter is it? I just asked, my face turning a bit more serious. I would like your help in obtaining a few items that might be hard to find elsewhere. Continuing, he sat down and said with his eyes looking straight at me, I need a sturdy hooded cloak or robe and a mask that can cover my entire face. It's imperative that the mask has the function of changing my voice. It wasn't hard to figure out why he wanted these items. As the owner of the Helstia auction house that attracted even the highest of nobles and even the royal family, it shouldn't be too hard to get these items. The mask might be a little tricky because a sound elemental artificer would need to be the one to make this, but it could be done. Yet, why is there such a heavy feeling in this room? I couldn't quite place my finger on it. That's it. Why was this 8-year-old child giving off the same pressure as the time I was next to the King of Sapin himself? No, the atmosphere now was even heavier than when I was with the king. He was clearly asking me for a favor, but it felt as though he is gauging me, almost as if he was trying to evaluate where to put me on his list of people to keep alive. I had never felt this from him, but that was probably because I had only ever seen him with his family. I quickly replied, wanting to get it over with. Sure, it shouldn't be a problem getting those things. The mask might take a bit of time, but I'm sure we'll have it before you become an adventurer. His slight nod actually filled me with relief. I had nobles that waited in line to introduce themselves to me, but this kid, Is there anything you would need my help in for an exchange? I would feel bad just asking for this without any compensation. He responded. I felt a little sweat forming above my brows. It's fine, really. I owe your father a lot, actually. He may be working for me, but the way he trains my guards have really lessened the number of problems that happened during the auctions. This was the truth, actually. Ray had become an irreplaceable part of the Helstia auction houses. His leadership and charisma amongst the guards he trains is first class. I owed him when he saved my life, and I owe him and his family now. Even with the generous salary that is well above the average and letting his family stay in our house, I still felt that it was actually a bargain on my part. Both Tabitha and Lilia have been happier now than ever after Ray moved in with Alice and had Ellie. I had always been filled with guilt for not being able to spend as much time with my family as they wanted, but things were a lot better now. Speaking of training, that actually gives me an idea, he muttered while looking down. I've noticed quite a while ago that, when Arthur started thinking, he had this look where his gaze focused afar and his brows furrowed, the subtle crease near his lips, and the slight twitch of his nose made him appear to be thinking of something above what normal human intelligence would be capable of. It was the look of a true intellectual. Sigh. It's hard to believe that he was the same age as my little Lilia. Allow me to start training your daughter to become a mage. He put down this landmine as if he was just talking about the weather. Arthur Leywyn's POV. I had been meaning to start teaching my baby sister in mana manipulation soon. It wouldn't be too much trouble to include Lilia in these lessons. I noticed that both you and Lady Tabitha are not mages, so it might be impossible for her to awaken by herself. But if we start now, I think she'd be able to awaken around the average age, I said. My statement was met with silence. I looked up to see Vincent drop the stack of papers had been fumbling with nervously. His face was frozen in place as I could hear his heart beating faster. See, can I truly believe what you just said? Can you really allow my daughter to become a mage? He asked after a seemingly long moment of silence. Sure, it'll be a long process, but it's definitely possible. I will have to ask you to keep the lessons on a low profile, though. I would hate to be bombarded with doting parents asking to make their children into mages. I just chuckled, trying to lighten up the tension. He nodded furiously after failing to form a coherent sentence. Sincerely, there would be no greater happiness than seeing my daughter become a mage. He managed to stammer out, tears on the verge falling down. Great. Then I'll leave the items we discussed to you. Now, allow me to excuse myself out. Sorry for intruding in on your work. I walked myself out of the room, picking up the sleeping Sylvie from my lap. I'm glad that worked out well. LILIAHLSDA's POV. I'm shopping with Mommy and Lady Alice and Ellie. Ellie seemed a little bit disappointed that her brother didn't want to join us, so I was holding her hand to comfort her. Hey Ellie, do you like your big brother that much? But he's a meanie for not shopping with us. I wanted to dress him up more, she pouted. Do you like me better or your big brother? After some time of thinking, she just responded, I like both, cuckoo. Lilia, what are you asking Ellie? My mom asked, pulling my other hand. Lilia, what do you think of Arthur? Ooh, he's a little scary. How is he so strong, Mommy? I thought kids like us couldn't be mages until we're all grown up. It wasn't fair. I've always dreamt of becoming a mage and making Mommy and Papa happy. My mom looked at Lady Alice. I guess it's because he's a very gifted child. But Alice, do you really have no problems with everything he told you? I don't mean to butt in on your parenting, but doesn't it just seem a little too weird? How did he get so powerful during this time? You've told me that he was pretty good at fighting even before the bandit attack. Lying is bad, little Ellie declared. I agreed with her on that. Yeah, Ellie, lying is bad. Arthur Leywyn's POV. I start concentrating on my mana core, distracted by a series of unexplainable sneezes. I was getting too impatient with my training. I wanted to hurry up and get to the previous level in my past life, but that wasn't happening as fast as I wanted it to. The little fight with Director Goodsky made it all too real for me. I was too inexperienced and weak. It didn't really affect me until now, but I wasn't used to fighting the way mages fought in this world. The fact that there was nothing like conjurers in my previous world made fighting one a lot more difficult. My concentration wavered while my mind flashed back to my past life. The scene on that foggy night when the orphanage's head caretaker, the closest thing to a mother figure I had, was shot. I was still young at that time, but if I think back now, that was probably the reason I had started training like a madman. Head mother was the one that picked me off the streets, giving me a steamed bun. After that, she took care of me, taught me how to read and write, scolded me, and taught me basic manners. I didn't want to become a king, I just wanted vengeance. I just wanted to be strong enough to kill the ones responsible for the death of the person who had taken care of me, who had loved me. It was never as simple as that, though. It had turned out that the ones responsible for killing the orphanage head caretaker, along with other leader figures of the various orphanages, were the military from another country. I realized then that no matter how powerful an individual was, he was still just one person. I needed authority along with my power. Becoming a king then served its purpose. The first thing I did when I was appointed king was destroy that country. I bloodied my hands with the corpses of hundreds of thousands of soldiers and millions all together. The cruel thing, though, was that no matter what kind of revenge is taken, it didn't change what had happened to her. She still had died an unjust death. This life was going to be different. I wasn't going to let the ones I treasured suffer. Sylvie nudged her wet nose at me, a concerned gaze fixed on my eyes. "I'm here, feel better," was what she seemed to say to me. Petting her head, I stirred myself out of my unpleasant memories. I washed myself off, laughing at the crying Sylvie who still hated getting wet. I was glad I had her by my side. It wasn't healthy for me to be alone thinking by myself for too long. Just on time, the girls got back from their shopping trip by the time I had finished dressing up. I hopped down the stairs to greet them. HMPH, brother is a meanie. My sister just puckered her lower lip with her arms crossed. "Is it because I didn't go shopping with you, Ellie? I'm sorry." I patted her turned head, which made her tense her face as she forced herself to keep from smiling. "How was shopping, Mom, Lady Tabitha? Did you guys buy a lot of stuff?" I asked, my hand still on my sister's head. "We didn't buy much, just a couple of new outfits for Ellie and Lilia," my mother responded. At this time, I heard a storm of footsteps coming toward us. Vincent arrived, bade us with an excited look on his face. His eyes were a little red and he had an uncontainable smile on his face. "You guys are finally here," he said, picking up his daughter and kissing her cheek. "Honey, why are you so flustered? Have you been crying? What is going on?" Tabitha had a bewildered look on her face from confusion and worry. "Vince did look a little crazy right now. You didn't tell them yet, Arthur." He faced me, the goofy smile still pasted on his face. Shaking my head, I chuckled. I just got down as well. I was about to tell them. "Tell us what, baby?" My mother had a look of concern as well. Mothers never liked not knowing what was going on. I discussed with Mr. Vincent about teaching Ellie and Lilia mana manipulation starting today. Of course, only if Lady Tabitha was okay with it. Tabitha just shook her head, looking at her husband. Wait, hold on. Is this some sort of prank? If it is, it's not funny. No, ma'am. I know both you and Sir Vincent aren't mages, but it is possible for Lilia to become one. I gave her a sincere look. "In no way. I've never heard of a method for teaching someone mana manipulation. I've been taught that it's up to the child's innate talent to awaken by herself." Why haven't I heard anyone else teaching kids then? Tabitha had a lot harder time believing that Lilia could become a mage than her husband. I didn't blame her, though. Vincent didn't even question me, which was surprising. The biggest worry for a mother from a noble family was the future of her children, and in a society where mages are the elites, the Helstia's lineage, no matter how rich they were, would get more than a few looks of pity. "I've never heard of anything like teaching a child mana manipulation either. Art, how do you plan on doing this?" my mother quizzed. "Mom, you guys all know how I awakened at the age of 3, right? I still remember what happened and why it did. I'm going to do what I did on myself to them. I'll have to test them before I can even start, but for Ellie, I'm 100 sure she'll be able to awaken, and for Lilia, around 70, I answered. The probability was higher than what I said for Lilia, but I didn't want to get their hopes up too much. There was still a chance she wouldn't be able to awaken. Heavens, this is. Give me a minute, I need to sit down. I noticed Tabitha's knees were wobbling as she made her way to the couch. This isn't going to be an instant thing. It'll take a few years for them to awaken on their own after I teach them. The Helstia parents just nodded at this, and I turned to face the confused Lilia and Ellie. "Ellie, Lilia, can you guys sit down on the floor over by the fireplace?" I instructed, guiding them into the living room. "I want you guys to sit in your most comfortable position, back to back. Leave some space so I can sit in between." Ellie was still a little clueless as to what was going on, but Lilia had gotten the gist of what was happening, and I could see the determined look on her face. Ellie sat down with her legs stuck out in front of her, while Lilia sat in a more ladylike position with both her legs tucked into her left side. "Okay, before I do anything, I want you guys to close your eyes and concentrate. If you try really hard, you'll be able to see some spots of light. Do you see it?" I placed myself between them now as Tabitha, Vincent, and my mother were all staring intently. "And no, I don't really see anything," I heard a murmur from Lilia. I expected much, but I turned to see everyone having looks of panic on them. Ignoring them, I turned to face my sister and asked her the same thing. I was less afraid of her seeing the light, but not recognizing what to actually spot. Thankfully, she responded, "Brooder, I think I see a small pretty light." The next step involved doing something that only I was capable of doing. I had to will mana of all 4 elemental attributes at once into their bodies. Doing this, they would be able to see a lot more clearly the specks of mana that were scattered in their body. Okay, I'm going to start now. You guys will feel a little feverish, but I want you guys to endure it and just focus on the specks of light. As soon as I said that, I willed my quadra elemental mana into them. The reason that all 4 elements had to be exerted unto them was because the mana that had yet to gather and form a mana core was at its purest form, meaning that all 4 elements needed to be exerted at the same power into their bodies to trigger any sort of responses from the dormant mana inside them. Eep, HNG. Lilia and Ellie yelped out a little in surprise. "I think I see some of the lights. They're so pretty," exclaimed Lilia. "Wow, so many," echoed my little sister. Okay, this part is important. I'm going to help you guys with this part, but your job is to try and connect all of the little lights, okay? Do you get that, Ellie? Pretend that all of the little lights are friends and they need to meet together. Can you do that for me, Ellie? This was the trickiest and longest part, and I had to make sure that they understood what to do. Oh, okay, I think I get it. The lights are friends, okay. I remained in my position for over an hour to trigger the dormant mana in their body, at least to the point that they would be visible enough for them to manipulate and gather. Taking a deep breath, I removed my hands from their back, instructing them to continue gathering the little lights until the lights disappear. How is it? Do you think Lilia will be able to become a mage? Both the Helstia parents are a mess. They had anxious looks on their faces, while Vincent was nervously chewing on a fingernail. I looked at my mother, and even she had a hint of uneasiness in her eyes. I responded with a wide smile. Don't worry, both Lilia and my little sister should awaken as a mage within a few years. My plan was to do this with them every day for the few months that I'll be home. By then, they should be capable of training on their own to form a mana core. Vincent's face was streaming tears as he kept his gaze on his daughter meditating. My mother patted my head silently, giving me a proud smile. It wasn't as big of a deal for Ellie to become a mage since our whole family could use magic. The chances of her never awakening would have been slim to none even if I didn't do anything. I was just speeding up the process. I had figured the faster she learns magic, the faster she would be able to protect herself. The two girls lasted a couple of hours before the mana I exerted dispersed out of their body. Surprisingly, Lilia actually lasted longer than Ellie. She definitely had more willpower than my 4-year-old sister. My father came a bit after from the guild hall and was ecstatic for the Helstia family that they were going to have their first mage in the family. Picking up Alina and rubbing his beard on her cheek, my father just cooed, "Oh, my little baby is going to be strong like her older brother. Promise me you won't be stronger than father, okay? Or he'll be very sad." My mother just laughed at this while my sister just giggled, pushing father's face away. "Papa, your beard tickles. Sintop hee. We had a great dinner party that night. Vincent and Tabitha went all out on the delicacies, leaving my mouth watering and Sylv drooling right next to me. We ended the night with everyone merry, Vincent going around offering drinks to even the maids and butlers. The following days had consisted of condensing my mana core and my elemental skills, along with my dragon will's powers. This was a mind-numbingly slow process, and I felt myself stagnating because of the lack of stimulation. I spent a few days out of the week sparring with father, but I could tell he was afraid of hurting me, always holding back even when it was unnecessary. Besides my training, I spent a couple of hours every day watching over my sister and Lilia while they continued their journey to form their cores. It was a strenuous process, and I could see my sister being a bit more impatient with the training, but I did my best to help her through it by making games out of it. During this time, I got to talk to my mother about her abilities as an emitter. I asked how she was able to learn it and train it when there were so few emitters, and she smiled at me mysteriously, saying how a woman needed to have a few secrets of her own. I guess I would have to ask her again when she was feeling less secretive. 2 weeks before my birthday and the start of my career as an adventurer, I was startled by loud, obnoxious knocks on the front door. Opening the door, the faces of the all-too-familiar group made my lips curl up. REYNOLDS LEYWANS POV. As I absent-mindedly took a sip from my cup of coffee, a scalding sensation startled me out of my daze. Vince and I were seated around the small table on the outside patio as we discussed some business plans on the Helstia auction house. The topic had shifted towards the security parameters and how we were currently approaching the stages where it was necessary to completely restructure and enhance the guard teams. Alongside capable non-mage adventurers, we had recently managed to recruit a few long-range augmenters, making up an extremely powerful addition to the security. While it was still widely prevalent for augmenters to go the melee route due to functionality and ease, ranged augmenters like archers and crossbowmen continued to be a much more powerful asset in defensive settings. Vince poked at me a few times whether conjurers should be employed for the upcoming event. You mind elaborating? You just said how helpful it'd be to have them, he rebutted as he rhythmically stirred his tea. Setting down my cup, I replied, if we're just talking about firepower, I'd be all for it, but you know it's not as simple as that, Vince. It would affect team morale having even a few conjurers in a team of augmenters. You know yourself how snobby most conjurers can get. I swear they think they're angel incarnates. Most of them think of augmenters as some sort of primitive beasts for using their hands to fight. Even if we do manage to find a few that aren't so rotten, the team would start thinking we're hiring conjurers because I don't trust them. Vince's gaze was focused blankly on a stained smudge on the table. It was obvious what he was thinking. You have a point. I left you completely in charge of the security aspects, so we'll go with what you say, but we need to be absolutely sure the 10th anniversary Helstia auction goes well. Even the royal family will be there this time. We can't let any commotions get too big. I simply nodded in agreement, giving my friend an appreciative smile. "Oh right, we need to take your son with us to the 10th anniversary auction. He had mentioned he wanted a sword, right? I didn't know you had taught him how to use the sword." I expected the boy to take after you on the infighting style you're so good at with your gauntlets. Sigh, I never taught him how to use the sword, Vince. He's already had a grasp of sword fighting since he was 4 years old, I let out, disbelieving the words that came out of my own mouth. You can't be serious. Lilia was still scared to go down the stairs by herself when she was 4, a bewildered Vince sputtered. I continued. He apparently learned by watching me train and reading books on swords. Vince, that's not even the part I care about. It's when we spar, though. His gaze when we practice, his reactions and fighting style. I don't feel like I'm sparring with my 8-year-old son. It feels like I'm fighting some veteran sword master. The only reason I can handle him right now is because his body is still immature, but the way he reacts to my moves, it's something that only comes with decades of experience in life or death fighting. I can't say I don't know what you're talking about. I sometimes find myself wondering if your son is actually only 8. Are you scared of him, Ray? He asked seriously. No, that's one thing I've become more and more sure of. No matter what, he's still my son. I know he cares deeply about his family, too, and that's all I could ask for as his father. Arthur Leywan's POV. During these past 2 months, it was evident that there had been progress in Lilia's and my sister's mana manipulation. It was no longer necessary to infuse my mana into them anymore, so they were able to train by themselves now. Of course, it would still take a few years for them to form a mana core, especially Ellie, and her short attention span, but I did drill into the both of them the importance of keeping their training a secret. I didn't need to remind my parents and the Helstia family that keeping this a secret was important, but it was blatantly obvious that the 4 of them were excited for the day Lilia and Ellie would awaken. Sylvie had been sleeping much more these past 2 months, but there were changes that became noticeable. For one, her intelligence was rapidly increasing. Her thoughts to me were more intricate and contained complicated emotions that went past just hungry or sleepy. In the few short months after she was born, it felt like she had gained years of emotional intelligence. One major change had happened recently. She learned how to transform. Okay, it wasn't really something as drastic as transformation, but she was able to manipulate her body a little. It felt like it happened so suddenly. I had been pondering how to hide her appearance in the days to come when she grows larger. She had been beside me when she started whining and scratching herself as if uncomfortable. The next thing I knew, her red spikes began retracting while her horns got smaller. It was a mind-blowing surprise. Now, most of the time, Sylvie just kept her spikes and horns retracted, making her look more like a cute, black-scaled fox with little horns. My body had finally grown big enough to properly handle a small sword without awkwardly toppling over at the slightest mishap. It wouldn't be bigger than an adult-sized dagger, but it finally allowed me to train my swordsmanship with something other than a wooden stick. We had decided to make it a family event and have both my family and Vincent's family go visit the 10th anniversary Helstia auction. Waiting in the living room downstairs for my father and Vince to get ready, I heard an obnoxious knock from the front door. Sheesh, knocking once is plenty. I let out a slightly annoyed shout that I'd get it since I was close by anyway. No need to trouble the maids when I was right next to door. Who's their OOF? I was hit with the nostalgic sensation of getting smothered by a pair of foam pillows. A classic way of assassination, but shouldn't it be used while I'm sleeping? Oh my goodness, you were alive. Look how big you've got. I'm so sorry, Art. I wasn't able to protect you. I'm so glad, the lady sniffled. MMFPH, MMMFPH. Angela, I don't think he can breathe. A comforting voice pointed out. Sorry, Angela squealed. Peeling my face away, I smiled at the sight of my companions. It's so good seeing you guys again. My giant guardian angel, Durden, patted my head and I saw his narrow eyes getting watery, triggering a tear for me as well. Adam smacked me on the butt. Little brat, you know how devastated everyone was because of what happened. It's good to see you again, hee. You've gotten better looking, Arthur. I turned to see the charismatic Helen Shard with her signature bow still strapped to her back squat down in front of me. She lightly pinched my cheek and gave me a sympathetic smile before standing back up. Suddenly, I'm embraced again, but this time I was thoroughly surprised. Sniff. It was Jasmine, that cold, aloof Jasmine. She kept mute as she just tightened her arms around me, letting out soft sniffles. I couldn't resist the urge to pet her head when she suddenly peeled herself away from me, her face scarlet. Quickly standing up and trying to regain composure, she shot me an embarrassed nod and turned away. At this time, Sylvie woke up from her nap on the couch and trotted towards us. Whoa, what is that? Adam exclaimed. The rest of the twin horns had the same expression of surprise as even Jasmine turned back to look at the mysterious mana beast. She's my contracted beast, Sylvie, I announced while my bond hopped on top of my head. Holy crap, you already have a contracted beast. Do you know how valuable it is to have a bond? Oh man, I've been trying to look for a beast to tame these past few years, but with no luck. The ones that they sell are way too expensive, too, lucky brat. Adam was practically pulling his hair out in jealousy. bonds, or contracted beasts for the official term, were highly sought after by both types of mages. It was a bit more advantageous for conjurers since, while the master prepared spells, the bond would be able to protect them. However, it was also very useful for augmenters as well, who often sought after beasts to contract them as mounts or a partner to have their back. What's with all the commotion down? Ah, you guys are here. My father, wearing his uniform, leaped down the flight of stairs and rushed toward his ex-party members. He was giving all of them a hug as my mother and sister came down soon after. "Everyone, it's so good seeing you guys again," my mother exclaimed. She didn't have the chance to say anything more as the girls all threw themselves at her and start drooling over my baby sister, both of whom were dressed very nicely for the event. My parents hadn't seen the twin horns for almost as long as me, so everyone was just as excited. "Oh my goodness, Alice, Ellie looks just like you. She's going to grow up to be so pretty. Cute, Ray is going to have his hands full soon with potential candidates. Cuckoo. Can you tell me how old you are?" 4. The girls were a jumble of excitement and estrogen as they ogled Ellie. Vincent came down soon after with Tabitha and Lilia. The mother and father duo were matching in a black suit and dress, while Lilia was sporting a flowery dress under a warm cloak. After everyone introduced each other, it was decided that the twin horns would come with us to the Helstia auction house for the 10th anniversary event. On the way there, I filled them in on what had happened after the fall. My dad explained to them the basics in his letter, but they were dying to know the details. They were quite shocked when they learned I was in the kingdom of Elenoir for over 4 years. The ride was pretty short, so I wasn't able to finish telling them everything before we got off. The first thought that had come to mind upon arrival was that Vincent really put in a lot of work into this. The Helstia auction house was breathtaking. It was rather misleading to even call it a house, as it towered high above any of the other buildings nearby. I've been to many national and historical monuments that were created by the most famous architects, but this was on a different level. I suspected that they had a lot of help from conjurers from how large it was. The auction house was a magnificent theater with intricate designs all over. The main doors were over 4 meters in height and were made from petrified wood with carved designs on it. Compared to the naturalistic and elegant designs that I saw in the Elf Kingdom, this was more complicated and grand. It was in the shape of a half-cylinder with detailed stone sculptures of different weapons as supports. We arrived early, so only the workers and guards were present, preparing for the event. The inside was equally, if not more stunning. The front door opened to a path that stretched out to a stage on the other end. To our left and right, there were rows of escalating seats made from a rather luxurious burgundy leather that could fit over 10,000 people comfortably. Upon looking up, I noticed that there were encased booths at the very top of the rows of seats, and even higher, there was a single room attached to the ceiling and back wall with glass surrounding it, giving a clear view of the stage. It was easy to guess that those booths, as well as the single room, was for the VIP. Turns out, that VIP room on the ceiling was the room we'd be seated in. Father and the twin horns, who had decided to help my father and the guards to prepare for any unwanted commotions or outbreaks, were the first to separate from us. Vincent separated from us after as he barked out orders at the workers and readied the hosts to greet the more important guests. Tabitha led us to the room, making us comfortable inside the carefully designed and furnished area that was meant for only the most distinguished and wealthy guests. There was a wine rack and a few reclining seats and tables with closer seats by the window. I made myself comfortable on a seat closest to the window. The auction house was soon a panorama of cheerful and excited noise, as more and more people, who were no doubt people of some sort of influence, began filling the lower seats. There were some groups that seemed more distinguished than the rest who were personally escorted by the hosts to their booths. No doubt, they were some of the more affluent nobles in the kingdom. Growing bored of the hordes of overdressed nobles chatting eagerly amongst themselves, I shifted my attention to Lilia as she was teaching some sort of clapping game to Ellie. I couldn't help but smile myself as the both of them broke into a fit of giggles when either of them messed up and were flicked gently in the ear as punishment. Time passed by rather slowly until Vincent came back, leading a group of unfamiliar people inside. The first to come in behind Vincent was an elderly man with long, deep red hair that was aged with streaks of gray. His back was ramrod straight with broad shoulders that took off years in his appearance. The man's eyes were stern with harsh, sword-shaped eyebrows, giving him an undeniably eye-catching presence. He was wearing a red robe lined with white fur around the collar and had a cane that shined brighter than any silver I had previously seen. Trailing closely behind him was a lady that looked a few years older than my mother. While my mother had a lovely, sweet, friendly ambience, this lady's facial features reminded me of an ice sculpture refined, elegant, noble, and of no flaws, but also cold and devoid of emotion. She was wearing a shimmering silvery white dress that complemented her dark blue hair that draped over her shoulders like a well-kept tapestry. Behind the lady of whom I assumed was the man's wife were 2 younger kids that could only be their kin. The older child, a boy that looked to be about the age of 13 or so, took more after his father. With his serious brown eyes, straight brows, and his short mahogany hair that had a shiny luster just like his father's, it was apparent as to what he would look like a few decades down the road. Despite his fierce looks, however, there was a sort of unrefined charisma that was different from his father's. It was the sort of charisma that would make him the center of any group. The younger one, a girl that looked to be about my age, surveyed the room carefully before locking eyes with me. It would still be a couple of years until she started maturing, but needless to say, the potential was there. I couldn't help comparing her to Tess. They would both grow to be captivating to the men around them, but in very different ways. Tess was the lovely girl next door, with her comforting almond-shaped eyes that glowed a bright teal, her peaches and cream complexion and rosy cheeks. Her unique gunmetal hair complemented her eyes, giving her a mysterious yet approachable aura. No, this girl was the complete opposite. Her porcelain white complexion was a canvas for her meticulously carved facial features. Her penetratingly sharp eyes that seemed much too mature for her age was a dark brown shade that appeared larger because of her long, thick lashes. Her hair was a glaring black, which she got from her mother. Compared to her dark hair and eyes, however, her small lips were covered in a soft pink shade that gave life to her doll-like appearance. It was hard not to wonder how they would grow up to be, whether Mother Nature would make them bloom or wither. Peeling my eyes off of the girl in front of me, I focused on the three guards that followed after the picturesque family. "I didn't know we would be in here with guests, Vincent," the man said, neither harshly nor kindly. "I apologize, Your Majesty. I assumed you wouldn't mind having a few other people with you. You remember my wife, Tabitha, right? Well, these are our close family friends," he introduced, waving his arm in our direction. After regarding us for a moment, his lips curled up into a smile. "If they are your friends, Vincent, then they are mine as well. It's a pleasure to meet you. At least we'll have some company besides these guards," the lady giggled. I raised an eyebrow in surprise at the sharp contrast in the woman's personality to her appearance. She seemed much more welcoming, despite her intimidating looks, than her husband. "Everyone, as you all may know, I'd like you all to meet the King and Queen of Sapin. Introduce yourselves to King Blaine Glader and Queen Priscilla Glader and their children, Curtis and Kathleen." At this, my mother, who was holding my sister Tabitha, and even Lilia, dropped down, genuflecting. I caught on and lowered myself a moment later as well. Giving us a nod, the king gestured for us to stand. "No more of this now. No need to be stiff. We're just here for the auction after all." As I got back up, Sylvie peeked her head out from under my robe where she was sleeping, surveying curiously the new faces. "Coo," she chirped, tilting her head. I thought I heard a gasp from one of the guards in the rear, but I wasn't able to tell since their faces were covered. Oh my. What a cute little mana beast. Queen Priscilla's face brightened up at the sight as she made her way towards me. The king and the two children's eyes looked towards my direction as well. The guards took a step forward as well, making sure they were close enough to react in case something happened to the queen. She just hatched a few months ago. Her name is Sylvie. "Come out and say hello," I responded. "Caillou," she cooed while hopping out of my robe and stretching her body like a cat. "I assume this little mana beast is your bond, young man." The king came closer, kneeling down to get a closer view of Sylvie. I just gave a wordless nod. It should be fine with Sylv's appearance the way it is. How fortunate you are to have a mana beast. Even infant ones are not easy to tame, yet she looks to be very obedient. Well, we're able to communicate mentally, so it's more like a mutual agreement rather than obedience. I simply shrugged. "What? You mean to say that you are under an equals contract?" We all turned our heads to face the source of the voice. It was one of the hooded guards behind the children. Damn, did I say something I wasn't supposed to? I'm not sure what that is, but she was the one that initiated the contract, so I think so. I shrugged, hoping to switch topic. "Was it that big of a deal who formed the contract? Let me take a closer look at your bond," the hooded guard exclaimed, creeping closer to us. Before I could decline, the king stepped in. "This isn't the time nor place to study someone else's pet. You're being rude, Sebastian." His gaze turned harsh as he rebuked him. "My apologies," he said, hoping I'd complete the sentence. Arthur Lewin," I finished, giving a curt bow. As he and his wife gave me a small smile, we took our seats in time to hear the clear voice declaring that the auction would start soon. A cold shiver made me turn back just to see Sebastian, who had taken off his hood, staring intently at Sylvie, who was nestled on my lap. "Ladies and gentlemen, may I say that it is of the highest honor for me to be here tonight. All of you are gathered here today for one reason and one reason only, I presume. It is to have the chance to obtain rare and valuable items in this auction." Applause thundered in enthusiasm at the old gentleman's ardent introduction. If everyone in the audience would now kindly turn to face the back room at the very top, we have a few exceedingly important figures that have decided to bless us with their presence. Please join me in welcoming the King and Queen of Sapin. The auctioneer was the first to flick out the tail of his suit and genuflect. The audience immediately followed suit, lowering themselves respectfully in a bow since they couldn't kneel in their seats. The king and queen, in response, stepped out towards the window in front of me and waved their arms slowly in a practiced motion. Next, the one that made this whole event possible. Please give a big round of applause for Vincent Helstia. The auctioneer's introduction was followed by another round of applause as Vincent stepped up next to the king and queen, giving a deep bow in return. I remained seated, looking down below at the crowds of people who were supposed to be of much higher class than me, but I couldn't help but look at them as if they were. No, I shouldn't think like that. I'm not a king anymore. Hell, I haven't even gone through puberty yet. No point in acting like someone who didn't exist anymore. I turned my gaze toward the king and queen, studying them. Despite the stoic expression the king always carried, he didn't have a domineering demeanor. He had a charismatic and strong presence, making it easy to believe that a majority of the citizens of Sapin would respect him, but that was it. He didn't earn his seat, his father had given it to him. The Glader family had been the royal family since the founding of Sapin. I wasn't surprised to see that King Glader's monocore was only at the red stage. Turning my gaze over to the queen, something caught my eyes that I didn't really notice at first. Strapped to the backside of her dress was a white wand. I couldn't sense her mana, which meant she was either carrying an artifact that could hide it or she was at a level high enough where I couldn't sense it. Queen Priscilla caught me observing her and gave me a discerning smile, revealing her pearl-white teeth. Her smile threw me off guard, making me flinch and quickly turn away. I could feel how hot my face was, making it all the more embarrassing. The word beautiful wouldn't do justice as a means of describing her. However, one thing I had noticed ever since coming to this world was the fact that I lacked any sort of sexual attraction towards these older women. At first I had thought that it might have been due to the lack of necessary hormones currently in this prepubescent body, but the more I thought about it, I felt like it boiled down to the fact that my mother was just a bit younger than I had been before being reborn into this world. I had never really been interested in human psychology, but it was interesting noticing that women associated with the same age group as my parental guardian made them unappealing sexually. Maybe that was just me, no way to tell. Of course, that also didn't mean I'd go for children my age like Tess, Lilia, or even this ice princess here. They could be the very personification of beauty itself, but it didn't change the fact that their mental level was that of a child. This was the reason I wasn't able to see Tess as anything other than a friend or a sister to me, even when she was so obvious in showing her attraction towards me. Maybe when she's older and more mature, I would start thinking about it. Sigh, being popular sure was a hassle. I looked down to see Sylvie staring at me cynically, her eye half open, judging eye seeming to say, "Are you serious?" Haha, I couldn't help but laugh in embarrassment as I pushed Sylvie's face in a different direction to redirect her hurtful stare with my hands to block her hurtful gaze. A large hand lightly squeezed my shoulder. "Arthur, a sword is up for auction right now. Tell me if you want it so I can put in my bid. Don't worry about the price either." "Perks of being the owner of this place," Vincent whispered. This short sword was forged by a master smith who is also a fire artificer, ensuring that the quality during the forging process is top class. The core of this weapon is made from the core of a Thunder Hawk mana beast. Reinforcing this sword with just a little mana will produce currents of electricity around the edge of the blade, enhancing its cutting power and even having a mild paralyzing effect. The bid will start at 50 gold. Excited cries erupted immediately as nearly every noble boy who sought to become a mage tugged at their parents' sleeves, begging them to bid. I remained motionless, my head propped up on my arm as I inadvertently let out a yawn. There was a large screen that magnified the items, so the audience in the back was able to see. However, while the little shock ability could be handy, it was obvious that the sword itself was subpar at best compared to the blade I had wielded in my previous life. Vincent had been constantly shifting his gaze between me and the weapon, hoping I would at least be interested in the weapon that most people would kill over. I shook my head in response. "No worries, that was just the start. Let me know when you find something you like. Oh, I almost forgot. I have the items you wanted in the back. I'll have one of the workers deliver it to me after this event is over," he whispered, leaning closely to so only I could hear. My ears perked up as I abruptly turned to him. "You managed to find a voice-altering mask as well. It took a bit longer than I expected, but I finally managed to find one. I also got you a coat made from a nightmare fox that should make it harder for the wearer to be registered to the unsuspecting eye. I thought it would be something you would want, so I snatched that too while I could," Vincent replied softly, shooting me a wink. "That's more than what I had hoped for." The mask was essential for me to become an adventurer, but the coat would no doubt be useful as well. "Don't worry about it and just stay safe. I'm the one that has to deal with your family if something happens to you, he chuckled. I just smiled wryly at this fact. No, I wasn't going to give my family a reason to grieve again like I had done to them before. There were a few interesting items along the way. There were several beast cores, most of which were B class or lower. The prices for those were astronomical. Even a C-class core was around 50 gold, and each class multiplied this figure exponentially. There were a few more artifacts and cores, but none of those were things I wanted. The king himself bid on a few of them, winning in a class beast core. It wasn't until a mage actually absorbed the core that they would find whether a beast core still contained a will or not. Chances were slim to find a core that still had its will still intact even if it did contain the will. It had to be compatible with the user. Most beasts, however, had already passed it on to one of its offspring or instinctively chose to disperse their will before dying. I guess the king was hoping to get lucky. The queen, on the other hand, bid on a mana absorption ring and a couple other items useful for conjurers. As we approached the latter half of the auction, the items began increasing in value. As more and more items were sold off, my interest started to deplete until a large, square container, covered by a sheet, was rolled out onto the stage by a few workers. I couldn't help but grow agitated as the auctioneer removed the sheet, revealing a cage full of females chained together with only a dirty sack to cover their private areas. It disgusted me as so many noblemen frantically began bidding on the young female slaves that were soon stripped to show their assets like animals. I realized that being born in a small town with people who disagreed with the idea of having slaves had made me almost forget the fact that slaves actually existed in this world. My world abolished slavery hundreds of years ago, so the idea of owning a slave was something that I just couldn't get used to. Memories of killing the slave traders that had abducted Tesha came back to mind. If I hadn't been there to rescue her, what would have happened? A shiver ran down my spine at the thought of Tesha being abused by a corrupt aristocrat. Now that I think about it, didn't I inadvertently prevent a war from happening between the humans and elves? The taste of metal in my mouth brought me back to reality. Realizing that I had bit down too hard on my lower lip, I quickly wiped the blood off of my lips with my finger. Tabitha and my mother had solemn faces at the sight of the slaves, but they simply shook their heads and focused their attention on Ellie and Lilia instead. Even though the Helstia family was a very prominent noble house, they opposed the idea of keeping slaves and opted to simply hire maids and butlers. Vincent's face flashed with guilt, but he quickly regained composure. I'm sure he was against this, but it couldn't be helped that the popularity and demand of slaves were too high. Turning my head, I spotted the prince murmuring something to the little princess, but I couldn't guess what from her expressionless face. This was becoming tedious. I was beginning to think that it would be better to hold off on getting a decent sword for now, and just settle for a decent practice sword until my body matured a bit. Getting up from my seat, I leaned back, stretching my stiff body, when I spotted the hooded guard named Sebastian eyeing Sylvie with a disturbing twinkle in his eyes. The beady-eyed, bony conjurer underneath that hood continued impatiently fiddling with his metal staff as his eyes stayed greedily fixated on my bond. After a few moments, he noticed that I was glaring back at him. Letting out a stifled cough in response, he straightened his robe as he spread out his normally hunched shoulders to make himself look bigger. Staring down at me, he had the audacity to let out a smug grin, as if he had every right to do what he was going to do. This foolish plebeian has the audacity to. Vincent HLSDA's POV, it was a pity Arthur wasn't able to find a suitable sword. No matter, there are enough swords in storage. I'm sure he will take a liking to at least one of them. Your Majesty, I hope you're finding it worthwhile to visit this humble auction house of ours, I assured, lowering myself. This place and event was anything but humble, Vincent. And yes, I'm not sure how you managed to secure a class beast core from a silvercoat bear, but you've managed to build quite the network. Let's just hope that the beast will is still intact. He clasped my back excitedly with his hand. Don't get your hopes up too much, dear. You know how rare it is, I could hear the queen mutter quietly in response. The queen turned back to resume her conversation with Alice and my wife. They seemed to be discussing something about the kids. His Majesty and I turned our attention back to the main stage when, all of a sudden, a terrifyingly oppressive presence filled the room, constricting my body. I tried my hardest to move, to try and find the source of this domineering bloodlust, but my body refused to obey. What the hell was going on? This was the most secure area in the entire building with the king's guard inside, as well as my own, securing the outside of the room. My breathing turned shallow as the overbearing pressure continued gripping at my insides. I could feel beads of cold sweat slowly rolling down my face as if they, too, were afraid. With much effort, my body relented a little, and I was able to turn my gaze slightly to see if they knew what was going on. While they were at least able to move their bodies, it was clear that they were just as confused as I was. I had no idea what to expect next. I had assumed that I would live for quite a bit longer, yet here I was at death's door trying to struggle out of his icy grasp. What in hell's name was happening? Arthur Leywans POV, damn it, I lost control. I quickly turned away from the pale-faced Sebastian currently shaking on the floor, hoping no one had noticed. I had only meant to give Sebastian a little scare, not to terrify every person in the room. Taking a quick peek around, I let out a small sigh of relief after seeing that my mother and sister were okay. My sister was startled and crying, but they were both far away enough to not get directly affected. I didn't think it would be this bad with this body of mine. This was the first time letting my killing intent loose. Even when I was up against the slave traders, I had chosen not to omit any kind of intent in order to catch them by surprise. The king's augmenter guards had their weapons unsheathed and positioned to defend around the royal family by the time I had withdrawn the pressure I had exerted onto the room. "Who's there? You dare try and attack the royal family?" The king roared as he pushed his wife and children behind him. Queen Priscilla had her wand out and was silently muttering a spell as she herded her frightened children, as well as my mother and my sister Ellie, behind her husband and the guards. Vincent used an artifact in his hands to call for more guards inside, and had the others scout the area for any assassins that may be, or had been, nearby. Time ticked slowly for me as everyone in the room was in a state of panic and tension. My mother had grabbed me, holding firmly onto me and my sister as guards ran around with weapons held close. My father had stopped by, but after making sure that we were okay, left to try and search for the mysterious attacker. It wasn't until they confirmed killing an intruder on the roof of the auction house that everyone had calmed down. I let out a sigh of relief, but unlike everyone else, my relief wasn't for the fact that the intruder had been killed, but the fact that I had been provided with a convenient scapegoat. Oi, Sebastian, how could a royal guard fall on his arse by a little intimidation from an intruder? You're going to die early like this. A hooded augmenter holding a spear shook his head, trying to sound tough in front of his comrades. I merely slipped. Sebastian snarled, slapping away the hand that one of the guards held out. He regarded me suspiciously for a moment, but said nothing else as he turned away in disdain. Now, for the final item we have up for the lucky individual fortunate enough to acquire this. The auctioneer's dramatic voice echoed from below as another cage covered by a silky cloth was dragged on stage. Everyone in the room was still noticeably tense from the initial shock of an intruder, but their attention was now focused back onto the stage after Vincent announced he had been killed. After a dramatic pause, the tarp covering the cage was removed, revealing a small feline animal the size of a large dog. The auctioneer bellowed at that exact moment, an infant world lion. For those who are ignorant of this magnificent mana beast, an adult world lion has the capability to at least become a B-class mana beast. I dare say that if taken care of well, this infant world lion could even become an A-class mana beast. Do you know what this means? Taking care of and treasuring this fine beast will allow its master to become a legendary beast tamer. The audience below us erupted into a frenzy as hands shot into the air, bidding without even waiting for the auctioneer. To my surprise, King Glader smacked the glass with his hand as his eyes stayed glued to the mana beast. Having never traversed to the beast glades, I was intrigued by Cub as well. Sebastian walked over to the edge of the room as well to get a better view of the mana beast currently on display. However, he merely let out a dissatisfied snort before walking back, getting another greedy eyeful of Sylvie. I normally wouldn't have minded someone becoming jealous of the fact that I had a bond, but it was obvious that Sebastian had intentions to try and take my bond away from me. Needless to say, my patience with his borderline perverted leering was growing increasingly thin. Now, I won't be able to start the bidding until everyone gets settled. The auctioneer shook his fingers with a satisfied grin plastered on his face as he waited for the crowd to sedate. As the bidders all reluctantly settled, the auctioneer finally announced the starting bid. We will start at 100 gold. Back in Ashburn, 10 silver coins were more than enough to feed a family of 4 for a year. Of course, there were obviously luxury foods that totaled astronomical amounts, but simply by going off of that standard, 100 silver coins, which amounted to a single gold coin, would be more than enough to feed a family of 4 for 10 years. Growing up in the humble outpost of a town, I had never realized how much money was truly spent by the affluent class. Immediately, the price for the world lion soared. Soon, it passed 400 gold and the bidders had no intention of stopping. 500 gold, 550, 600, 700, 1,000 gold coins. The king bellowed into a voice-amplifying artifact. Simply by hearing their king's voice, the crowd's incessant bidding stopped. It was obvious that, while there were plenty who could afford to bid higher, they were more debating on whether it was worth bidding against their own king. It didn't seem fair once the king stepped in, but he at least had the decency to put up a high enough price. After the auctioneer counted off, the price was eventually settled at 1,000 gold coins, or 1 white gold tablet, something I'd only seen in books and pictures. Vincent walked up to the king with his hand held out. "Seems like no one wants to bid against you, King Glader," he congratulated. "1 white gold tablet shouldn't be too unfair, right?" The king joked as he peered back down onto the stage, obviously excited. "While tempting it is for me to acquire a bond, I'm thinking of giving it to Curtis," he said casually. "Of course, that all depends on how he does," he finished, patting his son's head. "Dad," Prince Curtis, whose face had visibly brightened at his father's first remark, stuttered out in worry. Queen Priscilla, adding fuel to the fire, added, "Curtis, I remember you've been slacking off on your sword lessons." "Ah, Mom, that was supposed to be a secret." The fierce-looking prince tugged on his mother's sleeve as his eyes switched between his mother and father. Mama, can I have a pet? Ellie asked. Haha, I don't know. Mana beasts only want to be pets for nice ladies, my mom teased. Ellie is nice. Right, brother. She pulled on my sleeve, sending me out to battle on her behalf. Who knows? Shooting her an evil smile, I placed Sylvia on my sister's lap before she started crying. The 10th anniversary event ended without any further commotion besides the one that I caused, and the guards escorted all of us back downstairs. Upon reaching the storage room behind the stage, Vincent handed me a package wrapped in a black cloth. The items that the king purchased were being hauled to the carriage by some of the workers. For everything you and your family has done for us, this is hardly enough, Vincent replied. Arthur, we have some swords in the back if you want to take a look while you're here. They might not be anything special, but I'm sure you'll be able to find a solid sword to last you until your body finishes growing. Oh, are you planning on taking lessons with the sword? The king inquired, putting a hand on his son's shoulder. My boy has just started learning as well. Maybe you two can spar one day. Swords are merely a hobby for me, your majesty. I would never hope to amount to the same level as your son, I replied, turning back to redeem Vincent's offer. Your majesty, Prince Curtis would only become infected with bad habits if he began sparring with mere commoners, Sebastian's hissy voice rang. As I turned back to retort, my father and the twin horns came into view. Ah, you guys are here. How did you enjoy the auction? My father exclaimed, picking up Ellie after showing his respects to the king and queen. My father pulled Vincent aside as he and the twin horns began debriefing about the event. Your majesty, if I may have a word with you, I heard Sebastian say as he leaned closely to the king's ear. After a few moments, King Glader shot his royal guard an irritated glance, but let out a sigh. As the two walked towards me, it was obvious what they had just discussed by the way Sebastian wasn't even looking at me, but instead at my bond. However, instead of talking to me, the king called upon my father. The king smiled at him, but his eyes remained stern. I never did catch your name. You must be this young boy's father, correct? He affirmed rather than asked. My name is Reynolds Lewin, and yes, that is the case. What might be the matter, your majesty? My father replied, lowering himself slightly. Sebastian here has been a royal guard for a while now and has helped our family an uncountable amount of times. His voice stayed relaxed. He spoke to my father, but the condescension in his tone was still apparent. For the exemplary services he has provided me, and therefore the country, I do feel the need to reward him at times. You see, he has taken a fancy to your son's bond. I know it's not easy to sever a contract, and I'm sure the boy has grown close to his little pet, but I would be more than willing hire a mage to take care of the contract and compensate you and your family for the troubles. Why, your majesty, my father stuttered, caught by surprise by the severe request. Taking a glance at me, he turned back to the king. I must apologize, your majesty. Neither I nor my wife had anything to do with my son's bond. He had acquired it himself, so I cannot speak on my son's behalf on matters of his bond. The king turned his attention to my direction, regarding me loftily, and I suddenly realized that I was returning his gaze. He realized then that for the entirety of their conversation, I had been staring icily at him and his guard. Boy, didn't your father teach you to lower your gaze when speaking to someone of your superior? Sebastian snarled in disdain as he slammed the end of his metal staff to the ground. Sebastian, silence. The king held up his hand. Besides the royal family and their guards, the king's request had caught the attention of the rest of my family as well as Vincent's. Hello, child. The king approached, standing an arm's length away from me. I'm sure you've just heard me speak to your father, so I won't repeat myself. How about it? My royal armory would certainly have a sword befitting that of any aspiring knight. Sebastian, King Glader roared. Turning back to me, he spoke again with a much more impatient tone. How about a trade then? The world lion cub that I just purchased for your bond. Father, Curtis scurried over to his father, pulling on his sleeve. I thought the mana beast was mine. Ignoring his son, the king waited for my response. Perhaps I didn't make myself clear. I do not wish to give, sell, or trade my bond, I reiterated, failing to mask the annoyed expression on my face. I have asked you twice, child, for a favor. Twice, he emphasized, his tone growing grave. I will ask you once more, will you give me your bond? The air was tense as everyone's attention was directed at me. Sebastian gave me a menacing look from bloodshot eyes, just waiting to be released. The rest of the royal guards were on standby near the two, carefully observing the situation. Then let me ask you a question in response, your majesty. How much are you willing to sell your children to me? I asked coolly, never batting an eye. Thrown off guard, the king wasn't able to respond to the seemingly random question. You have asked me twice, and I have rejected you both times, yet it seems your pride won't allow you to accept my refusal. You don't seem to be aware of what you were asking me, so I hope to clarify using my question instead. How much money should I give you in return for your son or your daughter, King Glader? I rephrased without wavering. I heard the sharp whistle of a sword leaving its scabbard. Insolent peasant, you dare insult the king and his family. A guard roared as he charged at me before anyone had the chance to respond. As the sword arced towards me, I noticed that it had a faint glow of mana surrounding it, augmenting his sword to attack an 8-year-old. This guy really showed no tact. The hood covering the guard's face was blown back as he charged towards me, revealing a rugged veteran's furious expression. Faces of horror could be seen clearly from those around us. The twin horns desperately tried to make their way towards the guard when they saw him attack me, to stop him from cleaving me in two. Even the king looked surprised at the unprecedented action of his guard, while the queen had already frantically started reaching for her wand. My eyes stayed focused on the guard that was about to swing down, but I was quite relaxed. Whether or not it was because he was angry, or because the training the royal guards received was mediocre, his attack was rushed and full of openings. I didn't even need to will mana into my body to deal with him. I took a step forward with my right foot as his sword swung down towards me, then reached up and grabbed the space on the grip of his sword between the cross guard and his hand. I proceeded to pivot on my right foot, using the momentum of his swing, while my body was parallel to the guard's. His reinforced sword whistled harmlessly through the empty space where I'd just been, creating a small fissure in the ground and conversely embedding his sword in it. In one smooth movement, I quickly struck him in the jaw, which he hadn't bothered to guard with mana. The force of my upward punch, combined with his downward movement from his swing, created an impact much stronger than I'd expected. The guard only managed to let out a low grunt before he crumpled to the ground. My attention immediately focused, then, to Sebastian. As I had expected, the dense fool was silently muttering a spell as his beady eyes locked intently with mine. SCBSTNSPOV, that impudent brat, he needs to learn his place. When the king asks for something, it isn't a request, it's an order. How dare he not only refuse, but also reprimand our noble king? That brat doesn't deserve his equal's contract. I personally come from a family of pure conjurers, elite mages, capable of bending nature to their will. I don't have a contract with a beast at all. Yet that brat has a beast that was capable enough to form an equal's contract at such a young age. That means that the beast's level is least a class. I couldn't help but grind my teeth in frustration. I'm the one that deserves the magnificent steed that beast will grow to become. And yet he refused me. He refused the king. Insolent peasant. You dare insult the king and his family. Harry let out a roar as he charged towards the brat, his sword brandished high up in the air. Yes. Kill that brat. I guess augmenters do have their uses at times. Ha ha ha. After that brat's dead, that black mana beast will rightfully be mine. Yet before I could even start cheering for him, he'd been knocked out. What the hell? How did that useless, half-witted fool manage to knock himself out? I guess I'll have to handle this brat by myself. As I began taking out my staff, I noticed the brat walking towards me. I had to hold back a laugh. He's actually come towards me. Is he asking to die? Well, I didn't really care at this point. That non-mage, Vincent, was a close friend of the king, but I'll probably just get off with a light punishment for killing an insignificant brat. Whatever bothersome punishment he served me would be well worth it after getting my hands on the brat's mana beast. As I began silently chanting a spell, I couldn't help but grow irritated as he continued to approach me. Was he such a fool that he couldn't tell that he was about to die? However, a twinge of unease began forming at the pit of my stomach. This boy, no background or power to save him, had such confidence. Why did I feel like this brat, who's only half my height, was somehow looking down at me as if he was the one that was superior? However, much stronger than my unease was harsh contempt for having something that I had been searching so hard for. You're just trying to make me want to kill you more, aren't you, brat? He arrived in front of me just as I was about to finish my fire spark spell. All of a sudden, a piercing crunch sounded from beneath me before I dropped to my knees. That's weird. Why did I suddenly lose balance? I glanced down only to see someone's knee bent inwards along with the bones, tendons still attached, sticking out of the skin. TT, that's my leg. GAHHHH. MMY leg, MY leg. AHHHHHHHH. ITHURTS. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it HURTS. I've never felt such excruciating pain in my life. Why should a noble conjurer like myself need to feel pain? Why is no one helping me? As I frantically looked around, it was apparent that everyone was somehow frozen. They weren't just surprised, but actually frozen in place. It was then that I noticed that the colors of my surrounding had been flipped or reversed. Have my eyes been clouded from the pain? This space won't last long, so I'll make it quick. I'll tell you right now that it would be best for both of us if you stopped your hopeless pursuit of my bond. I don't wish to make an enemy of this kingdom's leader, thus I'm giving you one last chance. The boy was speaking in a manner that made me completely forget his age. The tone of his words, coupled with the way he articulated them, carried both power and dignity, caused a terrifying sensation that I had felt before. It was him back in the room. As I thought this, the pressure bore down on me, forcing me to fearfully comply. He turned his back to me as he walked away, taking a few steps forward before suddenly glancing back at me. He looked at me with an emotionless face, his eyes seeming to pierce straight into my brain like a hot needle, actually making me wince in pain. No, 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 no. I can't breathe. I'm scared. The torturous pain had been somewhat numbed. Instead, I could feel a warm sensation between my legs as my body accepted its fate of death. His eyes continued to bore down at me in blatant disgust as I tried to stop my body from shivering. He looked at me as if I was simply an insect, and slowly mouthed, "No, your place." King Glaydr's POV. While the implication of his message towards the king of a country was provoking, this 8-year-old's reasoning and argument fascinated me. Even though Sebastian was a loyal guard that had served us for decades, it was beneath me to make this kid give up his pet. And yet, I still promised him beforehand that I would. Who would I be if I were to go back on my word? Then everything went south. Do the Royal Night Guards only amount to this much? To rush in simply because of an 8-year-old's provocation? I didn't bring my personal Templar Knights, thinking that there wouldn't be any trouble, but I couldn't have guessed that these fresh trainees would cause this much trouble. Although it surprised me, I quickly composed myself. What's done is done. If a royal guard was to kill this child, the public might pity him and his family for a couple of days, but ultimately the fault would lie in the child's parents for getting in my way. It was a pity that this kid's family was friends with Vincent. Cutting ties with the auction house owner may turn out to be a bit inconvenient in the future. Yet outside of all expectations, the 8-year-old displayed a series of movements that couldn't be more impeccably executed even if a Templar Knight had done it. So deftly did the boy knock out my royal guardsman. Harry, you fool. How inexperienced do you have to be that you even forgot to reinforce your body? The only thing you're doing is give a bad name to the Royal Knights of Sapin. KYW! I instantly turned my head in the direction of the shrill scream. My wife was staring wide-eyed at something behind me, causing me to turn around to get a better look. How is Sebastian, who was fine just a second ago, now on the ground clutching his left leg like that? His leg has several shards of bone sticking out, yet he's just glaring daggers at the boy. The conjurer fumbled for his staff on the ground, and as soon as he grabbed it, pointed it at the boy while starting to mumble a spell. "Enough, Sebastian," I roared at him. Did this ignorant fool not know that all of this stemmed from his greed for a child's bond? I grabbed his staff and snapped it in half. Sebastian just looked at me in shock as if I betrayed him. This pathetic ingrate. Stand down. This matter is over. I growled menacingly at him as we locked eyes. He is in the presence of a king. No matter how much he has gotten used to it, it's best that I remind him that I can end his life on a whim. As soon as I finished this thought, the boy fainted. His family and what I can only assume were his friends immediately rushed towards him. I sighed. Settling this incident will be rather tiring. I could see that the boy's family and friends were struggling not to lash out at me. How wise of them to know their place in front of their king. Thinking about the trouble this had caused, and what it will take to deal with it, I let out a deep breath. I imagine that boy needs to be treated. Please excuse yourselves so that we can settle this matter another time, I announced as I guided my wife and children outside, leaving the 2 pathetic clowns that I'd been foolish enough to once call royal knights to be picked up by his teammates. Arthur Leywans POV, gah, my head. I pried open my eyes, curious as to where I was, but everything was blurry. As my vision slowly cleared, I carefully turned my head to the right and to the left. It was my room. Caillou, Sylvie woke up almost immediately and began licking my face. You're awake, she chirped, her tail wagging fiercely. Oh, you're finally awake. My mom had her head in her arms as she leaned on my bed. The doctor said that you probably fell unconscious from shock and that you'd wake up soon. However, I didn't think soon would be 8 hours. She ran her fingers gently through my hair, giving me a soft smile. It was evident from her red eyes that she'd been crying for a while. A bitter taste filled my mouth in regret from making her worry again. What happened after I passed out? I willed myself to sit up, placing the excited Sylvia on my lap. We all left shortly after you fell unconscious. No one was in their right state of mind, thus the king excused himself first. Your father is downstairs with the king's representative. They're in the living room discussing what happened. Her eyes quivered in worry. I simply nodded in response and got out of bed. My body still felt heavy from using the first phase of Sylvia's draconic will, so I limped slowly downstairs with Mother after she checked in on Ellie, who was asleep in her room. As we made our way downstairs, I could hear my father, along with an elderly man's hoarse voice. Upon seeing me, the representative suddenly stood up, giving me a slight bow, a bit of a relieved look on his weathered face. My father's back was facing me, so he only turned to look when he saw the old man start to get up. My son, you're awake. He hurled himself over the couch and wrapped me in a bear hug, his hand cupping the back of my head. Yeah, Dad, I'm fine. What are you guys talking about? This representative came by with a few gold coins as a token of apology from the king. For the small incident, my father answered through clenched teeth. The royal king has also ordered me to inform the Leywin family that both guards that attacked Arthur Leywin have been stripped of nobility, the representative added, his voice cracking. For almost killing my son, the king just gave them a slap on the wrist and then waved them goodbye. My father couldn't help but be livid from the frustration. Father, it's all right. Look, I wasn't hurt. Let's just end this matter. I squeezed my father's hand, giving him a reassuring look. The king seemed like a decent enough character, but in times like this, I guess his priorities lie elsewhere. The representative just looked at us matter-of-factly as if it was a given that whatever the king had done was the right thing. Letting out a sigh, I took a seat. I'm too tired for this crap. Casting aside the issue, I asked about Sebastian in case he'd said anything. What happened to that conjurer, the one who had his knee broken? The representative just shook his head a little. We don't know. Our experts hypothesized that it was due to the mana that the knight attacked you with ricocheting and hitting his knee. I just shrugged at this. Looks like the matter was settled more easily than I had expected. After the elderly representative left mainly because my father had grown impatient with his attitude, turned around and gave me a grin. Good job knocking out that augmenter. That's my son. He put his fist out in front of him, which I promptly pounded with my own fists, smiling. Where are the twin horns anyway? I thought they'd be here. My mother answered me while chuckling. We had to keep them away from this, otherwise they might have really turned into wanted criminals. I laughed at this, but I could tell that it was something they were genuinely worried about by the helpless look on my father's face. According to my mother, the twin horns were waiting at a nearby inn. My father told me that we'd head out there tomorrow for breakfast and would discuss me being an adventurer with them. I nodded at this and went back into my room. My birthday was in less than 2 weeks. I'd finally be able to make my first mark here in this world. As I sunk back down in my bed, I stared at the palms of my hands, idly thinking about the events from earlier. This was the first time I'd used Sylvia's draconic will. These past years that I had spent studying Sylvie's will, before assimilating it into my body and practicing it for 4 months, had caused me to sigh in wonder at just how powerful Sylvia was. I was just tapping into the ocean that was Sylvia's powers. Unlike Grandpa Virion, who could only get a speed boost and blend into his surroundings, being a legacy tamer allowed me to access a lot more of Sylvia's powers at stage 1. What I had used on Sebastian was something that I decided to name distortion. I could basically separate myself from time and space for a brief moment. Although I couldn't alter anything around me, it did give me time to assess my situation. Earlier today, I'd exceeded my limits by using distortion on another person as well. This had allowed me to get by unnoticed from the king for now. I wasn't strong enough to act against him yet. My current limit with distortion, before I received any backlash, was 2 seconds. However, today, I had used it on another person, as well as had prolonged it to 5 seconds. I'd done all that just to scare that bug named Sebastian. I'd used up all of my mana and passed out for half a day just to terrify a bug. Maybe it would have been better to kill him. No, I couldn't think like that anymore. Causing meaningless deaths just for my convenience wasn't something that I should do in this world. I needed to be different in this world. I shook my head. I had a lot of time. Since I had so much time, I needed to be patient. I unwrapped the package that Vincent had left beside my bed, only to see a completely white mask that was able to cover my entire face. It was a simple mask, with 2 sharp eye slits that curved upwards. It reminded me of a fox's eyes. There was no nose or mouth hole, just a singular blue streak that ran straight down the left side of the mask, through the left eye slit. I tried the mask on, which somehow stuck to my face without the need of a strap. I also tried on the midnight blue coat, which turned out to be a little long. After strapping on the coat, it suddenly shrunk to fit my body perfectly. I couldn't help but be embarrassed. I felt like some sort of wannabe assassin or vigilante. Testing. The tone of my voice surprised me. It sounded completely different. My immature, high-pitched voice had become a rich baritone. Coo, Sylvie just looked at me curiously, causing me to laugh and take off my getup. Aren't you excited? Don't you want to get a little bit of action as well, Sylv? I patted her head, as my head swam with images of being an adventurer. So, who's it going to be? My father took a sip of his coffee, setting it down on the round wooden table we were all seated around. We had been currently just finished eating breakfast with the Twin Horns party, who the group had chosen a rather modest inn full of lively chatter. As they conversed while eating breakfast, while my mother was currently busy wiping off the remains of food, bits of food that had managed to escape my sister's mouth off of her. Coo. Sylvie hopped up onto the table with her head held high. Even without her mentally transmitting, everyone was able to make out that I'm enough to protect Papa. Everyone was able to tell that that's what she was thinking. Sylvie, come here. My sister waggled a piece of meat in front of Sylvie, tempting my legendary dragon Bond, who instantly began to drooling like a starving puppy, right before she leapt into my sister's arms. When I saw this, I couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of Sylvie wagging her tail at a bandit smart enough to simply lure her away with a piece of meat. Apparently my father's ex-party members had just finished a dungeon exploration with several other parties, so they had some free time before their next mission or quest. Thus, it wasn't really a matter of if they had the time, but rather if any of them wanted to. Adam, who spoke up first while polishing the tip of his spear, was the first to speak up. Babysitting doesn't really fit my style, so I'll pass on this. Besides, I feel like, with my personality, Arthur might kill me in my sleep one day. Despite the joke, my father responded with a solemn nod. He knew what kind of temperament Adam had, and in turn knew that they weren't likely to get along with each other. I was hoping that Durden or Helen would accompany Arthur. Honestly, although I can't offer much, but Alice and I are more than willing to compensate you guys in whatever way we can if you do this. Don't talk like that, Ray, we're all family here. I, for one, would love to accompany him and watch him grow anyhow, the gentle giant responded, his narrow eyes becoming even smaller as he smiled. Durden is right. You of all people should know that we aren't doing this for the money. Besides, we managed to get quite a bit of treasures off from our last dungeon raid. Helen said, shaking her head. Suddenly, a silent hand shot up, making everyone at the table turn to look. I would like to volunteer. Jasmine, you want to go with Arthur? Angela sputtered, looking at her brusque companion in shock. Angela had made it clear about how eager she was to accompany me, but I felt like Angela would be a greater source of danger than any of the possible threats of an adventurer. I tried to lightly hint that she might not be the most suitable, but even I was surprised that Jasmine would take the initiative to accompany me. Logically speaking, Jasmine is the most suitable person to protect Arthur. Durden only specializes in offensive area of effect spells, although I do want to go with Arthur too, but I feel that maybe I'm probably not the most suitable person since protecting someone isn't really my strong suit. Helen just scratches her head. Jasmine, are you really okay with going along with Arthur? My mother asked, concerned. Giving my mother a determined look, she looked at my mother with a determined gaze as she nodded firmly in response. The lady says she wants to go, let her go. She's the only augmenter among us that has an elemental affinity. She just reached the dark yellow stage last year, and coupled with her wind attribute, I think she'd be the best suited. Adam said after I let out a chuckle as he leaned back on his chair. For Arthur's safety, I guess I'll just have to step down from this. It's a pity, though. Durden just scratched his head, clearly disappointed. Sorry, Durden, I know how much you care about Arthur. My father put an arm on the large mage's shoulder. Maybe I'll join the Twin Horns on a dungeon raid in the future, I exclaimed. Durden just smiled at this, giving me a nod as he tousled my hair. The rest of the Twin Horns chuckled merrily as we finished up our conversation. It was decided that, in a week's time, I would go with Jasmine to the Adventurers Guild and register myself. I would automatically start off as Anthe class adventurer after passing a simple test and could, depending on how well I do on any missions or on quests I take, raise my class accordingly. Getting back home, I spotted Lilia downstairs meditating right as when a maid was gently placed a cup of water by her side. Ooh, Lily no fair, training without me. My sister rushed past my side and plopped down into a comfortable sitting position to start her mana manipulation training as well. As far as I could tell, it would take the both of them a few more years to actually form a mana core, but at the pace that Lilia was going, it was easy to imagine that she would awaken around the average time most children did. On the other hand, Ellie didn't have the patience for training and grew bored after an hour or two, so it would take her a lot longer. That's fine though, I wouldn't want her to become a mage too early, as she would attract too much unwanted attention. I would be proud if she could simply conform a mana core by the age of 9 or 10. Putting away my jacket, I turned back to face my father, who was still making his way up the stairs. Dad, can we go to the auction house again? I'd like to pick out a sword. We never had the chance to after the incident, and I've wanted to start practicing. Yeah, I have a few things I need to tell my team there anyway. We'll ask the carriage driver to stay for a little bit, so go wash up. Both Lilia's father and mother were already waiting for us at their auction house. It was my first time seeing either of them after the incident, so I was faced with another long string of questions from the two of them regarding my health. After much coaxing and reassuring them that I was fine, we finally went inside. I could tell that Vincent had been less than thrilled by the treatment the king had shown regarding this incident, but at this point, just like how the king felt towards me, I only felt apathy towards the man. It was clear that he had not put me into any sort of consideration besides that of a less than insignificant child, which suited me just fine for now. The king's representative had told us that night that both the augmenter that had attacked me and Sebastian had been stripped of their nobility. Vincent merely scoffed when my father told him this, though. Rolling his eyes, the auction house owner spat out that their sentencing was nothing but comforting lies. Bah, men like them. As soon as they get their wrists slapped and they just take a relaxing break for a bit, it won't be long before they'll have their positions back. I noticed my father tightly clenching his fists, but these sort of politics were all too familiar to me. Father went off with Vincent to meet the guards, while Tabitha took our carriage back to take care of Lilia, leaving me with only Sylvie search for a sword. Perched on my head, my bond curiously looked around the cluttered storage hall, littered with vaguely sorted crates and shelves of miscellaneous goods. Vincent had told me that the Helstia auction house stored a lot of goods, most from different merchants and adventurers, and others from remote places, including the Dwarf Kingdom. There had been almost no business transactions done with elves ever since the war over a neutral territory had reached a stalemate. Over the years, relations between the two races were said to have gotten better, to the point of even having a friendly tournament, but it would be a slow process before the enmity is actually ceased. This was a pity since elf weapons, which were comparatively lighter and thinner, would have been perfect for someone of my physique. Something I had learned while living with the Aralith family in Elenoir was that, while both weapons and armors forged by dwarves were considered the highest class because of the race's innate mastery in the field, elves had their specialties in bows, as well as conjurer staffs and wands. Most of the enchanted weapons were bid during the event yesterday, so the only things left were regular weapons that would eventually be sold in stalls, which was fine for me. I wasn't looking for anything special, just dependable. Peering through the endless rows of shelves and racks, I picked out a few to test. It didn't take long before I stuffed it back on the shelf it came from, malcontent by the crude workmanship of the swords. The balance between the blade and the grip had all been off and were shaped sloppily with no mind for executing all but simple swings or thrusts. I didn't think of myself as overly nitpicky, but after hours of scouring through the room, it was clear that my taste in swords had become too particular. Sylvie, growing bored of the repeated actions of removing a sword, swinging it a few times, and unhappily putting it back in place, hopped off my head and began having her own little adventure. I treaded deeper into the large storage hall, passing the shelves and racks of the more appealing blades on display, and arriving at a section where sheathed swords were simply crammed in barrels. One thing I noticed about the swords in this world was that they fell into a couple of categories. There were the large swords, either the wide heavy swords or the long claymores. Many warriors and offensive augmenters preferred these behemoths because of the raw power that could be generated through a single swing, but others considered the weapons savage and unrefined. The more balanced swords, seen most commonly used by knights and adventurers alike, were the broadswords. These were generally wielded with one hand, coupled with a shield in the other, but there are two-handed varieties. These swords provided the most balanced and versatile performances and were the standard swords to begin learning swordsmanship. The last category of swords were the lighter and thinner blades. Weapons like sabers, curved single-edged swords which my world called katanas and rapiers, as well as daggers all fell into this category. Sabers, katanas, and rapiers were focused on speed and precision, while daggers were often used as a concealed weapon or dual-wielded for more versatile and acrobatic styles of fighting. Even if the weapons here were second-rate, the inner swordsman in me couldn't help but bubble in excitement. However, it didn't take long for that bubble to pop. Letting out a defeated sigh from my fruitless search for a sword, I mindlessly swung the plain short sword I had picked out earlier and barely deemed acceptable. I would have to settle for this sword if I couldn't find anything else. Giving up on the search for a better sword, I made my way into the miscellaneous section where they held different types of weapons. I could see various unique, albeit inefficient, weapons that looked like they were designed by a child. Navigating through the aisles, I couldn't help but laugh aloud as I came across something very similar to what my world called nunchucks. There was even a morning star that was so heavy that, even after augmenting myself with mana, I struggled to lift it off the ground. Hugh, looks like a dead-end Sylv. I sat down on the ground, leaning against a gigantic shield as Sylvie continued to trot about. Suddenly, Sylvie let out an eager chirp. Making my way towards my bond, I spotted Sylv digging through a pile of weapons. A cloud of dust soon encompassed us as Sylvie continued searching for something. Making another excited squeak, she used her front paw to point at an unremarkable black rod. It was less than a meter in length and just looked like some sort of walking cane. This wasn't what I was looking for, Sylv, I sighed, but she hopped to me, nudging me toward the black stick. Relenting, I walked over and picked it up, surprised by the weight of the rod that looked much thinner now that it was in my hand. While it seemed to be made of some kind of polished wood, it weighed a lot more than just a simple walking stick. Holding it up, I took a closer look, inspecting the rod more carefully. The stick had a matte coat to it, not reflecting any light at all, while the whole rod was smooth to the touch. While unnoticeable at first, I could see intricate indentations that formed a design throughout the pole, but other than that, I couldn't find anything special about it. Sylvie continued gazing at the rod in my hands, her golden eyes twinkling as if she had found a national treasure. Finding nothing remarkable about it, I tried swinging it. It felt good. The weight was distributed in a way where it was balanced like a sword, even more so than the short sword I picked out as a backup. Taking another swing made me confident that this rod's balance was too purposeful for it to be just used as a walking stick or a staff. Excitement growing inside me once more, I willed mana into my eyes. I had hoped to notice something with enhanced vision, and my hopes came to light. Tea was so faint that I only noticed it after reinforced mana into my eyes. Even then, I was only able to spot it because I was looking for it. Even more faint than the indentation markings over the pole was a small line that seemed to separate two parts of the stick. This was a sword. I immediately tried to pry the sword out of its scabbard, but it wouldn't budge. Even with my body reinforced with mana, I wasn't able to muster the strength to pull it out. Don't tell me this was some sort of Excalibur that I had to be worthy of. Pushing away the silly, though, I infused fire attribute mana into the sword, but still no use. After half an hour had passed, I realized that elemental attribute mana was not the answer. No way, what if? I activated Dragon Will. I didn't use its power, but simply infused the will into the sword. And despite all of the previous struggle to pry the sword out, a light tug was all it took for the sword to glide out of its sheath. The sword slid soundlessly from its sheath to reveal the flat blade. I couldn't help but swallow back a lump of air as I fell into a trance, staring at the weapon much too beautiful to be considered an ordinary weapon. The narrow blade was straight and thin like a rapier's but had a double edge, making it fit for slashing as well as thrusting. As the keen edge of the blade curved smoothly into a sharp tip, I couldn't help but notice that there were no markings that the blade had been sharpened. The weight and balance of the sword was a bit off in my opinion, but it was still much better than the crude tools I had picked up before. However, even this flaw was overshadowed by the breathtaking quality and color of the blade. The translucent teal hue of the blade seemed to almost generate a luster of its own, even inside the dim storage room. There was a stark contrast to the matte black scabbard and handle, making the color of the blade all the more radiant. Despite the fact that the blade was so narrow and thin, a few tests on a nearby iron container confirmed its durability and strength. I could say with confidence that, even in my old world, there wasn't a blade as well forged as this. Was this sword truly meant for beast tamers, or was its criteria even more particular? I thought as I looked down at Sylvie. Titling her tiny head, Sylvie let out a happy chirp in response. Studying the blade more closely, I spotted a small engraving inscribed on the blade near the grip. Dawn's Ballad WKIV. As soon as those words left my lips, a searing pain abruptly shot out from where I was gripping the sword, making me drop the weapon. There was a gash that had already been cauterized across my palm. I was hesitant to pick the sword back up again, but when I did, I could see the faint remains of my blood getting absorbed into the handle of the blade. "Coo, are you okay, Papa?" Sylvie trotted next to me, pawing my leg, concerned. "I'm fine, Sylv." After scratching the underside of my Bond's chin, I gave the sword another swing. This time, the point of balance of the sword aligned perfectly to match with my undeveloped body. Even the handle of the blade seemed to have grown smaller to fit in my hand, as if it was made for me. There were some extraordinarily valuable staffs and wands that had the ability to bond with a single user, allowing better manipulation of mana between the weapon and master, but I'd never heard of a sword doing something like this. Picking up the sword, I pondered over the man, whose initial was WKIV. Who was this person, and how was he capable of forging such a sword? I realized how much time had passed as my father's faint voice snapped me out of infatuated trance. Quickly sheathing my new sword, I made my way back to where my father was, Sylvie hitching a ride on top of my head. On the way back, I made sure to pick up the short sword I chose for backup. "Well, did you see anything you liked?" Vincent, who had been talking with my father, asked. I nodded, holding up the short sword to him. "I found this sword, and after a few swings, I've grown to like it. Is it okay for me to take this one?" Vincent took the weapon from my hand, drawing the sword from its scabbard. "Not the best quality sword, but it is solid and won't break easily. Ray, what do you think?" My father accepted the sword, studying its blade, grip, and guard before taking several swings and thrusts. "The balance isn't the best, but I think it'll be good as a first sword. What's that stick you're holding on to, though?" Trying not to make a big deal out of it, I gave casual shrug. "I tripped over this really sturdy stick on my way back here. Do you mind if I take this back home to practice with, Uncle Vincent?" "Ah, that old thing. I remember one of my merchants telling me how some senile old man just handed it to him, mumbling something about finding a worthy master. We had a few of our inspectors check if there was anything special about it, but for all they were able to find out, it was just a sturdy, hard cane. It's been gathering dust here, so if you think it'll do you some good, go ahead and take it," Vincent answered, lightly squeezing my shoulder. "Success, Kingdom of Elenoir." TSSAERALITHPOV, hea. I let out an exaggerated sigh, looking out the window from my room. My hands were getting numb from leaning my head on it for so long, but I didn't want to move as I only grew more annoyed. How dare he, stupid Art. Finally willing myself to get up, I let out my pent-up frustration by kicking the wall. "Ouch, stupid Art, this is his fault too." Cradling my aching foot, I wiped the tears that had welled up in my eyes, unsure of whether it was from the pain of my foot or my loneliness. I had just gotten back from Grandma Rinia's home. It was hard, but I was finally able to guilt-trip her into letting me make sure that Art was doing okay. I should be happy that he's with his family and everything. But doesn't he miss me? He looked too happy. And who's that girl? Wasn't Art acting a little too nice to her? That cunning girl even got Art to teach her how to manipulate mana. He never taught me, that Arthur. When I get my hands on him, I'm going to give him a piece of my. Who am I kidding? I just want to see him. It had been a few months since he had left, but after getting so used to seeing him every day, those months had felt like years. Maybe I should have treated him more nicely while he was here, I muttered aloud. I couldn't help but cringe remembering all of the times I had physically abused him, just as an excuse to touch him. But that wasn't my fault. It's his fault for being such a thick-headed idiot. Mama and Papa were quite proud that Ferrith, the noble brat who messed with art, and his sister were able to place in the top 5 during the trial competition that they had with the humans, but I couldn't care less. It was just a show to boast our strength to the humans and dwarves anyway. Grandpa had mentioned that the actual continental tournament, which was what the humans decided to call it, would happen every 5 years from now on. Did that mean I would have to wait 5 years to see art? 5 whole years. Ooh, this sucked. The only thing that kept my mind off of art was training. My goal was to become stronger than Arthur. The next time we meet, I wanted to surprise him by how much I'd grown. Maybe then he'd see me in a different light. Stupid Arthur, I repeated. Even though he was younger than me, he still treated me like a kid, even though I'm the older one. I held up the water-filled orb that Granny Rinia gave to me as a present. She was able to capture a scene and integrate it into the orb so that it would constantly show an image of Arthur's face. Dummy, I cursed at the bubble, poking the sphere where the image of Arthur's cheek was. Suddenly, the door flung open. Young one, I have good. Grandpa, what did I say about knocking? I squealed, quickly trying to hide the orb behind me. However, by the sly grin on his face, I knew that he had already noticed. I see you're using that orb well, he snickered as his usual stern expression was replaced by that of a wily fox. Stupid Grandpa. I reached for my pillow nearby and flung it at him before he could see how red my face had turned. Don't mind, don't mind. I would rather enjoy having Arthur as a grandson-in-law anyhow. But isn't it a little too early for that now? He roared out in laughter as he continued teasing me. Whipping my head away from Grandpa, I did my best to hide my embarrassment, unable to let out anything other than a frustrated grumble in response to his ridicule. Don't pout now. I've got some good news for you, little one. I turned my head slightly just to indicate that I was listening. Letting out another hearty laugh, he spoke. Now, what if I said that you could have the chance to attend the same school that Arthur will be attending? My body spun so fast that I grew dizzy. Then I would say that you're the best grandpa ever. I cut him off before he even finished speaking. You're not lying to me, right? I grabbed Grandpa's sleeve and tugged it hard. I heard a chuckle from the doorway. Did you tell her, Father? Mama and Papa walked into the room, smiling. I turned to them. Mama, Papa, is it true? I can go to school with Arthur. Calm down, Tess, my mother gently chided as she patted my head. Your grandfather has close ties with the current director of Zyrus Academy. He got in contact with her recently, and she was excitedly telling your grandfather about how there will be a genius quadra-elemental augmenter attending her school in 3 years' time, my father added. Who else besides Arthur is a quadra-elemental augmenter? I instantly knew, but of course, I didn't say anything about me training him. That is a little secret I plan on surprising her with later on. He let out an evil grin. Why is he waiting 3 years before going to school? Isn't he more than fit to go now? I tried to speak casually, but my excitement had me grinning to my ears. Well, she did mention something about him wanting to be an adventurer, Grandpa mused. My mother gently squeezed my hands. The important part is that this gives us enough time. We're still trying to negotiate terms to have a trial run for the integration of the younger generations of elves and dwarves to attend school together with the humans at Zyrus Academy. The King of Sapin agreed that the only way to start mending our relationship was by allowing the younger generation to form bonds with each other, she explained. You'd better train hard, little one. A lot is riding on this. I'm willing to bet that Arthur had chosen to become an adventurer before attending school so that he could get some real experience in fighting. After he's done, he'll be at the age a typical student would be in, so stay on your toes. He's going to be popular, so if you don't snatch him, some other lucky girl will. Grandpa shot me an evil wink. Father, I think that's enough teasing now. Look, Tess is about to cry. I could barely make out my father shaking his head through my watery eyes as I tried to stay strong. Kingdom of Sapin. Arthur Leywnspov. Happy birthday, Arthur. Everyone cried out in unison. The whole Helstia house was decorated lavishly with festive ornaments and woven threads as the twin horns and the Helstia family as well as my own gathered together to congratulate my 9th birthday. The dinner turned out amazing as the chefs went all out tonight. My mother made sure to include some of my favorite dishes, some of which she made herself. Panorama of noise filled the halls, laughter of the kids, the clinking of wine glasses and busy footsteps of maids and butlers. The table was pleasantly loud as Adam belched loud jokes and made fun of some of the members with their embarrassing moments while exploring the dungeon. Adam, you seem to forget the time when a horned mole snuck up under you while you were taking a piss in the dungeon. As I recall, you got so scared. You landed straight on your back, peeing on yourself like a fountain, Jasmine coolly said as she casually continued sipping her tea, not even bothering to look at the petrified Adam. The food in my mouth sprayed out as I tried to contain my laughter. My father blatantly roared with laughter, nearly falling back in his chair as he pointed his finger at the frozen Adam. Even Vincent had his face buried in his hands as he tried to keep from laughing. No, why you? I thought and no one was awake when that happened. Adam's face turned ghostly pale and his shoulders slumped in utter defeat. Meanwhile, the women just shook their heads in embarrassment at the men's behaviors. All in all, everyone was having a great time. Ellie chimed in, eager to tell all of us about her adventures in learning how to read and write, trying to be a part of the grown-up conversations as well, while Lilia just giggled and agreed. After dinner, everyone migrated to the living room where the fire had just been lit, an area filled with a smoky fragrance. Happy birthday again, son. This present is from your mother and I, and of course, Ellie as well. My father handed me a package wrapped in cloth while mother was holding back Ellie, whose fidgeting fingers were eager to unwrap the present. Opening it, I saw a fingerless glove meant only for my left hand. It was black and simple, but embedded on the top of the glove were 3 white stones. Your father hunted the material for the glove, and I imbued my healing spells onto those 3 white stones. Each of the stones carries a single-use spell. I'm sure it'll be useful to have some safety measures while you go out on missions. My mother looked at me with sad smile. I could tell she still wasn't ready to send me off. Ahem, next is us. Vincent pulled out a small box. He dramatically got down on one knee and opened the box, revealing 2 silver rings, one plain and one with a small clear gem. Where was he going with this? Honey, stop teasing the boy. Tabitha smacked Vincent's shoulder while he held in his laughter. Okay. Arthur, this is more of a present for your family than you, but I'm sure you'll appreciate it as well. This ring, Vincent pulled out the plain ring, is what you will be wearing, while this ring, he handed the gemmed ring to my mother, is what your mother will be wearing. Tabitha continued on for him, Alice. While Arthur is wearing the ring, you'll be able to tell whether he's okay or not. The plain ring is able to keep tabs on the mana circulation that naturally flows in a mage's body. If the natural mana flow stops, the ring you're holding, Alice, will glow red and emit a high-pitched sound. We thought really hard on what Arthur may need during his time as an adventurer, but Lilia was actually the one that brought up the possibility of giving a present that'll help him and his family. Unfortunately, the rings can't do much more than that, but I thought this would bring you some peace of mind, Alice, Ray. Vincent shrugged his shoulders. I couldn't help but smile, looking at my mother. If this ring could free my family from constantly worrying about me, then this was the best gift I could ask for. But I couldn't help but become concerned at the psychological presence wearing the ring would have on my mother. She might end up checking it religiously. Well, how are we going to beat that? Guys, Adam chimed in. My guardian angel Durden walked towards me, handing me a roll of parchment. You see, we also thought along the same lines as the Helstia family. We couldn't really think of what to give the little monster, so we decided on this. Adam waved his arm in a dramatic manner. Those 2 scrolls are sound transmission scrolls. I'm not going to elaborate on how expensive these were, because they were extremely expensive. Jasmine smacked Adam on the head. Cough, anyways. With this, you now have a one-time source of communication. Just infuse mana into the scroll, Arthur, and you'll be able to send a message to the other scroll. After the holder of the other scroll receives it, Mama Lewin, she can then send the reply. After the reply is sent and the other person listens to it, the parchment will then turn to ashes. TADA, you're welcome. Adam gave a dramatic bow. The members of the Twin Horns were all taking turns talking smack about Adam's egotistical performance, but they gave my family a warm smile. I could tell my mother and father's moods had turned a whole lot better after knowing that they wouldn't be sending their son off to who knows where without knowing how he was doing and what would become of him. I gave each of the Twin Horns and the Helstia family a hug, thanking them for the presents. Lilia turned beet red while Tabitha just giggled at her. Honestly, I already had what I needed, but the ring and scroll would be an invaluable source of comfort for my family, which I was worried about the most. Soon after, my parents' ex-party members all left to go back to their inn. The Helstia family went back upstairs when Lilia started dozing off, tired from the long day, leaving me with just my parents. Ellie was asleep while cuddling the snoring Sylvie. I was already all packed up, prepared to leave tomorrow morning and meet up with Jasmine in front of the house. Tonight would be the last chance to have a real talk before I left. Tomorrow is the big day, son. Are you excited? My father clasped my shoulders. My father's eyes were lined red as I could see him holding back some tears. My mother had given up on holding back her emotions and kneeled down to give me a big bear hug, her face buried in my chest as she sniffled. I'll be fine, Mom, Dad. I promise I'll try to be back home every chance I get. If anything happens, you'll be able to know. After talking about my life and the dangers of being an adventurer, my parents ushered me back into my room. I plopped into bed and stared at the ceiling, Sylvia asleep next to me. I had a family, and now I had people who loved me. I had people that cared about me for who I was, not for the position I had. It was a nice feeling that I would never want to give up. I'd fight for it and make sure to treasure this emotion that I was devoid of in my previous world. For that, I needed to better myself, more so than when I had been a king. Crying won't work. Shouldn't you be used to water by now, Sylv? Kiwu. Sylvie finally escaped from my grasp and scurried out of the shower, still dripping. Ha, I shook my head as I finished washing up by myself. Wearing nothing but a simple t-shirt and pants, I took one last look at the room I had been living in for the past few months, imprinting the image. I put on my glove and ring, packing the coat and mask along with a few other necessities into my bag. I strapped both Dawn's ballad and my short sword to my waist before walking out. Trust in Jasmine when things get rough. She may be the youngest, but don't doubt her strength and experience as an adventurer, my father advised as he pulled me into one last from hug. Why are brother and Sylvie leaving? No, stay here. My sister was now struck with realization that I wouldn't be home for a while. She was clutching my waist and refused to let go as she used the weight of her body to anchor me down. Honey, your brother will be back okay. My mother attempted to console her. No, stay, my sister demanded. She had refused to listen to excuses and began shouting with tear-filled eyes. Kneeling down, I wrapped Ellie in my arms as I patted her back. I know you're a big girl now. Can you protect Mom and Dad while I'm gone for a bit, Ellie? Hick, I can protect them, she replied in a muffled voice, burying her head into my shoulder. Letting go of her, I studied my baby sister's face, wiping the tears streaming down her cheeks. Ata girl, your big brother is going to be gone for a little bit, but I'll be back. I feel a lot better that we have someone strong like my little sister here to protect the house. Yes, she seconded eagerly, her eyes filled with a newfound determination. Patting her head, I gave mother and father one last hug. We'll miss you. Don't forget to keep the ring on your finger, okay? My mother squeezed me tightly. Stay safe and know your limits, Arthur. Father placed a hand on my shoulder and stared at me, waiting for a response. Know my limits, I repeated to myself, giving my father a firm nod. After the partings were finished, I made my way down the front stairs to where Jasmine had been waiting. I waved them one last goodbye, gesturing to my sister, who was waving both her hands as she bit her lips to keep from crying, to cheer up. Let's go, Jasmine, I declared while putting on the mask and coat. She replied with a terse nod as we began heading downtown to the Adventurers Guild Hall. The Guild Hall was not what I had expected it to be. A vivid image of a place filled with thugs seated around wooden tables downing beer was what I envisioned. Instead, it was a building filled with prestige and luxury. A marble structure towered over us like a sacred museum. Once inside, it was clear the amount of work that had been put into the intricately designed interior. There were tables made from metal where I could see other adventurers giving us a passing glance. The whole place had an ambience of extravagance that didn't suit me, much less some of the barbarian-looking adventurers here, but I simply continued my stride. Welcome, how may I help the two of you? The female receptionist's rehearsed smile gleamed a pearly white. Before I had the chance to reply, Jasmine slid a piece of parchment towards the woman. I would like to sponsor him for a rank examination. Her face remained expressionless as she said curtly, "Why, yes." I understand, the receptionist answered, nodding her head fervently as she handed back the piece of paper. Please come over this way. Getting up from her seat, the woman opened the door beside us from the other side. As we entered, I couldn't help but notice the hushed murmurs around us. Oi, there's someone taking a rank examination, someone whispered. It's just a girl and some masked midget, though another hoarse voice mocked blatantly. I held in any questions I had and simply followed the clerk in silence. Passing through the door, we were led past the row of seats behind the glass counter where the receptionists were stationed and into a small room. The office was minimally decorated with two leather couches positioned to face each other. On the far end of the room was a dark, wooden desk facing the door. A slender man was seated behind the pile of neatly stacked papers, jotting down something with a quilted pen. Roused by the sound of his office door being opened, the man looked up to reveal a sharp and angular face. The head of black hair I had been staring at was parted down the center and reached just past his thin neck. Behind his rimless and thick glasses were a pair of sharp eyes that regarded us intently. A class adventurer, Jasmine Flamesworth, has requested this. The clerk's voice trailed off as she eyed me cautiously. Gentleman to be taken in for a rank examination. Yes, I'm quite aware of who Miss Flamesworth is. You may wait outside, Mary. The slender man waved her away as he stood up from his seat. Miss Flamesworth, how are you these days? I met with your father not too long ago. Jasmine simply gave a terse nod that barely resembled a bow as the man approached us. Her expression had gotten sharper since coming into this room, but at the mention of her father, Jasmine's hands clenched into fists. Anyway, it is a pleasure to meet you. The man shifted his attention to me, finally acknowledging my presence. My name is Caspian Bladeheart, and I am in charge of this branch. I take it that you must have some sort of close relationship with Miss Flamesworth. Is there a name I can address you by? His gaze darted up and down as he quickly assessed me. Sylvie answered in my stead. I had made Sylvie transform back into her original form during my time as an adventurer, so her horns protruded and her red spikes were visible. I go by Note, I answered gruffly. The name didn't mean much and was made fairly mindlessly based on the blue streak that went through the left eye slit. It had reminded me of a single half note. Caspian's eyes widened in surprise, but he quickly recovered, responding with a casual smile. Other than that, seeing a mana beast didn't seem to surprise him, which I assumed was because of his line of work. Yes, well, Mr. Note, we will proceed with Miss Flamesworth here as your sponsor. Do you know how this will work? Shaking my head, I let him explain. An adventurer of B class or higher has the right to sponsor a new adventurer for an examination. Depending on how well you do, this exam will give you the opportunity to be placed into a suitable rank. This way you can avoid the needless struggles of starting from the very beginning. The rank exam will consist of only a practical portion. Now, judging by your weapons, I can assume that you are either a fighter or augmenter, yes. He looked quizzically at the black stick tied to my waist below my short sword. Yes, okay. Usually there would be a quick application along with an inspection of your mana core before the exam, but since it is Miss Flamesworth here sponsoring you, I will waive that, he continued as he opened another door at the far end of his office. Mary, take these two to the examination hall. Why yes, the receptionist, who had been waiting outside the room, entered hastily and led us toward the back door. Please, Mr. Note, Miss Flamesworth, right this way. I was forced to squint as my eyes tried to adjust to the sudden change in brightness as we exited out of the dark passage. As the blinding glow subsided, I was able to make out the details of the hall we were in. The brightly lit area was an indoor, dirt-floored arena with standard theater seats that appeared more like exaggerated stairs. While most of the seats were empty except for the scattered 10 or so people, there was a tense atmosphere as everyone's eyes focused on the two people at the center of the arena. Placing Sylvie between Jasmine and me, I leaned forward to get a better view of the two fighters about to duel. Jasmine simply leaned back in apathy with her legs crossed. Hot! The larger, bald man roared as he swung down his polearm. It was obvious that he was at a disadvantage against his opponent. The man he was fighting was of average build with short black hair and a jagged scar that ran down his cheek, but he was easily dodging all of the bald man's wide swings. The scarred fighter had an apathetic expression much like the one Jasmine had. He didn't even bother using the broadsword he had in his right hand as he continued weaving around his bald opponent's brash attacks. Face red in frustration, the bald fighter bellowed, "Take this." The fact that he had announced his next attack meant that he was either confident or he was simply an amateur. In this case, it seemed to be the latter. The polearm he had brought up high above his head suddenly began glowing a dim orange as a heat wave surrounded his weapon. The scarred man's expression changed from boredom to mild surprise. Hell smash, the bald man roared as he hacked down. Just like how conjurers chanted spells to focus their intent, many augmenters also chose to do something similar, like vocalizing the name of their attack. However, for such a simple move, it seemed excessive. Even from up here, I could make out the scarred man's derisive sigh as he simply held up his broadsword to take on the attack. The sharp ring of metal meeting metal echoed throughout the arena. However, the sight of the polearm spinning up high in the air made it fairly easy to determine who the winner of the exchange was. The large cue ball of a man was gawking down at his empty hands, apparently surprised that his ace attack was so easily dealt with. Your skills as a polearm wielder is non-existent and your battle senses are lousy. And that's me being nice. You depend too much on physical strength compared to your mana reinforcement, which throws your attack's balance off. It says you've just turned 35, but you're now only at the dark orange stage. I would normally put someone of your caliber at E-class, but seeing how you have a fire affinity, if that little heater move you just did can even be called fire, I'll pass you as a D-class. Barely. The scarred examiner's assessment was curt and to the point, but I couldn't have agreed more with him. Next, Deanne Whitehall. The scarred man bellowed as the bald examinee dispiritingly made his way back to his seat, picking up his polearm along the way. Yes, coming. A woman on the other side of the stadium scampered down the rows of seats, nearly stumbling along the way. She was a freckled girl that looked to be well into her teens. She had her curly brown hair tied back and was wearing a standard conjurer's robe that looked more like a fancy bathrobe. She fumbled to get her wand out of her belt, but managed to get in position without dropping it. Snickers and giggles spread through the arena from the scarce audience, shrinking the girl down even more so in embarrassment. What a waste of time. Just fail this girl. A boy's voice to my left caught my attention just in time for me to see him mockingly shake his head. The boy didn't look much older than me, which surprised me. I hadn't expected there to be someone so young trying to become an adventurer. While he was also wearing a conjurer's robe, it was on a different level. It really did make Diane's robe look like a bathrobe in comparison. With his embellishments and other fineries, it was apparent that he was a noble. With medium-length blonde hair that covered his ears and was trimmed to set just above his dull, green eyes, it was easy to tell that he was an attractive boy. By the permanent smirk plastered onto his face, and the way he lifted his chin just a tad so he was always looking down at everything, I'm sure he thought of himself as a superstar. However, what caught my eyes was the polished white, wooden staff that was by the boy's side. Embedded at the very top of the staff was a large ruby-colored gem that sparkled in the stadium lights. He was a fine example of someone that rubbed me the wrong way, so I chose to turn my attention back to the stage. The scarred examiner that had examined the bald augmenter was sitting down, replaced by a woman. The person, who I assumed was the conjurer's examiner, wore a conjurer's hat in the shape of a large cone that set a shadow covering most of her face. Tilting her hat back, I was able to see the instructor's pale face. Her thin eyes darted around at the audience before she let out a loud cough to have everyone settle down. A hum. Deanne Whitehall, age 18, a conjurer at the solid orange stage with a single specialization in water. Let us begin. The female examiner threw the notepad towards the scarred examiner and held up her gray staff. Once a conjurer had reached the orange stage, it was apparent where his or her specialty lied. Instead of wasting time trying to be adept at all 4 elements, it was much more efficient to focus solely on the element of their highest affinity. Single specialization in her case meant that she relied primarily on water spells. Dual specialization and up, there would be a strict test to see if you really were adept at 2 elements. Instantly, the freckled examinee murmured a spell, conjuring a bubble of water to surround her. The basics of battling as a conjurer was setting up defensive measures. They did this since most weren't proficient in reinforcing their bodies with mana. Diane's examiner, however, didn't cast a defensive spell but instead chose to go on the offensive. Sandstorm. The pale examiner shouted as a gale of sand whirled around the freckled girl and her defensive water bubble. The gust of sand merged with the water, turning Diane's defensive spell into a large orb of mud. Release. The mud bubble burst at the examinee's command. Jumping back, she muttered another spell while a pressured ball of water began forming at the tip of her wand. Aqua Cannon. The sphere of water burst out in a blazing speed towards the pale examiner. Rather than defending against the spell, the examiner nimbly dodged the water sphere. Thinking back, I had realized that this was the first time watching a duel between 2 conjurers. This mock fight would be a good way to study the differences in fighting styles between long-range conjurers and melee augmenters. Burst. The freckled teen screamed while she swung her wand down. The condensed ball of water exploded just as it zipped past the examiner, filling the stadium in a cloud of dust. The noble brat that was mocking the girl earlier was shaking his head in disdain. "She's not bad," Jasmine mumbled beside me. The small dust cloud that covered the instructor from view began clearing up to reveal that she wasn't there. Suddenly, the examiner emerged up from the ground behind Diane, and her staff lightly thumped the top of the examinee's head. Eek. Diane jumped forward in surprise. "I must say, your control is quite decent, Miss Whitehall. You were a little overconfident in your last spell chain, not preparing any defensive measures, but overall the efficiency in mana control and cast speed was good." C-Class, Diane let out a sigh of relief. Being a C-Class adventurer at her age was a feat she could be proud of. Next, Elijah Knight, the conjurer examiner, announced, "Here." A couple rows away to my right, a boy that looked even younger than the blonde noble stood up. He looked somewhat unapproachable, with short trimmed jet black hair that came down to cover half of his forehead. He had a very serious expression underneath his framed glasses that made him look more mature than his actual age. The boy wore a simple beige long sleeve and black pants and didn't have any sort of weapons on him. I half expected him to be an augmenter, but the fact that the examiner didn't switch out meant otherwise. Suddenly, a clerk that was keeping notes at the side ran up to the examiner and whispered something into her ear. The pale-faced examiner's thin eyes widened before quickly regaining her composure. "Elijah Knight, age 10. I have been just notified of your special status. As of now, you are a B-class adventurer. B-class at his age, and he didn't even need to get tested." I could see looks of disbelief on everyone's faces. Even the augmenter examiner's face was in surprise as he craned his neck to get a better view of the boy in question. The solemn boy merely made a small bow and sat back down without a word. Next, Lucas Wykes, the examiner continued. "HMPH, guess it's finally my turn." The blonde-haired noble boy jumped up from his seated position and leisurely made his way down to the stage, staff in hand. The examiner looked down at her notes, but this time her voice sounded evidently surprised. "Lucas Wykes, 11 years old. Conjurer at the light orange stage, single specialization in fire." "What? He's already at the light orange stage. How is that even possible?" Without even bowing, Lucas leaned lazily against his staff. "Let us begin," the examiner declared, obviously a bit vexed by the boy's lack of respect. At her signal, Lucas immediately jumped back as he chanted a spell. "Arise, my protector, flame guardian." A pillar of fire erupted in front of him, fading to reveal a 2-meter-tall humanoid made of flames. "Looks like we have a special little talent today." As expected of someone from the Wykes family, the augmenter examiner whistled in awe. The flame guardian sprinted towards the examiner, leaving smoldering footprints in its path as Lucas started to cast another spell. So he does have some skill to back up his ego. The female examiner was obviously a bit impressed, but she responded skillfully with a wave of her gray staff and a few words to ignite her spell. Earth Tomb. 3 triangular planes of solid earth shot up from the ground, trapping the fire guardian inside a pyramid of rock. It was a good response. The flame guardian would naturally disappear once it used up the limited amount of oxygen inside the tomb. Lucas chortled in response, however, as he finished his chant. Too late, Miss Examiner. Ember wisps. The ruby stone embedded on his staff shined a dazzling orange as a spark burst up in the air. The seemingly harmless spark exploded like a firework, separating into dozens of small, floating tendrils of fire. The tendrils remained afloat all around the stage, surrounding the both of them. The boy is good, Jasmine complimented, giving a rare sign of approval. The examiner's face turned serious now. I was a little confused on the purpose of those floating embers, but my question was soon answered. Expulsion, Lucas raised his staff above his head as he continued dashing backwards. Suddenly, the dozens of fire tendrils radiated a bright red before shooting out beams of fire at the examiner. The examiner aimed her staff down at the ground below her as she calmly continued chanting. The surface around her glimmered a bright yellow as multiple pieces of earth began emerging from the ground. Stone shard field. The glowing rocks darted into formation to block the lasers of flame. Only it didn't just block the lasers, but redirected them towards Lucas. Release. Lucas paled as he desperately yelled. The wisps in the air disappeared, but the flames that were already shot out were still heading towards him. Pointing his huge staff at the multiple trails of flames rapidly approaching him, he let out another spell. Fire Twister. A cyclone of fire just large enough to surround him generated from the ground. The trails of flame got caught up in the vortex of the fire tornado, merging into it. Pierce, the examiner commanded with a fluid motion. The rock shards that had redirected the flames wobbled before they shot forward at the flame tornado Lucas was hiding within. The large shards of rock bulleted through the fire tornado, shredding it out of existence. The shard stopped just short of the angry but trembling Lucas, who was shielding himself with his staff held in front of him. How dare you? This preposterous lack of decency for a mere rank exam should be recorded and dealt with accordingly. Lucas cried out with baleful eyes. His once creamy complexion were a few shades lighter as a layer of sweat covered his body. Calm yourself, Mr. Wykes. I have enough control to keep myself from skewering arrogant little children, the examiner calmly reassured, leaving Lucas to silently utter curses at the woman. Your control and creativity in the combinations of your spells are excellent. As long as you stay cautious and know your limits, you will have a great future ahead of you, Mr. Wykes. I think it is safe to say that you can be placed into B class. Do you agree, George? She turned to the Augmenter's examiner. He gave a simple shrug in response, indicating he had no problems with it. Whatever wrongful actions Lucas had accused the examiner of seemed to have disappeared into thin air as Lucas, once again, wore a smug grin at the final outcome. Whoa, another little monster. Damn, I want to just go home. What is with today's crowd? The few members of the audience all cried out and complained in envy, as some of the other audience members that have already taken the exam murmured excitedly amongst their peers. What did you blundering apes expect? Did you guys think I was on your level? Lucas taunted aloud as he dusted off his robe. He made his way back to his seat before the examiner, who wasn't even tired, switched places with the augmenter examiner named George. The scarred man got up, stretching his body like a lazy cat. Casually high-fiving the other examiner as he walked past her, he stared at his notes. Next examinee note, please come down, he bellowed without looking up. Jasmine placed a hand on my shoulder. Good luck. Giving a firm nod in response, I walked down the steps, leaving the worried Sylvia in Jasmine's care. It seems you're here to be tested under special conditions, seeing as there isn't any information here written about you. Okay, let's see what you're made of. George regarded me with a curious stare, trying to look through my mask's eye slit to see who I was. The examiner smoothly unsheathed his sword, as did I begin. He announced while lunging at me. The thrust was aimed directly at my head, most likely intended to scare me. Instead of dodging back or ducking, I faced the incoming tip of the sword and took a step forward, willing mana into my legs. Tilting my head just enough for the flat of the blade to graze harmlessly past my mask, I brought my sword up in one swift motion. George's sharp eyes widened by my counter as he desperately retracted in hopes to make it in time to block my swing, but the tip of my sword was already pressed against the man's throat. The examiner immediately stopped, afraid that any sudden movement in my blade might actually embed itself into his neck, regardless of mana reinforcement. Enough, a voice interrupted. Stand down, George. I'll be the one to test this particular examinee. Turning my head, I saw the thin, bespectacled man named Caspian walking toward us from the corridor Jasmine and I had come in from. Yes, sir. You will be personally examining this participant. George backed away from my blade as casually as possible, but a bead of blood rolled down his neck. I apologize if this sounds presumptuous, but is there really a need for an AA class to lower himself to test an examinee? I will be more than enough to assess this applicant, he continued, quickly wiping the blood off with his hand. Caspian's gaze lowered to George's neck, silencing the examiner. The man, regardless of what he assumed was a simple blunder on his part, was visibly baffled by the fact that the head of this branch would be the one to test me. It would be a lie to say I wasn't surprised as well. Someone classified as an AA class adventurer was at a much higher level of strength compared to in a class. As the class ranks increased, each jump was exponential, meaning that compared to D class to C class, the jump from a class to AA class was uncomparable. Being an AA class adventurer signified that you had the strength of 10 A class adventurers, and that was just a rough estimate. He should be on a whole other tier of strength compared to other humans. I was curious as to what stage his mana core was, but there was no way for me to see without him finding out. His sponsor has deep ties with me, so I feel obligated to test him personally. He chuckled as his right hand reached towards a thin rapier on his waist. Waving away George, the two of us stood at the center of the dirt arena. Let us begin. I held my short sword just above my waist, ready to attack or defend. The array of sounds that filled the arena were soon drowned out as my focus centered solely on the man standing in front of me. The man named Caspian, the one in charge of the biggest guild halls, held the menacing rapier lightly with his right hand. He stood upright, making figure eights with the tip of his blade while letting out a little hum. Yet, he had no openings. The baleful pressure of his bloodlust was blatantly let loose as he dared to let out an innocent smile. Memories of fighting inside the dueling arena in my previous world flashed to mind as the air grew tense between us. My focus sharpened to their limits. The only sounds that came through my ears were those made by Caspian, his blade whistling in the air, the crinkled sounds of his thin clothes, and the controlled breaths he took. My body screamed to take caution against this man. I could feel my hands tremble ever so slightly, not from apprehension, but from excitement. I didn't think I'd find an opponent of this caliber so soon. This battle wasn't to the death, but I knew it would different from the spars I had with Grandpa Virion back in Elenoir. I knew from first glance that you would have to be assessed in a different manner. I hope you don't take this special treatment to heart, Caspian commented as he lowered his stance. In that brief moment, I analyzed every piece of useful information that I could about this man. His reach was longer than mine by about a foot, while his stance indicated that he primarily relied on thrusts rather than swings. Just from the amount of mana I could sense swirling near him, it was safe to assume that he wouldn't make any careless mistakes. Please prepare yourself. I wouldn't want the person Miss Flamesworth sponsored to lose too quickly. He sprang forward, leaving a trail of dust behind him as he closed the gap between us. In one fluid motion, he lunged his rapier like a coiled spring, using the momentum of his initial step. I twisted my head to avoid the stab, but a few strands of my hair were cut off. Excellent dodge, he mused, retracting his rapier in preparation for his next attack. Immediately following up with an angled lunge, I held up my scabbard. A sharp thud echoed throughout the arena from the clash, and I was thrown off balance. It seemed like I was still unable to use the full extent of my previous knowledge in swordsmanship with this undeveloped body. I recovered from this setback by pivoting myself, using the momentum from his attack to whirl my lacking body to generate a powerful swing. Caspian leaned back just moments before my sword reached his head, but a thin red line appeared across the tip of his nose. His thin eyes widened in surprise, but he recovered instantly. I took advantage of that split second, bringing my sword back to produce a sharp, upward swipe at his unguarded legs. My blade reflected the arena lights, producing a silver arc as it whizzed through the air. However, my opponent was able to reposition his sword to defend against my swing. The sharp ring of metal on metal made both Caspian and I cringe. Both of us seemed to have had the same intent, as we both used the opportunity to gain distance. Only a handful of seconds passed during the deadly exchange, but each of us came out with only minor injuries. I switched my sword arm since the impact of our last blow produced a sharp vibration that made my right hand tremble. The realization that I was still unaccustomed to fighting in this body was all too apparent as I coaxed my hand. I must apologize for underestimating you. I shall be a bit more serious now. Caspian's voice was calm, but his face expressed a certain degree of seriousness that wasn't there before. His sharp eyes gleamed with a powerful killing intent that could only be present in someone who had years of fighting under his belt. His rapier was aimed toward me, but as he brought it closer toward him, the blade began glowing with a silvery hue. Letting out a sharp breath, he thrust out his rapier, piercing the air in front of him. The hairs on the back of my neck rose as my body screamed for me to run away. I instinctively pivoted myself away from where my opponent had lined his attack. A sharp pain burst from my shoulder as hot blood seeped into the sleeve of my robe. Seems like Miss Flamesworth has picked up someone worthwhile after all, Caspian acknowledged. As far as I was concerned, this wasn't some assessment anymore. Whether he had expected me to dodge or not, he had aimed for my heart. Would I have been able to defeat him easily if I had the body of my past life? I wasn't sure. There were too many factors that played into this: the quality of our swords, the use of long-range mana manipulation that didn't exist in my old world, taking a moment to charge his next attack. He let out 2 more consecutive thrusts, but I knew what to expect. He was creating sharp bullets of wind, which were near invisible. However, it didn't mean that they were impossible to dodge. By the timing of the thrust to when it had reached my arm from his previous attack, I was able to gauge the speed the spell traveled. The spell traveled in a straight path based on the direction of his jab, so while the speed of the spell was frightening, there were holes to take advantage of. I ducked underneath the first bullet of wind as it barely grazed my hair. I parried the second bullet with the flat of my blade, redirecting his spell away from me. Immediately after, I willed mana into my legs and dashed toward Caspian. I had to shorten the distance between us now that I knew he had a long-range spell at his disposal, but I knew even in terms of melee combat, it would be a hard battle. I had a body that was more than several inches shorter than what I had been used to when sword fighting, and a much smaller pool of mana to utilize. So even with the assimilation of Sylvia's dragon while making my body tougher, I didn't have that much of an advantage against a veteran fighter with a body enhanced with mana. The only advantage I had was the fact that Caspian didn't know what I had up my sleeve. Focusing mana into my free hand, I ran my fingers down the blade of my sword, imbuing it with fire. Approaching him, I swung down to release an arc of fiery red. I could see the concentration on Caspian's face as he willed more mana into his rapier until it, once again, glowed in a silvery white. He fanned away the flames with a powerful swing, leaving an ever-so-slight window for me to take advantage of. Gathering mana into the sole of my left foot, I molded the spell to manifest into the proper form, piston stamp. A succession of fiery explosions erupted underneath my foot, propelling me directly beside Caspian. How was all he could manage? His mouth agape, his rapier was still held up from his defense against my previous attack that I had used as a feint. My position wasn't optimal. I had launched myself a foot more than I had wanted to, but it was enough. Without enough time to form a proper spell, I simply strengthened my body with mana as I thrust my sword forward. However, even as the distance between my blade and Caspian shortened, I could make out the words that the guild hall manager was chanting, "Gather and unleash, Gale's vortex." I was barely able to rescind my attack and jump away, as an intense swirl of airstream burst out from Caspian, surrounding him in a protective twister. The guild hall manager was hidden from view within the twister of wind and debris, allowing me some time to prepare for his next attack. The spell was released to reveal Caspian, sweating and panting, with his sword arm tucked closely to his side like a snake about to lash out. His left arm with stretched out palms, open-aimed directly at me. He was obviously chanting as the blade of his rapier began glowing even brighter in silver. "Pierce those who stand against me," he roared as his rapier disappeared into a blur of countless thrusts. Skyfall torrent. This was just an exam, right? Was he actually trying to kill me? Screw this, I muttered to myself as I concentrated the last of my remaining mana deep into the sensory and motor neurons in my body. Thunderclap impulse. One of the few techniques I had managed to develop using knowledge from my previous world while training with Grandpa Virion. A technique that used lightning affinity mana to run currents of electricity throughout my nerves, quickening my reflexes to a superhuman extent. The average human had a reaction time of around 0.3 seconds, but there were trained fighters that could get it down to 0.2 or even 0.15 seconds. Using Thunderclap Impulse, my reaction time was able to shorten to about 0.05 for a brief amount of time. My pupils contracted as the hairs on my skin stood up on end due to the electric currents. I could hear the sharp whispers of the air bullets shooting towards me as I readied myself to dodge them. Release, Caspian screamed. The torrent of R bullets suddenly dissipated, rendering his spell to a harmless draft of wind. "I may have gone a bit carried away with testing your limits," he apologized, sheathing his sword. The guild hall manager immediately turned away and headed toward the exit as I released my spell as well. "From the fact that you were so adamantly withholding your full abilities until the end, I can only assume that you wish to be placed at a lower rank," he said, continuing his stride without turning his back. Note, B-class. Just before disappearing into the passageway he had come from, Caspian turned his head and looked me in the eye. One of the lenses on his glasses cracked. "I'm sure you have no problem with this." I merely nodded my head in agreement, watching him walk out of sight down the dark corridor. "That was the last examination for today. Please go to the front desk to receive your adventurer's card. Everyone is dismissed," the augmenter examiner shouted out as he and the other examiner both rushed after their boss. KASBINBLADHERT's POV. I arrived at my desk, and before I even have the chance to take a seat, the two examiners in charge of today's placements bombarded me with questions. "George, Emily, take a seat and don't talk all at once," I sighed, sinking heavily into my chair. "Sir, what was with today's examinees?" George immediately shouted out. 3 B-class adventurers right off the bat in a day. This kind of situation is unheard of, not to mention that 2 of them were kids. Light orange at the age of 11, Has that ever occurred amongst humans? Emily nodded fervidly in agreement. Do you remember what happened half a year ago here in Zyrus? I asked. Around 6 months ago should have been the time when the first tournament amongst the three races took place, right? Emily answered. Yes, the Adventure Guild workers will all know soon, so there isn't much of a point in hiding this. I was just notified of this a couple of weeks ago as well. The ban on elves and dwarves becoming adventurers has been lifted, and today's batch included some of the representative examinees. I pulled out a thin file from my desk drawer. Sir, do you mean to say that all three of them were either dwarves or elves? George's eyes had widened to a frightening degree as he expressed his shock. Lucas Wykes is a half-elf that has been residing in the kingdom of Sapin. The information on his birth is classified, but if I had to guess, he was probably a product of an elf slave. The Wykes family has always had a bad reputation for dabbling in nefarious ways to breed better mages for their house. He's an unusual case, though, being able to be so adept in flame affinity, despite his elf lineage. He awakened at the age of 8, which is fast, even amongst elf standards, and was sent here for a sort of trial run. The Wykes no doubt expended a lot of money into buying beast cores and other resources to quicken his growth. I flipped to the next page. Elijah Knight. He's quite the mystery. According to the file, his origin is unknown. He was, however, raised amongst dwarves at a young age. He was sent as one of the first representatives from the kingdom of Darv to assimilate into the human kingdom. How come he wasn't tested, sir? The clerk only told me to just put him into B class, Emily asked, her voice higher than usual from excitement. Elijah awakened a few months ago, so he's only now barely reached the dark red stage. As for why he was allowed to be a B-class adventurer, it probably has to do with the person backing him up. I don't have any say in his case, so we can only let him be. I'm curious as to what his abilities are, though. I shook my head, putting down his file. As for that masked augmenter from today, to be honest, I have no idea who he is. He wasn't recorded as any of the representatives on the list. I was simply curious as to what kind of person Miss Flamesworth would be willing to sponsor. Flamesworth, as in that Flamesworth house, the famous house that is known for birthing the strongest fire attribute mages. I put away the file and regarded them seriously, adjusting my glasses. I told you all of this because you will find out soon anyway. However, I trust that you guys will refrain from telling others until the announcement is officially made across the country. With fervent nods from both of them, I dismissed my 2 employees. I was left to ponder over today's events. That masked augmenter. His techniques were not the standard skills that most fire attribute mages used. Even his style with the sword. It was something that made me shiver. Regardless of all this, however, I couldn't help but get a sense that his movements were off somehow. Based on the movements that came off as awkward at times, it felt like he was somehow restrained or even uncomfortable with his own body. I dismissed my needless thoughts and began going over the pile of unread documents. I couldn't help but grin to myself. This continent was changing. There would be a lot more interesting events happening from now on. Arthur Leywans POV, the same receptionist that had led us to the examination site, handed me my bronze-colored adventurer's card at the front desk. From E-class to B-class, the card was a copper color, while starting from a class, it would change to silver, then gold for AA class, then white for S-class. Do you have a close relationship with Caspian Jasmine? I asked after putting away my card, Sylvia asleep on my head. He's an acquaintance of my father, she said simply with a cold chill to her voice. I didn't dig for any further answers. She obviously didn't have any positive feelings regarding the man. Changing the subject, I asked my adventuring partner, so what should we do next? She pondered for a bit. There were several options. We could do missions that were at or below our ranks. These missions included a variety of tasks, from guarding to acquiring specific items. We could also transport ourselves to the beast glades and explore while hunting down mana beasts. Or dungeon exploring, Jasmine answered, a faint smile forming on her face. Sylvie let out an excited chirp at the idea of exploring a dungeon, but I remained silent, staring at the 2 swords strapped to the back of my waist. Today's battle with Caspian confirmed a lot of things for me. I'd spent too much time adjusting to and learning this world's magic system, assimilating with Sylvia's beast will, honing my lightning and ice attribute techniques along with all of the other elements. I had been so engrossed in the fact that this world made it capable of actually producing physical manifestations of elements that I neglected my foundations, the very thing I was best at, which was physical combat. In my past life, I had used the simplest techniques to utilize the most of my meager Kai pool. With that and my sword, I had been able to rise to the top. Dickathan offered so many more possibilities, but if I was to truly excel and become the best in this world, I was going to have to not only use my gifts in this life, but my experiences from my previous life. In the midst of my thoughts, I felt someone bump past my shoulder. Looking up, I caught sight of the blonde noble named Lucas strutting past me amongst his entourage of guards and servants. You're not bad for an augmenter, but that's all you are. Don't get cocky because we happen to be in the same class. Even in the same ranks, there are levels, and you would be at the bottom. Know your place, commoner. Lucas spat venomously. The blond boy let out a smirk while intentionally leaning his head back so he could look down on me. The fact that his height was a fair bit shorter than mine just made him look silly. What cliché behavior for an annoying side character. Not bothering to argue with him, I just faced back to Jasmine. Let's go to the portal. Crossing through the teleportation gate, my senses jolted from the scenery. The city of Zyrus had the most teleportation gates among the cities since they were the only way one could enter it, it being a floating city and all. The one we crossed led us directly to the front entrance of the area known as the Beast Glades. The chirps of birds, occasional cries and roars of beasts, and the constant sound of water flowing filling the background all created an enticing symphony of nature. The sight of tall trees and numerous hills covered in various plants and shrubs made it hard to believe that this beautiful landscape was filled with magical beasts capable of killing even the strongest mages. However, because of abundances of natural resources on the outskirts, it was mostly only the lower-ranked beasts that inhabited this area. The deeper an adventurer traversed, the more mysterious and treacherous the landscape turned, filled with the layers of powerful beasts that have amassed their treasures and power in the solitudes of unexplored regions in the Beast Glades. I took a sip of the crisp air as Jasmine arrived behind me through the teleportation gate when, suddenly, Sylvie hopped off my head and scurried off. "Wait, Sylv, where are you going?" I called after her, dumbfounded. Sylvie transmitted a vague response. I could feel her emotions of excitement as she sent out thoughts about her plans to train as well. The fact that my bond had never left my side ever since she had hatched until now filled me with unease, but after realizing that I was able to sense her whereabouts, I calmed down. She'll be okay. Mana beasts have a natural instinct to grow stronger. She must have felt very suffocated being in a sheltered environment all of her life, Jasmine explained, walking next to me. Putting her hand on my shoulder, she signaled for us to start moving. "There's a place I wish to visit first before going to a dungeon. We have to hurry though it gets a little more dangerous at night." Willing mana into her body, Jasmine bolted off into the distance, her wind attribute mana propelling her even faster. I followed after her, forming 2 gales of wind below my feet as I dashed after her. I made sure to keep tabs on Sylvie, but it wasn't much of a problem since both she and I were mentally linked. Even as the distance grew between us, the connection remained strong, and I was able to sense that Sylvie was catching small prey, her ecstatic mood affecting me as well. By late evening, we had cleared through a dense forest and arrived at a small clearing. Surrounded by trees, there was a small field of grass with a stream of clear water flowing through it. "We'll camp out here for a few days," Jasmine announced as she set down her bag and took out a couple of items. "Weren't we going to a dungeon right away?" I set down my bag as well. She simply shook her head, picking up a few branches of wood and gathering them together. I went into the forest, finding some decent-sized branches to make a fire with. After a bit, we had a fire crackling and popping in the middle of our camp. Making myself comfortable, I removed my mask and sat silently by her, next to the fire. Trying to break the silence, I asked Jasmine, "What made you want to become an adventurer?" Her gaze never left the fire, and after a few minutes of more awkward silence, I just stared back at the flame, assuming she didn't want to answer. "I wanted to get away from my family." I almost missed what she said from how quietly she spoke amidst the wood of the fire snapping fiercely. "I see. Were you on bad terms with your family?" I responded, my eyes focused on the fire. The Flamesworth house was a major contributor to the war against the elves. Our house has provided many powerful mages, both conjurers and augmenters. Our lineage in the fire attribute element was second to none. "We took great pride in this because fire is considered to be the most powerful of the elements," she stated monotonously. Despite her short sentences, this had been the most Jasmine had talked in one sitting. "But Jasmine, aren't you a—" I looked up at her as she nodded in response. Since early on, when I had first awakened and started training, my family tried to test my mana for fire affinity. I went through various tests so they could see how my mana was exerted and how it flowed through my mana channels. She took a pause and poked at the fire before continuing on. When it was made clear that I had no aptitude for the fire attribute, my family regarded me as lesser. I didn't know how to respond to her. For the first time, the always aloof and cold Jasmine seemed vulnerable. "I'm sorry for what happened," was the only response I managed to utter. Shaking her head, she gave me a faint smile. "The twin horns have treated me well, and I don't dislike what I am." I glanced at her palm as Jasmine formed a small swirl of wind, different emotions running through her face as she peered at her hand. This world was a place of discrimination and classification. The hierarchical roots embedded into this land would never truly disappear. Normal humans were considered second-rate people, while even amongst mages, augmenters were discriminated against by conjurers. It went further than that where, unless one was a deviant or a dual-element specialist, some elements were considered higher class than others. Being born from a family of powerful fire attribute mages, she was discarded as inferior because of the elemental attribute. She had something that most mages would kill to acquire. She was a dark yellow augmenter skilled in fighting and mana manipulation at the ripe age of 24. Many would consider her a genius, but from the standards she grew up with, she considered herself lesser. We placed more wood to last through the coldest parts of the night and laid out our sleeping bags a few feet away so we could still feel the heat. Laying down, I pried into my mind to feel Sylvie's presence. She was a good distance away, but I could tell she was safe. She sent me a thought of confirmation, saying not to worry and that I should stay safe as well. Eyes closed, I waited to drift off when I heard Jasmine mumble something. "It's weird, when I talk to you, it doesn't feel like I'm talking to a child." I didn't respond. Pretending to be asleep, I hoped she wouldn't push further for a reply. "Good morning." Jasmine was up and cooking something over the fire by the time I had got up and out of my sleeping bag. My stomach rumbled to remind me that I hadn't eaten since yesterday afternoon as I looked hungrily at the skewered fishes being grilled on the fire. "Good morning. You should have woken me up, Jasmine. There's no need for you to do all of the chores on your own." I tried waking you up. You wouldn't budge. Her half-closed eyes that give off an apathetic stare regarded me with concern. "If I didn't hear you breathing, I would have mistaken you for a corpse." "Haha," I let out an awkward chuckle. "I'm sorry, I really need to fix that." After devouring the grilled fish for breakfast, we put out the fire. Using the nearby stream to wash myself and my clothes, I put on my mask and swords, assuming we'd go hunting for some mana beasts around the area when Jasmine stopped me. "Your opponent for these few days will be me." I couldn't help but be surprised at the turn of events. "We came all the way here to spar. This area is close to the dungeon we will be exploring, but for these days I want you to focus on fighting me. I noticed that your fighting style seems awkward at times. Like you know it in your head, but your body doesn't listen to you," or something like that. Unsheathing her 2 daggers, she pointed one at me, continuing, "We won't use any kind of mana for these next few days while sparring." I hadn't expected Jasmine to catch on to what I had been worried about, but it was a good opportunity. "Good idea," I replied, unsheathing my short sword. "Use your other sword." Jasmine's eyes flickered toward Dawn's ballad. "How did you know this was a sword?" I wasn't planning on hiding my weapon from her, but I was still caught off guard. "Knowing you, that black stick should be something more than just a cane or a practice stick." She shrugged, walking a few steps closer to me. Giving her a confirming nod, I tossed the short sword near the campfire. As the sword soundlessly glided out from its scabbard, the translucent blade glowed a light teal as it reflected the sun's strong rays. Holding it out in front me, I positioned myself. "Ready when you are." "Why yeah," Jasmine stuttered as her eyes remained glued to Dawn's ballad. We dulled the edges of our weapons using mana before beginning. Without mana strengthening my body, I realized just how much I had been neglecting myself. After a few swings, my arms felt heavy and my legs trembled as they pushed feebly off the ground. This was my mistake. I knew of the limits that my juvenile body had, but instead of trying to fix my shortcomings, I chose only to mask it using mana. While magic in this world was capable of many things, it should be only used as a supplement to your abilities, not a replacement to cover them. I lunged out with a sharp thrust aimed at Jasmine's sternum. Even though our swords were coated to prevent fatal injuries, it would still leave bruises and even broken bones if taken lightly. This made the sparring experience much more intense and real. Jasmine swung her 2 daggers down in an outward arc, parrying my lunge and knocking the blade of my sword into the ground. I brought my rear foot forward to maintain balance as my teal blade sunk into the ground below her. However, by that time, Jasmine had already brought her daggers back into position to follow up with a quick downward slash. Prying out my sword, I immediately pivoted my body to the side to avoid the overhead slash. As her daggers grazed harmlessly past my loose shirt, I kicked her arm away and stepped away into a more comfortable distance. My arms were burning from the quick, consecutive movements as I positioned my sword in a defensive stance. "It's my win," Jasmine said, sheathing her 2 daggers deftly into their scabbards attached to her thighs. "You're right," I laughed as I dropped Dawn's ballad on the ground. We had sparred for a little less than 5 minutes, but my arms and legs screamed in protest from overuse. Massaging my forearms, I picked my blade back up and slid it back into its black sheath. The duel had ended with me with the upper hand, but I didn't have the strength to proceed. It was my loss. "Hey Jasmine, I think I'm going to need more than a couple of days to work this out," I confessed with a chuckle. Her lips curled up slightly as she nodded in agreement. I had 3 years before I'd attend Zyrus Academy. During my time at school, I would have plenty of chances to focus on studying mana. I knew what my priorities were at this time. Making a rough calculation in my head, I held up 2 fingers. 2 years, Jasmine. I'll dedicate 2 years to getting my body truly adjusted to sword fighting without relying on mana. "That's it," she said, surprised. "Just watch," I smirked. Dragonspine in Insignificant Adventurers POV. "Hey, did you hear about the rumor going on?" I asked as I put down my mug of beer. A burly man sitting at the same table finished off his glass before slamming it on the table. If you're talking about that famous masked swordsman, I say bullshit. From his flushed cheeks to his glazed eyes, it didn't take a genius to tell he was drunk. No, apparently it's true. An acquaintance of mine supposedly once teamed with him. He's traveling with Jasmine Flamesworth, so it's hard to miss him. A skinny lad with his hair tied in a bun came over to our table to join in on the gossip. So, what did your so-called acquaintance say about him? The drunkard exclaimed, getting impatient. Well, they went together to explore a minor dungeon that had been cleared before. Apparently, he's pretty short. I think the rumors are true in that he's not a mage. The thin lad just shook his head in wonder. Bah, I call bullshit. It's either that masked swordsman is an augmenter, or the rumors are just exaggerated. Did you hear some of the stories going around about him? There was even one rumor that he solo cleared a dungeon by himself. Is that even possible? B-class augmenters can't do that, even if it's a low-level dungeon, and you expect me to believe an ordinary swordsman can. The drunkard waved his empty mug for a refill on his beer. Yeah, man, I would take some of those rumors with a pinch of salt. That solo clear rumor. Didn't the guy also say that Jasmine Flamesworth went in with him? She probably helped him inside, right? I took another sip, feeling a little lightheaded. Right, I'm telling you dunderheads, that swordsman is probably not even that strong. Half those rumors are probably rumors of Jasmine Flamesworth. That half-wit warrior dares to call himself a swordsman. Bring him here, I'll take him on any day. Things were getting loud as the burly drunk was getting more and more intoxicated. The hottest topic these days amongst adventurers were about the masked swordsman. Some stories had said that he was Jasmine Flamesworth's apprentice, but that was a little far-fetched. It was made known that he took a rank exam to place into B rank, which was already rare enough. More shocking than that, though, was he was now at a class, moving a full rank up in 2 years' time. I just shook my head as I pitied myself. Here I was, a borderline C-class adventurer. I had failed the exam to move up a class 3 times these past 3 years. Once you gathered enough merit points from going into dungeons and completing missions and quests, adventurers were allowed the chance to move up a class upon passing an exam. The exam differed for each class, but supposedly to go into the rank, which was the first class considered elite. The examinee had to fight 2-on-1 with 2 A-rank adventurers and last for 10 minutes. The weird thing was that when some of the rumors had reached the examinees that were there with the masked swordsman when he took his exam, they all said that he was an augmenter. The rumor got so big around him because everyone who had been on a dungeon exploration with him had said that he never used mana but was still a monster. The burly man was sobering up a little now and was just annoyed by the fact that a midget swordsman was supposedly better than him. He was a veteran B-class augmenter. After all, I could imagine that was a pretty big source of pride for him. The squeaky door to the pub opened and I dropped the fork that was in my hand as I saw a figure entering. Well, speak of the devil. The little midget swordsman everyone's hyped up about is here. Where's your little guardian? The burly man got up from his seat with a snide grin on his face, cheeks still red. The very same masked swordsman, the one responsible for all of the crazy rumors. He was here in the flesh. I saw his blue eyes underneath the mask look up at the burly man with an unknown expression. He was wearing a simple black coat that came down to his mid-thigh, the hood on the coat covering up what the mask couldn't. If I were just passing by, even with a mask and 2 swords, I probably wouldn't have noticed anything particular about him, but when you looked carefully, he was an odd sight. The masked figure stood at about 1.6 million, which wasn't that tall. He had a very slim figure underneath his coat, which either suggested he was a normal person or a conjurer. Strapped behind him was a normal short sword on top and a sleek black stick on the bottom. I couldn't help wondering if he was actually a conjurer, and that was his staff. After casting a glance at the drunkard that was calling him out, the masked man simply walked past him, uninterested, as if he wasn't worth the time. Hey bastard, are you ignoring me? Just because you're a little famous for your bullshit rumors, you think you're better than me. The drunkard hit his last straw as he unsheathed the giant sword from his back and held it above his head to swing down. See, calm down. You know you're not allowed to kill someone in here. I tried to quell the man, holding my arms up to stop his sword from swinging, but the masked man didn't even turn back and just kept walking towards the front counter. This pissed off the drunk even more as he augmented his body and sword, which both emitted a silvery glow, pushed me aside, and swung down at the masked swordsman. A thundering explosion resounded, and I stared in horror, imagining the bloody corpse that was probably cleaved in 2 from the force of that blow. However, contrary to what I expected, the sword had created a small crater next to the masked man, missing him by just a hair's breadth. Phew, at least the drunk had enough sense to not kill the man. He probably just wanted to scare him. I stood back up about to calm the burly man down from swinging again, but when I turned to him, I saw that his face was twisted into a shocked, seething expression. Grah, he swung his sword again, lifting it out of the small depression he had made on the ground. The customers that were seated in the dining room of the inn were all staring now, some even cheering for gore. with mana reinforcing the burly man's body and his greatsword. No matter how drunk he was, his power and speed were no joke. He attacked with a flurry of swings that obliterated the wooden seats and tables in the way, but no matter how much he had attacked, his sword always missed. The man's sword was met with empty air as the masked swordsman dipped and swayed to avoid everything. The crazy part, though, was that he didn't take a single step from his position. After about a minute-long barrage of attacks by the burly man and his greatsword, he was sweating profusely as his face wrinkled his frustration, but he was more cautious now as he took a step back. Is dodging the only thing you can do? I guess your guardian did all of the hard work for you while all you did was run away. The man gave him a menacing smile, still confident that he could win against the masked man. He put both hands on the grip of his sword and swung again, this time, much faster than his previous attacks. With a sharp clang, the burly drunk's greatsword that probably weighed more than the masked man himself was sent flying, but I didn't know how. The sound made it seem like the sword had been met with metal from another sword, but I couldn't see it. I didn't even see the masked swordsman pull out his weapon. "Are you done?" the masked man asked. Was the only sound I heard from the drunk before we all dropped to the ground. Suddenly, I felt like I was deep underwater. I couldn't breathe and the surrounding air seemed to want to crush me. What was this? I'm scared. I'd heard that some elite fighters were able to produce a killing intent that could scare mana beasts away, but what the hell was this? Was there such a thing as a killing intent that could actually kill people? Slowly turning my head to face the masked man who was obviously the source of this bloodthirst, I felt the blood drain from my face as I stared at him. I couldn't tell what sort of expression he had under his mask, but I didn't need to. There seemed to be this dark, baleful aura bursting out of him. I could have sworn it felt like that dark aura around him was alive and raging. The killing intent wasn't even focused on me, but I had to will myself to keep from wetting my pants. I witnessed then the sorry state that the drunk was in. His eyes were wide and his body stiff, as if he was petrified. He was muttering something and I could see tears streaming down his cheeks while the crotch area from his pants were a darker shade. Suddenly, he retracted his bloodthirst and I could breathe again. I desperately took in deep gulps of air and ended up coughing. I could see the other adventurers and the workers of the inn doing the same, some in a worse state than I was. The masked man turned back to the counter and faced the trembling waitress at the front desk, as her face was a full 3 shades lighter than it was before. "I believe there's a sack of rations under the name note that a friend of mine ordered not too long ago." The masked man spoke, his baritone voice clear and precise. "Why, yes, I'll get that for you right away." He gave a slight nod to the waitress as she handed him a sack of food, and he left as the whole inn just watched him go off, not daring to make a sound. Arthur Leywans POV, what took so long? Jasmine divided the food and put it into each of the pouches attached to the saddle of our horses. I had a little quarrel with one of the adventurers at the inn. Haha, I scratched my head as I hopped on my brown mount. I could feel Jasmine staring at me suspiciously, her half-closed eyes imagining what sort of mischief I had created. Don't mind. I didn't make a big deal out of it. I didn't even hurt the guy. I just waved my hand, trying to persuade Jasmine from going back to Dragonspine Inn. Jasmine just shook her head and mounted her horse as well, snapping at the reins to go. Hop, I did the same as we headed towards our destination. As we traveled, I thought back to the last 2 years. Jasmine wanted me to get to a class as soon as possible to explore the dungeon we were heading towards today. Along the journey to raise my class, she'd ranked up as well, becoming an AA class adventurer. There was still quite a bit of a level difference between her and Caspian, but she did improve a lot during these 2 years. When we weren't on missions or exploring low-class dungeons, we were sparring. At night, I made sure to meditate for at least a few hours before I went to sleep. During these past 2 years, I broke through into the light orange stage, which I counted as a success considering how much time I had spent meditating. No. The biggest improvement throughout this period was definitely my body. Not using mana made me take a step back and remember how to use my body and sword efficiently so I could be that much better when I augmented myself. I couldn't say I was at 100 in terms of strength, since the physical reach of my limbs and my muscles are not as developed as they had been when I was an adult, but I no longer felt awkward or restrained when I fought now. I fine-tuned some of my sword techniques to better fit my current body, which I'd need to improve along the way. It was far from an easy ride, and I had scars on my body to prove it, but I knew it was worth it. Coupled with my dragon will assimilated body and the use of mana rotation, I could finally be at ease in knowing that I was on the right track for the future. Jasmine had gotten stronger than ever before, too. While journeying with her, I had noticed that her biggest flaw was in her swordsmanship. Growing up, only learning fire attribute skills for a little while until she was deemed unfit, she had been on her own in learning how to best control her swords to fit her wind attribute skills. I wasn't the best at wind, but that didn't mean I couldn't teach her a few tricks. She passed the AA class examination by utilizing the new skills I had taught her, along with her double blade techniques that she had developed on her own. I wanted to take the AA class exam as well, but the merit point requirements made it so I would need to complete a lot more missions and clear many more dungeons before being eligible. I sent out a mental transmission to Sylvie. She'd been acting strange ever since we had come to the Beast Glades. We would normally always keep in touch, but for some reason, she didn't want to come meet me yet, even when I had gone back to Zyrus to visit my family. Every time I told her to come back, she responded by saying there was something she needed to finish before coming back. Despite all of that, however, I could definitely tell how much she'd matured over the course of the years. We were now able to hold conversations, and her emotions had developed to become much complex than before, sometimes to a fault. While I went home a few times during the first year, since last year, it had taken too long to make the trip back to Zyrus and come back to the dungeons. Instead, we stuck to letters and meeting my parents every so often at Guildhall, where the transportation gates were. My mother had been pretty dissatisfied by this fact, but she understood to a certain extent. I could tell my father had been keeping up with his training because he had broken through into the solid orange stage now, which was impressive for someone his age. I could still recall the goofy grin he had plastered on his face as he made sure to point out who I had gotten my impressive talent in mana from. They'd also told me a lot about what was happening at the Helstia house. My sister was still quite a bit away from forming her mana core, but I was surprised when I had learned that Lilia awakened a couple of weeks ago. Her awakening caused her bed to implode, which was about average for a mage. Her parents were ecstatic by this, to say the least, and didn't wait to enroll her into Zyrus Academy. After being tested, while her mana core had been measured to be about average, it turned out the efficiency of her mana veins were excellent. She had a high capacity to absorb mana from her surroundings, which was essential for all conjurers. The fact that Lilia would be my senior at school when I started going next year was amusing. "We're here," Jasmine announced, snapping me out of my thoughts. At her signal, the two of us brought our horses to a slow trot into a small clearing in the woods. The clearing that was surrounded by tall trees and where the dungeon entrance was located was littered with a group of adventurers clearing their camp, some checking their weapons as they got ready to go in. "I guess we're stuck with more augmenters," an all-too-familiar voice rang as he clicked his tongue. Getting off of my mount, I made my way towards the group of adventurers when the blonde fire conjurer from the examination site shot me a distasteful look. Jasmine followed behind me as an armored augmenter stepped forth and held out his hand in front of him, gesturing for a shake. "Please don't mind Lucas and let me introduce you to the party. My name is Reginald Brooks, and I'm a class augmenter. I'm an Earth Attribute Yellow Stage Core that specializes in using a hammer." He pointed at the giant warhammer lying on the ground where the group stood. Studying Reginald, the man had short, messy brown hair that matched his eyes. His square jaw that was covered in a thick beard, coupled with his near 2-meter height and broad shoulders, made for a very intimidating man. The augmenters in the group, excluding Jasmine and me, consisted of Reginald, Creole, and Brauld. Creole was a very defensive, water attribute augmenter that only wielded a gigantic shield as his weapon. He was a head shorter than Reginald, with a large belly that indicated the man loved his beer by the barrel. I could tell he was strong, though, by how firm his body was overall, despite his belly that squeezed out of his armor. Brauld was a very noble-looking man that stood just a bit shorter than Reginald. He wore a white metal armor that covered his shoulders and chest only, with a luxurious mantle flowing behind him. With trimmed blonde hair and sharp, hazel eyes, he seemed like a real lady killer. To my surprise, he was a real gentleman and offered us handshakes and a rather innocent smile. "I go by Brauld and just became an AA class, light yellow stage augmenter. I am a fire attribute augmenter that specializes in the broadsword and shield. I'll be the one to lead us today." He beamed, shying away after meeting eyes with Jasmine. After the augmenters introduced themselves, the conjurers stepped up. Including Lucas, there were 4 other conjurers. One of them was a lanky man and the other, a girl, while the last one was the serious-looking, bespectacled black-haired boy that I had seen at the examination site. What was his name again? "My name is Elijah Knight, a class dark orange stage conjurer, single specialization in earth," he said tersely. I couldn't help but eye him carefully. There had to be more than that. He wouldn't be able to get by with skipping the exam and being placed into B rank by just being an earth conjurer, no matter how young he was. The beady-eyed lanky man that looked well into his 30s came forth next. He had a smug look on his face despite his less than attractive appearance, with his crooked nose and greasy brown hair parted down the middle. "Ahem, I go by Oliver, and I am a class dark yellow stage conjurer. I am an emitter deviant, specializing in healing." He stuck his jaw out smugly as he crossed his arms in content. Despite his attitude, it was reassuring to have a healer in the party. "Hi, my name is Samantha, but you guys can just call me Sammy. Dark yellow stage, a class conjurer with a single specialization in water at your service." She threw in a wink in my direction. Samantha looked to be around her mid-20s and was an attractive woman, but by her attitude, I'm sure she was aware. She had wavy blonde hair that flowed down her shoulders and light blue eyes that looked almost gray. Her eyes were big and round, making her look deceivingly innocent, and her petite height complemented that fact well. The girl constantly swayed her hips as she switched the leg she was putting her weight on, attracting sideway glances from the men nearby. Oliver was especially engrossed. Jasmine, light yellow stage, AA class augmenter. Wind attribute with dual swords, my partner said without batting an eye. Note, light orange stage, a class augmenter. Fire attribute with specialization in sword, I added impatiently. Brauld smiled at us. Welcome, you too. I'm certainly glad to have another AA class in the group. The other two augmenters nodded in agreement while Oliver and Lucas's apathetic faces showed they didn't care. When asked for an introduction by Brauld, Lucas practically spat out that he was a fire-specialized conjurer who was at dark yellow stage. Through all of this, Elijah kept his stone face while I was already beginning to grow annoyed by the constant glances Samantha shot at me, trying to look through the mask somehow. I can't help but ask, Mr. Note, there have been various rumors about you saying that you are not an augmenter, yet you clearly just announced that you are Reginald Queerid, picking up his giant hammer and holding it up on his shoulder. I haven't been using my magic for a while due to personal reasons. That must have been the reason why those rumors came up. I just shrugged without breaking stride. Noticing that I didn't want to indulge their curiosity, he coughed uncomfortably and set up the formation for the party. It would basically be Brauld in the front, since his shield and sword style was the best fit for the front line. Beside him were Reginald and I, who both specialized in offense. Guarding the rear was Creole with his gigantic shield to prevent us from getting flanked, and Jasmine beside him, ready to kill anything that may get past him. We were all in charge of protecting the four conjurers with Oliver in the dead center, the most protected since he was our healer. We should head out immediately, Brauld declared. He assumed the position as the leader since he was the front line and the only other AA class besides the quiet Jasmine. This dungeon was deemed AA class, meaning parties with only a class and above were allowed to enter. Brauld recently found out that there was a hidden tunnel that led to an unexplored portion of the dungeon, which we would be going into today. This meant that most of our dungeon exploring would be through uncharted areas. Everyone unsheathed their weapons, while even the conjurers wiped their smug expressions as we stepped into the dungeon named by the first explorers, the Dire Tombs. Stepping into the dungeon, I felt the temperature suddenly drop as we descended down a gradual slope. I stood adjacent to Brauld, who had his shield up and his sword drawn. Jasmine and I did some research on the Dire Tombs dungeon we were in now. It was a unique place, even amongst the mysterious dungeons. The beasts that made their homes here had been described in the records as undead. I'd never heard of mana beasts that could come back to life. Because of this, one of the hardest aspects of clearing this dungeon seemed to be the endless amount of undead mana beasts. Digging deeper, some adventurers and mage guilds even speculated that inside the bottom of this dungeon might be a special artifact that was able to reanimate dead mana beasts, but no one had been able to prove it. Clearing the dungeon meant that the area had to be explored. It was different from conquering the dungeon, where the mana beasts inside had been defeated and the treasures looted. This dungeon had been cleared, or at least it was, until Brauld had discovered the hidden passage but never defeated. We're approaching the first level of the dungeon. Stay on guard. The mana beasts here aren't strong, but there'll be a lot of them. Don't waste your time trying to collect the mana cores from the beasts. They don't have one, Brauld declared, lowering his stance. I heard a faint muttering from Oliver, our healer, who was already beginning to complain about the lack of rewards from this dungeon. While the goal of defeating a dungeon was usually to loot the accumulated treasures high-level mana beasts had amassed through their lives, most of the profit usually came from collecting the beast cores on the way down. In most cases, even if parties couldn't defeat or even clear a dungeon, they were still able to come out with a hefty sum from just the beast cores, which could be sold for a high price depending on their level. One of the reasons this dungeon had been unpopular, and why our party was the only one inside the dungeon, was because the mana beasts here had no cores. This meant a big chunk of revenue from trying to clear the dungeon would be gone. Suddenly, a steady growl filled the dungeon hall. Narrowing my eyes, I focused on the source of the sound. We had just reached the end of the descending passage and into an underground cave no larger than 50 meters in diameter. Looking around, the whole cave was glowing in a dim blue color. Above us, the cave was covered in stalactites, threatening us with their sharp, gleaming tips. Out from the spaces between the stalactites fell 24 mana beasts that looked like large bats, except with 4 limbs replacing what normally would have been wings. The hollow body of the bat-like mana beasts had their ribs fully visible, and inside it, where the beast core should have been, was a cracked rock. I guess it was true. Batrunners. They're not strong, but they attack in groups. Minimizing the use of our mana is going to be the key inside this dungeon. Get ready, Brauld roared over the growling of the Batrunners, all of whom were positioned to pounce, their patches of fur standing on end and their teeth bared. Form and torment the foes around. Fire cyclone. I heard a yell from behind me, and I realized it was Lucas who had casted the spell. Suddenly, 4 twisters of fire swirled to life around us, filling the cavern with a wave of heat. As the fiery cyclone spread out, sharp yelps and pained whimpers echoed from the mana beasts. Many of the Batrunners had been engulfed by the fire tornadoes and were charred to ashes. The ones that were fortunate enough to escape the tornadoes had fled, trying to circle around and attack us. I could hear Browd click his tongue, dissatisfied that Lucas had just ignored his orders and casted a spell that wasn't necessary. The fire cyclones had killed most of the Batrunners, and the ones left had been badly burned, making it easy to defeat the rest. Next time, follow orders and don't waste mana like that. Your spell was overkill. Browd growled over his shoulder before marching ahead. Lucas just rolled his eyes. I don't see the problem. We killed them fast enough so that everyone else could save their mana. Shaking his head, Browd ushered us forward to the other end of the cave. As we continued forward to the location of the next room, the rather sickening sound of bones crunching and flesh gurgling made us all turn our heads back. To my surprise and disgust, the Batrunners that had just been killed began to reanimate, their bodies snapping into place as the ones that had been burned just seemed to rise up again from their ashes. Dire tombs. What an unfortunately fitting name for this dungeon. We chose to ignore them and advanced into the next room, while Elijah quietly casted an earthen wall over the entrance so that the Batrunners couldn't follow us. The opening on the other side of the cave led us through another dark corridor, just wide enough for 4 people to go through at once. I could tell everyone was a bit more relaxed upon leaving the first cave, but I couldn't shake an uneasy feeling. As if to answer me, a barely discernible click and faint whistle caught my attention. I immediately drew my sword and sidestepped in front of Samantha. My short sword blurred as I instinctively parried the projectiles aimed towards Samantha, the sharp ring of metal on metal echoing through the dim corridor. Something's wrong. There were no traps last time. Browd picked up one of the pointed spikes to study it, but was baffled. I don't think they were traps, but strategically placed mana beasts, which doesn't make the situation better, I said, noticing the faint scuttle of the small beasts on the walls. Stay alert, everyone, Browd said, kicking the spikes to the side. Jasmine already had her twin daggers guarding her vitals before Reginald and Creole readied their weapons. Samantha inched a bit closer to me, her hand pinching my sleeve as her free hand gripped tightly at her wand. Fortunately, we reached the end of the hall with no other traps deterring us. The next cave was similar to the previous cave, but twice the size and littered with suspicious holes all over the ground. Don't get near the holes. They're geysers that shoot extremely hot streams of gas up. It should be fine as long as you're not in direct proximity of the blast, Browd announced as we all looked for any signs of mana beasts. As if on cue, the cave trembled, shaking the sharp stalactites overhead to a nerve-wracking degree. Forcing my attention from the wobbling spikes, a large figure erupting from the ground. Was that here last time, Browd? The pot-bellied Creole asked in a worrying tone as we all peered up at the mana beast. The creature resembled a worm, except it was thick enough to easily swallow any one of us here whole. With a glowing red hide and countless rows of teeth encircling the hole that I assumed was the mouth, it was impossible to guess how long this creature was since its body was still mostly underground. And no, it wasn't I don't get what's happening. It doesn't make sense for new mana beast species to enter a dungeon like this. Our handsome leader had a wavering look, his mask of confidence all but gone. Che, it's not a big deal. It's just an oversized insect, Lucas quipped from behind. We braced ourselves for its strike, but to our surprise, the gigantic red worm didn't attack us. Instead, the beast burrowed back underground, leaving in its path another gaping hole. It doesn't seem to be after us, muttered Elijah while his sharp, bespectacled eyes studied the hole the giant worm had left. The red worm beast was now burrowing itself into the walls of the cave, creating more holes from all different angles, but it never confronted us. Are we just going to stand around watching the worm dig, or are we going to go? Oliver, our lanky emitter, shoved Browd out of the way, fearlessly taking the lead as he strode towards the other end of the cave. It was obvious not just to me, but to everyone else that Oliver's brazen attitude was to show off in front of a certain party member. Get back here. We need to assess what's happening before we go across. Browd barked, his face furrowed in agitation at the arrogance displayed by the conjurers. As our leader stepped forward to go after him, a thundering rumble shook as the entire cavern fizzed with the sound of a boiling kettle. Lucas, heatwave barrier now, I roared at the confused, blonde noble. Just as I yelled out the command, fumes began filling the cavern. The holes that were here since the beginning and the holes littered across the ground, roof, and walls made by the giant worm all trembled before released a fiery torrent of deadly gas. Damn it, I cursed. The giant worm was making the holes in order to kill us, and we just let it happen. I managed to pull Browd, who was just at arm's length of me, back in before he had the chance to run after Oliver. Just as the barrier was erected, a blast of a mustard yellow gas bombarded us. Lucas's barrier trembled against the pressure, but Samantha managed to gather her wits in time to help him out with a water barrier of her own just beneath Lucas's. The two barriers of opposing elements sizzled, making the area inside the spell a makeshift sauna. Despite the crude teamwork, however, the barrier held, leaving us sweating but intact, until the blast of gas began to subside. However, due to the strength of the gaseous blasts that filled the cavern, I lost sight of our idiot healer. As both Lucas and Samantha released their barriers with stifled breaths, the horrid scene came into view. The only thing left of Oliver was bones, as blood and pieces of flesh still stuck to parts of his charred skeleton. All of his possessions had been completely destroyed by the acidic gas, except for the bright emerald gem that was once embedded at the tip of his staff. Shit, growled Cursed, gnashing his teeth as Samantha stumbled backward from the ghastly sight. Oliver didn't mean much to us as a person, but he was our healer. That idiot ran off, not even casting a protection spell on himself. Let's move out, I ordered as everyone remained silent. I went ahead and picked up the gem, studying it before comparing it to the gem that Lucas and Samantha had on their weapons. The gem embedded on Lucas's staff was of much higher quality than the gem Oliver had. However, there were apparent flaws on the sapphire gem fashioned to the tip of Samantha's wand, so I tossed the emerald stone to her, telling her to replace it with his gem. Note is right, we need to move before another eruption occurs. That giant worm beast is making more holes. I don't think our barriers will hold for another wave, our leader stated as he stepped in charge once more. I glanced back at Jasmine, who just solemnly nodded at me. Even if her face remained expressionless, her knuckles were white from clutching too tightly to her daggers. It wasn't just me that was frustrated by the turn of events. We were halfway through the cave when Elijah, who was behind me, asked, "How did you know that the cave was going to explode with steam like that?" Everyone's eyes shifted toward me, waiting for my answer. I replied without turning back. I knew that something was about to happen, but even I didn't know exactly what. The giant worm that had been constantly burrowing in and out of the cave, creating more holes, suddenly stopped in front of us, blocking the exit. Without warning, it whipped its head forward and smashed at the ground we were standing on. Creole, who was positioned at the back, lunged forward and, with surprising harmony with Samantha, created a water barrier that cushioned the blow before they were sent tumbling back. However, this gave enough time for Elijah to erect a large ring of rock to erupt, cuffing the worm to the ground. Impact blast. Reginald bellowed as his giant hammer glowed a bright yellow. Jumping up, he spun his body, creating momentum before smashing his hammer directly at the worm's head. With a deafening explosion, the worm's whole body shook as Reginald's mana-infused attack sent a shockwave to the beast's body, creating ripples on its red hide. However, the attack did little but destroy the earthen binding that Elijah had conjured, freeing the giant worm. The giant mana beast flailed its body, knocking away Reginald and Browd, who was also nearby. I managed to pull Elijah out of harm's way before charging at the beast myself. The giant worm shivered, then unleashed a shower of acid spittle at me. I drowned out the panicked yells of my comrades, telling me to run away as I advanced toward the worm. I dipped and weaved my body, sidestepping the deadly globs of yellow saliva that landed inches away from my body. Once I was close enough, I drew my short sword, willing flames to surround the blade as I activated mana rotation. "Seer," I muttered under my breath. The flames that surrounded my blade wisped away, leaving the metal glowing a fiery red. I swung my red blade at an incoming blob, scattering it away with the flat of my blade. The beast's acid spit scattered, some of it burning through my clothes but leaving me otherwise unharmed. Making one last lunge, I tore through the underside of the worm, welding the wound as my blade burned through the flesh. The worm let out a shrill screech as it began flailing wildly. Jasmine followed up and jumped over me as she stabbed her 2 daggers into the smoldering gash that I had just created. With another shriek, the giant worm escaped back into the hole it had emerged from. The oversized worm wasn't even strong. Lucas just shook his head, disappointed, when all of a sudden, we heard another rumble. I was afraid of this. The worm wasn't trying to kill Use-It, was trying to delay us in time for another eruption from the holes. The familiar howl of a boiling kettle once again reverberated throughout the cavern. I whipped my head to Lucas, but just from a single glance, I knew he couldn't erect his barrier in time as he stared blankly at the walls. Muttering the incantation, I leaped toward the blonde brat, Phoenix's cape. A surge of a dark red fire surrounded my body, protecting me and Lucas against the deadly gas. I looked back in relief to see that Jasmine had erected a swirling aura of wind around her that dissipated the torrent of acid steam. As the howl of gas quieted and the room cleared, my team started coming back into view, one by one. Creole came into view first. He had managed to protect Elijah under his gigantic shield augmented with water. Both of them had red sores on their bodies and some on their faces, but they were relatively uninjured. Browd appeared on the ground, his right arm clutching his other arm that I couldn't quite see. Upon closer look, I couldn't help but curse aloud. It seemed like Browd only augmented his shield in flames instead of his whole body to protect Samantha, because his sword arm was obliterated from the elbow down. Reginald looked a bit worse than Creole and Elijah, but Browd was by far in the worst shape. Our leader's sword was on the ground as his stump of an arm had been burned black at the end. "Let's go," Brauld yelled through gritted teeth. He slung the shield on his back and picked up the sword with his remaining hand. We immediately made a break for the exit to arrive in another dim hallway, much wider than the last one. Everyone remained silent as we tried to gather our breaths. Samantha had ripped out a part of her robe and was fashioning a bandage for what was left of Braud's right arm. Creole slumped against his shield as Reginald and Jasmine sat upright against the rock walls. Looking around, everyone's faces had sunken. We weren't even halfway through the dungeon, but had already incurred such damages, with our healer dead and our leader critically injured. This is why I said to stay alert, Lucas. If you had stayed focused and reacted in time to set up a barrier, we wouldn't be in this state. I wouldn't be in this state. Brauld lashed out venomously, but with good reason. His career as an adventurer was probably gone after this. He'd most likely be demoted from his class once the guild found out about his crippling injury. Don't blame me. It was your fault you couldn't protect yourself in time. He spat back, standing up. Are you fucking kidding me? Note had to save your ass. You didn't do shit and you're saying it's my fault. Brauld snarled, picking up his sword. Enough, I roared, instilling mana into my voice. The large corridor echoed with my voice, as both Brauld and Lucas immediately snapped their mouths shut in surprise. There are a couple of choices we need to make. Reginald's body is a bit burnt. I don't think it's that bad, but Brauld, you need to make the choice of whether you want to continue or not. We're only a bit more than an hour from the surface, so you can probably make it back up by yourself, I stated, staring at our leader through the slits of my mask. I'll keep going. This will probably be my last dungeon raid, so I might as well make it last, he grumbled, cradling his right stump. I turned my gaze to the noble boy who had his chin held high and proud as if he'd done nothing wrong. Lucas, get your act together. It doesn't matter whether you're a dark yellow core or God himself. Right now, the only thing you are is a liability. If you're going to continue acting out on your own, you might as well just go on by yourself. He glared back at me with a baleful look but kept to himself, whipping his head away from the group, Samantha and Elijah. We need you guys to stay focused and alert to set up a barrier at a moment's notice, I continued, getting a nod of affirmation from the two of them. Let's get a couple hours of rest before we continue on. I sat down next to Jasmine, taking out a sack of water from my bag. The group remained silent as my gaze kept turning to Brauld. Through the hours that some of us had used to sleep, our leader had been reduced to a state of dread and angst. Suddenly, Brauld got up from where he was seated and walked over to me. I think you should take charge of the group. Looking up at him for a moment, I studied the lifeless eyes of our leader. Okay. After a few hours, we got up with our mana somewhat replenished and continued marching down. This hall wasn't as long as the previous ones, but at the end of the hall was a large double door with unfamiliar runes etched all over it. I don't get it. Even this part is different. There was never a door here, Brauld groaned, shaking his head. The only thing that was the same was the first cave, where the Batrunners had been, he continued, analyzing the runes. He tried to touch it, but with his dominant hand gone, he just swung his stub hollowly at the air. After he realized what he was doing, he cursed aloud and walked to the back. Well, no use complaining about it now, Reginald shrugged, lifting up his hammer. I don't know what those runes or symbols are, but there are cracks all over them. I doubt they'll do much now, he said as he swung his hammer. The impact his silver hammer made against the old metal doors created a shower of sparks as a deep thud boomed. Reginald was visibly shocked by the sturdiness of the door as it lay intact. Impact blast. The door shuddered this time, but stayed firm. Impact blast. The blow this time was harder, and the door clicked before opening just a little. Stepping forward, Reginald gripped at the slight opening and pried the doors open. I couldn't see what was on the other side, but the burly augmenter took a step back as he muttered, "What in the—" On the other side of the large doors was a beautiful meadow that stretched out far beyond my view. As we all peered agape at the brightly lit field of grass that glittered like polished emeralds, for a moment, the fact that we were underground seemed like a dream. Let me guess, this field wasn't here last time either, Reginald muttered as his eyes stayed glued to the enrapturing scenery in front of him. Brauld let out a sharp breath as he continued to stare at the field. And no, nothing of the sort. After mumbling something indiscernible, Reginald let out a sigh of resignation and stepped through the door. The rest of us just exchanged hesitant glances before following after the hammer-wielding augmenter. Stepping into the meadow, I studied the large area. I almost thought that we had stepped through some teleportation gate out of the dire tombs, until I looked up to see the rows of stalactites high up on the ceiling. The deposits of calcium that littered the ceiling of this cave glowed brightly, to the point where I had to squint to make out any details. What I found suspicious, though, was the very fact that a space like this could exist underground. There were no pillars visible, and this area stretched for at least a few hundred meters in all directions. With such an extensive open field with no supports holding it up, I was surprised that this place hadn't been buried in rocks. Wow, it's so pretty. Samantha gasped, her head constantly turning to take in the view. Tall trees and bushels of shrubs dotted the field. Even I couldn't help wanting to just lay down and relax here, but ever since we walked through the door, the hairs on my body had been standing on end, as if my body wanted me to stay alert. Everyone's guards seemed to be down except for Jasmine and Elijah, whose eyes kept darting around as if searching for anything suspicious. Something's off. Keep your guards up, everyone. I remained vigilant with my short sword out and my left hand on the grip of Dawn's ballad, which was still sheathed. Are you sure? I don't even hear anything, let alone see much besides the grass and trees, Creole asked dubiously. I could tell he was a bit doubtful, but he followed my advice and raised his shield. I continued examining our surroundings to see what was making me feel so tense. The light that radiated from the stalactites glowed much brighter than the ones from the previous caves. There was also a thin veil of haze layered over the meadow, but that was it. There was literally nothing else besides the plants in this mist. What am I missing? However, soon enough, the mist around us began to gradually grow more dense, eventually thick enough so that I could only make out the shapes of everyone around me. Suddenly, a deep thud broke through the silence hovering around the mist. Clara, is that you? How are you alive? I whipped my head to the direction of the voice in time to see that Creole had dropped his gigantic shield and was holding his arms out, reaching desperately at something in the distance. I knew you couldn't be dead, Clara. Stay there, I'm coming to get you. Creole bolted off, leaving his shield behind him. Damn it, Creole, stop, it's dangerous. I cursed, trying to warn him, but his figure faded out of sight within the ever-growing layer of fog. All of a sudden, something grabbed a hold of my arm and jerked me. I think the mist is an illusion. I heard Jasmine's voice right next to me, but even with how close she was, it was becoming hard to make out details inside the haze. I thought so too. I clicked my tongue in frustration. Everyone, stick together. This mist is playing tricks on your senses. Samantha, barrier. Eventually, they were able to gather, using the sound of my voice as their destination. Huddling together, we discussed our plans for clearing through this cavern inside a sphere of water. Who's Clara? Samantha asked, confusion evident on her face. Reginald shook his head. It's Creole's fiancée, but it's impossible for her to be alive. I saw her get killed in a dungeon with my own 2 eyes. We even cremated and buried her ashes together. It was obvious that Reginald and Brauld were both shaken up. The 3 had partied before numerous times, so the name Clara wasn't news to them, and hearing Creole go after his dead fiancée wasn't exactly the best of news either. What the hell is going on? Lucas cursed under his breath. His knuckles were white from how hard he was gripping his staff, and it looked like he was doing all he could to keep his wits together. Jasmine, do you have a spell that can create a wind strong enough to clear this mist around us? I turned my head to my partner, hoping she could give me some good news. We didn't have any wind attribute conjurers here besides her. She answered, lowering her gaze. Not strong enough to clear it all away, but I can make a path. We gave her space inside the barrier of water as she began preparing her spell. Soft gusts that glowed a greenish hue began swirling around her, gathering around her hands. Her straight black hair lashed wildly around her as the swirls of wind circled her arms, growing larger. While an augmenter's biggest disadvantage compared to their counterparts was the limited range of their spells, after a certain level, augmenters were able to store and exert enough mana to use ranged techniques. Of course, the power and efficiency at this stage would be vastly inferior to a conjurer of the same level, but even the fact that she had enough control over her mana to do this showed talent. The mist around us grew thicker, limiting our field of vision to about a meter away from us. The once peaceful field of grass now emanated an ominous pressure, almost as if this mist wanted to swallow us alive. Clear my enemies from my path with an ever-raging howl, Jasmine chanted, struggling to keep the frenzied wind in tow. Storm's gale. The condensed whirlwinds swirling around Jasmine's arms collided as she clapped her hands together. The impact of the 2 tornadoes expanded and burst forward, shredding the mist into a clear path in front of us. However, the once excited looks on everyone's faces turned pale at the sight before us. The tornado revealed a path, but also uncovered something else. Tentacles of vines and branches were quickly making their way towards us. Enough of this. Lucas pushed Jasmine aside and swung his tall staff at the wave of vines advancing towards us and muttered a spell. Crescent Ember, he shouted, lashing his staff. The bright flame that glowed on the tip of the staff expanded, shooting a large blade of fire. With a fiery explosion, the slithering vines and branches flinched back, but other than a scorched impression where the spell had hit, they were unaffected. Shit, what kind of trees aren't afraid of fire? Brauld hissed as he ignited his broadsword into a fiery tornado and charged into the wave of vines that were approaching rapidly. Jasmine rushed next to me, both daggers unsheathed and glowing brightly. The spell she had used to clear a path had drained a lot of her mana, but it didn't do much as the mist had already filled the path the tornado spell had created. Reginald stayed behind to protect our conjurers as they casted spells. Brauld let out an unintelligible battle roar as he continued mindlessly hacking away at the endless wave of vines that seemed to manifest out of nowhere. The vines, however, were regenerating faster than Brauld was cutting them, as the one-armed adventurer was getting buried deeper and deeper inside the torrent of vines. Fool, I cursed under my breath. Whether he had just gone reckless or he wanted to die here in battle, I couldn't help but doubt that he was an AA-class adventurer. Concentrating on the fire dancing wildly around my sword, I condensed the augmentation so that just a thin layer of bright red enveloped my sword, searing edge. Lashing my molten hot weapon at the vines continuously shooting themselves at me, a pile of dismembered branches began forming around me. I kept tabs on Jasmine to make sure she was okay, but she seemed to be fine on her own, her body spinning furiously like a cyclone of blades, mincing any vines that came in her direction. Brauld was having a harder time, as more and more gashes began oozing fresh blood on his face and body. Spread and burn, liquid blaze. Lucas finished his spell first, as he unleashed a spray of red liquid from his staff, while Reginald continued blocking the incoming vines that targeted our conjurers. The three of us jumped back to stay out of the way of the spell. I had to hand it to the noble brat for still thinking straight despite the situation. The spell, Liquid Fire, wasn't as powerful as the actual fire spells, but it spread quickly, and if not doused, would eventually envelop everything in its way. The spell landed on the torrent of vines, but before the liquid fire was even able to spread, the mist around us gathered toward the spot where the spell hit the vine. With a loud hiss, the spell was doused by the moisture from the mist. I could see Lucas's face pale as sweat rolled down his neck. From the state he was in, it was safe to assume that this spell had exhausted all of his mana. Elijah held out his staff as he finished the spell. The ground underneath the wave of vines crumbled and a hole, meters deep, formed, deterring the vines from reaching us for now. Aqua Siphon. Samantha fell to her knees as she released the powerful spell. Aqua Siphon was a frightening spell that sucked the surrounding area of its water. The only drawback of this spell was the amount of mana it used for the limited amount of space it could affect. The rampant vines that were crawling out of the crater Elijah had conjured began withering at a rapid pace as the moisture was sucked out from them. Before the withering could spread, however, the rest of the mist surrounding the cave swirled and gathered, sucked in by the vines. The shriveled brown vines were once again turned a healthy green, filled with vigor and seemed angrier than before. In no way, Samantha's face drained of color as she slumped in resignation. The positive, however, was that the mist that had surrounded us was being absorbed into the huge wave of vines, clearing our limited view. As the vines continued to hungrily consume the mist, we were all finally able to see what exactly it was we had been going up against. Standing more than 20 meters tall, high above our heads was a colossal mana beast. With a humanoid structure that oddly resembled a centaur, it towered over us like a massive building. While it seemed to be made up completely of densely packed and intertwined vines, the top half of its body was that of an armored man holding a drill-like lance that came to a menacing point just over our heads. Its lower body was that of a horse, but rather than legs, its limbs consisted of the countless vines we had been battling against. Two green eyes peered down at us, filled with unbridled enmity. I swallowed hard, staring mindlessly up at the imposing figure. For the last hour, the seven of us had been literally battling against the toes of this mana beast. I have read about a monster that looked something like this. Samantha stuttered in horror, sinking to her knees in complete resignation. I think that's an S-class mana beast called the E. Elderwood Guardian. It can't be right. What the hell would an S-class mana beast be doing here? Reginald almost dropped his giant hammer as he peered up at the Elderwood Guardian in dread, and with good reason too. An S-class mana beast meant that it was on par with an SS-class adventurer, or at least 10 S-class adventurers. Isn't that Creole? Reginald exclaimed as he pointed a shaking finger at the lifeless torso and legs sticking out of the body of the mana beast. We're doomed. Brauld had a crazed expression on his face as he began laughing madly at the giant mana beast. He had already lost his arm and he was worn out from the fighting. This was probably the last straw for the veteran adventurer. We have to run. Jasmine yanked my hand, gesturing me to run back in the direction of the doors we had come from. What about them? I called out, my eyes glued to the Elderwood Guardian. She remained silent, tugging harder for me to move. I knew that rationally, it made the most sense to get away from here as fast as possible. Hell, I wasn't even close to any of them, and I certainly wasn't chummy with Lucas. But it wouldn't be right to betray their trust in me as their leader. Suddenly, the Elderwood Guardian thrusted his giant drill lance at us, creating a gale of wind just from its movement. Earthen shield. Elijah conjured a flat wall of earth from the ground, angled slightly so that the force of the drill would be parried away from us. A thunderous explosion resounded from the impact as the beast's lance shattered the thick earthen slab. Picking up his hammer, Reginald charged forward, seizing the opportunity that Elijah had created. His giant warhammer glowed a brilliant yellow as he roared out in desperate resolve. Go back to the damn hole you crawled out from, you oversized tree. Impact barrage. The giant hammer began vibrating fiercely in his hands as he unleashed his attack down at the Elderwood Guardian's lance. It felt like a warship had just fired a massive storm of cannons as the whole cavern shook. The sheer force of Reginald's spell had reduced the beast's weapon to shreds. Just as he was about to land on the ground, the broken vines that made up the lance whirled like tentacles and surrounded him. GAEHHELPPNOOO. The tendrils that had once formed the giant lance swirled around to mold back into its original shape, eating up Reginald in the process. The gruesome sound of bones snapping resounded from within the weapon as the tendrils continued to intertwine, slithering around each other like pythons to complete the shape of the lance. Samantha, who had been preparing a spell to our left, lurched forward and heaved what little food she had consumed since coming down here as the sound of Reginald's body being ground filled the cavern. Damn it all. The lance had formed back into its original shape, with the addition of Reginald's body and weapon inside it. Looking up, I could see that the Elderwood Guardian didn't have a mouth, but just from the look in its eyes, I felt like it was gloating, refreshed by the fact that it had caught one more insect that had been bugging him. I grabbed Samantha, who had been petrified from shock, and lifted her up on my shoulders. Jasmine, grab Brald and let's run. Lucas, Elijah, you have to try and block any incoming attacks until we can make it out of here. Jasmine picked up the one-armed adventurer who was still laughing psychotically, and we looked back to see that the Elderwood Guardian was looking directly at us. We need to move, I barked, hurrying everyone. However, just as I willed mana into my body, a blast of fire hit me square in the chest, sending me flying back as Samantha tumbled off to the side. While my body, reinforced with mana and from the assimilation of Sylvia's dragon will, prevented me from sustaining serious injuries, my breath had been knocked out from the almost point-blank spell cast by Lucas, the only one possibly capable of doing this. Furious and baffled by the sudden betrayal, I had to practically peel my eyes away from the blonde brat that was already running away to look for Jasmine. She had been knocked back much farther from the spell and was unconscious, but she didn't seem to be dead. What the hell are you doing? Elijah cried out for the first time, pointing his staff at Lucas, who was already almost at the entrance of the cave. You think I'd risk my life to help all of you escape? Be honored that you'll be the valiant heroes that stalled the beast enough for me to escape. I'll tell everyone all about your courageous deeds. He scoffed, turning back just to shoot me an arrogant smirk before conjuring a smokescreen. Another deafening crash reverberated as the ground split around us from the force of the Elderwood Guardian stabbing its lance where Lucas had just been. The smokescreen subsided, but Lucas was already gone, closing the door behind him. That spineless ass. Elijah cursed, holding his glasses in place, as the cavern continued to tremble from the force of the beast's attack. The endless vines that made up the mana beast's limbs managed to climb out of the crater left from Elijah's spell and approach us. Suddenly, the Elderwood Guardian let out a baleful roar, gripping my body with a fear incomparable to any of the other mana beasts I had faced before. Its green eyes turned a menacing red, and the tendrils that made up its body turned gray and disassembled to form a tsunami of vines, destroying everything in its path as it made its way to us. Ha-ha-ha-ha. Brald's maniacal laughter faded as a wave of vines consumed his body. Elijah's usual terse expression was nowhere to be found as his face slackened, turning several shades lighter, while Jasmine was still unconscious from taking Lucas's spell directly. The fact that she was still knocked out meant that Lucas managed to hit her before she had the chance to reinforce herself with mana. I started calculating the options I had left. Even if I were to use the first phase of my beast's will, I wouldn't last long enough to save everyone and carry them out. I bit my lip, frustrated that I allowed myself to fall into such a crappy situation. I had no choice but to use it. I didn't know how severe the recoil of using it would be, but I had no choice but to try. Taking a deep breath, I closed my eyes, searching deep within my mana core for the source of Sylvia's slumbering power. Releasing it, I was met with an almost strangling amount of energy as my body burned. The world around blurred as a near palpable aura of different colors enveloped me. Phase 2, I let out a strained whisper. Dragon's Awakening. Undergoing Dragon's Awakening seemed to startle Sylvie, who was now frantically asking me what had happened from wherever she was. It's fine, Sylv. I want you to stay away for now, and if anything happens, go back to the Helstia's house for me. No, I'm going to go towards you now, Papa. Hold on. I could sense Sylvie getting closer, but she was still a few dozen kilometers away. Stay away, Sylv, please. I need someone to tell my family what happens just in case, I transmitted, the voice in my head coming out desperate. I didn't know if I was going to make it out of this alive, and I didn't want my family wondering what happened and why the ring activated. Be careful. One of the abilities of my first phase, Acquire, allowed me to temporarily separate myself from the space and time around me, which seemed to also be one of Sylvia's innate skills. That phase was limited in many ways because I wasn't a dragon. The limited mana I had access to, as well as the physical burden the ability placed on me, restricted what I could actually do when I activated the acquire phase. The most efficient way to best use this phase I realized when I was training with Grandpa Virion was by utilizing the Thunderclap Impulse spell alongside it. I would activate my first phase in short millisecond bursts, while the reaction time of my body was increased dramatically from the lightning attribute skill. This allowed me to react and counter almost anything. That was the most efficient way I could think of, since I couldn't affect anything that was frozen while the first phase was activated. Even though I wasn't able to keep it up for long, that was my biggest trump card. The fact that the first phase of my beast wasn't noticeable by those around me made it all the more useful. I thought back to the time at the auction house when I had first used the acquire phase on someone else. Sebastian wasn't able to communicate with anyone besides me since I separated us from the time and space of those around us. I only lasted a few seconds before I ended up crippled in bed the next day. Right now, though, was one of those times when my first phase wouldn't be so useful. No matter how fast I could react to this tsunami of vines, I wouldn't be able to dodge or escape from it in one piece. There was no other choice. As I unleashed the dormant power of Sylvia's will deep inside my mana core, I felt every pore in my body open as a surge of mana began raging in and out of my body. The space around me distorted, and the ground below my feet began cracking from the mana surrounding my body. Color drained from my vision as I was only able to see in shades of gray. The only colors I was able to see were from the numerous particles of mana in the atmosphere around me, all shimmering according to their corresponding elements. The surge of mana that had been rampaging around me suddenly got sucked up and compressed into my body as the feeling of insurmountable power overwhelmed me. The sense of superiority over everything, living or not, in this universe almost drove me crazy. I suppressed the growing temptation to obliterate everything around me out of sheer mania. I gasped aloud. The mana in the atmosphere seemed to bend to my will, as if even nature was now under my command. Phase 2, Dragon's Awakening. Integrate. The golden runes, the same markings that Sylvia once had, ran down my arms and back with a burning sensation. I could see my hair growing longer, flowing down to my shoulder, as the once auburn color of my hair turned a bright luminescent white, swaying from the swirl of energy constantly encompassing me. In a way, it was like my body was becoming more like Sylvia's. After calming the voice inside my head that suggested I go on a rampage, I examined my surroundings. Jasmine and Elijah were the only ones left. Elijah was beside Jasmine now, who was still out of breath and sweating in pain, supporting her with his shoulders. Elijah was staring at me with a dazed expression, his once serious face almost comical as his glasses drooped down his broken nose. Another thunderous crash jolted my attention back to the task at hand. The tsunami of vines that made up the Elderwood Guardian expanded as a face formed within the wave. The face bore down at me balefully, ignoring everyone else but me. The mana beast that once looked at us like we were insects now displayed a trace of fear. "Let's play," I growled, revealing a smirk. The world moved around me in slow motion as I leaped, willing wind into the soles of my feet. I instantly cleared the distance between the Elderwood Guardian and myself. As the storming gale I propelled myself with left a crater bigger than the spell Elijah had used. Thunderclap Impulse. A surge of black lightning coiled around my body as I effortlessly dodged the thousands of vines that shot out at me. Every vine that the tendrils of black lightning touched instantly disintegrated and withered away, but for every vine that crumbled, dozens replaced it. Using the vines that were shooting at me as a foothold, I breezed through the onslaught of thorn-covered vines as thick as my body, drawing nearer to the core of the Elderwood Guardian. I could already feel the recoil from using the second phase as my body began trembling, and I held back the need to vomit blood. It was time to end this. "White fire," I muttered. My hands ignited and became engulfed in a blazing white flame that seemed to freeze the moisture in the air around it. This was the most powerful offensive skill that I had in my arsenal, but one that was also the hardest to control. While my lightning attribute skills were focused more towards one-on-one combat, I geared my ice attribute techniques for a more widespread form of destruction, just in case the situation arose. The white fire ablaze in my hands grew larger as I absorbed the now visible specks of water attribute mana particles into my body. Using the last of my strength, I released my final skill, Absolute Zero. The Elderwood Guardian, who was in the form of a giant wave of entangled vines, rapidly became encased in ice as the very atoms that made up the mana beast froze in place where the white fire had spread. Exploding forth the black lightning around me, deadly coils of dark electricity traced through the frozen tsunami of vines and instantly shattered it, leaving only the beast's mana core. The second phase wore off as I heaved out a mouthful of blood. As my body began plummeting down, I couldn't help but admire the beauty of the shimmering fragments of ice that once made up the legendary S-Class mana beast. It had the surreal effect that one would only see in a dream. As my consciousness faded, the last thing I heard was the distant echo of Sylv's cry in my head. As soon as I woke up, I immediately wished I could be unconscious again. An intense wave of searing pain spread all over my body, leaving me helplessly immobile as a stream of tears rolled down my cheeks. I vomited both blood and the remains of the little food I had eaten since arriving at the dungeon. Every muscle, every pore, every fiber of my body felt like it was getting sawed slowly by a scalding blade. Without even the strength to utter a cry of pain, I just cursed miserably in my mind. "You're awake," a voice called out from beside me. Focusing all of my will into staying awake, I ignored the voice. After a moment of hollow silence, I managed to utter a few sounds. "Gee, glove. My glove," I practically coughed out, turning my head to the side so I wouldn't choke on my own blood. "What about your glove?" I could see Elijah's face now as he removed the glove my parents had given me from my hand. Break one of the sea crystals on the glove and give me. I almost passed out from the pain again, but before I did, Elijah managed to understand and follow my stuttered instructions. A pleasant surge of soothing light enveloped my body, and the once unbearable pain eased enough so I could calm down a little. I tried to get up, but my body, once again, refused to listen. Lying motionless on my back, I assessed the situation now, since my cognitive abilities were no longer completely focused on enduring the pain. Around us, it was dark and cramped, with the only source of light coming from a small fire in the middle of our small group. "Where's Jasmine?" I croaked, struggling to turn my neck as I searched for her. As another wave of pain clenched at my insides, I was reminded of the time when I was 4 and had fallen off the cliff. Good friggin' times. Elijah pointed to other end of the small shed we were huddled in. "She's over there." Just barely lifting my head, I was able to spot Jasmine lying against the far wall. Her face was wrinkled in pain as beads of sweat littered above her brows. She was hit a lot harder by Lucas's spell, and her body wasn't fortified with mana. I had a medical kit on me, so I treated the external burn on her belly, but I think the burn had caused some internal damage. Elijah looked wearily at Jasmine, straightening his glasses. Turning my head back, I could see that the boy wasn't in great shape. His usual trim, black hair was now a bird's nest as cuts and trails of dried blood covered his face and body. His nose, that had been broken, had turned a sickly purple, and his clothes were shredded. He was hurt and tired, but he was able enough to get out of here. Yet he stayed, ignoring treating his wounds while focusing his efforts on keeping Jasmine and me alive. I wanted to thank Elijah for helping us, but I held off until I could talk in complete sentences. If I told him now, it would only come off as strained and pathetic. Until then, I could only simmer in my own fumes, thinking of that spineless, traitorous worm called Lucas. "Use my glove on Jasmine too. Crack another one of the gems on it and press it against her wounds," I explained through gritted teeth. "Got it." Elijah shuffled over to Jasmine, and I heard a faint hum from the light that brightened the small cave we were in. Jasmine's ragged breathing had turned noticeably steadier. Using my limited strength to look at her again, I saw that her previous strained expression had calmed. "I think she'll be fine with a few hours of rest." A rare smile escaped Elijah's terse face. "Papa, you're awake now. Are you okay?" "I'm almost there." Sylvie's voice chirped in my head. "I'm fine now. I thought you said you had to finish up something." "Are you done with that?" I asked my infant dragon. "No, I'm almost done though. I'll find you after I'm done. I miss you, Papa." The disappointed voice of Sylvie almost tempted me to just tell her to come here now, but I held it in. I could feel the changes in Sylvie's body somehow, and I knew she was going through something important. I didn't think that the legendary masked swordsman note would be someone around my age. My bespectacled companion's voice stirred my train of thought. My mask. My voice turned a little frantic as I noticed for the first time that my face was bare. Sorry. It got blown off while you were falling. I couldn't help looking while I was moving you two to safety. I saw him scratch his cheek, something akin to embarrassment expressed on his face. "What about my sword? Did you see the black stick that I carried around?" My eyes darted around through the dim lighting. I spotted the outline of my sword as Elijah pointed a bit to the right of the sleeping Jasmine. "Yeah, it's beside Jasmine. I didn't know if it was valuable or not, but I kept it just in case." "Haha, if I left you in that half-dead state, that would have put me on the same level as that ass Lucas, then wouldn't it?" He shot me a grin. "Heh, not nearly." I let out a pained laugh. Elijah inched closer, sitting down next to me now. "Why did you stay anyways? I saw Jasmine pulling you to escape. I felt like you two could have escaped at that time." I couldn't help but pause at his question. "A king never betrays the people who trust him." I winked, which made him scoff. And I hesitated. "I promised someone very important to become a better person and to cherish the people around me." "You sound like an old man. We're pretty young. I wonder what kind of life you had until now to have promised someone that." Elijah's tense face was a lot more relaxed now, his once stone face full of life. "I sometimes wonder myself, haha, how long have I been out for anyways?" I changed the subject. "It's hard to tell, but definitely more than a day." Jasmine woke up a few times in between, but just barely enough so I could feed her, he answered, leaning back on the wall. I wiggled myself up painfully to sit against the wall as well, Elijah helping me, when I noticed that the wall was made of metal. This doesn't seem to be naturally made. "Where are we?" I feel the cold surface of the wall, tracing it back to the ground. I conjured it. I think the Elderwood Guardian's body was supporting the whole level of the cave we were in. After you defeated it, the ceiling crumbled, and once you landed on the ground, I built a small shelter to keep the rocks from burying us alive. He let out a sigh. Until now, he hadn't given away a single trace that he was a deviant, and a rather particular one at that. Instead of being surprised, though, my mind somehow felt at ease. Ever since I had met him, something had felt weird. Like we had held some sort of connection somehow. I guess him being a deviant was the reason why. I thought only dwarves were able to manipulate metal, and even then I was taught that they could only manipulate existing metal, not create and conjure it. So much for keeping secrets, eh? Elijah chuckled, sinking further down, a tired look on his face. Tell me about it, I scoffed with a grin, holding in the pain as my body protested at even the slightest movements. All right. But you have to tell me what the hell you did back there as well. Your hair turned white, and your eyes, they were glowing purple. There were these glowing symbols that appeared on your body too. I didn't know that my eyes had turned purple, but merely nodded in agreement and let him continue. I'm from the Darv Kingdom, but I'm not really sure where I originally came from. The elder that took care of me since I was little always avoided the subject of my parents, so I never got a clear answer. The only memories of my childhood came in painful flashes that feel like they've been locked away somehow. About a year ago, when I had awakened, I created such a big implosion that my whole room just vanished. After getting trained for a little while, I found out I was abnormally better in earth attribute spells than any other elements. Like, to the point where I wouldn't be able to cast anything but the most elementary spells in water, fire, or wind, even now. Elijah stared blankly at the palms of his hands. Since I had awakened, my mana core has been condensing all on its own at a rapid pace. I don't even need to meditate for some reason. The elder that took care of me sent me to the kingdom of Sapin as a representative and told me to make a name for myself and get along with the humans, but honestly, I don't know why I'm doing this. After I broke into the dark orange stage, I had this weird feeling surge up in my body, and before I knew it, a field of metal spikes conjured around me. I happened to be alone when it occurred, so thankfully I didn't kill anyone, but ever since then I've been pretty careful and scared of what I am and scared of what I can do. I was excited at first about how strong I could be, but even now I can barely control my powers, you know. I thought maybe I was half dwarf at one point, but I just don't know what I am anymore. I stared at Elijah, noticing that his hands were trembling as he quickly squeezed them into fists to control himself. I just laid back silently. I wasn't going to pretend like I understood him, and anything I said now would just be empty words of comfort. Sometimes I get this feeling, like what I can do right now isn't even the limit. I know it may sound weird, but I get this itch that there's something more to me deep inside, and that once I can control that power, I'll know what I really am. I'm sorry, haha. This ended up being a therapy session for me, didn't it? And like that, the bespectacled boy that tried so hard to keep a stern, cold facade turned out to be fragile on the inside. I gritted my teeth as I willed my broken body to sit upright to face Elijah. Peering into the boy's eyes, I saw a trace of desperation, but also gentleness, and a firm pride in himself that reassured my decision. Years of being a king, representing my country, meeting all different kinds of people, I got the hang of being able to see the type of person someone was, and my impression of Elijah was that he could be someone I could trust. I'm a quadra-elemental augmenter with 2 deviances, ice and lightning, I stated in an even tone. Before he had the chance to even react to the landmine I had just set off, I continued. I'm also a beast tamer. What you saw back there was me releasing my beast will. The hand that Elijah had been leaning on slipped and his head crashed against the cold, hard steel. Holy ouch. He got back up, rubbing his head. I thought I was a freak, but I guess you win. Wait, how old are you? He asked. I turned 11 a couple of months ago. No way, I'll be 12 in a few months. I don't know my exact birth date, but the elder just made my birthday the day he found me, January 10th. You know my name is Elijah, but I don't know yours. What's your name? He stuck out his hand as a sign of friendship. Grasping his hand, I responded with a pained smile. Arthur Lewin, but just call me Art. For the next several hours, we exchanged stories. Elijah's childhood wasn't that eventful before his awakening. He stayed with the elder since the dwarf children weren't too fond of mingling with humans. Because of that, Elijah had spent most of his time reading various books. Listening to him talk and just hearing about his life, I could understand why he was a lot more mature for someone his age. He only talked with adults, mostly the elder that took care of him, and just living in a society where almost everyone would rather not have anything to do with you made him grow up a lot faster than he should have. I broke the last gem of the glove to relieve the pain again when Jasmine woke up. As soon as her eyes opened and she saw that I was awake, she shot up and pulled me into a firm and agonizing hug. I was about to say something when I felt drops of tears fall on my neck. What the hell, I could endure a few more seconds of pain. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you, was all she could manage to say as she held back her sobs. It's okay, Jasmine, I was the one being stubborn. I'm sorry I dragged you into this mess with me. I patted her back. Had she always been this small? Knowing her since I was a child, I had always assumed she was bigger than I was, but in my arms now was a frail woman. After she had regained her composure, I shakily stood up to my feet, placing a hand on Jasmine and Elijah's shoulders. Let's go home, guys. With both Jasmine and Elijah supporting my powerless body, we had managed to make our way back to the surface of the cavern, where we fought the Elderwood Guardian. The once serene field of grass was in ruins as toppled trees and fallen stalactites lay scattered and splintered amongst fissured grounds. Do you think anyone else survived? I asked, carefully scanning the mess around us. Well, Reginald and Browd were both frozen together with the mana beast from the last attack you used. I wasn't close enough to save Samantha either, after she got knocked off of you and landed near the Elderwood Guardian. I conjured a metal shelter to keep her safe from the debris, but I'm not sure if she was able to survive, Elijah reported. Between the after effects from using the second phase and worrying about Jasmine, I was a bit ashamed to say that I hadn't really thought about the rest of the party. I guess when I didn't see anyone else in the shelter with us, I immediately assumed they didn't make it. I don't think we'll be able to help Samantha in time, even if she is alive by the time we find her under all of this mess, I sighed. We still need to find the Elderwood Guardian's beast core. I think I'll be able to help with the first problem. Elijah knelt down, placing a palm on the ground. Give me a few minutes. Scan, the bespectacled boy muttered as a thin wave of mana spread out of his hand. Earth's Pulse. The spell that Elijah had just invoked, as far as I knew, was usually made to scan the ground for signs of approaching enemies. Usually the caster would be able to hear footsteps, and if he was that skilled, perhaps distinguish the number of footsteps. However, to encompass not only the surface of the floor, but the ground beneath it, I couldn't help but become more and more intrigued by this boy. After a few tense minutes, Elijah's furrowed brows lifted into an expression of surprise. I know where Samantha is, and her heart's still beating. A sleek metallic tent rose from the ground at Elijah's invocation and opened up in front of us to reveal Samantha. By the state the conjurer was in, she was just barely hanging in there. Both her legs had been broken clean in multiple locations from where the Elderwood's tendrils had grasped her. Splinters of white jutted out from the bloody mess that were her legs as a milky, yellow pus indicated that her wounds had already become infected. The good news, if we could even call it that, was that only her legs had incurred serious damage. The rest of her body had cuts and bruises but was otherwise unharmed. Elijah's face contorted in horror at the sight as he immediately turned around and lurched forward to vomit. Jasmine rushed towards her and knelt, not knowing what she had to do to help her. Limping towards Samantha, I checked her neck for her pulse and placed a hand on her forehead. Well, she doesn't have a fever yet, and her pulse is steady enough where I don't think her life will be in danger anytime soon. The silver lining is that she's unconscious. Some silver lining. Elijah coughed as he convulsed into another dry heave. As Jasmine carefully cradled the unconscious Samantha in her arms, I thought back to when the peppy conjurer had made attempts at striking up a conversation with her. With the two of them being the only girls, Samantha was relentless in her pursuit at befriending the brusque Jasmine. Eventually, Jasmine had started to respond, even smiling at times. I thought about our next course of action. If we wanted to get Samantha to safety, I would need to give up on looking for the beast core for now. However, with Samantha in her state and my body being barely capable of standing on its own, the best thing to do was for Elijah and Jasmine to take Samantha to a medic before coming back down for me. Elijah, I called out to my friend, who was now gasping for air. Just as I was about to give my instructions, a thundering roar rumbled throughout the cavern, shaking a few stalactites loose from the ceiling. What now? Elijah groaned, more in resignation than in fear. Papa, I'm here. Sylv cried out in my mind. It's okay, Elijah, I coaxed, as Jasmine lowered the dagger she had already unsheathed. Despite the childlike voice that rang in my head, the dragon that stood before me was far from anything akin to a child. I let out a whistle. Wow, Sylv, you gained weight, and height, and width. Sylvie, the small cat-like dragon that had always sat on top of my head, was now almost the spitting image of the dragon I named her after. Her body wasn't as large as Sylvia's, but it was still over 8 meters long. I could now say with full confidence that Sylvie was indeed a dragon. Her scales had an obsidian black sheen, reflecting the light from the dungeon in an almost divine way. The 2 horns that sprouted out of her head were sharper and even more menacing than the Titan's horns I had seen years ago. With wings similar to Sylvia's except with pitch-black feathersand blood-red spikes that protruded along the ridge of her spine, she exuded a menacing, if not baleful, aura around her. The once adorable face and muzzle of hers was now elegant and sharp, her black sclera and yellow irises reminding me of a particularly bright topaz shining in the dead of night. Sylv's powerful limbs armored with jagged spikes at the elbows and knees lifted as she approached me with a graceful poise, despite her large size. She lowered her head that was as large as my torso, bringing her snout close to mine. Suddenly, her snake-like tongue shot out as she licked my face with the force to lift me from the ground. My God, your breath is foul, Sylv, I sputtered, barely able to keep myself upright. Hee hee, Sylv's childish giggle rang in my head. Is that a wyvern, but it has 4 limbs. It can't be right, is that a DDD? I'm pretty sure she's a dragon, I finished for the dumbfounded Elijah. He stared up at the sight of the fearsome beast, his face filled with more horror than when he had seen the Elderwood Guardian. Jasmine, who had already known about my bond, was still trembling at the sight of my juvenile dragon as she clutched Samantha close to her chest. Elijah, this is my bond, Sylvie. I stretched my hand out to rub my dragon's snout, causing her hind leg to thump the ground in pleasure. I couldn't help but chortle at how little Sylvie had changed on the inside, despite her dramatic transformation. Turning to face Elijah, I put on a grim face. Jasmine already knew about this, but I want you to promise to keep this a secret as well. Dragons have been thought to have been extinct for centuries now, so if anyone were to suddenly see Sylvie, well, you know what greed can do to someone. Elijah nodded frantically in response, his glasses hanging loose on his crooked nose. We need to hurry, though. It worked out well that Sylvie came when she did. Let's move Samantha on Sylvie's back. I was barely able to stand up on my own now, but walking more than a few steps was out of the question. I watched as Elijah and Jasmine carefully loaded the unconscious conjurer onto Sylv's back before they helped me up as well. It was decided that only Samantha and I would ride Sylv to the first cavern of the dungeon, while Jasmine and Elijah would follow close behind. The journey back up only took a few hours compared to the full day we needed when we had traveled down. Sylv, can you still transform? I asked as we ascended up toward the entrance of the dungeon. My mind was spinning, trying to come up with a way to protect her from greedy nobles in case she couldn't, but thankfully she said that she could still change into a miniature form. What did you do during this time anyway? How did you grow so quickly? I sent Sylv while lying down against her long neck. I hunted a lot of monsters and ate their mana cores. I missed you a lot. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you while you were here. Another gust of wind formed beneath us as she flapped her wings down, accelerating towards our destination. It seemed like her body wasn't able to grow without consuming mana cores, which reminded me of the beast core the Elderwood Guardian had dropped. At this point, I could only hope that it would stay hidden from adventurers until I went back down. When we arrived at the first cavern where the Batroners had been preparing myself to fight a couple of them in this crippled state. However, to my surprise, as soon as the Batroners saw Sylvie, they became so terrified, they simply buried their heads in the ground off in the opposite corner of the cave. Jasmine and Elijah arrived a little less than an hour later, both heaving for breath. Sylv's body illuminated as she shrank back down into the size of a kitten at my mention, but I noticed the change in her appearance even in this form. Her red spikes had disappeared, and she was pitch black apart from her sharp yellow irises. All in all, she resembled a demonic but harmless black cat. Sputtering out a series of pained coughs, Samantha stirred awake. As soon as she had become conscious enough to feel the pain in her legs, her eyes widened as she gasped from the agony. She had her arms wrapped around herself as she trembled. Why, you guys all made it, she croaked, her body trembling and her face contorted from the pain. Her face was pale, and I could tell she was beginning to burn up by the cold sweat that rolled down her forehead. Her lips were white and cracked as deep bags weighed down beneath her once bright eyes. Stop talking, I ordered. You need to save your energy. Don't worry, we'll get you help soon. Ignoring me, she carefully reached into her robe, pulling out my mask and something else. Look what I have found. That's Elijah careened close to Samantha's hand. The Elderwood's beast core, I finished, gently taking it from Samantha. Nice work. I'll hold on to this until I get the chance to sell it. I think splitting it amongst us would be the best way. Are you kidding me? Elijah shook his head. I don't want it. Me neither. You deserve it, Arthur, Jasmine agreed. What? You guys don't want? I'm just happy to be alive. I think it's fair that the one who killed it gets to reap the rewards, Samantha whispered, her consciousness wavering. Samantha's lips curled up into a faint smile before she fell asleep again in Jasmine's arms. I put the mask on my face and turned my gaze to my guardian. Jasmine, can you and Elijah go first to the guild hall and get help back down here? I'll stay here with Samantha. With a nod from the two of them, they headed out back up to the surface. Since it would take them at least 4 hours to send the message and arrive back, I planned on absorbing the Elderwood's beast core. With the aid from the powerful, corined with my body that had been assimilated with Sylvia's will, I predicted that I should be able to make a full recovery by the time they came back. Before I began my meditation with the beast core, I took out the parchment I had received from the twin horns and recorded a message, telling my parents that I'll be coming home soon. Forcing my unresponsive body into a cross-legged position, I took a deep breath with the Elderwood Guardian's beast core in my hands, all the while thinking of what I should do with Lucas. It wasn't enough for me to just settle for petty revenge. I wanted to do something more. He was from a very powerful family of notorious mages, and his blood gave him a certain amount of protection from the elves. Of course, with my connections with the royal family, I didn't think it would matter much, but the Wykes family that he was a part of could make things more complicated than I wanted them to be. I didn't have much time to dwell on my options, as I was stirred out of my meditation by the sound of footsteps approaching. Judging from the uniforms, it was easy to assume that the people that filed in were the medics Jasmine and Elijah had sent. Within the group of medics was Caspian, the lanky head of a guild hall branch. He was snapping orders at the medics and the few guards that he had brought along to protect the medics, just in case. Hiding the monocore I couldn't finish absorbing, I watched as the medics worked on Samantha. They used a mixture of herbs to anesthetize her and pushed back the bones into the right place. The field of medicine wasn't that advanced in this world, so I wasn't sure that they would be able to fully heal Samantha's legs, but I realized my worries were unnecessary when I saw an emitter begin working on her. Caspian walked towards me as I stood up. "Good evening, Mr. Note. I didn't expect for us to be meeting like this. Ms. Flamesworth has told me the situation, and I know how you must feel. Oh, do you now? Then would you kindly inform me the current location of Lucas so that I may properly respond to his actions against our party?" I replied through gritted teeth. Despite Caspian's mild tone, I knew that he had personally come here to stop me from going after Lucas. "I must advise you, Mr. Note, to refrain from taking actions against Mr. Wykes. Right now." He shook his head, confirming my assumption. "And why not right now?" "My identity is a secret, and I have the capability to easily erase that bug's existence. Do you think you have the power to protect him from me?" My gaze was unrelenting as I took a step toward the thin man. "Of course, I know I don't possess the power to fight against you when you're at your full strength, but I assure you that I can pose a threat to you right now," he calmly replied, straightening his glasses. "But even if I could, I wouldn't need to. Mr. Note, I am warning you because, believe it or not, I carry the obligation to care for you since you are affiliated with Miss Flamesworth, even if she is the estranged daughter of the house. The Wykes are the type of people that will carry out revenge in the most extreme and brutal manner. Assuming that you do kill their precious son, Lucas, I know right now you do not possess the power to kill the whole Wykes house. Even if they don't know your identity, that won't stop them from killing anyone that has had anything to do with you. This includes Ms. Flamesworth and the people she's affiliated with, the Twin Horns. Going further than that, I believe the Wykes will further their revenge against you by going against all of the people close to the Twin Horns party, which includes Reynolds Lewin and his family." I could feel the blood running down my fists as my nails dug deeper into my palms. He had me. "Like I said, Mr. Note, I wish to be on your side. What I said about the Wykes family is all from previous events in the past, so I can assure you that they will stop at nothing from wiping out anyone that had to do with you, even if they weren't directly related. Until the day you hold the power and authority to protect the people you care for from them, I must advise you from acting against them for now. With that, I'll take my leave." The adventurer Samantha must be taken back to a facility to be properly cared for. Giving me a curt bow, he walked away towards Samantha, leaving me with a bitter taste in my mouth. I could only laugh at the pitiful state I was in. He was right. Until I could wipe away the whole Wykes house, it would be dangerous for my family and friends if I acted against them. No matter how much of an asshole he was, it wasn't worth risking my loved ones. Through clenched fists, I swore to myself that Lucas would regret this day. Elijah and Jasmine appeared soon after with solemn expressions, obviously overhearing the conversation I had with the guild hall leader. Each placing a consoling hand on my shoulders, Elijah and Jasmine followed me out of the dire tombs with Sylv trailing close behind. We arrived at the guild hall, located on the outskirts of the Beast Glades, about 2 hours later. Samantha was resting in the recovery facility as Jasmine, Elijah, and I were sprawled on the couches in a private room. Caspian had temporarily moved from his office in Zyrus to this branch and was seated behind the desk in the room when the door suddenly flew open. "You guys managed to make it out alive." Behind a group of barrel-chested adventurers posing as guards was Lucas. Caspian, seated a few feet away from us, leaned his head on his hand. Vexed at the boy's impertinencias, he locked gazes with me to remind me of our discussion. Both Elijah and Jasmine sprang up from their seats, weapons ablaze as I remained in my seat. It took an amount of self-control that I never knew I had to stop myself from lunging forward and skewering the brat to the door he dared come in through. At this point, I couldn't tell whether he was that confident or just plain stupid for not just betraying us, but mocking us immediately after. I guess he wasn't completely dumb, since he had the sense to at least bring some backup. Lucas took a step forward, slapping the guard in front of him to move out of the way. "I wonder how you managed to escape from that terror of a beast. Did you have to sacrifice someone else to save yourselves?" "That whore Samantha is a cripple now, but she's alive, so I don't think it was her. I don't see Browd, though. Don't tell me you sacrificed High." Before he had the time to finish his sentence, my fingers had already let go of the short sword I had hidden behind me. The next moment, Lucas let out a shrill scream as he clutched his right ear, blood leaking through the spaces between his fingers. My backup sword that I had picked out from the Helstia auction house had impaled itself deep into the wall behind Lucas, barely missing the head of the guard that stood behind him. At the sounds of the hollow thud and scream, the guards whipped around to make sure their boss was okay before turning back to me with weapons held ready. I stood up from my seat and walked steadily towards the pale Lucas, the entire room deathly silent. What do you think I'm paying you for? Get him. Lucas hissed, pointing at me with a trembling finger as his other hand still gripped his bleeding ear. The guard closest to me lifted his axe in position to split me in two when I quickly used the scabbard of the short sword I had just flung at Lucas to respond. A sharp snap rang as the end of my scabbard met with the guard's fingers. With a pained howl, he let go of his axe as he instinctively nursed his broken fingers. Before the rest of the guards could react, I lunged myself towards the frightened Lucas. I could hear Caspian gasp behind me in fear that I would cross the line, but my hand merely went to my sword impaled into the wall right behind the boy. The blonde noble's eyes nearly bulged outside of their sockets as his face was just inches away from mine. I pried the blade out of the wall and sheathed it back into the cover I had used to break the guard's fingers. Turning around, I sat back on the couch, nonchalantly motioning at Caspian. On cue, the guild leader hastily responded. Now. Mr. Lucas, your ear is bleeding heavily. Let me escort you to the medical room to get that fixed up. Gently herding the noble brat and his guards out of the room, he turned back to me with an exasperated expression. You did well. Jasmine broke the silence, taking a seat as well. But I'm afraid you've made enemies with one of the strongest houses in the kingdom of Sapin. That's fine. He won't take action from what happened today. Despite that conceited attitude, Lucas is cautious. He knows that right now, if he doesn't go against me, I won't do anything more. Leaning forward, I gripped tightly at the black sword I had refused to unsheath until the end. I vowed silently that this wouldn't be the end. Kasbinbladhert's POV. After escorting the run of the Wykes house, I arrived back to my seat, tempted to burn the towering stack of paperwork that had accumulated over the past few days. After taking a deep breath, I slid a parchment from the top of the pile when the faint creak of the door tugs at my attention. It was that adventurer, Note. Closing the door behind him, his warbled baritone voice whispers out in a barely discernible sound. Mr. Bladeheart, you haven't forgotten what you said about wanting to truly help me, correct? A sharp chill runs down my spine, his seemingly harmless words stabbed into me like a looming threat. Ignoring my angst, I held my stoic facade, straightening my glasses before responding. Of course, your personal connection to Mrs. Flamesworth, as well as your own potential, had been regarded favorably by the guild. The masked adventurer, whose identity or even age I could not guess, nodded his head. I knew he was somehow connected to the Lewin household, but even a thorough background search had turned out fruitless. Good, he answered. I plan to take a very extensive break from being an adventurer, Caspian, so I would like to implore you for a favor. The way he talked sounded anything like an imploration, but I motioned for him to continue. Please go on, I said, my curiosity aroused. Arthur Leywan's POV. After the whole debacle regarding Lucas and his unwholesome actions down in the dungeon, there were few things that needed to be settled. For one, Lucas was to be tried for his unadventurer-like conduct, which needed to be held in front of a panel of judges comprised of high-ranked guild workers. Seated in the descending gallery of a small amphitheater-like room, I faced the panel along with Lucas as the elderly robed men behind the raised desk looked through their notes. After a seemingly endless moment of unnerving silence, one of the elderly men that was taller than the four beside him stood up and cleared his throat. On behalf of the Adventurers Guild and the panel that is present here, I hereby declare the conjurer, Lucas Wykes, formally stripped of his éclasse ranking for sabotage and endangerment of his party members during a dungeon excursion. Furthermore, he is prohibited from re-enlisting as an adventurer until otherwise stated by the guild. You may now hand in your card. A thick-bearded panel member beside the one that had just spoken banged his gavel, creating a loud echo across the room as Lucas begrudgingly handed his enchanted card. While normally, the sentencing would be filled with anxious family and friends, Lucas and I were the only ones present besides the judges. I had come to the conclusion that this was to keep news that could slander the Wykes house's name contained, but after hearing Lucas's verdict just now, I thought otherwise. Normally, what Lucas had done, down at the Dire Tombs, would be enough for him to be sentenced to imprisonment on top of getting his title stripped. However, the vague addition that the elder made at the end, about him being prohibited from becoming an adventurer until otherwise stated, left for a lot of loose ends. I could only hold my tongue back and wait for this crooked sentencing to come to an end. Despite the rather lax sentence that Lucas had been given, the noble half-elf brat had an expression stitched on his face as if he'd just swallowed a live frog. The only silver lining I could see in this was Lucas's family beating some sense into the twerp for shaming his family's name. Lucas had been pretty riled up from my brazen act of retaliation back at Caspian's office. Ever since then, I'm sure he had nothing but boiling rage pent up in that little body of his, But after learning from Caspian that I had defeated the Elderwood Guardian, rather than escape from it, his rage-fueled vendetta had been filled with doubt. Next to be put on trial is the augmenter note. Faced with the clear enmity with Lucas Wykes, and possible the whole Wykes family displayed by the act of aggression against Lucas, on behalf of the panel and the entirety of the Adventurer Guild, the judge glanced at his peers to his left, and right, I hereby declare a temporary ban from Zyrus City during the entire duration of Lucas Wykes' attendance at Zyrus Academy. The gavel, once again, boomed throughout the room. To my right, I could feel Lucas's gaze bore into me as he waited for my reaction. Putting on my best angry voice, I leaned forward on the podium. Sir, I object to this punishment. Why am I to be reprimanded for Lucas's betrayal at the dungeon? I slammed my fists down on the bench in front of me. All the while, even from my peripheral view, I could see Lucas's anxious face turn smug from my discontent. I knew revoking his license didn't mean much to him, and with me out of the way, he didn't have to worry about anything. This is not a discussion. We are aware of the circumstances, which is why we chose not to revoke your license. You will be allowed to continue being an adventurer, as long as we do not catch you near Mr. Wykes or his family. The judge's stern face glowered fiercer as his sharp gaze pierced through my mask. Wait, what about his identity? Wouldn't he be able to easily take his mask off and slip through inside the city and potentially harm me or my family? Lucas raised his finger at me, now confident enough to push me down even further. We have already decided to have his identity recorded once this sentencing is over, Mr. Wykes. You will not be allowed to know of Mr. Note's identity for obvious reasons of ill intent against him or his family, while select guild hall mages will keep tabs on Mr. Note's whereabouts, masked or not. This is not up for debate. This sentencing is over, another judge declared. All 5 of them stood up and left before either of us had the chance to refute. Clicking his tongue, Lucas whipped his head, sending me a threatening gaze before walking with his entourage of guards that were waiting outside the door. Before stepping out of the room, he looked over his shoulder and shot me a look of haughty derision. If you know what's good for you, you'd best be at least 5 towns over from me at all times. Idle threats as you run away make you seem petty, boy, I shot back. The problem child of the Wykes house turned scarlet as I turned back around to be escorted by the guards. Behind the raised desks that the panel of judges were seated behind was a narrow door that opened with a touch. No need to trouble yourselves, gentlemen. I know you all have been dying to get back. I'll escort Mr. Note here out through the back with the guards, the judge who had spoken throughout the trial said. The rest of the panel must have placed a lot of trust in the man, because the 4 of them graciously left just as we were about to head back. Stepping through the doorway, I readjusted my mask to make sure it wouldn't slip off as one of the judges let out a sigh. I trust that this little charade was to your satisfaction, Mr. Note. His sharp white eyebrows furrowed even deeper. Shaking his head, he gave me a helpless look. No need. It wasn't on your behalf that I did this. I sincerely hope that I can trust you not to cause any further trouble. We will not be able to hide the truth from the Wykes family forever, but as long as you do not go against them, they won't bother with you. I'm more careful than I look, Your Honor. I dipped my head in a quick bow. Caspian mentioned that there would be a passageway where I can safely remove my identity, right? Yes, your acquaintances await you on the other side. The judge fumbled around with a couple of the books on a nearby shelf, and suddenly a passage opened up from the ground. I bid you farewell, Mr. Note, and I do hope that you will not forget this act of kindness from the guild. I predict that there will be a time when we will call upon you for a favor, and it would be much appreciated that you remember what we did for you today. I see the top heads of the Adventurers Guild are sly and crafty. I let out a chuckle. At least you have the sense to know who to back. I'll remember. I stepped down the stairs leading to the brief underground passageway as one of the guards closed the entrance behind me. Opening the door on the other side, I was greeted by a rather painful headbutt from Sylvie. Gah, I breathed out, clutching my stomach. Caillou, Sylvie chirped as she scuttled to the top of my head. How did everything go, Papa? Is it over now? Can we go home? Jasmine and Elijah greeted me as well with a faint smile on their faces. Everything's over. Let's go back home, I said to everyone. Elijah asked, did you not want to visit Samantha? I think it'd be better if I don't visit her. Jasmine, maybe you should stop by the hospital next time to check up on her. Jasmine, who had remained silent the whole time, gave a slight nod as we continued walking. We trekked across the border of the beast glades toward the nearest teleportation gate. While I had a few mental conversations with Sylvie, both Jasmine and Elijah stayed silent until the sight of the gate came into view. Well, I guess we should split ways here, right? Scratching his untidy black hair, Elijah shifted glances between Jasmine and I with a forced smile. What? I spouted in surprise. You're not coming with us, Elijah. Did you have something you needed to do? I automatically assumed that my newfound friend would come with us, but thinking back, I remembered that he wasn't from the kingdom of Sapin. What? I mean, I don't really have anything planned, but are you okay with me coming along with you? Elijah seemed taken aback by my surprise. What? I didn't really have anything planned, but is it really okay to come along with you? He straightens his glasses and coughs, trying to cover his embarrassed face. Well, you and Jasmine should go through the portal separately from me, just in case anyone suspects something, but I thought it'd be good for you to stay with us for a bit before we go to school. I scratched my head. I don't understand. I never had plans to go to school. Elijah's eyes seemed even more lost behind his glasses than before, so I filled him in. Well, seeing as your goal is to make a name for yourself in Sapin, it doesn't hurt to get yourself an education from Zyrus Academy, I smirked. Elijah looked at me as if I had misspoken, while even Jasmine raised a brow at my idea. I'm sorry, I still don't follow. How would I even get into the school? I mean, I might have the qualifications, but not the background. Even the fact that I'm from Darv wouldn't give me any leeway to get into the school. Putting an arm around his neck, I leaned against my friend. Don't you worry about a thing, my bespectacled little nerd. Let your big brother take care of the small details. What big brother? You realize that I'm older than you, right? And what does nerd mean anyway? Elijah chortled, throwing a light jab at my ribs. Besides, I'm not so sure about the idea of going to school with so many students. How would I even fit in after spending my life with those antisocial dwarves? Just to sweeten the deal, I added, Lucas is going to be attending Zyrus Academy. Are you okay with me having all the fun? I agree with R. Note, you can always go back to being an adventurer later. Jasmine glanced around to see if anyone heard the mistake she almost slipped out. Okay, he relented as I squeezed him harder. If you can somehow get me in, I'll go. Besides, someone's going to have to hold you back from murdering Lucas on the first day of school. Good. Jasmine, can you take Elijah back to Helstia Manor? I have something I need to do first. I'll catch up to you guys. I pushed them toward the portal just a bit ahead. Jasmine nodded wordlessly and led Elijah away. After they were out of sight, my smile disappeared as I let out a small sigh. Come out, I called out calmly. With a swish, Caspian appeared beside me with his sheathed rapier tied to his waist. I'm glad you took some precautions by sending the two of them away first. Caspian nodded approvingly. My pleasure. At this point, I'm simply glad that this has been solved without anyone dying. Caspian chuckled, but I sensed his words were serious. I'm glad you think that way, I answered. Anyway, here's a little parting gift from me, the guild hall manager said, handing me a small pouch. I pulled at the drawstrings, opening the red sack he had given me. Inside was a heap of gold coins enough to make a countryside boy like me faint. However, I remained silent behind my mask and thanked him for the gift. As I turned and walked away, Caspian called out from behind. I advise you to use it to take appropriate precautions, Mr. Note. It'd be unwise to let your guard down, thinking you've cleared the mountain. Without looking back, I raised an arm and waved back at Caspian, heading towards the teleportation gate myself with Sylvie perched on my head. Elijah attending Zyrus Academy wouldn't draw too much suspicion. Jasmine was close with the Helstia family now, so having her vouch for Elijah would seem natural. I would make sure not to draw Dawn's ballad whenever I was with Lucas on the journey. The only problem was that the brat would be sure to recognize Sylvie. He'd seen the small, feline form of Sylvie back at Guild Hall, after all. Sylvie, I asked in concern as a bright glow emanated from atop my head. Taking her off my head, I could see my bond transforming once more. Her pitch-black scales turned white as the horns sprouting from her head had completely receded. The scales on her lizard-like tail extended like fur as the scales on her body thinned out as well. As the bright glow subsided, I looked in surprise to see that my bond had once more taken on a complete transformation. The feline lizard form that she once had been was nowhere in sight, replaced by the form of a fox. As I carefully ran my finger through her back, I could feel a soft pelt where her scales once were. Upon closer inspection, I could see that her fur was actually incredibly thin scales that took on the appearance of a soft coat over her body. Sylvie's body was almost completely covered in a snowy white pelt as her nose, paws, and the tips of her ears remained black. Is this better, Papa? Sylvie's voice rang in my head as she curled up in my arms. How many forms can you change into? I asked, astounded. I don't know, but I'm tired, she replied. Good night. Why yeah, good night, Sylv, I muttered aloud, still baffled at her mysterious abilities. Did all dragons have the ability to alter their forms so completely? I knew her main form was that of a dragon, like the one we saw down at the dungeon, but being able to change her color and size even more wholly than her miniature black form was astounding. I couldn't help but let out a wry smile at how conveniently my biggest problem had been solved. Before going into the town the teleportation gate was in, I casted a weak electric current into the air to make sure I wasn't being spied on like I had been earlier. After confirming that I was alone, I removed my mask and coat behind a tree, placing it inside my bag. Reaching the small town that looked more like an outpost, I weaved my way around the crowd of heavily armored adventurers and robed merchants calling out the goods that they had collected. Clutching my sleeping bond tightly, I made my way to a random merchant and quickly sold my worn and chipped short sword for a few silver coins. Dawn's ballad, my unimpressive-looking black stick, was still strapped tightly across my waist as I practically tumbled my way in through the front doors of an artifact shop. Welcome to Ekvius Artifacts, the store clerk said on impulse before looking at me. Oh, hello, little boy, are you lost? Playing along, I shook my head, wiping the sweat off my brows. No, my father just asked me to buy something for him since we're about to leave town. Oh, the woman cooed behind her desk. How old are you? 11, I replied, flashing an innocent smile. And you're already going on errands by yourself, she smiled. Well, I have my pet here. But she's sleeping, I replied, cheerily holding up Sylvie, already getting tired of acting like a kid. I see, well, how can I help you? The store lady clasped her hands eagerly. I'm looking for a small dimensional storage artifact, I answered, surveying the tidy little shop filled with trinkets. Oh, the store clerk looked at me in surprise, but she quickly went to the back room behind the desk. Here we are. The lady brought out a small box filled with a few cases. This is where we keep all of our dimensional storage artifacts, she answered, unlocking the box. Was there a particular size that your father wanted? As she opened containers one by one, bracelets, rings, necklaces, and other accessories sparkled from the various gems that adorned them. Just like the books I had read about the dimensional storage artifacts, they all seemed to be accessories that one could easily carry around without it being suspicious. This was because these particular artifacts had the ability to store and preserve items inside it, depending on its quality. Some highly valuable dimensional artifacts were able to hold a wagon's worth of storage inside, and its weight wouldn't even change. The prices of these items were astronomical, but for people carrying valuable goods all the time, it was well worth it for them. None of the books I had read really went into detail on how you could actually create one, since most were handed down for generations, but one method was carefully splitting the storage space in a particular dimensional storage artifact and creating multiple lesser artifacts out of it. I just need one big enough to store this, I replied as I held up Dawn's ballad for her to see, my eyes still focused on the few dimensional artifacts she had out. If it's only that, I think this ring should do it, she said, picking out a particular ring. I looked down to see that she had chosen an extravagant gold ring with a diamond embedded into it, alongside other smaller gems. Do you have any that are less flamboyant? I said, giving the ring back to her. Scratching her head, she combed through the box once more. Aha, how about this? I opened the small box she had given me to see a dull silver band inside. This ring's storage capacity is actually better than the gold ring I showed you before, but the smith that forged this insisted on leaving the ring in this plain state. This ring probably has enough space to fit your stick and a large luggage bag inside, she declared proudly, flashing me a very businesslike smile. I didn't waste any time in my decision. I'll take it. After haggling with the insistent woman, I managed to buy it for a handful of beast cores that I had picked up over that past year along with 200 gold coins, and that was only because that was how much my father had given me. My total savings now consisted of a few silver coins and the S-Class Elderwood's beast core that I had already partly used. I let out a deep, depressed sigh, reminiscing of the times when I could live happily with just a couple of copper coins back in Ashbur Town. If Caspian hadn't given me the 100 gold coins to use to take precautions with as I left, I wouldn't have had enough to even afford one. After slipping the ring into my right thumb, since it was too big for any of my other fingers, I willed mana into both the ring and my sword. Instantly, the black sword glowed and got sucked up into the ring. I did the same with my mask and coat that was inside my bag and proceeded towards the teleportation gate Jasmine and Elijah had gone through at the center of the town. As I stepped into the teleportation gate, the familiar nauseating sensation hit me. I could never get used to the teleportation gate. Despite the number of times I went through it, the feeling of being stuck in a space where I had no control just didn't sit right with me. Anxiously twiddling the dimension ring loosely dangling on my thumb as the blurred scenery zipped by, I couldn't help but get a headache just thinking about how careful I would have to be once school started. I bought the ring so my sword wouldn't be in plain view. While I never used my teal-bladed sword as an adventurer, I did have it strapped to me in its dormant form at all times. I also caught Lucas eyeing it a few times with curiosity while we were in the dungeon together. If he saw it again on my person, it would be a dead giveaway. Arriving at the other side of the gate in Zyrus, I heaved a big breath. I was home. Catching a carriage home, I passed by the academy I would be attending. The premise was enormous, and just looking at it from the outside, anyone could tell how much time and resources the kingdom had put into this place. It seemed like its own separate world inside of the city, with various structures and landscapes changing throughout as I rode along the smooth roads. Sir, we have arrived at Helstia Manor. The driver got off and opened the door for me, tipping his hat as I stepped down gently, careful not to arouse my slumbering bond as I handed my driver a few copper coins. Taking one last look, I walked up the stairs I had become so familiar with. I cradled Sylvie with one arm, feeling for the gentle expansion and retraction of her stomach to make sure she was just sleeping. Ever since her transformation, she had been fast asleep, filling me with unease. After prodding at my bond's mind once more, I knew she was Aki, just sleeping heavily. I hadn't even made it up the stairs when the large double doors flung open with a loud thud. In the center of the entranceway, a little girl stood with her hands resting on her hips like a scolding mother. On her face was an expression I couldn't quite describe. She appeared to be scowling, but flashes of excitement and joy leaked through her obvious facade. With the same half-scowl, half-delighted expression, she gracefully leaped down the flight of stairs and bludgeoned me in the gut with the crown of her head. I quickly raised my arms to get Sylvia out of harm's way, but I couldn't save myself as the wind quickly escaped from my mouth. For a moment, we were both silent as I gently stroked Ellie's hair as her face remained buried in my chest. "Welcome back," she mumbled. "Sorry." I tried to pry my sister off me, but her arms squeezed harder around my waist in refusal to let go. Ellie looked up with red, tear-filled eyes as she clung onto me like a baby koala. I said, "Welcome back, big brother." "That depends." Her almond-shaped eyes narrowed. "Are you going to leave again?" Letting out a chuckle, I shook my head. "No, I'm not." "Then I'll let go." Releasing me from her grasp, she quickly wiped away her tears with her sleeve. She looked at me once more, this time with a more lively expression. "Come on, let's go inside." She scurried back up the stairs, motioning for me to follow. As I trailed behind her, I couldn't help but remember how much she'd grown from when I had first met her after coming back from the Elven Kingdom. Ellie should be about 8 right now. Her birthday was a few months before mine, so there was always a period where she'd only be 3 years younger than me. For most people, that wouldn't matter, but for some odd reason, Ellie never failed to mention after her birthday that we were only 3 years apart. As my train of thought shifted to her age and maturity, a sudden realization struck me like lightning. My sister, with her puppy-like eyes that shined brightly in a light sand color, and perky little nose that had become more defined as she lost more of her baby fat, was blossoming into a cute young lady. This meant that in a few years, if not sooner, boys would start gaining interest in her, and when they started gaining interest in her, they'd begin making moves. It'd start with little things like sharing lunches during snack time at school. Then it'd escalate into holding hands. Then after getting comfortable, the cheeky bastard might try to sneak a quick peck on my sister's cheek. After the cheek, oh no. My eyes widened in horror as my mind zipped through the future years of Ellie's adolescence into full womanhood. I couldn't help but imagine my poor baby sister getting flocked by testosterone-filled boys that only knew how to think with their endocrine system. I shook my head, trying to dislodge the cancerous thoughts, vowing to myself that I would gladly carry out whatever torturous deed is necessary to any boy with even a speck of filth in their degenerate minds who dared to make a move on my sister. Arthur. The sound of my mother's voice snapped me back to reality. She and my father came running forward, both with relieved and joyful expressions lined in their faces. My father, whose body seemed to even be muscular despite his age, scooped me up with a bright grin. "My boy," he beamed, "you haven't grown at all. Your beard's longer, old man, trying to match the wrinkles on your face." I smirked, wrapping my arm around my dad's neck. "Hey, that's my husband you're talking about." My mother chided as my father put me back down. "Now come here." My mother wrapped her arms around me in warm embrace. As she let me go, I could tell by her red eyes that she was trying her best to keep her tears back. "Sorry for worrying you," I said, seeing the pain in her eyes. Sniffing a sob back, she looked up and quickly wiped away a stray tear before smiling at me. "You take just after your father, you know that. Always getting into trouble, always worrying me. W when the ring activated." She stopped talking as tears rolled down her cheeks. Still, her smile never went away as she chided me, her eyes peering at me with love and worry. My father wrapped his arm around Mother's shoulder, pulling her close. "Your mother couldn't sleep for days after the ring activated. We both knew you wouldn't have died that easily, but it couldn't stop us from worrying. I'm sorry for worrying you," I repeated as my heart dropped to my stomach. Thankfully, the status on the Masked Swordsman, or note, was updated at Guildhall, saying that you and your party arrived at the branch near the Beast Glades. My father continued, tousling my hair with his free hand. Ellie, who was hiding behind father for some reason, took a peek out from behind him. "I seem to cause nothing but concerns for you guys," I said with a wry smile before looking at my sister. "I'm sorry, Ellie, for being away so much and making Mom and Dad cry." "I forgive you," Ellie sniffled, hiding behind our father again. "It's a parent's job to worry for her children," my mother soothed. "Although you seem to be fulfilling your end of the bargain a little too well." My mother, taking a glance at my little sister, turned to me and whispered just loudly enough for everyone to hear, "And don't worry about your sister. She was waiting by the window the whole day since your friend Elijah came in with Jasmine." "Mom," Ellie gasped. "That was supposed to be a secret." My little sister clung hard onto my mother, making her submit as we all laughed. "I guess that's my cue." Elijah chimed in from the top of the stairs leading to the second floor. My newfound friend had been waiting for our little family reunion to end with Vincent and Tabitha. "Took you long enough to get here. Did you decide to take a small tour before coming here?" Elijah joked as he hopped down the stairs. "I wanted a break from your unsightly mug," I retorted, giving him a snide grin. Where's Jasmine anyway? She already went back with the twin horns, he answered, removing his glasses and wiping them with the end of his shirt. Looking at the bespectacled young man, it was hard for me to recall how inexpressive and cold he appeared to be when I had first seen him in the testing grounds. Arthur Lewin, the prodigious son, returns. Vincent clasped my back, locking his arms around me with a tight bear hug. We're glad you're back safe, Arthur. Tabitha followed behind him, pulling me into a lavender-scented hug as well. Ah, Vincent interrupted with a finger held up. You're going to make this old man sad if you act so formal. Come now, I thought you had finally warmed up to us. He's right, Tabitha joined in. Please, Arthur, your family is a part of our family. No need to distance yourself with formalities. Just think of us as your aunt and uncle. You're right, I smiled, stopping myself from apologizing once more. At her words, I realized that there was one person absent from the Helstia family. But before I could ask, Vincent caught my gaze and let out a chuckle. If you're looking for Lily, she's not here. Vincent had a wicked smile on his face while Tabitha rolled her eyes at him. Lily got accepted into Zyrus Academy. She started attending last fall after she turned 12. Tabitha filled me in. Wow, I beamed. So she's really learning to be a mage. I'm glad. Tabitha nodded at this. Yes. She really wanted to be here when you came back to tell you herself, but unfortunately, spring semester started, so she's stuck in the dorms until break. After being herded into the next room over, we began discussing my time as an adventurer. There were some details that I left out for my family's sake. I exchanged glances with Elijah when I skipped the part where Lucas betrayed us, but other than that, I made sure to fill them in to the best of my ability. My sister, who was sitting cross-legged on the couch across from me with Sylvie sleeping in her lap, was wide-eyed the entire time as I recalled the dungeon experience with Elijah. Her eyes practically sparkled at the fantasy-like fable, but it wasn't just her that became enraptured by the story. The audience couldn't believe it when Elijah continued the story on for me and told them about how I had defeated the Elderwood Guardian. They refused to believe us until I finally pulled out the beast core. It was then that they were forced to swallow their doubts as they stared in awe at the dull green orb that was smaller than my fist. Speaking of core, Dad, what stage are you at? I asked. Giving me an embarrassed chuckle, he answered, I've been stuck at the bottleneck of the dark orange stage since you left. No matter how much I meditate and purify mana, I can't seem to break through. Perfect. Use this then. I tossed the core to my father, catching him by surprise. I had to use a bit while I was healing, but there should be enough in this beast core to help you break through. Handling the small orb like it was made godsent, he shook his head with a frozen expression. Son, I can't. This is something you fought for with your life. I can't just take this from you. I was prepared to shove the orb down my father's throat when my mother chimed in. Honey, I'm sure Arthur isn't giving this to you on a whim. If he wants you to have it, it's for a good reason. Listen to your wife, Ray. The boy must have his reasons. You're his father, for God's sake. Get stronger, it'll help me as well. Vincent laughed. Tabitha just chuckled at this. Alice, your son brought quite the present. For the amount of worrying he caused me, I'm still weighing whether it was worth it. My mother joked, exchanging a laugh with her friend. You have to catch up to me, Dad. You can't let your son leave you in the dust, right? I smirked, attracting confused gazes. My father looked up at me. Don't tell me. Yup, I leaned back on the couch light orange stage. Vincent's eyes practically bulged as his wife let out a sharp breath in awe. Sweet mother off, that's just ridiculous. Vincent breathed out, shaking his head. My family took the news a lot better, indicating that they were used to their monster of a son. My father held up the Elderwood's beast core with a renewed fervor in his eyes. Don't cry when your old man beats you down the next time we duel then. You're on, I grinned back. We shifted topics after a few more awestruck comments by Vincent and Tabitha. The next order of things had to do with Elijah. He had told everyone about his background before I had arrived, but left it at that. I explained to my family and the Helstia wife and husband that he was both a close friend and a benefactor who saved both Jasmine's life and mine. How would you feel about sponsoring Elijah so he could attend Zyrus Academy with me? I finally said. I'll have to talk it over with Director Cynthia, if I can make that old woman squeeze in some time for me, but I don't see why not. Vincent answered with a grin. His eyes twinkled underneath his glasses as he studied the anxious Elijah. From the stories he'd heard today, there was no doubt that the inner businessman in him had flared in excitement. Investing in future generations of mages was a large part of what rich folks did in order to maintain their power and status later on. Vincent excused himself first, saying that he was going to write a letter to the director of Zyrus Academy right now. My father went out into the backyard, saying he was going to start training immediately, so it was just my mother, Ellie, Elijah, Tabitha, and myself left in the living room. My mother and Tabitha took turns squeezing out more details from when I was adventuring before my mother insisted I have a checkup from her to make sure I didn't have any lasting wounds. I told her I was fine and that I'd put the glove she gave me to good use. She didn't seem too happy about the fact that I had actually been in a situation where I had to use it on myself, but she was just glad I was still in one piece. I talked a bit more with my baby sister. She was curious as to why Sylvie changed appearance and why she was sleeping. After explaining that she was tired from the adventure, I realized how drained I was. Mom, Aunt Tabitha, I think I'm going to head up with Elijah as well. I'm a bit worn from the journey. Of course, don't forget to wash up before sleeping. My mother smiled at us as Elijah respectfully wished everyone a good night. Good night, brother. Good night, Elijah, my sister chimed, carefully handing me my bond. After we excused ourselves, Elijah and I headed up to my room. Elijah, you wash up first, I'm going to organize my things. The maid brought the set of sleepwear I asked for, and I absent-mindedly walked into the bathroom to give it to Elijah. Hey, I'm naked, Elijah yelped, snapping me out of my thoughts. My friend nearly slipped on the damp floor as he fumbled to cover himself. Relax, princess. I can hardly make out your shape because of the steam, I lied as I left the bathroom. With his black hair dripping on the floor, Elijah walked out of the bathroom, the set of pajamas I had given him and a small absorbent cloth draped over his shoulders. Dang, I didn't realize how great a warm shower is, Elijah sighed, his eyes covered by his fogged-covered glasses. Your turn. Elijah was right, the hot water was pure bliss on my bare body. After quickly washing myself, I carefully cleaned Sylvie with the damp washcloth. I wasn't sure if it was because she could sense that I was near her, but she didn't stir at all from her sleep. Laying side by side in the one large bed that occupied one side of the room, Elijah and I began talking. Is this line of pillows between us really necessary? I asked, placing Sylvie on the pillow above my head. Shut up. It's weird already that two boys are sleeping on the same bed, Elijah retorted, stacking more pillows between us. I couldn't help but realize that, in the mind of a 12-year-old boy, being uncomfortable in this situation wasn't odd. Would you have preferred that I was a girl? I smirked, shifting in my side of the bed to get comfortable. Elijah's head popped up from the other side of the pillow wall. Do you think we'll learn a lot at Zyrus Academy? Elijah asked, ignoring my snide remark. Who knows? I imagine it'll be a little boring, no. Both of us are well above the skill level of the first years there. There will be people from all those powerful families. I imagine there will be a few who are on my level, right? I'm really excited to learn how to start controlling my powers. I'm glad that Zyrus has a lot of famous mages to learn from, Elijah gushed, his face lit with excitement. Yeah, I think it'll be useful learning more about lightning and ice attribute skills. I looked down at my hands. These hands had grown a lot faster than I imagined. Just a few years ago, my hands were that of an infant. Just like my abilities, my body would continue to grow and mature. The thought of that, along with experiencing everything I couldn't in my past life, filled me with excitement. Hey, Elijah called out, interrupting my train of thought. Have you thought of what you're going to do about Lucas? Lucas has no idea who I am, I replied. And until I'm confident that I can confront his whole family, I'll have it stay that way for the time being. Training comes first. Well, you know you can count me in. Lucas is probably going to have it out for me when he sees me, but he doesn't think too much of me, Elijah replied. I still can't believe that Ass tried to sacrifice all of us so that he could escape. He is an ass, I agreed, but we're probably going to meet more people like him along the way, maybe even worse. Elijah was silent for a moment, hidden behind the stack of pillows between us inside our dark room. Suddenly, his head popped up once more and he stared seriously at me. Hey, Arthur. Do you think I'll find a girlfriend at Zyrus? Caught off guard, I let out a cough. While your train of thought is really all over the place, I let out before breaking into a fit of laughter. Even with only the dim, pale light of the moon lighting up our bedroom, I could Elijah's face turn red. I'm being serious, you ass, he exclaimed, smacking me with one of the many pillows between us. For such a serious-looking guy, you sure worry about normal things, I chuckled. Don't worry, I'm sure you'll meet some black-haired girl with glasses. Then you two will get married and make cute little babies with black hair and glasses and live happily ever after. Do you think babies are born with glasses or something? Elijah snorted. Besides, I'm sure you won't have any trouble getting the ladies with your disgustingly prince-like features. Am I smelling a hint of envy? I joked. You're smelling just a hint. Meh, don't worry. The girls our age just look like babies to me, I comforted. I won't take your thunder, my four-eyed friend. Until you find yourself a nice girl, focus on getting better control of your powers. What was that? I asked, not making what he whispered. Nothing, you ass. I hope you fall on your face while you sleep, he snapped. Good night to you too, I grumbled, turning to my side. My mind, which was once filled with various thoughts on the future, faded into a dull blur as sleep overtook me. The dim ray of the rising sun managed to peek through a gap in the deep burgundy curtains right over my eyelids, waking me up rather pleasantly. Rubbing my crusted eyes, I took a moment to silently take in my surroundings. The Helstia Manor wasn't built with attackers in mind, so the exposed stone walls were rather thin instead, allowing for more windows. The room I had been occupying was large but hardly lavish, with only a large dresser to occupy the center of one wall and a desk situated in the corner of another. The only luxury I indulged myself in was the fact that I had my own private washroom, with a heated water supply, something I realized to be truly rare in this world. Shifting my glance to the unabashed figure of Elijah sprawled out beside me in bed, I shook my head with a smirk. The pillow fort that my friend had insisted on at first had long gone out of trend. Whether it was due to the fact that he had become more comfortable with me, or because building a pillow wall every night seemed to be hassle, I never asked. Carefully getting out of bed, I gently stroked Sylvie's head, making her gingerly stretch out like a cat. My bond had ended up sleeping for 4 days straight before eventually awakening. She explained to me that changing forms like she had a few days before would put a bit of a toll on her body, which was the cause of her deep slumber. Sylvie stirred awake for a few seconds before letting out a yawn and curling back beside my pillow. I walked over to the dresser, unhinging a thicker robe to wear over my sleepwear to fight against the frigid morning air that I had become unaccustomed to. It was only a little past dawn, so the manor that seemed to always be bustling with maids, and my little sister was still very peaceful, with the only noises coming from the few cooks in the kitchen getting ready for the day. Not bothering to wash up, I made my way to the backyard where I felt fluctuations in mana. As expected, my father was busy training, absorbing the S-class beast core I had retrieved from the dungeon. Not wanting to disturb his training, I found a place to sit next to him and I began studying his aura. My father, Reynolds Lewin, ex-party member of the Twin Horns, was stuck at a bottleneck unable to exceed past the dark orange stage. Over the past few days I'd been back home, I had spent a lot of time overlooking the mana circulation in my father's body, as well as Elijah's. As expected, Elijah's mana veins, the veins responsible for absorbing mana from the surrounding atmosphere, were incredibly wide. My father, on the other hand, had much more developed mana channels, the arteries that allowed diverse distribution of mana throughout the body since he was an augmenter. However, while it's been developed to its limit, it was hardly exceptional. "Ah, you're up early today, son. Why didn't you say anything?" My father got up, wiping the sweat off of his face and neck with a towel he had on his lap. "I didn't want to disturb your training, Dad. How are things going?" I got up as well and began stretching. It took a few days, but finally finished absorbing the rest of the beast core. For some reason, though, the core didn't crumble. He handed the S-class core back to me with a curious look on his face. Usually after the purified mana stored inside the beast core is depleted, the beast core would crumble into fine dust. Thinking it peculiar myself, I put it into my pocket to study later. My father had been doing little else except eating and sleeping for an hour or so during the process of absorbing the beast core. At first, not much difference in levels could be felt, but looking at his aura now, I could see a noticeable change. Noticing my inquisitive look, he shot me a smirk and tossed me his dirty towel. "Your father has now passed the dark orange stage into the solid orange stage." I gave my father an exaggerated round of applause as he began flexing his muscles in demonstration of his accomplishments. "Congrats, Dad. Now that you're at solid orange stage, I think it'll be okay to teach you something I've been messing around with." I tossed the towel onto a nearby chair. Giving me a curious look, he beckoned for me to continue. Focusing a tiny bit of mana into the palm of my right hand, I will a small flame to ignite. Here is the most basic flame attribute technique you learn, Ember. I shoot the small flame from my palm toward the towel that was hanging off the nearby metal chair. As expected, the small flame, by the time it reached its target, was so diluted that all it left was a tiny black soot mark in the middle of the white towel. If you're talking about mana theory, it's not anything new to me, son. For augmenters, since we produce mana from within our bodies, the farther the mana travels away from us, the more diluted and weaker it becomes. I wasn't trying to demonstrate mana theory. That'll be for next time, Dad. I wagged my finger at him, earning myself a hard thump on the head. Rubbing my head, I willed another small portion of mana into the palm of my hand. I ignited another flame, but whereas the first time the color of the flame was bright red, this one was orange. "Now watch, Dad." I shot the small flame that was the same size as the previous flame at the towel once more, but this time it burned a small hole through the towel. My father didn't show much of a reaction. "Didn't you just add more mana into the flame to make it stronger?" Shaking my head, I explained. "If I added more mana, the flame would be bigger." "Dad, did you notice the color of the flame?" "Yeah, the color was a bit lighter, more orange." He scratched his head, trying to piece this puzzle together. "That's the key. What I did just now was a technique that is considered a high-level spell used by conjurers." I grew excited as I began explaining it to him. "You see, fire's temperature, or more accurate rate of combustion, depends on a mix of different things. The amount of oxygen in the atmosphere, thermal radiation, the type of fuel being burned, the oxidation of the fuel, and so on. The so-called fuel being burned in this case is fire attribute mana. What I discovered while playing around with it is how versatile this fuel can be. That orange flame, Dad, was a flame much hotter than the previous one, making it even stronger." I stopped to take a breath. My father shoots me an expression as if I had just talked to him in Hebrew, but he seemed to have understood the last portion of my explanation. "So what you're saying is that by using the same amount of mana, I can produce an even hotter flame for my techniques." He fiddled with his beard while pondering. "Exactly. Watch, it can go even further." I demonstrated again, this time producing a yellow flame, which left an even bigger hole in the towel, with the ridges still aflame. I didn't stop there. The last demonstration took a bit more time since I had to manipulate, very carefully, the fire attribute mana in my palm. After a couple of minutes, I produced a dim blue flame which made my father's eyes go wide. Upon throwing the blue flame at the towel instantly combusted and the fire spread rapidly, eating away at the towel until only ashes were left. "Are you sure you're my son?" My father gave me a suspicious eye before smiling. Smiling back, I replied, "I must have gotten Mom's brain right." Just then, Elijah walked in, his hair a bird's nest and his glasses crooked. He cast a drowsy glance toward us, taking in the sight of me clinched in a headlock by my father who was squeezing hard at my nose as I tapped in resignation. "What are you guys doing?" he said as he yawned, rubbing his eyes. "Training." We replied in unison, my voice coming out nasally through my pinched nose. I gave my father a few key pointers in controlling the structure of his flame attribute mana so he could produce higher-level flames. Changing the structure of the attribute mana was basically the essence of chanting a spell. Using vocal incantations could condition the brain to change the structure of the mana in the atmosphere to create a spell. While settling into a meditative position, my father asked, "Son, why did I have to achieve solid orange stage in order to learn this though?" The higher your mana core stage, not only do you have a larger pool of mana to draw from, the purified mana inside of you becomes higher quality, so you can have more control over the minuscule properties of it, I clarified, turning my focus onto Elijah. Nodding in understanding, my father resumed his training, holding his right palm up and willing mana into it. Elijah's training was a bit slower. What I realized with Elijah was that his control over his main element, earth, was unstable, metal even more. It wasn't so much as a problem with mana manipulation of earth attribute mana, but more so the quantity. Elijah's lack of control over the strength of his power made it so he couldn't make precise and coordinated spells. One thing that continued to baffle me about Elijah's magic was how unfair it was. Earth was powerful, yet limited in the sense that conjurers and augmenters alike could only make do with the earth that was accessible to them. Most of the time, that wasn't a problem, but it still gave a certain amount of predictability in the attacks that earth mages used. Elijah, on the other hand, seemed to have the ability to change the structure of molecules and change them into earth. The closest thing I could think of that may explain it was something akin to alchemy. Elijah, for example, could summon earth spikes from trees and buildings made of wood. A limitation is that he wasn't able to conjure earth spells from water or thin air, but his capability to so easily change the structure of earth and its properties was frightening, even to me. When I thought about the possibilities of how his powers could be used, I thought of the spell, petrification. When normal earth conjurers used the petrification spell, it was actually just using the surrounding earth to form around the target, petrifying him. Elijah, on the other hand, if he became adept enough, could literally change a human into stone. I shook my head to dismiss my frightening thoughts. At this point, I was just glad that Elijah was a friend, not a foe. Elijah's training consisted of playing around with a small ball of earth. He had practiced doing different things with the small ball of earth, rotating it really fast, changing the shape of it, expanding it, condensing it, splitting it into different pieces, etc. This way, he could train both his mana control and shorten his incantations by learning the so-called theory of how the spells worked. As my father and friend concentrated on their training, I headed back to my room, leaving the two of them alone. I couldn't help but smile at the sight of my bond sleeping so defenselessly on my pillow. She was most likely still recovering from her transformation. Observing the amount of time she still spent sleeping, fortunately, these periods of slumber had been getting shorter. Sitting on the edge of the bed, I took out the beast core my father had returned to me, probing it with a string of mana. The mana inside had been depleted, so I was curious as to why it hadn't dissolved. However, upon probing a bit deeper, a sharp pain in my left arm made me drop the beast core. What the hell? I rubbed the rune on my arm that I had always covered underneath Sylvia's feather. Carefully picking up the beast core again, I probed it once more, even more intrigued than before. Suddenly, inside the vast black space of the beast core that I was studying, the shadowed figure of the Elderwood Guardian that I almost lost my life to appeared, bowing at me with its lance pointed directly upward. A beast will, I trembled in excitement as I clutched harder at the invaluable prize I had obtained from the dungeon. What would happen if I were to integrate with two beasts? Was that possible? Would I then have two, or would this one replace my dragon's will? While I was thinking of these things, a sudden feeling interrupted me. It wasn't as intimate as the mental transmissions I had with Sylvie, but a primitive form of communication. Realizing that it was from the will of the Elderwood Guardian, I injected more mana into the beast core, hoping it would somehow allow me to have a better connection with it. "I see," I muttered aloud. A feeling of disappointment washed over me as I let go of the beast core. From what the Elderwood Guardian was trying to express, if I were to try and absorb this beast's will, only the stronger of the two would end up being left. It made sense, but what I didn't understand was, why wasn't my father able to absorb the beast's will? I realized the answer almost immediately after remembering what Grandpa Virion, that crazy old elf, taught me a few years back. There was the matter of compatibility between the beast's element and the mage's element attribute. I couldn't help but let out a small smile knowing who to give this to. "Good morning, Papa. Why are you smiling?" Sylvie cuddled up on my lap and let out a purr as I stroked her fur-like scales. "I'm just thinking of how fun school is going to be," I answered. "Brother, wake." Oh, my sister slammed the door open, but after seeing me awake, she just stood by the door. Walking up, I patted my sister's small head with a smile. "Let's go eat." Hugh, wiping the sweat off my body with a towel I then hung nearby, I put my robe back on. I stood on the backyard patio with only the full moon illuminating the area. Sylvie was curled up beside me, her now white fur heaving up and down, matching the pace of her breathing. With everyone else asleep, I had the peace of training to my heart's content. These past few weeks, I'd been doing little outside of training myself, as well as helping the growth of Elijah and my father, with a few pointers for my baby sister as well. Ellie hasn't been training much, but her progress was still pretty decent. I predicted that she'd awaken around 11 if she kept at her pace, maybe even 10 if she actually started trying more. I found it oddly satisfying when I watched my sister play with the friends she had made at the school for ladies, a small class of noble young girls gathered together to be taught etiquette and basic household skills. Early on, I learned that this general population believed that proper and refined ladies should have both the manners and grace of a queen, while still being able to cook and sew for her husband. In the world I lived before, women worked just as much as men, and the whole women should stay at home saying became taboo, often incurring the wrath of many females and other males alike if said aloud. However, the things Ellie learned in school seemed to only be reserved for the public, because though Ellie was asleep now, she'd made a fuss beforehand, saying she wouldn't go to bed if I didn't stay with her until she fell asleep. I couldn't help but chuckle when I compared that spoiled behavior to the refined, graceful facade she'd put on in front of her friends, acting all ladylike and whatnot. I'd almost burst out laughing when she addressed me as dear honorable brother in front of the couple of girls her age at her tea party. My sister's birthday was coming up soon, and I could tell she was eagerly wondering what present I would give her. Knowing her, she would probably love whatever I gave her as long as I gave it some thought, but with my personality, I wanted to give her something functional as well. The problem was, I was out of money. This blasted dimension ring costed me all the gold I earned as an adventurer. I thought a little bit about what I could do to earn money when something came to mind. One obvious advantage I had was the fact that my mind contained ideas and inventions that hadn't been developed in this world yet. With a satisfied grin on my face, I turned back to training. There were two things I was focusing on outside of developing my monocore, which I estimated would reach dark yellow stage by the time school started in autumn. One was training heavily on my lightning and ice attribute skills, which were by far my strongest assets. I decided I'd keep my fire, water, lightning, and ice skills a secret during my stay at Zyrus Academy. Being an adept dual elemental augmenter was the most attention I would want during my years there, and since Lucas had only seen me use fire elemental skills during the dungeon excursion and at the testing grounds, it'd be even harder for him to fit the pieces together if I only used earth and wind magic. If I purposely didn't train my earth and wind magic at all until I entered the academy, it'd be more than enough to pass off myself as a mere talented genius that wouldn't raise too many eyebrows. I opened one of the books I brought with me from the library. I managed to find some of the limited books on deviation skills, containing a few segments on lightning and ice. It seemed that, for lightning, there were two main methods that augmenters opted to. One was internal and the other was external. Because of the unique properties of lightning compared to other elements and their deviants, there were some individuals who focused on using internal lightning skills, which was stated as much more difficult. Thunderclap Impulse was one of the internal lightning techniques that I had developed, which could be seen as the stepping stone into much more powerful skills. The book only went on to say that, for internal lightning users, most reached a ceiling quite early on before ultimately switching to external techniques. This meant that internal lightning skills hadn't been developed enough for people to actually find advantages in it. This was also the route that I chose to go. While I would have some external lightning skills under my belt, I knew from experience just how much more powerful internal skills were compared to the external counterparts. Of course, it may not be as flashy, but what I wanted wasn't a dazzling light show. I wanted absolute power. It'd take time and patience to develop, but I already knew the rewards would be tremendous, as I imagined the levels above just using a small current of lightning to quicken my reaction. As for my ice elemental skills, I wanted to focus on a wide range skills to fight against multiple opponents. The combination skill of white fire and absolute zero was my strongest skill, which I could only use under the massive power-up I got from the second phase of my Dragon's Will, Integrate. I imagined that, For now, even if I had the technique and theory down for either lightning or ice, I'd need to be in the integrate phase if I wanted to use the more powerful skills. I couldn't help but grow a little impatient at this fact, but there wasn't much I could do now except train. I had so many advantages, but I was still dissatisfied with the level of power I had. I could say with confidence that, if I were to fight against the former me from my old world, I would win. The amount of mana in this world and the fact that I had dragons will alongside mana rotation, I could easily overpower my previous self. However, the world I was in was filled with dangers much greater than the dangers in my old world, so growing complacent would end up being detrimental. I picked up the other book that I brought, which was on beast wills. I'd already read it once, so I skipped to the part on training it, which made me sigh in helplessness. I saw this coming, but I couldn't help but grow disheartened when I read it the first time. It seemed that the best way to train the beast will acquired was being taught by the beast itself. The only other alternative mentioned was to study thoroughly about the beast itself, so the beast tamer could learn and practice the traits of the beast. Option 1 was obviously out of the question, seeing as Sylvia either died or become hostage to whatever being that black horn figure was. Option 2 had its limit as well. The fact that I could even use one of the acquire skills and even go into integrate phase was because of the perks in being a legacy tamer, where a certain amount of insight came alongside the will. Even for a dragon, she seemed so unique I couldn't even imagine what sort of powers she had. I wished she had left me some clues as to what some of her powers were before everything happened. Snap out of it, I said aloud while smacking both of my cheeks, bringing myself down on what I didn't have wasn't going to solve anything. Besides training my lightning and ice attribute magic, the other skill I wanted to learn was magic cancellation. The theory was that elemental attribute mana was manipulated, whether through the form of a spell or through extensive knowledge of the skill, into the projected destination or into the caster's own body. Speaking very technically, these mana particles were basically coded to affect either the atmosphere or the specific target to produce a certain outcome. There was a very small delay from when the mage casted the coded mana particles and when those particles had an effect and formed the spell. During that delay, if I was able to potentially disrupt those mana particles with mana of my own, I would be able to discreetly terminate the spell without it even forming. While in theory that sounded amazing, there were several problems. 1. In order for this to even work, I would have to know what spell the opponent was using. That wasn't a problem when the conjurer or even the augmenter chanted the spell, but in cases of mental chanting, or even in stackcasting, I would have to know what the spell was by the makeup of the mana during the near split second. The manipulated mana particles were cast before it took effect and formed a spell. This required learning a tremendous amount of spells and figuring out which skills could effectively cancel them out. Just thinking about that left me with a headache. Most spells could be figured out with magic theory, but being able to almost instantly think of the correct spell to counteract the opponent's meant I needed to know it by heart. However, I knew that mastering this skill would be a priceless asset, especially for someone like me, who was able to manipulate all 4 elements. I picked up my books and towel with one hand and picked up Sylvie with the other and headed back up to my room. Vincent offered another room for Elijah, but my parents wouldn't allow it since he was a Leywin guest, which meant he should just stay in one of our rooms. As a compromise, I asked them to just bring in another bed for Elijah, since the room was more than spacious enough. Returning back to my room, Elijah was already fast asleep, straight on his back with his arms folded on his chest, as if he was lying in a coffin. Even when he slept, he looked like such a straight and proper fellow. Elijah was a good friend, and it helped that our personalities complemented each other. Elijah was pretty peculiar. Despite his straight-laced, stern appearance seemingly due to the hair and glacesh, was a very emotional lad. He was logical in a way where he had set principles that he never strayed from, making him very honest and trustworthy. But when it came to people and relationships, he often thought with his heart, leaving him quite vulnerable if people chose to take advantage of him. As for me, whether it was because I lived and remember my previous life, I could only see myself as analytical and somewhat scheming. I had to admit that I had a hard time trusting people completely and always tried to think a couple steps ahead. I somewhat regretted the lack of innocence I had compared to normal 11-year-olds, but one thing I had grown to realize was that, when it came to the few close relationships I did have, I would become very invested in them, almost to a fault. Did it have something to do with being an orphan in my previous life? Because the only close person I had was the caretaker that picked me up and was later killed. Even as a king, I couldn't say with confidence that I had been the most mature, and in many aspects, I would even say I wasn't very king-like, but one thing that I couldn't change was the amount of importance I had to those I held dearly. After taking a quick shower, I sunk into bed, causing Sylvie to stir in her sleep. She cuddled by me and started breathing steadily again, and the slow rhythm of her breaths lulled me to sleep. "Brother, wake up!" "Oof," I groaned, the wind forcefully expelled out of my lungs as my sister jumped on top of me. Rubbing my sore sternum, I gasped out, Ellie, you're not a little kid anymore. You're going to seriously hurt me one day. Are you calling me fat, brother? Ellie feigned a gasp. Extremely, I added, tossing her off of me. My little sister let out a surprised squeal as I tickled her. This little rascal, only learning useless things at that school for proper ladies or whatnot. After a tear-filled surrender by my sister, I turned to see Elijah already showered and clothed, his glasses still clouded from the steam. I swear you sleep like a log, Art. Your wife is going to seriously have to use spells to wake you up when you get older. Shut up, I slurred, too tired to make a witty comeback. After quickly washing my face and fixing my hair to a barely presentable degree, the four of us, with Sylvia on top of my head, headed downstairs. I wonder what's for breakfast. I hope it's me, Yacht, Sylv pondered excitedly, her little fox head swaying side to side in anticipation. Good morning, you four. You guys are just in time, my mother called out to us from the kitchen as the maids were preparing the table. Even though there were cooks in the manor, my mother found it imperative to at least prepare breakfast for us. So, as Tabitha helped her with the meal, the maids set the table and cleaned up afterwards. After I came back, my family, as well as Vincent and Tabitha, both noticed the apparent change in appearance of Sylvie. I tried playing it off as her naturally transforming after digesting a lot of beast cores, but I had the sense that my parents and the Helstias knew Sylvie wasn't just your average Mana beast hell. I'd sometimes catch them talking to her like she was a human. Good morning, Boyson, good morning, my little princess. Did you guys sleep well? My father, who was talking to Vincent, turned to us, giving my struggling sister a bearded kiss on her cheek. You, Dad, that tickles. She pushed him away, wiping the spot she was kissed. Did you guys sleep well? Vincent asked, half smirking as he watched my father dote on Ellie. Good morning, Aunt Lewin, Aunt Tabitha, Uncle Vincent and Uncle Reynolds, Elijah announced before he sat down next to me. He'd stopped calling my parents Lord and Lady as he got closer to them, eventually calling everyone either Aunt or Uncle. After saying good morning to everyone, I got back to my seat and started eating a ham and vegetable omelet with a very light soup. While eating, my father suddenly spoke up with a mouth full of eggs. That reminds me. Kids, if you don't have any plans, do you want to go with us to City Square? There's a big announcement in the capital city of Ediston, where the king and queen reside, but a couple of artificers are going to put up a live projection of the broadcast in City Square. Honey, please don't talk with your mouth full, my mother gently scolded before getting back to her conversation with Tabitha regarding the latest rumors on some mutual acquaintances. It seemed like she was getting along quite well with the noble ladies of Zyrus, seeing as the both of them often go out to brunch meetings and afternoon shopping trips. Sounds good. Elijah and I don't have anything planned today anyways, right? I turned to my friend who was wolfing down his second omelet. He shot me a thumbs up high, his cheeks filled with food. I want to go too. Can I, Mom? Ellie leaned forward on the table towards my mother. You have school today, Ellie. You can hang out with your brother after, she answered, nudging my pouting sister back down into her chair. Uncle Vincent, I remember you mentioned something about how you were going to visit a famous researcher that has a lab in Zyrus. Do you mind introducing me to him after we watch the announcement today? I said in between bites of food. Ah, you mean Gideon. Has he caught your interest? He's not just a researcher, but a well-known inventor and artificer as well. He's the one responsible for designing the ships we use for rivers, as well as a few other well-used artifacts. I do have some business with him anyway, so it wouldn't be a problem taking you. Was there something specific you needed from him? He quizzed, the intelligent eyes behind his glasses shining with curiosity. Not something I need, but more of something to discuss. I thought he would find it valuable. My vague answer caught his interest all the more. Well, he's not the type to meet new people, but I'm sure I can get him to pop his head out of his hole if I'm with you. He nodded to himself. Great, looking forward to it. I focused back on my empty plate. Looking down, I caught Sylvie scarfing down the last of my omelet. The city square, which was usually bustling with a lot of activity, was abnormally packed with both normal civilians and nobles alike. On the side of the large clock tower, there were 4 orbs creating a square, while underneath these floating orbs, there were 2 artificers with their brown robes. The less than attractive clothing signified that they didn't do their work for glory and fame, but it didn't keep the mages from chanting with unnecessarily grand gestures, hands waving as if they were conducting a symphony. Sylvie was fidgeting on top of my head, taking in all the sights and the huge crowd of people gathered. It was only Elijah, my father, and Vincent that came with me, as the women in the house had other plans. As more and more people gathered, a crackled image began forming with the 4 glowing orbs as its corners. Suddenly, the fuzzy image became clearer, the mirage of colors forming into the image of the Glader Castle. The 3 kings and queens of the different countries in our beloved continent of Dicathan have gathered here on this memorable day. I see a very fancily dressed man with a thick gray beard announce to an audience that looked to be in the hundreds of thousands, judging by the space the people took up. Attention humans, elves, and dwarves alike, I go by Blaine Glader. While most of you know me as the King of Sapin, today I speak not as the King of Humans, but as one of the representative of the continent of Dicathan. The hundreds of thousands of people all kneeled, some going on all fours in worship at the sight of the king. The blurry projection becomes clearer and zoomed in closer to the balcony of the castle. There I could see the King of Sapin in the front with the Queen of Sapin, Priscilla Glader, seated behind him alongside a few other important-looking figures. My eyes widened as I spotted Alduin and Muriel Iralith, the King and Queen of Elenoir, with Grandpa Virion standing behind them with his arms crossed and his white hair tied neatly behind his pointed ears. Beside them are two representatives of the dwarves, both lavished in extravagant clothing much too large for their compact figures. I assumed that they were the king and queen. Today marks the beginning of a new era in this continent we call our home. I assume many of you are aware of the existing problems between the humans and the elves, while even the dwarves were considered just business partners. However, that is not the way we wish to continue. The representatives of all three kingdoms' leadership met together many times over these past few years in an effort to unite our races. 2 years ago, we had agreed for all three races to be able to become adventurers. It started out with just 1 or 2 representatives, but now it has expanded. It brings me a smile when I see parties with humans, elves, and dwarves alike, working together towards a common goal. Last year marked another big milestone, where Zyrus Academy welcomed students from the Kingdom of Elenoir and the Kingdom of Darv so that the new generation of mages can make friends and memories with not just humans, but all three races. We all understand how difficult it may be for some of us to adjust after constant enmity between us. However, we urge you to let go of the past and the discriminations you may hold, and think beyond that if not for yourself, but for your children and the future of this continent. There was another big round of applause with a roar of worship and adoration accompanying it. King Glader sat down and Alduin Iralith, the king of Elenoir and Tesha's father, got up from his seat and cleared his throat before speaking into this world's version of what seemed to be a microphone. It is an honor to speak on behalf of everyone here on this unforgettable day. As King Glader so adamantly stated, I am also in agreement about the future of our continent. For some people, this may not hold much interest, but for many who yearn for adventure and new places to visit, I can wholeheartedly say that this continent is filled with many unknowns. An obvious example is the very beast glades residing just beyond our borders. While an uncountable number of adventurers have ventured out into the beast glades, it is not an exaggeration to say that not even half of it has been traversed. While the mana beasts have not left the beast glades, who is to say that just because they haven't yet, they never will? Even in our own homeland of Dicathan, there are places so dangerous, no one dares to explore. But what if I were to say that even greater mysteries and dangers are out there? King Iralith paused for a brief moment while the crowd in Ediston and the crowd here in the city square of Zyrus filled with the sound of murmurs. That's right, you have not heard wrong, fellow citizens of Dicathan. We are announcing today, February 10th of the 1005th cycle, that we have found evidence of another continent. The crowds erupted into a clamor of noises, some angry, some afraid, but everyone curious. Even my own hands shook in excitement as my father and Vincent looked at each other in shock. Please, we ourselves don't know very much, so your guess is as good as ours. What we do know is that, out there possibly within reach in a few years' time lies another continent that may or may not be hostile. There have been evidence of them trying to reach us as well, but on both sides, it seems that our current technology does not permit us to travel that far. The crowd shown in the capital was in chaos until the Dwarven King rose from his chair and trotted towards the microphone. Qatttt. The Dwarven King roared into the voice-enhancing artifact. As Alduin said, we don't know much. However, in these times of uncertainty and possible threats in the future, wouldn't you guys all agree that standing beside one another is what's best for this continent and our people? Your children can be in danger as well. The last thing we want is to fight amongst ourselves. Our appearances may be different and our cultures may clash, but remember this, we are all born in this continent of Dicathan. I for one am proud of that and hope that future generations will feel the same way. What about you? The crowd remained silent at first, but a couple of claps triggered a huge boom of applause as cheers and whistles broke out. The Dwarf King wasn't as eloquent in his words as the 2 previous kings that spoke, but his words had a very strong impact. Even Elijah next to me was clapping excitedly as Sylvie continued to watch the screen in curiosity. The process of joining our 3 races and kingdoms will take time and much effort, but today we will be anointing 6 individuals that we, the 3 kings and queens, believe to be the most courageous, tactful, smart, and powerful. From the back of the podium, 6 warriors came out, 2 elves, 2 humans, and 2 dwarves. Clad in refined white armor that varied slightly for each person, they walked up and knelt down on one knee. The 3 kings each made their way in front of the 6 kneeling knights and took out from a small ornamental box 6 rings. King Glader of the humans presented the rings to the two elf knights, while the dwarf king presented it to the two human knights. Finally, King Alduin of the elves placed the rings on the two dwarf knights, stating that they stand and bow to the crowd. As the cheers exploded, King Glader went up and spoke once more. These 6 individuals will henceforth be granted the title of the 6 lances. Each lance signifies the ties they hold not to their kingdom, but to the entire continent. This is a truly historical moment, as the first lances have been anointed. These 6 individuals' main goal will be towards the well-being of the continent, whether that be exploring dangerous and unknown dungeons in the Beast Glades, as well as working alongside us, the rulers of this continent, to ensure that our home is protected when the time comes that we are met with foreign hostilities from a different continent. Once more, the crowd roared as many began throwing flowers and the hats that they were wearing up in the air. As the crowd in Zyrus began clamoring in excitement, I couldn't help but think to myself. I knew that such theories as herd mentality or crowd psychology hadn't been defined in this world, but the leaders of our country knew exactly how to exploit the emotions of the mass. Lastly, while the title of being one of the 6 lances may be prestigious and comparable to even ourselves as kings and queens, this title also brings upon a great burden and danger. Children of the new generation that seek to become the future protectors of this continent strive to be one of the 6 lances. Grow strong and noble, as not even the heavens are the limit. With that, the 4 orbs making up the corners of the projection floated down as the image of the announcement faded. The last thing we heard were the chants of "Long live the king, long live Dickathan." Beside me, I heard Elijah muttering to himself, "Wow, the 6 lances. That sounds awesome." The children within the crowd already started acting the scene of the anointment, shouting with their friends that they too have become one of the 6 lances and are going to go out and fight evil. A part of me wanted to be excited as well. Hell, I was excited. The prospect of a new continent to explore with different people, and maybe even different races, intrigued me to no end. However, I was quite cynical of this whole thing. Sure, the points they made were quite valid, but in the end they were just baselessly making this new continent the common enemy so that all of the races of Dickathan could unite. It was an old tool used by many kings, but an effective one that worked. Still, my heart as not just a king, but a warrior and mage thirsting for adventure and excitement, thumped harder and harder. Not even the heavens are the limit, I repeated under my breath. As we plowed our way through the crowds in City Square, I overheard various conversations about the lances. These 6 lances were more than just a group of overpowered mages. They would soon become the very symbol of this continent. Composed of 2 lances for each race, they were impartial towards all humans, elves, and dwarves. I had to hand it to the 3 royal families for coming up with such a bold plan. With such a glorified goal, I wouldn't be surprised if this stirred up a new era of mages. It was fairly obvious that the kings purposely put a bad light on this new continent, so that this mysterious potential common enemy would become the reason for the 3 races to unite. Looking at it logically, there could be great advantages, such as trading raw material, knowledge on magic and artifacts, and different technology, but this could also potentially create a competition between the humans, elves, and dwarves, each of them trying to get to the new continent first to claim the new resources. While this propaganda-esque manipulation didn't quite sit well with me, it beat the consequences of going with the latter choice. My father stepped into the carriage, waiting for us at the edge of City Square, instructing the driver to first take him to the Helstia auction house. "I have a few things to take care of, so I'll meet you guys back home later tonight. Don't cause too much trouble, son." My father gently gripped my arm and patted Sylvie, who was on top of my head. At the sight of my father's carriage leaving our view, Vincent beckoned for a public carriage with a wave of his hand. Finally, an unpainted wooden carriage pulled by 2 horses stopped for us, with the driver tipping his hat as a silent introduction. "Please take us to Gideon's facility," Vincent prompted, directing the driver to our next destination. About 30 minutes into the drive, the scenery shifted from tall buildings into small houses, with signboards reading artifacts and elixirs on many of them. I stared out the carriage window, making a mental note of stores that I would want to visit later on, until Vincent's voice stirred me out of my daze. "We're at the part of the city where all of the artificers gather. You'll see a lot of neat gadgets and other useful aids for mages if you guys want to check it out sometime." This had sparked Elijah's interest, apparently, because he asked the driver to stop at the nearest artifact store. "I'm going to look around for a bit and see if I can find anything worth buying," he informed before excitedly stepping out. "Sylv, go with Elijah while I visit Gideon with Uncle Vincent," I transmitted to Sylvie, who was on my lap. Tilting her fox-like head, she gave me a curious look but didn't complain. Hopping out of the carriage after Elijah, I might be just overthinking, but I didn't want a genius researcher like Gideon eyeing Sylvie. "Do you have any money?" I shouted out at him from inside the carriage as we leave him, realizing that normal 12-year-old boys shouldn't have that much money. Unlike someone, I've been saving the money we earned from the dungeon. He patted his chest pocket and shot me a smug grin. Well, no need to kiss and tell, I shrugged, leaning back in the carriage seat. About an hour later, after we passed through the densest part of the city, we arrived at a fairly large building. This building was a single story but was quite large in width, which was rare to see in a clustered city like Zyrus. "We're here," the driver announced as he opened the door for us. Hopping out of the carriage after Vincent, we made our way to the unadorned front door. After a few firm knocks, an old man with a handlebar mustache and dressed as a butler appeared, not opening the door completely. "Greetings. Master Gideon is Noda." "Hello, Master Vincent. Please come in," he greeted, motioning us inside. Judging by the stern expression the butler had for a split second before realizing who we were, I'd have to guess that this Gideon person wasn't very welcoming of guests. As we stepped inside, a foul mixture of metal, herbs, and rotting material bombarded my nose. While the exterior of the facility was hardly grandiose, the inside was even less appealing to look at. The whole place was a mess, with tools scattered with no order, piles of discarded clothes and other miscellaneous items littered across the floor, and rather intriguing and unfamiliar raw materials stacked high atop shelves. There were also microscopes and other tools that appeared vaguely familiar to the ones in my old world. "Hims, I told you not to let anyone know. It's you, Vincent. I see you've come to bother me again." From the dim corner of a back room, a very short, hunched man made his way over. Taking a closer look at the supposed genius inventor, researcher, artificer, I could say for certain that he definitely looked the part. His curly hair that looked like it's been struck by lightning more than once complemented the beady eyes with dark bags under them. His complexion was pale, and he had a pair of goggles hanging on his neck paired with a dirty lab coat. "Haha, as welcoming as ever, Gideon." Vincent shook his head, giving his acquaintance a helpless smile and handshake. "Bah, don't even start." This past year, the royal family sent in over a dozen messengers asking for a way to start traversing the ocean to reach the new continent. I haven't had a chance for a decent sleep in months. The hunched eccentric flailed his arms in disgust as he started pacing around. "Is it really true that they found evidence of another continent, Gideon?" Vincent asked quietly, leaning closer to the inventor. "Ho ho, that, my lad, is actually a truth those snobby royal families are telling for once. I was the one to study the evidence. All I'll say is that the new continent has better artificers and perhaps even better mages than ours." His beady eyes disappeared as his wicked grin widened to reveal a set of yellow teeth with remnants of whatever he had eaten for his last meal. "What makes you say that?" Vincent pushed, taking a seat on a stool besides Gideon. "The royal family took back the evidence for safekeeping, but that evidence was an artifact. Even I couldn't figure out everything it does, but this artifact was attached to a bird-like mana beast that had never been seen in Dicathan before. This bird-like mana beast had the ability to camouflage almost completely against its surroundings. The only way we were able to catch it was because an adventurer accidentally shot it down while he was actually aiming for a nearby squirrel he was hunting to eat. Not only that, but one of the functions I was able to figure out from the artifact was that it was able to record and store moving images. The artifact was the size of my palm, and it could do what 4 big magic projection crystals could and more. "Tell me, why would someone from our continent need to record videos?" He leaned towards Vincent too, so that the two of them were only a hand's width apart. "Fascinating." Vincent sighed as he rubbed his chin. "So, who's the little bugger you brought?" "Your mistress's son." Gideon waggled his eyebrows lewdly at Vincent. "Oh God, don't even make jokes like that. Tabitha would kill me. Quite literally, I'm afraid. No, this is Arthur. I consider him a nephew of mine." He placed a hand on my shoulder. Giving a respectable bow, I introduced myself. "Arthur Lewin, son of Reynolds Lewin." "Hello, Mr. Gideon. Uncle Vincent has told me many great things about you and your work. Quite the etiquettes for a little booger. How old are you?" He mused, studying me with his beady eyes. "I'll be turning 12 in May," I answered simply. "I see. So why did you bring him here, Vincent?" "I don't take on students or disciples, you know." He puffed his chest out condescendingly. "Actually, I would like to know for myself why he wanted to come." Vincent turned to me. "Mr. Gideon, the fact that you have messengers from the royal families visiting you, I can assume that your work is quite influential, correct?" I put on the air of a respecting young lad. "Of course, they're a pain, but I receive quite a lot of money from them." He stuck his chin out, and I could almost see his nose getting longer from his pride. "Perfect." Without saying anything more, I picked up a large piece of parchment lying on the ground and sketched out a blueprint. It took a while for me to think of an idea to sell without it changing the world too much. This world relied heavily on magic for a lot of the bigger tools and machines. That was primarily one of the reasons they couldn't build a ship capable of traveling long distances. No mages had an infinite source of mana, and trying to carry along enough mages to power up a big ship would be impractical. I could feel both Vincent and Gideon's hot breaths on the back of my neck as they peered closely at my drawing. After about half an hour, I finished drawing a rough draft of a steam engine. I didn't draw in some of the key components so that Gideon wouldn't just steal my idea. I would draw those in after the negotiations were complete. This. His beady eyes widened twofold as he snatched the paper away so he could study it in depth. Of course, why didn't I think of this? There was this solution as well. I could see his hands trembling as his nose practically touched the parchment. Suddenly, his eyebrows furrowed and his gaze darted all around the paper. I feel like something's missing. I gently took the paper back and rolled it up. I did leave out some key details that I will more than happily include once our negotiations are over. I put on an innocent smile. Are you really just a 12-year-old? His gaze became sharp, but after a few seconds he let out a helpless sigh. Even Vincent looked baffled by the turn of events, but he handled it better since he knew what kind of person I was. Yup. Can you show me some of your most precious artifacts? Uncle Vincent told me you make some of the best. I smiled, tucking the parchment inside my robe pocket. Hims, bring my latest works, Gideon barked. Soon after, the poised butler with the handlebar mustache appeared with him, a protected case the size of an adult, sealed with something even I didn't recognize. Gideon whispered something into the lock while placing both hands on it. After a brief moment, the lock glowed and folded itself into different shapes before opening. Inside the case was an array of various enchanted weapons. Gideon spent some time going over each of the weapons and what they were capable of. The quality of these items were several levels above the ones sold at the auction house. I knew that each of these weapons were invaluable and incomparable to the ones sold in shops and forges, but they didn't quite fit the bill. I looked at some of the wands to maybe get for Elijah, but none of them suited him. As I shook my head, the mad scientist grumbled something foul. Gideon eventually led us into a hidden storage room with precious gems and raw material that made even my eyes twinkle in greed. This is an ironite diamond, one of the most valuable gems found on this continent. It has properties capable of storing a lot mana to use in case of an emergency. Gideon studied my face, hoping for an expression of satisfaction to appear, but it never did. Gideon let out a defeated sigh. Hims, can you bring me the pendants? He asked, rubbing his temples. But master, this was made so that... I know, just bring it. Gideon interrupted the baffled Hims. Eventually, Hims comes back holding a small case with an even more intricate lock on it. These are some of the products I made for the royal family. They've been asking for life-protecting artifacts in case of any danger. He just shrugged his shoulder. Any sense of confidence he once had nowhere in sight. I picked up one of the two identical pendants to take a closer look. The main jewel was a very soft, yet radiant pink color, carefully ornamented and decorated in a thin white gold chain. I had some of the best designers work on the actual piece itself so it would be suitable for the royal family, he clarified. I willed a bit of mana into the pendant, and when I did, I was vaguely able to see the outline of a mana beast I'd once read about. This is made from a phoenix worm, I muttered. You were able to figure that out. Gideon became even more intrigued as his eyes carefully studied me, trying to figure out exactly what more I was capable of. Continuing on, Gideon explained, while the phoenix worm isn't nearly as rare as the dragon species, this particular breed is still a high S-class mana beast. They aren't really known for their power and combat capabilities, but their unique ability to preserve their own life. When the phoenix worm is attacked, its pink scales will elongate and harden around them, forming a sort of cocoon. This caught my interest. However, that's not even the best part. When the super hard cocoon they're protected in breaks, they deplete all of the mana in their beast core to instantly transport themselves to wherever they know they're safe. It's a very unique ability that I've only seen in the phoenix worm. These two pendants are probably the most valuable artifacts I have. The jewel itself is made from the beast core of the phoenix worm and also small fragments of its scales, allowing it to reproduce the life-preserving effects of the beast. To a certain degree, he continued. How many times will the user be able to utilize the effects? I asked, studying the pendant even more closely. Honestly, I'm not too sure. The Glader family presented 5 of these beast cores that had been kept over time for generations. However, they didn't know what exactly these mana cores were capable of. They only knew that they were extremely valuable. They had already been studied, and none had the beast will, but still, the value of just one of these beast cores cost more than normal S-class cores. The first of the 5 I made was a failure, not showing the ability at all. The second and third showed its ability once before turning to dust. I imagine since the mana core doesn't completely deplete itself to transport a human, it'll work at least twice, like the previous 2 cores I used to make the pendant did. He shifted his gaze from the pendants to me with hopeful eyes. These are for the Glader family, right? Is it really all right for me to take these when the Glader family provided the raw materials for it? Well, like I said, they don't know what exactly those beast cores could do, so if I just make a good replacement life-preserving artifact, I think it'll be fine. Of course, if you choose to trade your blueprint for something else, that'd be even better. He revealed another toothy grin. Haha, I'm not that nice, Mr. Gideon. I'll take these 2 pendants. I unrolled the blueprint and filled the rest of the key components that I had left out. Sai, you're putting me in a tough position, but I know that you're doing me a charity by giving me these blueprints. With this, I imagine that our people will be able to reach the new continent before they reach ours. He studied the blueprint before folding it and carefully putting it in his pocket. He turned back to me, his gaze not looking at me as if I was a child but more so an equal. Where did you come up with this idea, though? What are you really planning, Arthur? Did you want to speed up the process for the voyage to the new continent? I only laughed and headed out the door, the silent Vincent, who was still bewildered by the turn of events, trailing behind me. Like I said, Mr. Gideon, I'm not that nice of a person. I only wanted to get my little sister a good birthday gift, I answered without looking back, waving the small case that had the 2 pendants inside before getting into the carriage. The journey back home was silent for the first half until Vincent finally spoke. Not only a genius augmenter, but a brilliant inventor. What exactly was it that you drew out for Gideon? I explained in simple terms. I drew the blueprints for a steam engine, which is capable of producing quite a lot of power by using steam produced from specific material that exists on this continent. With that and some modifications so that it could be interchanged with fuel powered by mana, traversing a long distance shouldn't be a problem. From what magical star were you born under? Vincent shook his head. Please, this was an idea I got from somewhere else and I just tweaked it a little to make it work better. Please don't make too big of a deal out of this to my parents, I begged, looking at the 2 beautiful pink pendants again. Well, your parents probably wouldn't even make a big deal of something like this considering how abnormal you are, he shrugged, chuckling to himself. Luckily, no one was home, so I carefully hid the case after wrapping the 2 pendants individually. My sister's birthday was next week, and then there would only be a few months left until my 12th birthday, and eventually, the new year of Zyrus Academy. Even though I wouldn't be that far from my family while I was at school, I would certainly be limited in how often I could visit them, so my main goal during this time was to ensure that my family could take care of themselves in case anything bad happened. I knew I was probably overthinking everything, but I preferred to be on the safe side when it came to my family. For that, I was willing to sell even my soul. The ballroom inside the Helstia Manor had been lavishly decorated with colorful string tapestries hung along with other fine embellishments on the tables and stage to match. The elaborate placement of the orbs that made up the chandelier sparkled, creating a serene ambience as the guests started entering through the towering front doors. I was dressed very formally for the special birthday party the Helstias and my family decided to throw for Ellie. While this world did have formal wear that were very similar to tuxedos from my old world, this world did not have ties. Instead of ties, handkerchiefs were wrapped underneath the collar and tied fashionably. Sporting a black suit with a white collared shirt underneath, the only bit of color in my ensemble was the light blue scarf I had tied underneath the shirt collar. I wanted the black handkerchief, but my mother insisted that I should wear blue to accentuate the color of my eyes. With my gaudy blue scarf and windswept hair that had been thoroughly cemented by whatever paste was made to style it, I felt like some sort flamboyant show dog. Since the ballroom was located in the opposite wing from our rooms, Ellie had no idea that we were throwing her this party. She was under the assumption that the both of our families were going out to a fancy restaurant, so she was excitedly getting ready with our mother and Lilia, who came back for the occasion. Sylvia was sleeping inside my room, her body still getting used to the big change she underwent recently. She resisted going to sleep until she had my verbal guarantee that I would save her some leftover food. Welcome, please come in. Putting on a gentlemanly smile, I welcomed my little sister's lady friends she met at school, a duty I was assigned by my mother and one I wasn't too fond of. Met with shy giggles and red faces, I kept a gentle smile on as more and more guests started trickling out of their carriages, accompanied by a driver and a chaperone. The attendees of my sister's party consisted of her female friends, the female friends' chaperones, which were an older group of people, and either my parents' friends or Vincent and Tabitha's friends. By 8 in the evening, most of the people on the list had arrived, and my mother notified the maid that she and my sister would be coming down shortly. Well, aren't you dressed all neat and spiffy? I turned around back toward the door to see Gideon in his signature brown lab coat, a cleaner one at least stand, a set of new goggles hanging on his neck. This is quite a pleasant surprise, Mr. Gideon. My smile must have tipped him off because he grumbled under his breath before replying, "You darn well knew that I would try and see you again, didn't you?" My smile never wavered as I used my hand to guide him towards the refreshment booth. I'll admit it was unexpected of you to utilize my sister's birthday to meet with me, though. Bah, you and I have a lot to talk about, and don't you forget, I'm not leaving you until I'm satisfied. He once again began grumbling before trotting over to the refreshment booth, asking for an alcoholic drink right off the bat. Elijah, who I saw talking with a chaperone girl that was a bit older than us, walked towards me, his shoulders slumped. My third time trying to strike a conversation with a girl, and they all so kindly made convenient excuses to go elsewhere, he sighed, his crooked glasses further emphasizing his dejection. Before I had the chance to start comforting him, I was interrupted by a loud voice. Everyone, please get ready. Lady Alice and Alina are both on their way here, the maid announced before she signaled to turn off all of the lights. Mama, I thought we were going to go out for dinner. Where are we? Surprise. A synchronized chorus of voices exclaimed. With the chandelier sparkling on and an array of artifacts popping off in colorful lights, my little sister's confused face turned from initial surprise to pure joy. Her eyes widened and cheeks blushed red as her hands instinctively went to cover her gaping mouth. She didn't have too long to indulge in her moment of astonishment as her school lady friends all ran up to her and gave her hugs, almost carrying her away along with Lilia, giving me a meaningful gaze before disappearing. Good job welcoming all of the guests, Art. My mother came up to me, gently patting my head before some of her friends pulled her away to leave me wandering. I spotted my father with Vincent and some other importantly dressed figures, talking business and other various uninteresting topics. Waiters walked around, handing out platters and cups of various foods and drinks. I was munching on something akin to a bite-sized sandwich when the melodic chime of a glass being rung pulled my attention. My father, wine glass in hand, was on stage, his cheeks slightly rosy and his eyes relaxed. Please start the music. My father signaled towards the back of the stage, where 5 musicians stepped out with their instruments. I was surprised to see that the instruments looked nearly identical to the string family instruments in my world, with 2 violins, 1 viola, and 1 cello musician stepping out with a pianist behind them. The piano was shaped a little differently, and as they started playing, the sound it produced was much deeper and richer than a regular grand piano. It would bring great joy to see my beloved son and daughter have the first dance. My father raised his glass higher, his eyes narrowing into a tipsy grin as he requested something that could potentially be disastrous to this party. I turned to my mother, who bore a look stricken with panic, because neither her nor my father had ever given either of us dancing lessons. I caught my sister's face, petrified in horror, as she realized she could become a total embarrassment on her birthday. Keeping calm, I took confident strides towards where my sister and her friends stood. Will you honor me with your hand for a dance? I bowed, slipping off my gloves and placing a hand out in front of me. I heard various squeals and giggles from her friends, but I ignored it. Ellie, still fretful at the turn of events, couldn't find the words, so she just nodded her head, accepting my hand and eliciting a round of applause. As soon as she was in my hands, a crowd formed around and their applause died down as the soft flow of music became louder and filled the room. The music was slow and rhythmic, making it easy to follow along. Her once panicked face gradually turned calmer as she realized she just needed to follow my guidance. My right hand holding onto hers and my left gently placed on her fragile waist, we circled around, her light coral dress fluttering gracefully. Each step she took mirrored mine as we waltzed around the small dance floor formed around us by the dazed crowd. I was calm and poised, dancing and swaying to the song with grace, since dancing had been something I was required to learn for any formal occasions as a king. I couldn't embarrass myself as a figurehead for my nation now, could I? My sister's face gradually shifted from a tranquil calmness to an excited glee as she truly began enjoying our dance. Her skin glowed from her smile and perspiration, giving her a radiant feeling to the crowd. Twirling her around as if we had rehearsed for a grand performance, the musicians played along with our dance as if they were drawing inspiration from us. As the last verse of the song was coming to an end, she followed my lead well, coming to a beautiful halt synced perfectly with the musicians. The applause and cheers of the audience, some of the more intoxicated adults, even whistling washed up the soft panting of my sister as the both of us bowed, hand in hand. That was wonderful, truly splendid. What a great performance. Sounds of compliments and praises from all around us caused my sister's smile to grow even wider as we soaked in the limelight. Brother, my sister couldn't hold in her excitement as she jumped into my arms, almost knocking me down in surprise. Her innocent and pure laughter rang contagiously as she flung her arms around my neck. Holy crap, that was great. Where'd you learn to dance like that, Art? Elijah ran up to us, his narrow eyes gleaming in excitement underneath his glasses. I just gave him a shrug before gently placing my sister down. Giving her a pat on the head, I said, "Happy birthday, princess." Giving her a playful wink before my intoxicated father picked her up. "Haha, my beautiful princess and my handsome son." What a great performance. My father must have been drinking more because he was even more flushed than he had been on stage. Oh wow. My father let out a howl of pain as my mother pulled him down from his high horse by grabbing his earlobe. "Do you understand the disaster this could have caused if Art didn't happen to know how to dance?" she whispered. "I learned from Jasmine while being an adventurer. I thought it'd be useful." I lied, only getting rid of half the suspicion of my keen mother. Don't mind. He managed to wheeze out as my sister, who was put back down, scurried off to her friends. My still angry mother dragged my intoxicated father by the earlobe back to where the adults were. "ELEANORLEYWNSPOV, your brother is so handsome. I'm so jealous. I wish my brother was like him, he seems so nice." The friends I'd made at school were all complimenting brother and me about the dance. "Hee hee, I told you he was great." I couldn't help but smile with pride at being brother's only sister. Yeah, he's awesome. I bet the both of you practiced a lot for that dance. It looks super hard. My best friend Nicole was really excited. Yeah, but our teacher was really good so we got it down really fast. I lied looking down. I thought it would be weird for them to know that only brother knew how to dance, not me, when it should be the other way around. My heart was still beating really fast from the dancing. It was really tiring but also really fun because brother led me through it so well that I felt like a professional dancer. You're grinning really big, Ellie, Nicole smirked at me, elbowing me with her arm. Hee hee, let's go get some food. I needed to look busy so some of the guys here wouldn't ask me to dance. Arthur Leywan's POV, I slumped in a corner, a glass of apple cider in my hand. The dance gave all the more reason for the adults and chaperones to come and greet me, some hinting for a dance. Putting on a smile and speaking in a higher pitch than usual to sound more respectful could get tiring. I spotted Elijah dancing with a girl that looked around our age, maybe a year, younger, probably one of the older friends of my sister. I guess he finally managed. Hey, you must be the Arthur that everyone's talking about. Blonde-haired boy, rather tall and poised, leaned against the wall next to me. Then I guess I must be. I managed a faint smile while I took another sip of my cider. My friends are all jealous of you for stealing the attention from the girls here, he snickered while sticking out his hand. My name is Gerard Redner. I heard a lot about you from Lilia at school. Ah, you guys both go to Zyrus. As you already know, I'm Arthur Leywin, pleased to make your acquaintance. I received the handshake before my eyes spotted Lilia, who came towards us after seeing us together. Before she gets over her, am I to assume you guys are either dating or that you like her? I said in a low voice so that only we could hear. You're pretty sharp, aren't you? Yeah, we're part of the student council together, she being the secretary and me, the treasurer. I'm trying to pursue her and I've expressed that many times already. He let out a sigh before smiling and waving at Lilia. She may look a little plain, but she's a good girl, that Lilia. I hope you treasure her well, I said simply. Well, I hope to get the chance to do that someday since she's rejected me all 3 times so far. He chuckled, a hint of disappointment escaping his face. Hey Arthur, I'm so sorry I couldn't get the chance to say hi to you at all today. I've been so busy since as I got here earlier, and you were busy with preparing too. Her face was flushed, and by the way she spoke so quickly and excitedly, I was beginning to understand why Gerard came up to me. I'll leave you two alone. Gerard solemnly walked away, a hint of jealousy in his eyes, not even looking at Lilia as he passed her. You look beautiful today, I noted, clinking my glass of cider with her glass before taking another sip. We started talking a bit more about her school life when I started teasing her. You must be pretty popular at Zyrus. Do you have a boyfriend yet? Even my sister would sometimes tell me about boys who liked her, gloating that she was popular. And no, of course not. I don't have anything like that yet, haha. Lilia was desperately waving both her hands, signaling no way, which made me laugh. You're still young, so take your time and meet the right guy. But you better bring him to me first so that I can approve before you start dating him. I poked her in the arm. A shred of dejection showed on her face before she quickly covered it up, saying, Yeah, I will. Just don't be too hard of a judge. Mind if I borrow, the young lad. I looked up to see Gideon walking up to us, something akin to a polite smile strewn across his usually scowling face. It was obvious Gideon's abrupt intrusion caught Lilia by surprise, but she replied evenly with a polite smile. Of course, I'll see you later then, Art. She waved at me, bowing towards Gideon before running off to the heart of the party. You know that young female cohort of yours likes you, right? Gideon scratched his cheek awkwardly as his gaze followed Lilia's figure. I know, I responded simply. You two seem to get along, though. You're not going to do anything about it, he pressed. She's someone that has had her life changed by me. More so than the feeling of like or love, it's something more akin to gratefulness that she feels. She doesn't know that now, but later in the future, I'm sure she'll distinguish the two on her own, I answered with a shrug, taking another sip of my cider. You know, even when you say something disgustingly conceited like that, it doesn't sound vain coming from you. Gideon smirked, taking a small sip of his wine, because I don't mean it in a conceited way. To her, I am something like a hero who saved her life. She may have fantasies about a relationship between us like any young girl about her idol, but that doesn't mean she is in love with that person, it's more of an infatuation, I explained. Anyway, I'm sure you're not here to give me love counseling. What is it that you wanted to discuss? Why does it feel like I'm talking to someone my age? But yes, you're right. How did your sister like the present you so kindly took from me? He changed the subject, sitting down on the floor while leaning against the wall. Received as compensation, not took, I corrected, wagging my finger. And I haven't given it to her yet. I will later. Right. Well, after refining the blueprint and creating a plan, I sent it in to the Council of Dickathon. They approved it, and it is undergoing a construction plan right away, he announced, his usual joking manner non-existent. After the founding of the 6 Lances, the 3 kings and queens of Dickathon had come together and announced to the public that the current monarchy of each of the 3 kingdoms would be changing into one council for all of Dickathon. This decision wasn't really up for debate, but it did bring some groups to rebel against it. For now, the location of the Council of Dicathan was unknown, with the only source of communication available through some trusted individuals, while major broadcasts were publicized through each city's governor. Congratulations. I'm sure they rewarded you well for that, I said sincerely, holding up my glass. Bah, money is just a means to an end for me. Gold is but a useless commodity that only has use in buying stuff actually useful to me. But Yao, you are an asset that I do not want to let go. What is it you want, brat? Money, power, knowledge. I can give you all of that if you're more open to me about what you know as well. He got up, his beady eyes gleaming with curiosity. I don't intend to change how the world works for my own benefit. This continent is doing just fine without any of it, I retorted, making my intentions clear. So you're saying you have ideas for inventions capable of changing how this world works. Fascinating. His ears must have only heard what he wanted to hear because I wasn't getting through to him. Imbuing mana into my voice, I growled in a low tone so only he could hear. Mr. Gideon, let me make it clear that I'm not here to indulge your selfish curiosities. The tone in my voice appeared to have shook him up a bit as he nearly jumped. Well, you sure sobered me up real quick. Yeah, I guess you're right. How about a give and take then? I'm not asking for world-changing inventions like that steam engine you gave me. I just want to get to know how you think, really. I'll be your personal benefactor for whatever you need. Really, I'm desperate, brat. Don't make this old man plead anymore. Surprisingly, his voice sounded sincere this time. This was what I planned for, but I didn't want to give in to his wishes too easily, so I persisted. Can I take your word for it? Of course. What do you take me for? I'm a man of my word. You're quite a family man, so I understand why you were so interested in that phoenix worm necklace. I may not be a great mage, but I know my way around artificing and magic implementation theory. Hell, you need some allowance for school, right? So how about it? Yeah. His beady eyes and electrocuted hair made him look even more pitiful. Sticking my hand out, I shot him a business smile that I'm sure made him think twice for what he had just got himself into. The party eventually came to an end after the bell rang for midnight, making it officially my sister's birthday. After more dancing, eating, drinking, and present giving, the guests slowly started leaving, allowing the maids to finally start cleaning the ballroom. My parents gave my sister a pair of beautiful hair ties with ornamental bells that were silver on first glance, but reflected a glimmering array of colors underneath the light. My sister excitedly asked my mother to tie her hair for her into twin ponytails. Despite the success of the party, my sister had been pretty disappointed that the twin horns couldn't make it to her birthday since they were currently in a dungeon. However, she got over it quickly after seeing the wrapped boxes in my hands. Happy birthday, little sister. I gave her my present and handed the other box, which wasn't as prettily decorated, to my mother. Wow, it's so pretty. My sister was ecstatic at the precious necklace, though she probably would never know how much it was worth. This is gorgeous. My mother's reaction was actually even stronger than Ellie's. Her eyes locked on to the light pink gem embedded on the white gold chain. Keep it on at all times, okay? I said directly to my sister, but I also looked at my mother so that she would catch my drift. Where in the world did you get something like this, son? My father was still a little tipsy, but he was fully functional. I'm sure you met Mr. Gideon, right? I'm going to start working for him while he teaches me various things about magic. He gave me this as a token of my apprenticeship. It wasn't a lie, but it wasn't exactly the full truth either. Well, I'll have to greet him one more time and thank him for taking care of you. I can't believe my boy is going to attend Zyrus Academy soon. You're going to kick some butt out there, right? Ow. My mother smacked him upside the head at the last statement and gave me a big hug, my sister following suit. Yeah, we're matching now, she chirped, a newfound glow on her face. I was glad that she liked it, but more importantly, relieved that she'd be safe. That was all that really mattered at this point. After my sister's birthday, my daily life had turned very repetitive. My birthday passed by as well, and although the twin horns couldn't make it, their dungeon exploration leading them to the depths of the continent, we did hear back from them at Guildhall, indicating that they were still alive and okay. My birthday was nowhere near as grand as Ellie's, but I had no qualms with that. Only a few people aside from my and Lilia's family came, Gideon included, of course. He gave me exactly what I asked for, which was a seal for my attribute mana for fire and water. While it's a little gaudy, keep this bracelet on at all times when you want to hide your mana attributes. It's still a trial product for me, so be careful. The two charms on the bracelet can each hide and seal one elemental attribute's mana from being sensed and gauged by others. By gods, I still can't believe you were a quadra-elemental augmenter, but I'd gotten a lot closer to Gideon over these past few months, and while he was quite eccentric and quirky, he was a sincere and trustworthy person. However, I hadn't indulged him in much besides my abilities as a mage, which he took as quite a shock. My birthday was, all in all, a quiet and pleasant time with my family. Elijah and I quickly went back into training, and while his abilities had become a lot less powerful, he had become a lot more adept in controlling his earth and metal conjuring. Still, he had a lot to learn if he was going to catch up to me, but we both had time. As for me, training was going by steadily. I was planning to only use earth and wind attribute mana, which probably accounted for 20% of my actual power, but that didn't mean I planned on laying low and hiding myself at school. Why not enjoy the benefits of being a handsome and prodigal dual elemental augmenter? I had a family that I had to make proud, right? Elijah was much more eager to go to school than I was, expressing on many occasions what kind of hot female friends he'd make. I kept telling him that we were only 12 and that girls weren't hot at our age, but he filtered that out and said he was going to try and woo the older girls as well. My father's training resumed, albeit a bit slower after he used all the benefits from the beast core I'd brought, but he did manage to level up his fire augmentations, and his skills and abilities became a light orange rather than red like most other fire augmenters. Like I expected, the beast didn't react to Elijah when I gave it to him. He couldn't even sense anything, becoming confused as to why I still had it. With Ellie enjoying school and bringing a closer group of friends over more often and my mother and Tabitha enjoying the free time of being housewives, life couldn't be any more content. Seeing how peaceful and happy they were, I would give my life to make sure it lasted as long as possible. The eventful day in the Dicathan calendar, marking the day the first steam engine ship called the Dicatheus would set sail on a voyage to the other continent, also marked another important day. The Dicatheus was scheduled to set sail tomorrow, which was also the day both Elijah and I would start our first day of Zyrus Academy. Turtle me. Wake up, a shout pierced through my ears. Air was forced out of my lungs as Elijah O so tenderly pounded my sternum with the force capable of resuscitating a corpse. I threw the sleeping Sylvia at him in hopes that she'd protect me from my aggressive roommate. Sylvie, it hurts, Elijah howled. As expected, my startled Bond had instinctively started clawing at Elijah's face until she calmed down. There has got to be a better way to wake me up besides physical pain, I grumbled, rubbing my stomach. You're telling me, do you know how hard it is to wake you up? And you reward me by throwing Sylvie at me. Even if she isn't in her full dragon form, do you know how sharp her claws are? He winced, gingerly touching the shallow scratches that Sylvie had inflicted. Anyways, we're going to be late if you don't hurry up and get ready. I've already washed up, so get your butt out of bed. Elijah stood on top of my bed, pushing me off with his foot. Let's go wash up, Sylv. I pretended to be excited as I grabbed my companion and headed over to the shower. No, Papa, I don't want to shower. I'm Cleon. Kiwu. The desperate wails of Sylvie merely escaped out the other ear as I hauled her inside. Sylvie now had fur or very thin, long and soft scales that were very similar to fur. This meant that she attracted dirt like a magnet, so washing her more often had become a necessity. Brother, are you awake? Ellie opened the door as I was changing. Elijah was at least fully dressed, but I only had my bottom half clothed. How do you like your big brother's awesome muscles? I flexed my body in different poses. Yua, all I see are skin and bones, brother. She just shook her head, giving me a hard stare that seemed to question whether I was the same brother she so admired back on her birthday. Anyway, Mom told you guys to hurry up and get dressed so we can eat. Ellie closed the door behind her without waiting for a reply. I let out a sigh as I started buttoning my shirt. She was so cute at her birthday party. Kids grow up too fast. The uniforms that Zyrus had sent us weren't too out of the ordinary. For me, it consisted of a white dress shirt, a gray vest, a maroon string we tied around our necks underneath the collar, and a pair of tailored navy dress pants. There was also a gold pocket watch attached to a chain on my vest's breast pocket, overall giving me a very scholarly look. Elijah's uniform, on the other hand, had a much sharper design. His black blazer had white trimmings that matched his black pants. Instead of a string, he wore a black square-end tie with one white stripe, indicating that he was a level 1 student. With his white dress shirt underneath and a badge with a crossed sword and staff etched intricately over the breast pocket, he looked dashing. Instead of the usual tools a conjurer carried, Elijah instead had fashioned a black 2-part band on his index and ring finger. These 2 bands were connected by a thin black chain, which gave him a very gothic look, especially now that he'd recently purchased new glasses that were a bit more fashionable. He made it pretty clear to me that this would be his debut in finding a girlfriend, so he took great pride in how he looked, although he always grumbled on about how no matter how much he tried, he would always be in my shadow. I gave him a helpless shrug, but I took a mental note to thank my mother and father for their genes later. Taking a good look at both Elijah and myself in the mirror, I could tell how much we'd matured physically. The once nerdy Elijah from 2 years ago was now gone, a much sharper and cooler appearance replacing him, which oddly contradicted his personality. As for myself, my eyes were a rich sapphire color that almost seemed to glow, my hair a fiery auburn color that contrasted well with my eyes. Bluish eyes and reddish hair made me realize how coincidental it all was. What were the odds that my defining traits aligned with the 2 base elements I was most adept at? My facial features were a lot softer compared to Elijah's, but while soft and kind, they also looked poised and elegant. I studied my face as if it weren't my own. Even after 12 years in this body, I hadn't gotten completely used to my appearance compared to the rather normal face I had in my old world. Are you sure you made the right choice, Art? I can't believe you wanted to go in as a scholar mage. I thought you would for sure go in as a battle mage like me, Elijah remarked as he styled his hair. The trim, straight black hair that he had was now shorter and styled to the side. And I can't believe one of the main reasons you wanted to attend Zyrus as a battle mage student was because it had cuter girls. I slapped him firmly on the back while giving him a perverted smile. Shut up, just watch. The new and improved Elijah will be popular and find a girlfriend that can only make you drool in jealousy. He adjusted his blazer, taking one last look at himself. Obviously satisfied by his appearance, he walked towards the door while I followed. Sylvie, hopping on top of my head and her small claws dug into my scalp to keep grip, worrying me ever so slightly that I might bald prematurely. Took you boys long enough to get ready. Who are you guys trying to impress? My mother wagged her finger at us while Tabitha, who was in an apron matching my mother's, started giggling. Good morning, boys. Hurry up and eat. Lilia is going to be up on stage for the orientation since she's part of the student council. She's probably nervous by now, so make sure you cheer her on. Tabitha sat down across from us next to Mother and Ellie. I see the both of you are wearing the necklaces I gave you, I noted while my mouth was still full of oatmeal and fruit. Yup, why wouldn't I when it's such a beautiful piece of jewelry? I wish your father had half the amount of sense that you do, my mother sighed, fiddling with the phoenix worm ornament. All my friends are jealous because of how pretty it is. Be sure to get me things like these more, okay, brother? Ellie leaned forward on her chair as she talked excitedly. Sure, I dismissed, trying to calculate exactly how much something like the pendant would actually cost. Aunt Alice, do you mind healing my face before we go to school? I don't want my debut at school to go wrong because of these cat scratches. Elijah turned his gaze to Sylvie, who stuck her tongue out in reply. Still fighting with Sylvie, my mother grinned. Come here and let me take a look at that. She placed a hand in front of Elijah's face and whispered a faint chant until a glow started emanating from her fingertips. A few moments later, the small scratches on his face disappeared as Elijah let out a content sigh. My father came in, quite evident he had been training from the beads of sweat rolling down his face. Sorry I'm late for breakfast. I was in the middle of a small breakthrough. He eagerly sat down and looked at Elijah and me. While my two boys are already going to school, I can't believe it. Looks like we raised Arthur well, right, honey? My father smiled broadly. What do you mean we? I was the one that raised him, my mother scoffed, giving him a sly grin. I guess the only times I raised my children were when they got into trouble then. My father raised a brow. As long as you know, my mother stated matter-of-factly, causing the whole table to chuckle. The only ones missing were Vincent and Lilia. Lilia had to go to school a few days earlier since she had to do some work for the student council, but Vincent had been more and more busy these days as he was part of the management committee for the ship, Dicathius, setting sail today. I was pretty surprised when you said that you wanted to attend Zyrus as a scholar mage, though, Art, my father brought up while scarfing down his eggs. Yeah, both are good choices, but in the end, battle mages are the ones that get all the glory, Tabitha sighed. Lilia was a battle mage as well despite disagreements from both Tabitha and Vincent. The two of them wanted Lilia to become a scholar mage since it would be a lot less dangerous in the future, but Lilia was persistent on making a name for herself. I'll still take some general classes on mana battling whenever I can to loosen my muscles, but there's not much for me to learn if it's just fighting tactics, I chuckled. Not much to learn. If any of the students heard you say that, you'd get beat up, no wait, if they could even beat you up. Elijah just laughed to himself at the thought of the massacre the school would have if anyone picked a fight with me. Please control yourself to a degree, Arthur. There are members of very influential families attending that school. You wouldn't want to create trouble for Tabitha's family, my mother chided, her face filled with worry. Don't worry, I'll be sure to only moderately beat people up. I saluted while stuffing my face with more oatmeal, Sylvie stealing the fruits mixed into it. My mother just shook her head, but my father laughed just as a maid walked in. Mr. Arthur, Mr. Elijah, the driver says that we should leave now if you are to make it on time for the orientation ceremony, she said while bowing. Well, off we go. Elijah finished the last bite of his ham and stuffed some greens into his mouth before standing up and straightening his black blazer. I stood up and walked around the table to where my mother and Ellie sat. Mom, Ellie, before I leave, I need you guys to show me your index finger for a bit. Huh. My mother looked at me confused, but nevertheless showed me her index finger while my sister unhesitatingly followed suit. I took a quick poke at both their index fingers with my mana-imbued finger, just enough for a droplet of blood to form on the tips of theirs. Put the blood on the necklaces. The seriousness in my voice made them silently concede despite their initial surprise. They both placed their index fingers on their respective necklaces, and the blood on the tip of their fingers got absorbed into the jewel immediately. These necklaces are now bound to you, so only you two can wear them. They'll protect you just in case me or Dad isn't there, but still keep yourselves safe while I'm gone, okay? I gave the both of them a strong hug, and my sister teared up a little bit. I hugged my father and Tabitha as well, my father holding me firmly in his strong arms. "Be good boys and don't worry about us," my father said. "Come visit whenever you can and keep in touch," my mother added before letting us off. "Bye brother, bye Elijah. Be safe," my sister shouted out to us as we walked down the stairs. "Your luggage is in the back of the carriage." The driver bowed and opens the door for the both of us. Destination, Zyrus Academy. Elijah pointed his finger to the sky as if making a declaration before getting inside the carriage. I couldn't help but smile, looking back at my old home, as I stepped inside the carriage that would bring me to my new one. The ride to Zyrus Academy wasn't too long since it was in the same city, but the campus itself was enormous, so going in through the main gate took some time. There was an abundance of other extravagantly decorated carriages, some twice as long as normal carriages, with low-ranked mana beasts pulling them. PSHH. "What a bunch of show-offs," Elijah grumbled as he watched pompous-looking students, confidently stepping out of carriages, with decorated weapons to signify that they were either a conjurer or augmenter. Our carriage was quite luxurious as well, but that was from the standpoint of commoners. Compared to those richly decorated carriages of major families, ours weren't nearly as eye-catching. "We have arrived, Master Arthur, Master Elijah." The driver opened the door for us and we stepped out, the both of us inhaling a deep breath of the campus air. "Huh, the air tastes the same here. Thought it'd taste better," Elijah said while smacking his lips. "Don't be stupid." I pushed my friend forward as we followed the crowd of students walking on the bright marble path. "Holy mother of," Elijah's jaw dropped as he looked almost vertically up at the building in front of us. The enormous white building that had runes etched covering it left even me astounded. "Let's go in," I snapped Elijah back to his senses, and we walked in alongside the other new students attending this school for the first time. Once inside, I winced by how loud it was. Thousands of excited students chattered away, some with friends that they had come with, some with people they were meeting for the first time. "Let us find a seat." I needed to shout for Elijah, who was right next to me, to hear. Eventually, we found a seat in the middle of the auditorium near the back rows. Looking around more carefully, I was surprised at how many dwarves and elves I spotted, chatting away with those around them. Wow, I've never seen full elves until now. Looks like it's true that all three races can fully attend this academy now. Elijah excitedly looked around, scouting for potential soulmates amongst the crowd. I couldn't help but shake my head at the expected behavior, unable to see these students as anything other than little kids. Getting bored of looking around me, I focused my attention on the stage where it was still empty, except for a single podium. Suddenly, a sharp blur focused into form, and I saw Director Goodsky standing behind the podium. She wasn't wearing the oversized hat that conjurers normally wore like she did the last time we met almost 4 years ago. Instead, she wore an elegant white circlet that matched her white robe, appearing much more refined than the witch-like impression she had given off on our first encounter. Director Goodsky had her eyes closed, but when she opened them, she seemed to be peering straight into me, sending shivers down my back. Smiling, she raised her hand slowly while her eyes remained locked onto mine. By this time, many more of the incoming first years noticed her and began talking even louder, some cheering, but when Director Goodsky's hand reached the level of her head, suddenly everything went dead silent. Looking around, everyone had expressions of surprise because while everyone's lips were moving, no sound was heard from anyone in the audience. "Excuse me for my rudeness, but I do hate speaking up." "Not good for my throat, no it is not," she said in a pleasant voice that, while soft, was heard perfectly clear, even from here in the back row. "I welcome everyone here, the future leaders, scholars, and powerhouses of Dickathon, to this humble academy. I am Cynthia Goodsky. Please call me Director Goodsky, and do not be afraid to say hello when I walk around campus. I'm no good with speeches, so I stand here before you mages today to say hello and introduce to you the student council that represents this academy and takes part in making important decisions along with me. Please give them a warm welcome." She waved her raised hand, and one by one, members of the council started walking out. I first saw Jarrod walking confidently, looking straight ahead, his pretty boy face eliciting a wave of shrill screams from the girls in the audience. Behind him, a very playful, cheery guy came out waving at the audience and beaming us a bright smile. "Look, look, there's Lilia, we need to cheer." Elijah stood up and shouted at the top of his lungs, and I followed him, yelling her name as well. Her shy demeanor was nowhere to be seen as she walked calmly towards the center of the stage, where she gave small bows in each direction. There was no way she could see us or make out our individual cheers, but we still gave it our all to cheer on our friend. Behind her walked out a tall student with long, parted bangs. His face was frozen into what looked like a stern grimace with a sharp gaze that seemed to be looking down on everyone, giving him a rather pompous appearance. While the cheers for him wasn't as loud as it was for Jarrod or the cheery guy, he nonetheless strode with practiced grace. Finally, the last to arrive actually made the crowd silent. The unmistakable gunmetal silver hair that reflected the lights in the auditorium gave her a serene glow as her peachy cream complexion made the boys around me gape. She turned to face the audience so that her round, turquoise eyes captured the hearts of every boy in this auditorium. She was only 13. Right, I had a hard time believing the girl I couldn't see as more than a kid had matured enough to catch me off guard. Her face still contained a childish innocence, but the way she carried herself made me doubt that this was the same girl I had known since near toddlerhood. While still a little taller than Lilia, she was quite a bit shorter than the serious-looking guy next to her, but her posture made her seem bigger and grander than everyone else on the stage. Taking a deep bow, she came back up while tucking part of her hair behind her pointed ears, her face emotionless as a doll's. My name is Tesha Uralith, and I am honored to stand here as this Academy's Student Council President. The incoming students of all three races that were cheering for each of the student council members fell silent when Tess walked in, with her gunmetal silver hair swaying behind her as each of her dignified steps echoed throughout the silent auditorium. She single-handedly changed the atmosphere inside this entire building. As she bowed and tucked her hair behind her ear, a roar of applause erupted as both males and females alike cheered with admiration. I thought the cheers would last a lot longer, but as soon as Tess started speaking, it was as if each of the students in the crowd covered each other's mouths so that they could hear her voice. My name is Tesha Uralith, and I am honored to stand here as this Academy's Student Council President. Murmurs started after the crowd once again cheered for our beautiful president. Next to me, a scrawny human boy spoke excitedly to his friend beside him. That's the Princess Uralith I was talking about. My older brother told me she's been on campus since last year as a direct disciple under the director and will start formally attending this year with us. He leaned into his friend so only he could hear, but the volume at which he spoke betrayed him. That means she was the first non-human to set foot on this campus. Wait, she's only a first year and she's already the student council president. Is that even possible? His friend, whom I couldn't really see, spoke louder and louder with each word, causing the neighboring students to hear as well. Yeah, I heard of her as well. She's supposedly a super genius of some sort, right? Why the hell is she so damn pretty when she's talented as well? This isn't even fair. I wonder what I would have to do to get her to even look at me. The audience was filled with different talks about Tess, but while for the males it revolved around how much of an unobtainable star she was, for the females it was a mixture of admiration and envy. Sylvia was going crazy on top of my head as she recognized Tess down on stage. Cue Papa, that's Mama, she's down there, let's go say hi. Sylv was jumping up and down, so I picked her up and wrapped my arms around her. Who's your mama? I couldn't help but sigh in defeat at her excitement. Tess became pretty close to Sylvie a bit after hatching, so I could see why she was so fond of her. But Mama, whoa, he repeated. For how smart he looked, he sure acted like an idiot at times like these. You okay there, Elijah? I lightly nudged his head, but it just bounced like a bobblehead toy. Art, I think I'm in love. He suddenly released the hands that had firmly gripped my arm to link arms with me, as if to imagine I was Tess. Okay, this is getting out of hand. I released my bond to attack, and she promptly locked her jaw on the top of Elijah's head, causing him to start screaming more from surprise than pain. Oh, sorry. With Sylvie still dangling on the crown of his head, Elijah let go of my arm and started focusing on the stage below again. As the crowd settled down enough for Tess to start speaking again, Director Goodsky silently disappeared. Tess spoke eloquently enough to surprise even me. She was only 13, yet she had the ability to draw the crowd's full attention with her unadorned words filled with maturity. She spoke about the principles of this academy, how this was a holy ground where students should feel safe to walk freely around. Tess emphasized the discipline one would face if anyone hurt another student outside of a consented duel. While I may be a first year as all of you are, having given the privilege to be inside the academy, a year longer made it all too apparent to me that there is deeply embedded discrimination against the Scholar Mage students by the Battle Mage students. I, for one, will not tolerate any sort of aggression or bullying based on the trivial fact that one is a Scholar Mage student. Tess' voice never wavered as she stood behind the podium. The crowd grew a little noisy at this statement, as everyone present had heard rumors of the hardships one may face as a Scholar Mage student. Starting this year, while uniforms in the upper courses required may be different, for the first 2 years, general education, that contains a mixture of both Scholar Mage classes and Battle Mage classes will be mandatory, for better assimilation between the two different types of students. After the 2 years are up, one may choose to switch their education specialization by taking a test, although it will be quite a difficult one. This last statement drew in dissatisfied complaints from amongst the students in the crowd. While both Elijah and I didn't have to take a test due to my special connection with Director Goodsky, most students, regardless of background, had to test for either a Scholar Mage or Battle Mage position. To get in as a scholar mage, an incoming student only needed a basic foundation of magic, which was mana gathering. While they had to take a written exam to test their mental acuteness, the practical portion of the exam was much more simple. Battle mage students, however, had a much stricter practical exam and actually performed basic spells or techniques depending on whether they were a conjurer or augmenter. It may have seemed like a cakewalk for someone like Elijah, Tess, or me, but I admit it could be quite a challenge for someone who had just awakened. The tall, stern-looking student stepped up next, silencing the crowd with a wave of his hand. "My name is Clive Graves, and I am your student vice president. As the president mentioned, this year contains many changes. Along with the assimilation and freedom to move between the two student types, there will also be no limit on how long a student can attend this academy. While in the past, the professors here pushed students to graduate after 4 years, it is becoming more and more apparent that many graduating mages' capabilities are becoming less than satisfactory. Therefore, the director has declared that instead of a time limit on graduating, in order to graduate from Zyrus Academy, one needs to fulfill a list of requirements and pass the graduation exam. While the conditions to graduate have become many folds harder, the time limit to graduate has increased to 10 years. In that time, we fervently hope to produce top-class mages in both theoretical and combat fields. We welcome everyone here, humans, elves, and dwarves alike to this academy." Clive bowed, the rest of the student council following him. The last part of the announcement wasn't exactly news for any of us. It was announced quite recently, though, which made me think that it had something to do with the new continent. Was this academy being used to produce higher-quality mages in case of a future battle against the new continent? That's the firstborn son of the famous Graves family. "Make sure you don't get on his bad side," the boy next to me whispered again in a pointlessly loud volume. After finishing up the ceremony, all the new students were dismissed to their dorms. Filing out of the auditorium, my eyes unconsciously looked for Tess, but she was nowhere in sight. Outside, the trees arched over the marble walkways, producing small showers of fall-colored leaves. The students were all excitedly chatting amongst their peers, getting to know new people. Walking deeper within the campus to where the dorms were, I saw a few female students pass by Elijah and I, doing a double take back at us and giggling with their friends. Elijah sighed. "I feel like I become significantly less better looking when I'm next to you." Elijah's shoulders hunched as we walked along side by side, Sylvie pitifully patting Elijah's head from on top of mine. "Well, even if most come after me, some of the girls will have to eventually settle for you, right, buddy?" I teased, giving him a playful wink. "Screw you." He hit me on the stomach as the both of us laughed. Suddenly, a loud explosion startled the both of us as well as the students walking around nearby. Something was happening at the end of the marble walkway. After a quick exchange of glances, Elijah and I shot off. "I don't see how a short-ass dwarf like you can even hope to be a proper augmenter. Why don't you stick to forging some weapons for real warriors like me? What the hell did you say? Who do you think you are anyway?" I stopped running a good distance away and shook my head when I realized what was going on. It was just stupid posturing between two students. The explosion had been made by the human, hitting his fist on a nearby tree with mana. Couldn't this become dangerous? Elijah looked around where some of the students had to deliberately walk around the two of them, just in case they started fighting. We were amongst the last to leave the auditorium, so most were already deeper within the campus or inside their dorms, so there weren't many people around, but if they did start fighting, some of the students in the vicinity may get caught up in the mess. They wouldn't dare do something like fight on the first day, right? Let's just go. I tried to nudge my friend to a roundabout route, avoiding the two arguing students. "Come on, we have nothing to do besides unpack anyway. Let's just see how good they are." "Look, the human looks to be a second-level augmenter." He pointed at the brawny human. Looking at them, both the dwarf and human students had battle mage uniforms, but the human had 2 stripes on his tie while the dwarf only had 1. "My name is Nicholas Drayle. Declare the duel short ass so we can start, or are you all bark and no bite?" The human smirked, placing his right hand on the badge pinned to his left breast. "You're gonna be sorry." The dwarf, that was a head shorter than his opponent with a bulky build, looked awkward wearing the blazer uniform, but the way he carried his giant battle axe with ease told me he was more than what the single stripe on his tie told us. The metal badge on both the human and dwarf glowed brightly as the dwarf placed a hand on his badge and started chanting. "I declare a duel between me, Brosnian Boar, and Nicholas Drayle. I accept the duel." The 2 badges glowed different colors until they synced together, producing a loud ping sound. The badge on the battle mage uniform and the pocket watch on the scholar mage uniform acted as artifacts for the dueling system, creating a barrier around the users that could take a certain amount of force. When the barrier broke, the duel was considered over, and the other party the winner. It took around 24 hours for the artifact to charge another barrier, where during that time, dueling was prohibited. Mages of a higher level weren't allowed to issue a duel with lower levels to keep it fair, which was why the human had to taunt the dwarf to start the duel. The human mage took out dual swords from his dimension ring and got into a stance as the people around start backing up to avoid getting caught up in the fight. Go dwarf. Elijah started cheering in favor of Brosnian, getting dirty looks in the process. I studied the two augmenters and saw that the level 2 human was a red core stage mage while the dwarf was still at black stage. This should be interesting. HAAP. The human student roared as his two broadswords glow a dim yellow color and the earth surrounding him started trembling. Ja. The dwarf leaped up and propelled himself forward by pushing off of a nearby tree, charging his battle axe as well with earth attribute mana. Ooh, both are earth attribute augmenters, art. Elijah got more excited as leaned closer towards the fight as Sylvie curled up, sound asleep on my head. Tremor smash. The dwarf shouted, placing his left palm on the head of his axe and making the dull glow condense. With a resounding boom, the power of the blow from the dwarf forced the human to skid back, even as he blocked with both swords. I could see his arms shaking as he grimaced. The human boy lowered his two swords and dashed towards the dwarf who was already in a defensive stance. The dual swords scraped along the ground. As he got into range, he swung up. A trail of earth followed along, creating twin blades of earth after each sword. Not bad. While it wasn't surprising that the dwarf could already use his earth attribute element, it surprised me that a human in the red stage could already augment his earth attribute to that degree. He was talented in that sense. Shatter. The dwarf's body glowed yellow as he stomped his right foot hard onto the ground, creating a ripple around him that broke the earth blade approaching him into fragments. The dwarf blocked the human's two actual blades with his axe but got a little scrape on his arm from the upward swing. Earth pillar, Nick exclaimed. Following the upward swipe, he stomped hard with his leading foot directly in front of the dwarf, creating a pretty fragile column of rock from the ground that hit the dwarf squarely in the stomach. Oof, the dwarf's body lifted into the air from the force of the blow, and his shield broke with loud shattering sound, signaling that the duel was over. Cheers went off from the humans that gathered, but the dwarves amongst the audience groaned in embarrassment. Elijah just sighed and started to leave, but before I turned to follow him, I saw a slight smirk on the human's face as he once again imbued mana into his two blades. That fool wasn't planning on finishing it with that. He was going for the final blow. If I were to use a long-range technique, that'd create even more problems, but if I went there and directly interfered, everyone would know my face. I was partly frustrated that Elijah couldn't figure out that the human was going to cast another technique. If Elijah interfered with a spell, it would be more natural since he was a conjurer. There was this way too. Sorry, Tess. Is that the student council president I see coming over? I deliberately yelled louder so that the human boy that won the duel would be startled. Just like I anticipated, he clicked his tongue and put his swords back into his dimension ring, jerking his eyes around to find the president. The crowd that was talking amongst their friends, analyzing the duel, all started looking around for Tess. Where's the student council president? Elijah stretched his neck above the crowd to look for her. Oops, I must have been mistaken. I just shrugged my shoulders and turned to walk past when a hand firmly grasped my shoulder. Are you picking a fight with me or something, brat? It was the human that was just dueling Nick or Nicole or whatever. Yeah, what the hell, man, getting us excited for nothing. I saw some of the humans evidently disappointed at not being able to see their idol in person. I thought I saw her. Once again, my bad. I used my hand to peel his hand off my shoulder, giving him a wink. Yeah, you're bad. He snatched his hand away before he walked off, spitting on the ground in front of my feet. You know, a good piece of advice if you want to graduate. I don't think killing that dwarf boy would have done you any good. I stood still as Sylvie spat directly at the back of his neck. He instantly whirled back around with his two swords in his hands once again. I could almost see a vein bulging out of his forehead like it would in a cartoon. Oops, I shouldn't laugh in this situation. I took a quick glance back and saw that Elijah was just shaking his head, knowing it was too late. You dare. The 13-year-old boy with swords too large for his immature body dashed towards me in a manner I found clumsy, preparing to cross-chop with his two blades, his face bright red in anger. I raised an eyebrow as I lifted one hand up to stop the blow. Why make myself look foolish? Just as I prepared to shatter his two swords, a voice stopped him straight in his tracks. It was the voice that all of the new students heard not too long ago, and the voice probably every male had fallen in love with. It was also the voice of my childhood friend. Do you dare? The face of the dual-wielding boy visibly paled as he froze at the unmistakable voice. I turned to see that the whole student council was walking towards us through a gap created by the students. Taking calm but hurried strides in the front was Tess, her doll-like face expressionless. Behind her, I spotted Lilia, who gave me a worried look. My attacker immediately recalled his two blades into his dimension ring and gave a respectful bow towards them, sweat beading down his forehead. What is going on, Arthur? Gerard is the one that spoke up, making everyone in the crowd raise an eyebrow in surprise. Looks like the scholar mage knows someone from the student council. No wonder he was acting so cocky just now. Did you see him raise up his arm like he was going to stop the attack with his bare hands? I couldn't help but roll my eyes at the whispers from the crowd. Even for preteen children, I had expected them to be taught manners to some degree since they were all from influential families. No, nothing much happened, although you should go take a look at that dwarf student lying over there, Bosnian. I think that was his name. I pointed over to the tree where the dwarf was still groaning while clutching his stomach. Elijah walked towards me, hoping to distill the situation. Hi, Lilia. Sorry, we ended up getting caught up in this little scuffle after the duel between them ended. No harm done. He gave a slight wave at her as he started talking while directing his words at Tess, her face still shrouded in a mask of apathy. Still, this student was about to attack you when a duel wasn't even issued. This is a serious offense. Lilia stepped up, her gaze a bit sterner as she pulled out a small notebook and jotted something down. While Lilia, Gerard, and Elijah were talking about what exactly happened, Tessa's piercing eyes drilled into me, as if she was expecting me to do something. Honestly, even with extended life experience, I have no confidence in what to do when it came to these situations. Did she want me to treat her respectfully as the student council president? Did she want me to treat her as a childhood friend? Did she want to keep our past relationship a secret as a whole? It's Mama, Sylvie, cooed on top of my head, and I had to firmly tell her to hold still and not go to her. Meanwhile, the crowd was getting more and more rowdy, the males doing the best they could to get a better look at Tess, hoping to ingrain her image into their memories to use in times of loneliness or longing. You, I believed I asked you a question. Do you dare? She took a step forward, her eyes boring down on the second-year student. I was thinking that the student was technically a level higher than Tess, but when I took a look at the ribbon that was tied neatly underneath her collar, it had 2 stripes as well. No, of course I would never dare break the rules like that. I simply wanted to scare the boy I had planned to stop before my weapon would hit him. But seeing that I was still acting rashly, I apologize, he said, shooting me a threatening glare as he bowed to Tess. Leave. Her eyes continued to look down at him as he shuffled a good distance away before he turned around and ran out of sight, a few of the boys in the crowd following after him, most likely the ones that fanned the flame in this whole scuffle. And you, why are you starting a fight with a senior on the first day of school? You should know your place. No matter how rowdy he may have been, he is still your senior and he didn't break the rules when dueling with the other student. Furthermore, he is a battle mage student while you are a scholar mage student. Did you not pay attention to my speech about discrimination between the 2 sects of students here? Yet, you still chose to interfere, making these types of problems apparent on the first day. She knit her arms tightly as her stern gaze bore down on me, her face flushed with either anger or embarrassment, which of the two, I couldn't tell. What? My gaze narrowed as I asked, unsure if I heard her correctly. I took a step forward this time, and I could see Elijah's eyes widen in horror as he realized I was going to go past the point of no return. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems to me like you're lecturing me based on a presumption you drew from the last 5 seconds of stumbling upon this situation. Are you really lecturing me right now? I took another step forward, and I could see Tess's once haughty face beginning to crumble. He was about to seriously injure or even kill that dwarf lying there right now, after the duel system broke. If I hadn't stopped that arrogant brat, you would have had to deal with a murder case, not an unregulated fight between 2 students. I continued, my voice coming out louder than I had wanted to. I apologize for the trouble I've caused, student council president, I said icily, stunning everyone, including Tess. As soon as I turned around, a hard lump formed in my throat from the guilt. I had just mocked the students for their immaturity, but here I was, acting the same way. I had forgotten that Tess was just a 13-year-old girl, yet I had expected her to act in a way that even I couldn't. Elijah followed closely behind as I kept walking, my pride keeping me from turning back around. What a lovely reunion. Hold it, first year. Clive Graves ran towards me, grabbing me by the arm as he tried to spin me back around. Were you raised in a cave? Are these the manners your mother taught you growing up? Do you even know who she is? Holding firm, I stopped and looked at him over my shoulder. I knew from first glance that I would have never gotten along with him, but his words somehow had the power to irk me more than most fools. Was I raised in a cave? Was he seriously deprecating my mother? Let go. The malice dripping in my voice startled even Elijah as he instinctively took a step back. Clive immediately released my arm, jumping away as he guarded himself with mana. I took a quick glance at Tess and realized she'd fallen down, more from surprise than out of fear. There was a brief moment where I asked myself if I should help her back up, but as a crowd quickly formed around her to make sure she was okay, I simply let out a sigh and continued my way towards the dorm. Elijah trailed behind as gasps and startled murmurs resounded behind us. President Tesha, please get back up. Are you okay? Who the hell was that? I think Treasurer Gerard called him Arthur, right? Oh man, he's so screwed. He just told off the student council president of the academy. I almost chuckled at the fact that no one knew my history with Tess until another wave of guilt twisted my insides. Maybe I was a bit too harsh on her. No, I was definitely too harsh on her. She's still just a little girl. I shouldn't have lost my patience just because she acted her age. As the guilt consumed my thoughts, I slapped my cheeks and decided to let nature take its course because that was always the best course of action to take in a relationship. School should at least be this exciting, right? I comforted myself. I wasn't really mad at her, but for some reason, my patience had grown thin at that moment. I knew I should reconcile with her before it became too awkward, but I got the feeling that the timing was going to be an issue. Elijah and I had managed to make it to our dorm building without further trouble. There were 2 male dorms and 2 female dorms within the academy. The 2 set of dorms were separated by underclassmen and upperclassmen. Underclassmen were students that were still taking their general education classes. These students were then moved into the upperclassmen dorms after they'd finished their general education courses and had formally decided on what type of student they were going to be. The underclassmen dorms were simple, to say the least. It was clean and well-kept but lackluster in terms of furniture or decorations. It was a warm beige-colored interior with stairs that went all the way up to the top floor, where each floor contained a narrow hallway lined with rooms. Room 394. We're here. Elijah unlocked the door by placing his palm on a round stone above the handle. It looked to be a simple artifact used to read basic mana signatures. As soon as he had opened the door, Sylvie bolted into the room, immediately making a nest out of one of the beds. The room wasn't nearly as fancy as the one in the Helstia Manor, but had a very homey feel. Walking in, to our right were 2 closets, and to our left was a small bathroom crammed with 2 adjacent sinks, a shower and toilet. 2 beds were placed side by side, separated by a nightstand placed against the left side of the wall, while on the right side was a long drawer for folded clothes. The sleeping area and the studying area were divided by a wall that came up to our waist, with 3 elevated steps leading to an arrangement of desks and couches. The 2 desks were placed against walls opposite of each other, so we would be seated facing away while studying. A long couch was positioned against the miniature wall, separating the desks from the beds. The far side of the wall was made almost entirely of glass, which instantly attracted me towards it. The view encompassed a big portion of the campus, which was currently a canvas of fall colors. Looking at it from here, I would have no idea that this place was an institute for mages without being told so. I took a seat on the couch, somewhat excited about the days to come. Sylvie leaned against the window, looking out at the view. Ah, we didn't even have dinner yet, but I'm already pooped. I wonder whose fault that is. Elijah jumped on the far bed that was right behind the couch, the one that Sylvie hadn't claimed as hers. I fell onto the couch, my body practically melting from fatigue. My eyes glazed over, staring off into the sky outside my window until I noticed the pile of luggage cases that were brought in by our driver beforehand. Letting out a sigh, I turned away and denied their existence, dreading the hours of unpacking to come. TSSAERALITHPOV, GAHHHHHH. I screwed up, I totally screwed up. I buried my head into my pillow and screamed my lungs out in frustration. MMMMMFFFFFFFFPPPHHH. We were supposed to have an emotional, romantic reunion. Well, it was emotional, but in the complete opposite direction. Why did I even say all of that anyway? Why did I lash out at him? I know Art would never pick a fight without a reason, but I just went and told him off on something I didn't even see. Gah, I'm so stupid. I bet he hates me now. Why did I say that? I even brought up my speech. Bah, I must have sounded like such a snob. But still, we were in a crowd like that and he did have some fault in the commotion. But I'm sure he hates me now. If Art just greeted me or even just talked to me normally, I wouldn't have said that. That's right. It's all Art's fault. He even ignored me when I came all the way there to help settle the mess he was in. He didn't even say hi. I wasn't expecting a full-blown hug or even a KK kiss or something. Just a long time no see Tess would have been fine. Who is that black-haired guy that reminds me of a raven anyway? Is he his friend? Best friend? It seemed like the both of them knew Lilia and Gerard. Gah, this is so frustrating. I screamed into my pillow again in hopes of releasing some of my frustration. MMMMFFFFFF. A sudden knock on my door jolted me upright. This is Clive. I'm here to check up on you. Are you feeling okay? I heard the muffled voice through the door. Who was that first year anyway? I can't believe he dared lecture you like that when you were trying to give him advice. Should I talk to the director about this? We could get him punished and... It's fine, so leave. Don't go to the director either. That's an order. I spoke harsher than I usually did to get the point across. How dare he badmouth Art? Only I can badmouth him. I fell back onto my pillow after I heard the faint sound of his footsteps leaving. Dorms were separated by gender and class while before, it was separated by the type of student you were. For the student councils, though, we each had our own room in a building that was right next to the director's office. It was uncomfortable living with guys in the same house, but Lilia was here, and the guys were generally okay, so I didn't mind too much. Stupid Arthur. Did you know how much I wanted to scream out your name and run to you when I saw you in the audience? Even if he was far away, how could I ever miss that bright auburn hair with a mana beast resting on top of his head? Sylvie looked really different from when she had first hatched, but that didn't surprise me. The fact that she was a dragon was something that should have shocked me, but with Art, nothing he ever did could surprise me. He was just like that. I didn't even have the energy to scream in frustration anymore. I wanted to blame Art for all of this, but I knew he wasn't all at fault. He probably wanted to keep our relationship a secret from me since I was a public figure here. But still, why was Art only dumb when it comes to a girl's heart? Dummy. I hope he doesn't hate me. There were so many questions I wanted to ask him too. What has he been doing? How was his time as an adventurer? Did he get hurt anywhere? Did he miss me? Did he think of me at all these past 4 years? I wanted to brag to him how much stronger I'd gotten too. After directly training under the director, my skills as a conjurer improved by leaps and bounds. I would have trained under Grandpa, but it wasn't the best idea because he was an augmenter, which limited what he could teach me. He taught me the basics of mana manipulation, but as far as going down the route of a conjurer, the director knew a lot more. She was also familiar with the differences in elves and humans, which helped her train me specifically. Grandpa knew I had great potential because when I first awakened, I created an implosion that blew up my entire room and part of the downstairs kitchen. That was back when Art used to live with us. That was when I had to wake him up every day too. I sniffled. Oh no, I shouldn't start crying. Art wouldn't hate me just for that, would he? I should just clear things up with him and apologize. He wouldn't ignore me, right? Curse his ignorance and insensitivity towards the female heart. Arthur Leywan's POV. I watched idly as Sylv took a nap beside me on the couch, her tiny body heaving up and down with each tiny breath. It's not like you to explode like that all of a sudden though, Art. It would have made more sense for you to just ignore her and walk off, right? Elijah was still lying down in his bed, his hand propping his head up as he faced me. Well, I admit I shouldn't have exploded, but I couldn't help. We both turned our heads to the door when 2 brisk knocks interrupted our conversation. That's strange, who would want to see us on the first day? Maybe our neighbors are just saying hello. Elijah got up to answer the door. Who is? After a brief silence, I turned to see Elijah frozen still. Getting up to see what was going on, I saw Director Goodsky standing nonchalantly at the door, smiling at me. Good evening, Arthur. Elijah, may I come in? Director Goodsky, it's an honor to meet you in person. Elijah gave a forceful bow that looked almost comedic towards the ever-graceful Cynthia Goodsky. He lifted his head back up too quickly, almost dropping his glasses in the process while the director gave a polite smile, the crow's feet around her eyes adding to her charm. Please come in, Director Goodsky. Elijah, stop blocking the doorway. I pulled out the chair from my desk, motioning for the director to take a seat on the sofa. I told you to call me, Cynthia. She pouted as she almost floated past Elijah and took a seat on the couch, the door closing on its own. The amount of harmony she had with the wind element continued to amaze me, as the air around her almost seemed to bend to her, without even a command. I don't think it would be wise of a 12-year-old with no background to be on a first-name basis with the director of the most prestigious academy in this continent. I chuckled as I took a seat on my desk chair while she sat cross-legged on the couch cushion, her back straight and proper. Your bond has changed a lot in appearance since the last time we met. Intriguing. Cynthia tried to hold Sylvie, who was curled on the couch, but she hopped out of her reach and nestled herself on top of my head. Haha, as shy as before, I see. She gave Sylvie one last studying look before turning her gaze to me. How peculiar. I seem to only sense wind and earth attribute mana inside of you. Are you, by chance, using a seal? She tilted her head to the side while Elijah stood ramrod straight behind her, as if in front of a commanding officer in war. I lifted my left arm to reveal my bracelet with 2 charms dangling on it to answer her question. Can't say I'm not disappointed. I was hoping to go around flaunting you as my little protege, but I guess even a dual elemental augmenter is rare enough to do so. Though you becoming a scholar mage student was something that I definitely expected, she let out a soft chuckle. I was planning on paying a visit to your office to update you on some things, but it saves me the trouble with you coming here, I guess. I've probably made an enemy from a not-so-friendly family while I was an adventurer, so I don't want to give him any reasons to suspect me, at least not right now. I leaned back in my chair, studying the 2 charms attached to my bracelet. Yes, I've read the reports on the case between Adventurer Note and Adventurer Lucas Wykes. Quite a troublesome foe you've managed to procure. Since they are a military house, I do have a certain amount of authority over his family, but they have too many hidden workings that continue to elude us. Director Cynthia rubbed her chin, trying to think of a solution. It's fine. I don't consider that an urgent matter. He's just a chore I'll have to get around to finishing someday. If I do something rash now and it blows back to my friends and family, that's when it will be a problem. I would actually like your help with another matter. I put my elbows on my knees as I leaned forward towards Director Cynthia. Please speak, she kindly replied. I want to take higher-level mana theory classes, especially those on deviants, I stated simply. That wouldn't be too difficult to do, but Arthur, wasn't one of your main reasons for attending this academy to fit in with your peers? She eyed me in a scrutinizing manner. I don't mind taking these extra classes on top of my normal ones, where I would be with students my age. I'm just impatient to learn a bit more about deviant mana manipulation since I've hit a ceiling on that recently. I almost blurted out, since there was no deviation magic in my old world. Fine. I can make that happen, and I can even give you a pass to permit you to observe the upper-class top mages' mock battles as well. She sounded magnanimous, but I only eyed her suspiciously. Okay, so what's the catch? I raised an eyebrow. Arthur, I'm heartbroken. I only wanted to do this for your growth. She over-exaggeratedly placed a hand on top of her heart, as if genuinely offended. Art, you're being rude to the director. Elijah looked a little panicked, as he couldn't see the director's facial expression as she did this. I smiled at her, waiting silently for an answer. Goodsky sighed. Very well. Of course, I believe it's only fair to receive some compensation for doing these kinds of favors for you. She caved in, baffling Elijah. I hope you don't say something absurd like joining the student council. I shook my head. I heard of your little bout with the princess earlier. She laughed as my face turned a bit red in embarrassment. I didn't expect the ever-calm and composed Arthur Lewin to explode like that. I guess Princess Iralith is a bit special. She was still snickering at my embarrassment. Wait, what does she mean by that, Art? Elijah walked towards us so he could see the both of us now, although he remained standing out of respect towards Cynthia. Before the director answered, she looked to me to see if I was okay with it. After giving her an unconcerned shrug, she told Elijah. Your best friend also happens to be the childhood friend of our lovely student council president. The director's lips curled up into a sly grin, as if she was just a teenager telling some rich gossip. I was a little worried that Elijah's jaw might unhinge by how much his face slacked. I could see a mixture of emotions, from shock to betrayal to envy, all in his face. How, when, what? He couldn't produce complete sentences as he tried to wrap his head around the whole situation. Ignoring him, I turned back to Cynthia. How did you find out anyway? I asked, curious. I'm not surprised that you know, but it shouldn't be something you could just randomly stumble upon either. Haha, about that. Virion Iralith happens to be an old acquaintance of mine. I didn't tell anyone else, but I did excitedly mention to him that my academy would be receiving a gifted quadra-elemental mage in a couple of years. He and I were quite competitive since way back, but he took the news quite calmly, which made me suspicious. However, I didn't find out until I took in his granddaughter as my disciple. Do you know the first thing she said when I took her in? I could tell she was trying to hold in her laughter, but why? I just shook my head in defeat, my face becoming even a deeper shade of red. When is Arthur Lewin going to start attending this school? Director Cynthia said in a high-pitched voice, attributable to a younger Tess. For how grand and mysterious she might seem to everyone else, here she was, laughing like a preteen, taking joy in my embarrassment. What, Art, how do you know her? I could tell that Elijah practically wanted to choke the answers out of me, but was holding it in since the director was still here, although she probably wouldn't have minded. Eventually, I pieced two and two together. Really. Being trained by Virion, I feel somewhat betrayed, Arthur. She put on a pouting face again. By this time, Elijah had just sunk into his desk chair, giving up, done with life. I don't mean to intrude in on your love life, but she thinks very highly of you, Arthur. I'm sure she didn't mean to come across as the way she did earlier. My training regimen is not easy, and the few that have tried before her have failed. The reason she is able to keep up and continue to train under me is because of her desire to catch up to you, Arthur. Even you must realize that you acted quite immaturely back there. She caught me off guard, suddenly scolding me like a disappointed mother. Yeah, I know how dumb I acted there as well, no need to remind me. I sighed, leaning further back into my seat. You will make up with her soon, right? I'd hate to see my disciple disheartened while she trains. She smiled at me gently before continuing. What I want from you is not to be in the student council, but actually be a part of a committee that is going to start this year. The Disciplinary Committee. I knew she would want me to do something like this. Forget it. I don't need the theory classes. I'll just teach myself from the books in the library. I shook my head. The books on deviance aren't accessible to underclassmen, and even for upperclassmen, you need to show that you are a deviant, something you can't do right now, right? She calmly refuted my plans, being part of this disciplinary committee or whatever. How does that make sense? I'm a new student that's in this academy as a scholar mage. What would the other members think anyway? I tried to reason. While they might not agree at first, with some time, I believe you will be more than capable of changing their minds, even with your self-placed handicap. Director Goodsky threw in a playful wink, seemingly dead set on going through with this. Arthur, unlike the student council members that are chosen on a broader criteria, the disciplinary committee will be strictly based on strength. Your responsibilities won't nearly be as much as the student council, and being in the disciplinary committee will give you the chance to work with students, some of which are also deviants, that are all strong in their own fields. Her arguments were getting stronger. You mentioned that the disciplinary committee members are based on strength. Before I finished my sentence, she cut me off. No, Lucas Wykes will not be on the disciplinary committee if that is what you are curious about. Arthur, this opportunity is something that other students would take as an honor. I insist on you taking it. She leaned in, her face a bit more serious now. My head bent down as I thought things over. On top of regular and extra classes, I would have to do committee work, putting a big strain on my individual training time, which I was still figuring out where to do in secret. As if she read my mind, she threw out her final offer. Since the amount of work may be a bit too much on top of class and independent study, how about I offer you access to a private training facility where you won't need to worry about anyone intruding? She pointed at my bracelet. Please, Arthur, I really feel like this could be a good deal for the both of us in the long run. Her face softened a bit as she showed sincerity. I started thinking about how being in the disciplinary committee would fit into my plans, and finding no particular detriment in agreeing to this, I answered, "Fine, I'll agree to be a part of the disciplinary committee." My shoulders loosened as I let out a sigh. Good. Since classes start tomorrow, I will give your new schedule to your first period professor. Here is your new uniform I prepared in the case of good news. The knife is just meant to be the symbol of the disciplinary committee, but it is quite expensive, so do take care not to lose it. She gave me a wink as she threw me a tailored uniform with a sheathed knife and strap. It irritated me that she already had this prepared before she came in, even if it was just in case. It dawned on me that even with my previous life and this life put together, both Grandpa Virion and Director Goodsky would still be older than me after all. I only lived until my late 30s, around where I was getting past my prime as a duelist. I'd been so caught up in the fact that I had two lives that it didn't occur to me that there were still people here that were older. Of course, I still had the advantage over traditional mages here because where I came from, the magic usage was a lot more advanced. The advantage that the older mages from this world had, however, was that they were used to the amount of mana in the atmosphere here and had mastered it to a certain degree. I guess even with two lives, there was still bound to be someone wiser. I involuntarily shook the thoughts out of my head, causing Director Goodsky to tilt her head in curiosity. Now that the matter I've come to settle is settled, I shall take my leave. Enjoy your first dinner here and do please patch things up with my dear Tesha as fast as you can. I don't want my precious disciple to keep moping. She whisked away, leaving me wondering why she didn't just enter like that. It was probably to respect our privacy or something. As soon as Director Goodsky left, a shadow loomed over me as Elijah peered down at me, his facial expression akin to a demon's. You've got some explaining to do, and I swore I thought I saw pointed teeth as he smirked evilly. I couldn't help but pat Elijah on the shoulder, as it looked like his soul was about to escape from his mouth. There were shadows underneath his lifeless eyes, his sunken cheeks making him look like a hollow skeleton. There, I sighed. Even Sylvie took pity on him as she hopped off of my head and landed on his, biting the crown of his head to stir him awake. His ghastly eyes bore into me as he turned his head. Not fair, he mumbled. What? I leaned in closer to better hear what he was whispering. He leaned in closer to me, his lips almost touching my ears. It's not fair, GODDMMIT. I jumped in surprise as my ears start ringing. What the hell, don't shout in my ear. I stirred my pinky inside my ear canal to wipe away the stray spit that had been launched inside by my bitter friend. Looks, talent, and even luck with girls. Why do you have everything? He placed both of his hands on my arm, a concentrated expression across his face. Confused by this seemingly random action, I asked, "What are you doing?" Trying to see if I can absorb some of your Arthurness, he mumbled, still concentrating. Are you dumb? I shook my head, waving his hands off of me. On our way to the dining hall a bit down from the dorms, I explained briefly to Elijah how I met Tesh really hated how I called her that inside the forest of Elshire. The whole time I was telling him the story, from living inside the kingdom of Elenoir's castle with Tess to learning mana manipulation from her grandfather, I could almost see my words pierce through him as his life slowly drained from him. Do you know how attractive dwarves are, Art? He leaned in a bit too close for comfort while the both of us kept walking. How much? I peeled my head back from my overly emotional companion. Not, all, he said matter-of-factly. The sense of beauty that dwarves hold is the complete opposite of humans, Art. I may have been raised in their kingdom, but there will never come a day when I can empathize with their definition of attractive. I laughed, unable to wrap my head around what an attractive female would look like to the dwarves, but I asked anyway. Haha, elaborate for me how devastating your life was. When I turned 8, my grandfather, the elder who took care of me, introduced me to whom he hoped would be my future wife. The whole week prior, he was going on and on about how beautiful and elegant she was. When she showed up, I swear I thought I was looking at a man, Art. His body shivered from the thought of recalling his past nightmare. Her name was Helgarth, and I swear she made me fear for my chastity. Her square jaw, her trunk like veiny limbs, her long, thick nose. She had a S stubble on her upper lip, Art. She had facial hair at the age of 9, Art. Elijah was shaking me at this point, as I couldn't stop laughing. Okay, I get it. You were a very deprived young boy who started going through puberty much too early for his age. I shrugged with my palms up while trying to calm my fit of laughter. You spend your childhood filled with masculine women who go around showing off their bulging arms, and see how you turn out when you see normal girls. He shook his head, returning back to his lifeless self. Well, You are in the most prestigious school as a battle mage student, and you're probably at least a full stage ahead of anyone in our class, so just show off your skills. You're bound to land someone, somehow I said optimistically. Your pity is literally hurting me. He sighed, making the both of us laugh. I personally like your new uniform better, Elijah mentioned as he studied me. It makes you seem more strong and unapproachable somehow. He nodded in agreement at his own statement. The new uniform I received from director Cynthia wasn't too different in terms of looks from my scholar mage uniform. It was composed of a white dress shirt with a single black stripe on the mid-arm above the elbows and a light gray vest. Both the new vest and dark gray pants were made from a different material though, with special engravings on the inside that made me suspect that it had protecting qualities to it. In place of my pocket watch on the breast pocket, however, was a strap that went across my chest and snugged in around my shoulder, holding my sheathed silver knife over my heart. A gold string replaced the red string that I had tied around underneath my collar, giving my whole attire a more royal look. I looked down and let out a sigh. I had to admit that the uniform did look good, but I didn't like gaudy clothes like this. There was also an outerwear piece that I was supposed to receive later when it was properly fitted for me. So what are you going to do about the disciplinary committee? Elijah asked me a bit more seriously. I tilted my head, not knowing what he was implying. What do you mean? Shrugging his shoulders, he looked forward, realizing we were almost at the dining hall. I mean, I know you're already part of this new committee and all, but are you going to really take it seriously and stuff? It sounds like a lot of work, true. The director wanted me to be a part of this new committee, but didn't really specify what exactly I had to do. I'll try my best. I might as well give it my all since I've decided on going through with it, right? Besides, Ellie is going to be attending this academy in a few years. I need to do my best to pave a path for her so when she does come, it'll be easier on her. I opened the door, welcomed by the students' indistinguishable conversations and the hearty aroma of meat and herbs. As the both of us stepped in, the hall turned quiet and I could feel the stares of the students as they studied us. Ignoring the glares and the occasional curious glances, we made our way into the line and got our food, situating ourselves in a back corner. Looks like you're already popular, Art. Elijah smirked as he picked up a piece of roasted meat with his fork. What can I say? I gave an arrogant hair flip and the both of us started laughing. Ah, don't forget that we have the club rush tomorrow morning, Elijah said, his mouth full of meat. I let out a sigh at this. Oh yeah, I have to go to the auditorium pretty early tomorrow. The disciplinary committee is being officially announced before the club rush starts tomorrow. I played around a bit with my vegetables before trying to give them to Sylvie, who promptly rejected them. Director Cynthia had left me a note with a couple instructions along with the new uniform. That means you're going to meet the rest of the disciplinary committee. How exciting. Wake me up before you leave then. Will do. I picked up a piece of roasted meat for myself, but Sylvie stole it before it reached my mouth. We conversed about the clubs Elijah should join and the classes we had. As it turned out, the disciplinary committee met every morning, which irked me. Looks like I'll finally break my poor sleeping habits. Besides that, my daily class schedule consisted of fundamentals of mana theory, practical mana manipulation, and basics of artificing. After lunch was when my upper division classes would start. Those classes were Deviant Magic Theory I, Team Fighting Mechanics I, and Spell Formations I during the fall semester. There were a lot more upper division classes for Battle Mage students, while the spring semester classes consisted of a wider variety for Scholar Mage students. Most students only took 3-4 classes a semester, but I was essentially loaded with double the classes, my last class ending at 7 in the evening, not leaving me any time for clubs. As for Elijah, we only had fundamentals of mana theory together. His other classes comprised of basic chain casting and mana utilization I clubs geared towards upper division students met before lunch, since their classes were all in the evening, and vice versa for underclassmen. Maybe I should join a hand-to-hand fighting club. I heard that more and more conjurers are trying to become at least a bit adept at close-range fighting, just in case, he pondered while shoving another piece of meat into his mouth. During our meal, the both of us could tell that people were conversing about us, with looks being shot every now and then from random people. However, none of them actually came up to us until now. A group of students, all with battle mage uniforms, walked up to our table, completely ignoring my existence. The leader of the group, a tall male with wavy brown hair that was parted in the middle, stuck his hand out to Elijah. My name is Charles Ravenper II, born from the famous Ravenper family. I'm sure you've heard of it, right? I couldn't help but notice you spending time with someone beneath you. I'm being especially courteous today in letting you be in our group. His chin stuck out, confident that Elijah would take his hand. You should be honored to be part of the Ravenper group, one of the groupies echoed in the back. The Ravenpoop family. Never heard of a family named after a bird's feces. Have you, Art? Elijah looked at me with a very clueless look, making me laugh through my nose. No, but I'd be very embarrassed to be in family like the Ravenpoop, even if I did know of them. I tried to hide my smile as I played along in this immature exchange. Some of the students nearby who were listening in on our conversation started snickering. Why you? How dare you mock a prestigious family like the Raven POR house? Charles slammed his fist on our table, emphasizing his house name, which made them laugh even more. I'm a second-class student that should be shown respect. I reached out to you, a newbie, because I didn't want a battle mage student to lower himself by being with a scholar trash student, but you instead spit in my face like this. His hand was already twitching to reach for the wand strapped to his right leg. Elijah looked him dead in the eye and refuted. First of all, it's scholar mage student. Arthur is just as much of a mage as any battle mage student. Second, why would I go with someone who blatantly looks down on my best friend and roommate? Third, it's obvious you're not here out of kindness towards me, but here because of hostility towards Arthur, so stop your childish show and go piss off. I had to admit that when my friend put on a serious expression, coupled with his naturally sharp features, he did look quite scary. Issuing duels inside a facility not meant for battle was prohibited, so using magic inside the dining hall would result in quite a big punishment, but that didn't seem to stop Mr. Ravenper here. Wind gathered around him as he struggled to keep his anger under control. Jack, he roared, the wind settling down around him as he called forth one of his minions. A boy that had a face that looked around 13, but a body that looked too big for his age stepped up from the back. Show these brats how things work around here, he growled, stepping back. Jack looked a little hesitant, but Charles barked that he'd be properly compensated, making Jack reveal a wicked grin as he fit a clawed gauntlet over his fists. Sucks for you, he simply smirked, cracking his neck before splitting the table in half. The dining hall was in a commotion by now as the students all gathered around, some standing up on the tables to get a better view. Elijah protected his face in surprise as the table split into pieces, but I remained unfazed, my legs crossed as I took a sip from the water cup I was holding, while even Sylvia had fallen asleep. Are you crazy? This is a dining facility, Elijah shouted as he stood up to face Jack, who cracked his clawed fists. Don't matter. Boss is going to take care of everything anyway. Keep your teeth clenched now. He smirked as his right fist glowed with non-attribute mana. He was a second-class student as well by the 2 stripes on his black tie, but even without an attribute, his core was still dark orange, which for his age was pretty damn good. Elijah's right hand glowed, his 2 rings a dim yellow as he prepared a spell, but I'd already noticed that Jack's pitiful killing intent was directed towards me, not my friend. I didn't even look up and prepared to settle this quickly, but once again, before I got the chance to do anything, vines shot out from the ground and wrapped tightly around Jack. It only took a couple of moments for the vines to completely encase Jack. As he struggled to break free, the vines twisted tighter, turning his face into an ugly shade of purple. While most were confused, Charles seemed to know exactly what was going on as his face paled, and he immediately stepped away from the commotion he'd created. Elijah was a bit surprised as well, his head turning left and right to see who used the spell, but the person responsible had yet to show herself. Standing up, I faced the suffocating Jack, who'd given up his struggle against the vines. The atmosphere in the dining hall turned tense as everyone stayed silent, waiting for the perpetrator of the spell to show up. Giving Elijah a meaningful glance, I silently lifted my arm, placing my palm on the vines as I released the spell. Holding back on the amount of mana I used, I willed a sharp gale of wind from my palm. Torrent. The Ravenper groupies behind Jack covered themselves against the sharp gale as they got caught in the attack as well. With the spell, I so graciously freed Jack from the vines that were choking him, but in the process, shredded his clothes as well, leaving him the same way he came out from his unfortunate mother's womb. Jack plopped to his knees, coughing and gasping for air. Without either a word or a change in expression, I turned and walked towards Charles, who was still trying to discreetly make his way out of the dining hall. He was by the wall, almost in front of the main doors, when I unsheathed the disciplinary committee knife I received from the director, imbued wind mana into it, and threw it. The knife cut through the air and pierced through his blazer, pinning him against the wall. What the hell? He yelped as I came face to face with him. Maybe it's just me, but I find it pathetic when brats like you who come from noble families beat your chest for something that you never even earned. Before bragging about how powerful your family is, be competent enough to at least not embarrass them. I pulled out the knife he was struggling to remove in one swift swipe and left through the door, not looking back. The brisk autumn air greeted me as I closed the door, my breath becoming visible in a cloud in front of me. It's Mama. Sylvie's head shot up from atop my head. I ignored my bond, looking up at the night sky illuminated by countless stars. I spoke out loud. You could have killed him if I didn't disrupt the spell. Just a few meters away to my left, the familiar voice responded. I was going to cancel it once he passed out. Besides, I know you were going to handle it. Oh, now you leave it up to me. What stopped you from doing the same this morning after the ceremony? I snickered. I walked toward the figure that was leaning against the wall of the building, her face and other recognizable features masked by the shadow of the starry night. By her silence, I could already picture what sort of troubled expression she had on her face. I stood in front of the figure, close enough to see her face, but she was looking down so I could only see the crown of her silvery gunmetal hair that seemed to shimmer in the moonlight. Ahem, I awkwardly coughed, covering my mouth with a fist. The silence between us felt like an eternity. Finally, she glanced up, revealing her face as she fiddled with her hands behind her back. I'm sore Owa. The awkward atmosphere surrounding us instantly dissipated as we head-butted each other in our attempts to bow an apology at the same time. I couldn't help but burst into laughter as I rubbed my throbbing head. I think I heard my skull crack just now. Shut up. Tess massaged her head too as she continued to look down. Her shoulders began trembling and I heard a sniffle. I squatted down so I could see my childhood friend's face. Tess, are you crying? I teased, gently wiping her tears with the inside of my sleeve. It's because it hurts. She sniffed, her eyes continuing to avoid mine as she let me wipe her face. Did it hurt that much? I softened my voice as I stood back up, gently patting the place where my head hit her. Yes, it hurt a lot. Smacking my hand away, she buried her face in my chest, wrapping her arms around my waist as she began crying. The seconds seemed to elongate as I felt her body tremble from her erratic breaths and hiccups. I looked back at the night sky, feeling my face burn as I clumsily returned her hug. I thought you hated me. I could barely make out what she was muffling with her face still buried in my chest in between her sniffling. Even if there are times when I get mad at you, I would never hate you, Tess, I said gently. I don't want that. Don't want what? I don't want you to get mad at me either. She mumbled into my chest. Well, this time I was in the wrong. I shouldn't have lashed out at you like that. I suddenly realized that I didn't really treat Tess like everyone else. While I didn't feel a reason to get mad over most people besides my family, and Elijah, Tess was probably the only one capable of making me act genuinely, even if that was sometimes immature. No, I was wrong too. I shouldn't have called you out like that in front of all of those people. BBBT, it was because I have to be the strict student council president in front of everyone, you know. Her face looked desperate as she finally looked up, her concerned eyes red and a little puffy from crying. Art, you should have seen everyone's faces after you. My heavens. Elijah, who only saw the shaded outline of my back, came running towards me until he spotted who I was with. Realizing that Tess was still wrapped tightly around me, I couldn't help but give him an embarrassed look. I'll see you be back at our dorm. He stammered out before darting off, nearly tripping over his own feet. Haha. Tess, I think it's about time you let go of me. I smiled as I watched her face turn crimson. Oh, right. She immediately let go of me, taking a step back as her gaze shifted down, too embarrassed to look at me. I couldn't help but let out a soft laugh at how my childhood friend really hadn't changed. Do you want to take a little walk with me? I gave her a smile as Sylvie jumped off from the top of my head and into her arms. Caillou, long time no see, mama. TESSIAERALITHPOV. Each of his steps were light and confident, as if always certain of his direction and purpose. Was it the way he walked, those eyes that looked calm and poised yet still a little playful? Was it his gaze, the way it glowed even when it was this dark outside? Was it his smile? What made me this stupidly attracted to him? He's just another boy. Another rather talented, rather well-mannered, and slightly better-looking boy. That was it. What was it about him that made me become so foolish around him, and why did I keep doing things to embarrass myself in front of him? I unconsciously let out a defeated sigh. Is something wrong? He looked at me with concern, his gentle voice sending shivers go down my spine. And no, nothing's wrong, haha. I felt my face turning red again, so I started petting Sylvie faster as a distraction. Gosh dang it. I could feel his eyes studying me as we walked along the marble path, the only source of light from the moon, peeking between the trees that arched the walkway. The last time we had met, earlier today, we barely spent a few seconds together before things got bad, so it had really been almost 4 years since we'd last seen each other. I would have stared at him too, but I knew I was going to turn bright red, so I just kept my gaze down. I wondered if he looked at any other girl like this. I wanted his attention all to myself, just like now. I stopped myself before I sighed out loud again. We started talking about what we'd both been doing these past few years. His time as an adventurer was really exciting, but I couldn't help but be a little disappointed that he had been with that girl named Jasmine the whole time. The corners of Art's eyes crinkled as he revealed his bright smile. What? I held Sylvie up in front of me defensively. It's just that I'm enjoying the different expressions you're showing me while I tell you my story. I caught a glimpse of his eyes, making me turn red again. This was getting ridiculous. I would have been pretty cold if I didn't have Sylvie as a heating pack, but Art didn't look cold at all. I wondered if being a beast tamer made his body stronger in these situations too. I started getting embarrassed as I remembered hugging him for so long. He was really warm, though. As we kept talking, I got a little less tense. I told him a bit about my training with Grandpa, but I focused more on when Grandma Cynthia was my teacher. You call her Grandma. His head tilted a little in curiosity. Nodding, I replied, she told me to call her that since I was her only disciple and since she didn't have any children. I see, he pondered. I continued on about the strict training I had to go through and how it was hard for my plant attribute magic to improve because of the lack of reliable teachers. Although there weren't any other races that could manipulate plant attribute mana, even amongst elves, there were very few people that were adequate in plant magic. While some noble lineages did have the capacity to learn it, they ended up focusing on another element instead because of how hard it was for them to learn plant magic. So you ended up becoming a dual specialist in plant and wind. Huh, wow, I knew you'd be a talented mage. His genuine look made me feel proud. I often got embellished praises from all sorts of different important figures, but just a simple compliment from him made me this happy. He continued, "It makes sense that Director Goodsky is teaching you then." I wanted time to stop as we reached the front of the dorms. Why were the dorms built so close to the dining hall? It should have been on the other side of the school. We should both get some sleep. It's getting late and tomorrow is a big day. He patted my head. I would have enjoyed it a lot more if it didn't make me feel like he was treating me like a kid. Why, yeah, you're right. Congratulations on becoming a disciplinary committee member, Art. I tried my best to smile, but I started overthinking how I looked. I almost forgot. He took my hand and brought it up, placing something from his pocket into my palm. Here. This will probably help you a lot. Letting go of my hand, he gave me a playful wink before turning back toward the dorms as Sylvie waved her small paw at me. He didn't even give me a chance to thank him. Looking down, I studied the small, dull green orb. It didn't seem special at all, but it did mean a lot to me just because it came from Art. Knowing him, though, this wasn't just some sort of decoration he wanted me to have, I wonder. I willed a bit of mana into the orb and almost dropped it in surprise, my hands trembling uncontrollably. This is Arthur Leywans POV. Papa, you're really happy. Is it because you made up with Mama? Sylvie teased me as I walked up the stairs and back to my dorm room. Can it, Sylv? And can you stop calling her Mama? I pinched my dragon bond's ear, making her squirm. Room 394, finally. Tesha and I had been walking pretty slowly and had stopped in between while we talked, so it was pretty late at the night. I opened the door carefully, just in case Elijah was asleep, but I almost jumped in surprise to see him sitting cross-legged, facing the door, his eyes bloodshot. I see you're still awake." I waved awkwardly. "Hell yes, I'm awake." He crossed his arms and used his chin to point at my bed, signaling me to sit. "Ha, go on." I sighed helplessly as I let my best friend release his barrage of questions. It was almost 4 in the morning when he was finished. The two of us sprawled out on our beds, tired both physically and mentally, while Sylvie had fallen asleep hours ago. "I can't believe you were hugging her." I saw him shake his head while he lay on his back. "I told you I've known her since she was 5. It's not surprising that she'd be more comfortable around me," I simply stated. He shook head again. "After you left, some of the students suspected that it was the president that used the vine spell since she was the only one that could use it to that degree. Do you know all of the things the students called her?" He got up and looked at me. "What did they call her?" I asked, a bit interested. "There were 2 I heard the most." He leaned in closer. "When the untouchable princess," he stated. "Untouchable? Why? Is she that much stronger than everyone else?" I asked. Ignoring me, he said the other. 2, Lunar Goddess. Huh, why Lunar Goddess? I chortled at the juvenile nicknames. "Because she's like the moon, Art. The moon looks so close that you can grab it, but no matter how much you try, you'll never touch it. But you touched the moon. You hugged the moon." He flailed his arm in defeat and plopped back into bed. "Go to sleep," I retorted. We were both too tired to even try to wash up, and my head was already hurting at the thought of how tired I would be in the morning, but memories of what happened tonight had kept me up. I kept wondering if I had done the right thing in the dining hall. It was a habit I'd acquired from being a Kinto, overthink my past actions and always plan my future actions. To my side, I could hear Elijah fast asleep, mumbling something about the moon again. "Wake up," I smacked Elijah on the stomach as I finished fastening the shoulder strap for the knife that represented my status as a disciplinary committee member. Oof. Elijah bolted up in surprise, but groaned once he realized how tired and in pain he was. "I can see why you don't like being woken up like this," he mumbled as he rubbed his stomach. Smirking at my friend, I walked to the door. "I'm leaving now, so hurry up and get ready. I'll see you in first period." Without looking back, I gave him a wave and headed towards the auditorium. I was supposed to formally meet all the other members of the disciplinary committee in the small waiting room inside the auditorium, so I was a bit excited as to what kind of people they might be. Sylvie caillou-ed in excitement, as well as she swayed her head from side to side. After today, everyone would know that I was part of the disciplinary committee. I grinned at myself after imagining what the Ravenper group's face would look like after becoming aware of what my different uniform meant today. Arriving at the back entrance to the auditorium, I straightened up my shirt, vest, and strap, and opened the door, feeling tired, sleepy, curious, and a bit excited. As I opened the door to the back entrance of the auditorium, I was met with an unexpected greeting. My hair was blown back by a blood-curdling roar as Sylvie had to cling onto me to avoid falling off. Along with the deafening shout of the mana beast that greeted me came bullets of saliva that showered my face and upper chest. There, there. While wiping off the spit of the mana beast, I nonchalantly proceeded to pet its face, which was inches away from my own. This mana beast stood about 2 meters high on all fours. Its body was covered in thick dark brown fur, and a deep red mane circled its head. 2 pointed, vicious teeth spouted out from above its jaw, making it all the more menacing, but compared to Sylvie's dragon form, I could only see it as an overgrown kitten. Even Sylvie looked at the mana beast with little interest as she just settled back on top of my head. Whoa, he wasn't surprised at all. From behind the mana beast peeked out a student that looked to be a couple of years older than I was. He had very dull, light gray, almost white hair that reached over his brows. He had narrow eyes that were virtually slits and a smile on his face that didn't come off as pleasant but more so mocking. Though lean and tall, his overall frame looking quite frail. What stuck out the most, however, was that his uniform was very different from mine and any other I'd seen so far. He wore a loose, dark gray Oriental-style robe that covered his arms and came down past his torso, black pants, and a golden sash tied around his waist. Peeking out of the inside of his robe was the insignia that all of the disciplinary committee members had to carry around the silver knife. Something felt a tad off about him, something that made me wary. You must be the last DC officer to arrive. My name is Kai Crestless, a 4th year. Just call me Kai. His expression didn't change at all, his eyes still narrowed and lips still smiling, but he put up his arm in a welcoming gesture, revealing hands that were completely wrapped in bandages so that it looked like he had gloves on. Hello, my name is Arthur Lewin. Pleased to make your acquaintance. I shook his bandaged hands. Bah, another frail-looking pretty boy. Why aren't there any more real men in this committee? Looking around, I found where the voice came from, and couldn't help but remember what Elijah had told me yesterday before dinner. A female dwarf that came up to my chest with limbs as thick as tree trunks hopped down from where she was sitting and came up to me. The only indications that told me she was female were her long brown hair and high-pitched voice, neither of which suited her masculine appearance. Looks like we'll be working together, so I might as well introduce myself. I'm Doradria Orgard, a 1st year like yourself. Let's get along, she said simply while firmly smacking my back, sending a jolt throughout my body. What power? Arthur Lewin. Nice to meet you, I replied, rubbing my back. Everyone, the last guy is here. Doradria shouted at the top of her lungs as we reached a room at the end of the hall. Inside the gigantic room that I figured was used to hold events, I saw 5 other figures. Without further ado, I walked up closer to greet them all at once. My name is Arthur Lewin, and I just started attending this academy as a scholar mage student. I am a dual elemental attribute augmenter capable in wind and earth. I offered a curt bow. Arthur Lewin. The first voice that spoke up sounded surprised. Looking back up, I saw a boy that appeared to be around 17. He had deep, mahogany-colored hair that spiked out, making him look almost like a lion himself. His fierce sword-shaped brows combined with his strong brown eyes produced a striking gaze. It took me a couple of seconds, but I soon realized who he was. If I remember correctly, you must be Prince Glader. The longer I looked at him, the more confident I became that he was Curtis Glader, son of Sapin's king. I can hardly call myself a prince now ever since the 3 kings and queens dismissed their titles and became the council. Just call me Curtis. He spoke very charismatically, his deep voice carrying a certain depth. His expression was a bit troubled though, no doubt because his father's guard did cause some problems for me the last time we met. Nice to see you again, Curtis. You must be a 5th year now, right? I responded cheerily, which eased the troubled look he had. Yup, 5th year fire attribute augmenter as well as a beast tamer. Nice to see you again, he announced as we grasped hands. Curtis' uniform looked much more intricate than Kai's loose-fitting robe. His outfit reminded me of an old-fashioned military uniform without the cap. His black blazer had dark gray accents and gold buttons. A military cord attached from his right shoulder to the collar of his blazer, giving a refined yet fierce air to him. Ah, that world lion that greeted me must be the one your father acquired at the auction several years back. Everything clicked as the mana beast that so kindly greeted me sat down behind Curtis. Ah, did Kai use Grotter to scare you? He shot a look at Kai, who just shrugged back. Anyways, yes, I remember you were with us when we purchased him as a cub. We formed an equals contract last year after he reached a class. He tried to sound humble, but I could tell he was extremely proud to call himself a beast tamer. I didn't mind because it really was a great feat he had accomplished, especially since he was able to form an equals contract instead of a master-servant contract with his beast. Looks like your bond changed a bit as well, although it didn't really change much in size. He rubbed his chin while studying Sylvie, who had fallen asleep on my head. Just by analyzing his internal mana circulation, Curtis didn't seem to have gone through assimilation since the world lion's beast wasn't too strong on him. Yeah, her growth rate seems awfully slow, I said indifferently. It's okay. Even though there are quite a bit of students here that have bonds, most of them aren't beast tamers and not many of them even have equals contracts. He patted my shoulder, trying to comfort me. Looking closely, Curtis and his world lion looked oddly similar. Curtis' hair and Grodder's mane were of comparable color, and both of them had a fierce look. "Ah, right, you remember my sister, Kathleen, right?" he continued. The pretty, petite, black-haired girl gave me a silent bow. She was dressed very similarly to his brother, except instead of pants she wore a skirt that came down above her knees, much like all the other girls in this academy. The only girl I'd seen so far that hasn't worn a skirt was Doradria, which I had no complaints about. "Nice to see you again," I gave a simple bow in response. She had grown to look more and more like her mother. The stark contrast of her flawless porcelain skin and her jet black hair, dark eyes, and long lashes made her look like a doll. "Nice to meet you once more, Arthur. I am a first year as well, coming in as a scholar mage student. I am a single specialist conjurer in ice attribute magic." She bowed once more, her expression set like stone. "I see, she's a deviant. I guess I'm next, although the order is off. My name is Claire Bladeheart. After the new changes in the school grade system, I'm considered a sixth-year battle mage student with dual attribute in fire and wind, and I'm also the leader of the Disciplinary Committee. I'm an augmenter like yourself, so just ask me if you have any questions." This upperclassman oozed positivity and passion from her very pores. She wasn't nearly as pretty as Tess or Kathleen, but she did have her own charm, with her scarlet red hair that came down to her chin. Claire wore a military-style uniform as well, but instead of golden cord like the Glader siblings, both her shoulders had gold epaulets, which were basically ornamental shoulder pads, along with an embellished collar that went up around her neck. That, along with her light gray and gold accented skirt with knee-high boots, gave her uniform a much more royal feel compared to my simple one. I tried imagining myself in a uniform like Claire's or Curtis, and I shuddered at the thought. While it looked great on her, I was glad that the DC officer uniforms were tailored to each of their preferences, and that Director Goodsky made mine much simpler. It took me a second to register, but I suddenly remembered why her name sounded so familiar. "Are you perhaps related to Caspian Bladeheart?" I questioned. "Oh, do you know my uncle?" She tilted her head to one side. "No, I've just heard many great things about Caspian Bladeheart's strength from my father's ex-party member." I gave her a warm smile as she nodded in understanding. "I see. Well, I received training from my uncle as soon as I had awakened. So many of my techniques are similar to his. Of course, I still have a long way to go, though." I saw her place a hand on the golden hilt of the rapier strapped on her left side. "Long time no see, Arthur Lewin." A tall blonde elf that looked to be a couple of years older than me walked up, crossing his arms while he looked down at me. "I apologize. Do I know you?" I really had no idea who this elf was until Sylvie mentally transmitted who he was. "Ah, you're Faify." I pointed at him in surprise. Boy, did he get big. He was at least a head taller than me, and he turned out to become quite the pretty boy. Faify's face instantly turned beet red as he placed both hands on my shoulders. "It's Fairith, Farith Ivsar III, and although I'm a first year like you, I'm still a couple of years older than you, so don't call me by nicknames. I'm a water specialist conjurer, by the way." I could see veins popping from his forehead. "Haha, long time no see," I exclaimed as I shook his hands. He just looked at me, bewildered. His uniform was completely black with gold stripes across his shoulders. It was simpler than everyone else's, but it suited him well. "Last but not least, this is Theodore Maxwell." Claire got in between Farith and I and directed my attention to the last member. "HMPH. Seems like the disciplinary committee has stooped low enough to recruit twerps." Theodore stood up, and I swore I thought he was a bear. He stood at about 2 meters high at least, easily around the same height as Grodder. His uniform was just a vest that was unbuttoned, revealing his bulging muscles. By the tear marks on the arm openings of the vest, I could assume it wasn't originally designed as a vest. He stood in front of me and placed a hand on my shoulder. Suddenly, I felt the weight on top of me increase several times over as my feet began sinking, the floor around me beginning to crack. This was a deviant capable of manipulating gravity. He wanted to test me, HMPH. Feeling the cold, wordless gaze I gave to him, Theodore released his skill and walked away, muttering, "Not bad." A whistle sounded from the cluster of students. "Arthur has guts." Farith crumbled to his knees when Theodore did that to him. Kai snickered from the side. "Hey, I'm a conjurer and Arthur is an augmenter. Please do not compare me to brutes like you guys." He lashed out, his face red from embarrassment. Now, I'm excited as to what this semester will bring us. We're going to be a team from now on, guys. We'll get lots of chances to bond and get closer, so look forward to it." Claire piped up in a cheery voice as she puts her hand out. "I'm looking forward to it." Kai put his bandaged hand on top of Claire, his face still a mocking smile. "Aye, sounds like we're going to have some interesting times." Doradria got on her toes as she put her beefy hand on top of Kai's. "Haha, yes, let's do our best." Curtis placed his hand in as well, Kathleen wordlessly following suit. "I just met everyone and I was already tired. I'm sure it'll be a blast." I breathed out while placing my hand on top of Kathleen's. Sylvie ran down my arm and placed her paw in as well. Theodore put his massive hand on top of Sylvie's in my hand, making the whole circle stumble a step forward. As Theodore gave a silent nod, Claire gave us a big, confident smile and shouted to us, "The the Disciplinary Committee, I. Before the club rush commences, the Student Council would like to formally introduce to you the students of this academy, a group that was personally picked by the director in hopes to resolve and prevent disputes amongst students, as well as enforce penalizing measures for troublemakers. While the Student Council's main job is to help the director make sure this academy and the events held run smoothly, this group's job allows them to use magic appropriately to uphold the peace and safety of students, whether against other students or trespassers. Please join me in welcoming the Disciplinary Committee. Tesha's voice rang at her last words. The auditorium filled with applause as the red curtains we stood behind were raised. We stood there, shoulders square and hands glued to our sides. I had to admit that with people like Curtis with Grodder behind him, Theodore, Claire, and even Ferrith, we were an impressive sight in our color-coordinated uniforms. I took a peek at Tesha, and I realized she was staring at me, but as soon as our eyes met, she quickly turned her head away. As we stood in front of the students of Zyrus on the stage, side by side, we pulled out our knives and held them out in front of us so the insignia showed. Unsheathing our knives, we proceeded to do a small, choreographed routine before saluting the crowd. Claire spoke out on behalf of the Disciplinary Committee with a short speech before we all headed out towards the back of the stage, leaving the crowd with mixed emotions. For some students, the Disciplinary Committee meant to serve as a shackle that prohibited their spoiled behavior. For others, the Disciplinary Committee served as an aegis, protecting them from the threat of harm. Either way, it would be an interesting school year. Hey, isn't that one of the DC officers? I think his name was Arthur, right? Isn't he only a first year? How was he able to get into the Disciplinary Committee? Does he have connections or something? Stupid. Even if he had connections, I hear everyone from the Disciplinary Committee needs to be really strong. He's kinda cute, no? Yeah, he's totally my type. That white fox on top of his head is so adorable. I sat towards the back of the classroom with Elijah next to me. The constant murmurs and whispers that echoed against the walls made my head hurt. The professor for our first class, Fundamentals of Magic Theory, had yet to arrive, allowing the discussions of this morning's ceremony to ceaselessly go on. Look at how popular you are, Mr. DC officer. Elijah nudged me with his elbow while giving me a sarcastic smirk. Before I had the chance to respond, the person who I assumed was the professor walked in with confident strides. Our professor seemed pretty young at most, in his mid-30s. He had well-parted brown hair that he kept neat and styled. His face was freshly shaven to reveal a narrow jaw. He was on the thinner side, but in no ways out of shape. His proportions were good for a conjurer, which I could tell by the wand strapped to his side. Using the folder he was holding as a gavel, he thumped it on the front podium before speaking. Now. I realize that there are many wonderful things to talk about, but you guys aren't very good at gossiping. If the person of topic is in the same room and can hear what you're saying, then it really isn't gossip now, is it? He looked in my direction and gave me a wink, making me shake my head in defeat. Some of the students gossiping shrank down in embarrassment, but most of the students just laughed. My name is Professor Avius, and I must say that it's great to meet you all. While this is technically a basic class, and some may think that it is unnecessary, I, on the other hand, believe this class is the foundation for what will make you a great mage. We won't be doing much casting, but there will be fun assignments and projects that I will assign along the way, so look forward to it. With that, the class erupted in a synchronized groan at the thought of doing projects. I couldn't imagine what sort of projects he was going to assign 12 to 14-year-olds, but it should be rather easy. On that note, I think today is a rather fine day to have a lecture. No one's going to get any younger, so absorb as much knowledge as you can while your brains are still fresh. Take out your notebooks and writing utensils. His thin face wrinkled as he smiled. Elijah adjusted his glasses and promptly took out a fresh new notebook and pen while eagerly writing the title of the class and today's date. I just leaned forward and rested my chin on my hand as I began to listen. Today's topic will focus on the segregation between conjurers and augmenters. He wrote messily on the chalkboard. There is a deeply embedded discrimination against augmenters by conjurers on the premise that augmenters are brutes or savages that can only fight by getting themselves dirty. He used his fingers to air quote. This is a rather uneducated stigma that everyone should get rid of right here and right now. He leaned forward, his face turning serious. His words caused a few murmurs of disagreement and some of acknowledgement. Coming from the point of view of a conjurer, it is silly to say that we are above augmenters because our bodies are more suitable for influencing mana remotely, as this is an advantage we have only while we are in lower levels. He scribbled some key points on the chalkboard. When a mage's mana core, conjurers and augmenters alike, reaches the silver stage, the ability to manipulate mana becomes much more unrestricted. There becomes less of a distinction between the usage of mana veins and mana channels, because the purity of mana that is produced from our mana core enables us to freely manipulate mana remotely and directly. He underlined remotely and directly while circling the point, less of a distinction. I heard Elijah, ooh, in understanding, and furiously scribble the statement into his notebook. This professor at least knew what he was talking about. While training, I'd become more and more aware that the higher the stage you reached in your mana core cultivation, there indeed was less of a true distinction. So tell me, class, if in the end, 2 Magesun Conjurer and 1 Augmenter both reached the Silver Core stage, who would have the advantage? I for one say that it's either evenly matched or that even the Augmenter would have an advantage. This statement creates even a louder protest from the students. Before you shoot me down, think about this. Until the Silver stage, assuming that we have both the talent and necessary luck to get there, both Conjurers and Augmenters train in developing their magic. However, Augmenters also trained in hand-to-hand combat, refining their bodies along with their skills since the time they awakened, which was usually during the prepubescent age. As the Augmenter becomes stronger and reaches the latter stages of his core, he will continue to develop his long-range skills, although it may be inferior to Conjurers at this point. However, once the Augmenter reaches closer and closer to the pinnacle of his core development, casting long-range spells will become more and more natural, while the Augmenter will still naturally keep his combat skills. So tell me, are Conjurers really the more noble, more dominant type of mage? Some old-fashioned mages continue to believe that Conjurers remain the prevailing mana manipulator, but director Cynthia, along with many other influential figures in this continent, are trying to establish ways to inhibit this belief. I implore you youngsters to keep this fact in mind. Augmenters, don't get hot-headed because of this topic since, at this stage, you are still clearly at a disadvantage against Conjurers. Conjurers, don't just mope around at this news and develop your combat skills. While it may be harder for you to defend yourselves without the natural competency in forging mana around your body internally, that doesn't mean there is no way to use spells to strengthen your body, so learn how to fight hand-to-hand. He closed his notes and stopped talking, leaving a moment of silence for us to digest what we just heard. Any questions? He said softly, giving us a sincere smile. Elijah's hand immediately shot up, and the professor pointed at him to ask away. Professor, if what you're saying is true, what is really the end result between the 2 category of mages when they reach the Silver stage or even higher? He asked seriously, not a hint of my usual girl-thirsty friend in sight. Good question, Elijah Knight. He looked down at his notes before he responded. The end result is 2 mages with different preferences in styles of fighting. The Conjurer at this stage will be able to imbue their body with mana, just like an Augmenter can at lower stages, but their fighting style will lean more towards long-range combat, consisting of many layers of spells to trick and weave around an Augmenter, who may be more adept if they get close. He wrote down some of the major points in his explanation. As for the Augmenter, while long-range spells will become more natural for them, just like the Conjurers at this stage, they usually lean more towards fighting up close and using projectile spells more straightforwardly. Augmenters, after all, are not as accustomed to remotely fighting like the Conjurers who, in order to distance themselves from close-range threats, prepare many layers of spells through multi-casting and chain casting. He circled the keywords for us to remember. Elijah just nodded in understanding as he again wrote down, almost word for word, what the professor just explained. The class ended with a few more minor questions from various classmates. As the giant bell tower rang, the professor wrapped up the discussion and we prepared for our next class. I'll see you at lunch then, Elijah asked while he packed up his bag. Sure, the person who gets there first saves the other a spot in line. I patted my friend on the back before leaving through the door. As I walked through the densely packed hall, I sensed some gazes here and there after they recognized my appearance in uniform. On the way to my next class, which was practical mana manipulation, I realized that there were quite a bit of students who had bonds. Most weren't so impressive, like the horned rat I saw on a student's shoulder, but there were some rather large beasts that students were proudly showing off. This boy, who looked to be around 15, was riding on top of a giant lizard and had his chin proudly out. I didn't even know what that lizard was called, but from the amount of mana it had inside its beast core, it couldn't be more than a C-class mana beast. When I arrived to my next class, I noticed that the layout of this room was very different. It was shaped like a miniature arena, with a battling platform in the middle, encased in a barrier field, and rows of seats circling around it. I made my way to a random spot and sat down. I'm hungry, Sylvie grumbled as she began impatiently thumping her head on top of mine. Yeah, me too. Lunch is still a bit away though. Do you want to go and catch something? Sylvie nodded and scurried off at a speed that startled me. She was surprisingly fast when it came to food. More and more students started filling the room after a few minutes. While most were first years, there were some second years that decided to take this class later. May I sit here? I turned my head to find Kathleen in her disciplinary committee uniform standing beside me. Sure, go ahead. I moved my bag that I had on the seat next to me so she could sit. Her expression didn't change, but she did give me a slight bow before removing her notes, carefully straightening out her skirt in a refined manner before taking a seat. Well, look who we have here. if it isn't Princess Cathal and my rival, Arthur Lewin. From the front of the door, Ferrith confidently walked towards Cathal and I. Since when did he become my rival? And a rival in what, exactly? Aren't you loud this morning? I leaned my head on my hands as I looked at him. Well, it is a fine morning today. Didn't the commencement ceremony today make you excited? He harumphed as he took the seat on my other side. Why was he sitting next to me? I thought he wasn't very fond of me. While it is a bit late into the morning, it is still technically the morning, so good morning. A rather upbeat, bulky man wearing a light armor clapped to get everyone's attention. He looked more like a low-class adventurer instead of a professor, but when I inspected his mana core level, I was surprised to see that he was light yellow stage. Well, we have quite the crowd of students. I know my class is always popular, but I'm honored to have this many students. My name is Professor Geist. Welcome, ladies and gents, and welcome, DC officers. It is a privilege to have you in my class. I couldn't tell whether he was being sarcastic or not when he directed his little welcome at us, but I chose to not mind it. This is practical mana manipulation, or PMM as I like to call it. That means we will be doing things very practically. Practically, in my definition, means through example, because what better way to learn than through hands-on experience, right? His deep bass voice boomed throughout the class, waking up anyone that might have still been sleepy, which included me. I understand that most of you are first years, and that many of you have just awakened not too long ago. However, parents have been more and more dedicated in teaching their children as soon as they awaken before they even send them here, so even that assumption is mostly inaccurate. However, for the sake of equality, I shall assume that every first year is a beginner in mana manipulation, of course with the few exceptions, i.e. the three sitting right there. He pointed to the three of us while giving us a wink, drawing attention to us from everyone inside the room. I'm sure everyone, including myself, is curious as to what sort of level and ability our newly formed DC has. They are the ones that are going to be protecting the students here in this academy after all, right? Several shouts of agreement spawned from around the room. I inwardly sighed, realizing that this professor was going to make this class a real pain in the ass for me. I saw even Kathleen's brow twitch in annoyance on her usually expressionless face. HMPH. Well, if Professor Geist insists, I shall volunteer myself on behalf of the Disciplinary Committee to demonstrate the ability that our group, that was personally picked by the director, possesses. Ferrith got up from his seat and placed his right hand over his heart in a proud manner. Sigh, haha, that's more like it. Ferrith, correct. Come down to the stage, he gestured. Ferrith elegantly hopped down from his seat onto the battle arena in the center of the large classroom. Some of the students cheered for him while others were eager for blood. If my guess is correct, you are a light orange stage conjurer with water specialization, correct? Pretty good for a 15-year-old, even as an elf. The professor rubbed his chin, studying him. Yes, by the fact that I cannot sense your mana core level, I assume that you must be quite a bit of a higher level than myself. It is an honor to receive your tutelage. While Ferrith's response was very well-mannered, he had a slight tone of arrogance, as if implying that even if the professor was a higher level, he could stand his own against him. Of course, I am at light yellow level stage, after all. To make things fair, I will only use long-range attacks in this demonstration. He took out a two-handed sword from a dimension item he had attached to the buckle of his belt and stabbed it into the stadium behind him. I could tell Ferrith was about to protest that it wasn't necessary, but before he could, Professor Geist held his hand up. Please, if I were to lose, I would at least have an excuse, right? Please cut this old man some slack. He winked at him as the other students started laughing. He sounded sincere, but I could tell that he was confident in winning against Ferrith, even with this handicap. Ferrith is going to lose, Kathleen said softly. Oh really? How can you tell? For me, it was just a gut feeling, but it seemed like Kathleen saw something that I didn't. However, she didn't respond, so I just went back to watching the mock battle that was about to start. Let me quickly set up the barrier before we begin so that our audience is safe from mana projectiles. The professor mumbled a few incantations, and a space around the arena started glowing dimly. Let us begin. He grinned as Ferrith took out his wand and prepared for a spell. Water Serpent. A stream of water circled around Ferrith and soon took the form of a giant snake. Flood Domain. Ferrith instantly set off another spell immediately after the Water Serpent spell formed. Soon, a pool of water rose up to their knees on the arena, and the Water Serpent dove into the layer of water surrounding both Ferrith and Professor Geist. A domain spell was a higher-tier technique that was used to make the territory more advantageous to the casting mage. Fireball, Professor Geist said to my surprise, the low-tier spell that every fire attribute mage learned formed in Professor Geist's palm, but rather than the normal reddish-orange color, the spell glowed a dim blue. It amazed me that an augmenter was able to figure out and apply the theory behind the properties of fire when even the smartest conjurers had trouble efficiently using it. The blue fireball shot out of Professor Geist's hand and flew towards Ferrith, who had no idea how strong that spell actually was. You'll have to do better than that, Professor. Ferrith confidently flicked his wand up and manipulated the layer of water on the ground to form a thick wall of water in front of him. At the same time, the water serpent spell Ferrith conjured erupted out of the water beside Professor Geist and lunged at him. Our professor enveloped his left arm in a blue flame and braced against the force of Ferrith's spell. As the water serpent struck Professor Geist, a cloud of steam erupted, hiding him from view. Meanwhile, the blue fireball smashed into the wall of water, creating a sharp hiss as our professor's spell bore through Ferrith's defense, making its way towards my fellow DC member. Ferrith's face paled as he realized he was defenseless against the fireball, but he was able to react in time to form another layer of water in front of him to minimize the damage. Oof, the fireball, now reduced to the size of a fingernail by the time it reached Ferrith, still left a hole in the protective uniform he was wearing, knocking him back a couple of steps before he stumbled onto his butt. Do you surrender? Professor Geist gave a wide grin as he walked out of the cloud of steam while juggling 2 more blue fireballs in his hand. Why yes, I concede. Ferrith had his head down in shame as he trudged back to us, his uniform soaking. The students were all mumbling about how the DC wasn't that great, doubting whether we actually had the capability to protect them. You did well, Ferrith. I patted the elf's back. He did well considering he didn't know what he was up against. What was this professor trying to do by making a fool of us here? Did he just want to boost his ego by picking on his students? Would anyone else like to volunteer? He stated while looking at Kathleen, and I was about to raise my hand, but was startled when Kathleen suddenly shot up from her seat and spoke. Please guide me well, she said simply before lightly hopping down into the arena. Kathleen Glader, I must say that it is an honor to have your presence in my humble class. Professor Geist gave a deep, exaggerated bow. Please do not hold whatever the results may be in this demonstration against me, he continued, putting on a pitiful face. Her cold expression unwavering, Kathleen just nodded, drawing her staff out from the dimension ring on her pinky. Very good, let us proceed. The professor clapped, fire igniting from between his palms. Without a word, she lifted her sky-blue staff. Before Professor Geist had a chance to unleash his fireball, 2 javelins of ice formed around Kathleen. Shoot, I heard my fellow Disciplinary Committee officer mutter before the javelins fired towards our professor, so she decided to go the offensive route to keep Professor Geist from attacking her. A faint smirk crept up on our professor's face as he lifted his hands that were still aflame, ready to block the ice spears. As soon as the ice javelins touched the fire on his palms, they instantly melt, disappearing slowly as a sharp hiss resounded. Ice javelin, she muttered again, and this time instead of 2, 5 spinning javelins formed near Kathleen. Shoot. Her expression remained icy, like a coiled serpent ready to spring. Haha, impressive. As expected of our princess, Professor Geist grinned, the class leaning forward to get a better view of this intense battle. Since most of the students were first years, they weren't at the level where they'd be able to conjure something like this, let alone almost instantly. Our professor concentrated as the 5 spears shooting toward him, ready to pierce through if not countered. Ember wisps, the spell he prepared finished in time as Professor Geist jumped back, releasing small, floating orbs of blue flames. Wasn't this the spell Lucas used during his rank examination? Break, Kathleen muttered, and she willed her 5 ice javelins to shatter into an uncountable amount of small, sharp shards of ice. Fire. Professor Geist, his face not nearly so smug as before, willed his orbs of blue fire to shoot at his opponent. Kathleen, on the other hand, was so focused on finishing her final spell that she ignored the incoming streams of blue fire about to hit her. Ice tornado. Her voice filled with a faint panic as she realized upon finishing her spell that she was about to receive the brunt of Geist's attack. Professor Geist's POV, that idiot. Why didn't she defend herself instead of trying to finish the last spell? As the tornado of ice shards began to whirl around me, I became nervous. I wasn't scared of this fancy spell, I was scared that she might be gravely injured from my attack. Wasn't it common sense for a conjurer to have a layer of defense in battles? I chose a relatively easy spell to counter, and the fact that she was a deviant specializing in ice made it all the more easy for her. Did she want to win so much that she chose to forgo that? I canceled the spell, but only the ember wisps disappeared. The streams of blue fire that they shot at the stupid princess was still heading her way. Damn it, I'm screwed. Scorch field. I willed a layer of heat around my body to melt the shards of ice circling me. I was left with some light scratches, but I didn't care. What happened to the princess? I didn't hear any screams from the other students. Maybe she was okay. Damn, I should have stopped after making a fool of the elf. After the layer of ice shards that were blocking my view melted, I immediately tried to find the princess, but instead, I found the last member of the 3 DC officers in my class, Arthur Lewin, in front of Kathleen, who was still covering her face with her arms in panic. His palm was out in front of him, while his other arm wrapped protectively around the princess. His eyes, I couldn't help but involuntarily tremble from the baleful glare that pierced through me. It felt even sharper than those ice spears that the princess threw at me. I think this little game of yours has gone on long enough, don't you think? His expression stayed icy, the innocent facade that I now knew he usually kept nowhere in sight as his domineering gaze looked at me without remorse. Was this his true face? While I am thankful for your concern over the princess, it was unnecessary as I had it all under control. No way was I going to lose face right here on the first day in front of all of my students. Under control, Arthur's brow slightly twitched and I could sense his annoyance. Was I the only one feeling this pressure? This wasn't normal. AA-class mana beasts didn't even exude this much pressure. Yes. Do you think that I, a professor at this esteemed academy, would actually put one of my students in harm's way? I said calmly. There was no proof. Today was all just a little mistake. Arthur Leywin's POV. This ingrate really planned on insisting that he had this all under control. I already knew from watching Lucas that once the remote spell from the wisps were shot, they couldn't be cancelled. Then again, there was no proof since I'd blocked it. I see. Then in that case, allow me to take the place of my colleague in this demonstration. Haha, well, if you insist. I seem to have scared the princess a little too much with my last spell. I should have cancelled it earlier if I knew you were going to interrupt. Now, some of my students may misunderstand that I was trying to actually hurt her. Even now, this pathetic excuse of an instructor was trying to defend his position. I could already tell from the various murmurs around the class that most of the students already believed what he was saying. I turned back to Kathleen. You're okay. Do you think you can make it back to your seat on your own? I gently stirred her from her stupor. Why, yes, I'm really sorry. For the first time, I saw a change in Kathleen's expression. She looked really embarrassed, her porcelain white skin flushing a light red as she turned away to go back to her seat. Then please guide me well. I turned back to Professor Geist and drew Dawn's ballad. The translucent teal blade triggered gasps and mutters of amazement as even Geist looked at my sword, wide-eyed and wanting. Quite the nice weapon you got there. Since you are an augmenter, I suppose it would be fair to let you choose which method you would like for me to fight with. He shrugged his shoulders helplessly as he walked towards his sword, which was embedded into the ground. It doesn't matter, I responded simply. I could see a vein popping in annoyance from our professor as he looked back at me. I insist, he retorted. Then please go with what you're more confident in. I took a couple steps forward, my face still peering deep into him, studying his every movement and action. Scum or not, this professor was still a light yellow class veteran augmenter. The fact that he had the insight to use blue fire meant he was pretty capable. I saw the once grinning professor scowl as his face turned a bit red. I could tell he really wanted to leave an amazing impression on his class, and so far I wasn't giving him much face. Very well then, I'll be sure to go easy on you. The upper portion of his face betrayed his light-hearted smile. Pulling out his sword with ease, Geist made his way towards me as well, his blade dancing around him gracefully as he handled it with little effort. He blinked towards me without warning, swinging his blade down with a force that wasn't exactly easy. His sword was imbued in a layer of blue fire, the heat that radiated from it making deadly. After parrying his initial surprise attack, I used wind attribute mana to keep the trail of fire away from me. Since I was only able to use wind and earth mana, I had to really think about how to best utilize my assets to overcome a stronger opponent. While it would have been easy to use blue fire myself, I didn't have that option right now. His bombardment continued, the force of each swing and stab getting faster and stronger, as if trying to test the limit I could handle. Every time I parried or dodged his attack with ease, his next attacks would be kicked up a notch. I wasn't using any spells to receive his attacks, just mana strengthening and pure sword technique, which seemed to frustrate our professor even more. I'm sure the disciplinary committee aren't only made of rats who keep dodging and running away, he said loudly, putting on a joking face. Is there really a need for me to attack when our esteemed professor can't even land one on a first-year student? I countered, putting on an innocent face. He didn't answer, his lips contorted in anger instead. By this time, a couple of the students had already caught on that this wasn't just a simple demonstration, some whispering if they should call the director or the student council over. Professor Geist's attacks became fiercer as he started implementing several spells along with his attacks. Flame Pillar. A stream of blue fire shot up from the ground beneath me as I instantly sidestepped to avoid it, countering him with a concise strike to his neck. Catching him by surprise, he jumped back a lot further than he had to in order to dodge my blade, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. Even rats become deadly when cornered, Professor. I shot him a snide grin as I immediately closed the distance between the two of us. Appearing right next to him, I willed wind mana around the blade of my sword as I prepared a spell. Each swing I took formed a still path of wind, confusing Professor Geist, who was still able to block my blows. Every swipe, every lunge, and every swing I took created an almost transparent path of air in its trajectory. Professor Geist wasn't trying to put on an act of confidence anymore. Concentration was etched on his face as he tried to block my flurry of attacks. He was reaching the edge of the arena as each blow from me forced him to take a step back, the flames on his sword flickering helplessly upon receiving each attack. It was about time to end this. I willed the surface of the ground where he was about to take his next step to concave in, making him slightly lose his balance. As expected of a veteran augmenter, he stumbled for a split second, but was able to soon regain his balance. However, that split second was all that I needed. Tempest. The dozens of trails of wind that were produced from each of my mana-instilled blades suddenly glowed and shot out. My assault reached its climax as the speed of my attacks increased, my blade becoming barely visible. All the while, the spell I had just activated, Tempest, followed behind each of my attacks, making my barrage a chain of both sword and sharp blades of wind. Ah! Overwhelmed by the sheer quantity of attacks that he couldn't hope to block completely, he stumbled onto his butt and rolled out of the arena. The protective barrier that blocked all spells from going through flickered and cracked as my Tempest spell bombarded against it until finally, the barrier broke with a sharp sound. It had been strong enough to block all but one last blade of wind from my spell, which grazed my professor's neck, producing a trickle of blood. Fortunately, the professor's mana-imbued body was strong enough so that my deadly blades of wind only grazed him, but he still sat flat on his back, his face pale in fright and knees shaking as I buried my blade in the ground right next to his carotid artery. As if on cue, the bell rang, and I walked out of the room, leaving the entire class's eyes wide and jaws slack. Arthur, I heard a soft voice from behind me. It was Kathleen running towards me with Ferrith following behind. I have to admit, you were impressive back there, Arthur. As expected of my rival. Ferrith crossed his arms, but his face looked a little disheartened. Putting an arm on the elf's shoulder, I said to him, "You did good out there, Ferrith. If you knew the type of spell that the professor was using, I know you would have prepared more preventive measures." "Oh, of course." If I knew that the specific spell he would use was a lot stronger than I anticipated, I'm sure I would have come out as the victor in the end, he said, but the faint smile on his face showed that he appreciated my faith. I turned to Kathleen, who was still a bit shaken up. "Are you an idiot?" I said to her, flicking her lightly on the forehead. She looked at me in utter shock, and even Ferrith looked a bit panicked. "If you chose to defend yourself instead of focusing so much on beating the guy, you wouldn't have put yourself at risk like that. Don't be so stubborn and think things through more carefully. You know, you're awfully emotional for someone whose face never changes." I gave her a playful smirk before walking to my next class, leaving the princess in a daze while Ferrith panicked, thinking of ways to console her. I'm full. How was class, Papa? Sylvie scurried on top of my head and settled in, messing up my hair. Meh, it was okay. I simply think, patting my precious bond. While walking to my next class, I couldn't help but become a bit frustrated with myself. I had been impatient back there, only wanting to overpower Professor Geist to end it fast. Using only my wind and earth attributes, I couldn't end it as easily as I'd wanted to. I guess being blessed with too many gifts had made me become a bit too impertinent. In reality, I'd yet to reach the pinnacle of strength in this continent, even though I definitely had enough advantages that would allow me to reach the top. With that mindset, I needed to stop comparing myself to students my age and think bigger. My only hope was that the upper division classes would offer insight into mana manipulation that I couldn't pinpoint on my own. I was rather interested in my next class, Basics of Artificing. Artificing was something that never existed in my old world. I was sure there were relevant ties to technology used in my old world, but the premise of manipulating and coding mana to have specific uses designated to an object would be new to me. Upon entering the classroom, I was pleasantly surprised to see that the layout of the room was that of a laboratory. Beakers, containers, different types of ores, and various gadgets filled the room, making it all the more authentic. I was somewhat relieved to see that there was no one I knew in this class, giving me peace of mind. As students started filing in and sitting next to acquaintances and friends, a girl that looked to be about my age walked by and stood next to the stool beside mine. "Is this seat taken? If it is, I'll move somewhere else." I didn't know why she looked so panicked, but I couldn't help but chuckle at her innocent personality. "No, the seat isn't taken. You're free to sit there if you wish," I said with a welcoming smile, taking a seat myself. The girl was ordinary, to say the least. Her thick round glasses magnified her eyes and the freckles underneath them. Her curly hair looked like it had a life of its own as it was forcibly tied into a ponytail down her back. Compared to girls like Tess and Kathleen, whom everyone fawned over and for good reason she was rather plain, but for some reason it was comfortable around her. What was that? I leaned in closer to hear her last sentence. "Emily, my name is Emily Watskin. Please be my friend, pleased to meet you." Her eyes widened, stunned at her own words. I shared her expression before I burst out into a laugh. "Sure, my name is Arthur Lewin." I grasped her hand and couldn't help but become surprised by how coarse her palm was. Oh, I'm sorry. It probably feels gross, right?" She retracted her calloused hand while her face turned a bit red, accentuating the freckles on her cheeks. "No, it's quite fine. I have calluses too." See, I held my sword hand out to reveal the hardened lumps on my palms. "Wow, you're right. You must practice a lot. It's no wonder you're in the Disciplinary Committee. I really admire that." For me, I really love artificing, so I end up fiddling around with a lot gadgets. Unfortunately, it makes my hands get this rough. She scratched her head, her sentences becoming faster as she got more comfortable with me. Really, I rather admire people like you. I'm jealous that you have such a passion for artificing. The only thing you get better at when fighting is destroying and killing, but the better you get at artificing, the more things you can create. I looked down at my own calloused hands. Whoa, that's deep. I saw Emily readjust her thick glasses while she pondered what I had just said in her head. Haha, I ended up saying something unpleasant. I apologize. The class was getting pretty loud as the room filled up with eager students, most of which were here as a scholar mages. No, it wasn't unpleasant at all. Just it's not something you hear every day from a 12-year-old. She desperately shook her hands to gesture that it was okay. You say that as if you aren't a 12-year-old yourself. I snickered as I looked at her. Slumping in her chair, she lets out a sigh. True. It's because I'm apparently a genius of some sorts. I don't really get why people say that, but people don't really treat me as a child anymore after I created the projection display artifact. Wait, what? You're the one that invented the display used to show the king's and queen's announcement. I stood up from my stool. Well, only a part of it. I tinkered around with some of the things in my parents' lab, and I made the basic designs a couple years back. She scratched her curly hair again. Sinking back into my stool, I let out a deep breath. Holy crap, she built something like that when she wasn't even 10. Well, I must say that it is an honor to be in the presence of a genius such as yourself. I give her a smirk, bowing my head in mock fealty. Oh, please, don't you start now too. Besides, you're quite famous too, you know. She gave me a smirk as her glasses reflect the classroom light, making her look like an evil scientist. Really, I've tried very hard to lay low. I guess that didn't work. I leaned my head on my hand. Well, joining the disciplinary committee as a first-year sure didn't help. There are other first-year students in the committee as well, I refuted. But not humans. You and Princess Catherine are the only ones, and the princess has been hailed as a prodigy since she awakened. That leaves you, a mysterious human freshman that has a bond with a white fox like Mana Beast and no background, also able to overwhelm and completely demolish a professor that is a veteran adventurer at the light yellow core stage. By this time, she was leaning closer and closer to me. What? How do you already know about what happened with Professor Geist? That literally happened 15 minutes ago. Caillou, Sylvie echoed in protest at being called fox-like, although that essentially was what she was. Don't be so surprised. This is a magic academy, after all. News travels fast and gossip travels even faster. I bet you some people in this class already know what happened. She smirked while wagging her finger. Oh God, you know, I noticed you're awfully talkative now compared to when you stuttered your greeting when you first came in. I couldn't help but realize the change in her personality. Shut up. I suck with strangers, okay? Besides, I don't usually get along with new people this easily. You're different though. It was easy to get comfortable with you since we're really similar. She harumphed, crossing her arms over her undeveloped chest. Similar in what way? I raise a brow. She grinned broadly. We're both freaks. I rolled my eyes at her conjecture, but realized that, because of how high her intelligence was, I was more comfortable with her than other kids my age. As I was about to respond to her statement, the classroom door swung open and I saw a familiar face. Greetings, plebeians. Please feel honored to have me, Professor Gideon, as your teacher for this class. The crazy scientist skedaddled his way onto the podium while the pair of goggles that were hanging from his neck bounced up and down. As he gazed through the classroom with a condescending eye, he eventually reached Emily and me. Ah, well, if it isn't Arthur. I had no idea that you would be in my class. He clasped his cheeks in an obviously fake way, making me shake my head. And my oh my, getting along with Miss Watskin. I must say you two would make quite the team. Good. Let's begin the first day of classes by a little introduction of myself. He smiled, writing his name in big letters behind him. The lecture continued on with Gideon rambling on about how remarkable he was for the following hour and a half. Most students, myself included, were half asleep, but Emily's eyes sparkled as she absorbed every bit of information that came out of Gideon's thin lips. I guessed even a genius like her respected Gideon in the field of artificing made me almost want to admire him. Meanwhile, Sylvie was curled up on the desk in front of me, using my arm as a pillow, when an olive-green owl suddenly flew in from the window, landing on my shoulder. Caillou, Sylv jumped up in surprise and growled as the owl just calmly grooms itself. Well, it seems like Director Goodsky is beckoning you, brat. Gideon walked up to me, massaging his hunched shoulders. You shouldn't keep her waiting. Shoo, off you go. He slapped my back as he continued on talking about how great he was. Emily leaned in, not surprised. I told you not to underestimate how fast news traveled. Yeah. I walked out of the classroom, hearing some of my classmates begin their discussion about what happened. Now, where was Director Cynthia's office again? I scratched my head. As if he understood, the owl flew off of my shoulder and began flying towards the right, gesturing us to follow. Caillou. Papa, he's dangerous, Sylvie warned me, her fur standing one. The campus was fairly empty as most of the students were either in class, training on their own, or in their dorms. Getting caught up in the beautiful scenery of this campus, I realized a little late that the owl had landed on a statue in front of a building that I assumed was the director's office, waiting for me to enter. Opening the door, I headed inside while the horned owl perches itself on my shoulder again, making Sylvie hiss and throw paws at it in warning. I see that Avier has personally guided you here. Odd, I have never seen him get so comfortable with a stranger before. Professor Goodsky, who was sitting behind her desk, rested her head on her hands as she looked at me but studied Sylvie in particular. Is there something you needed from me, Director? I take a seat in front of her desk as Avier, the green owl, left my shoulder and perched on the window ledge behind Cynthia. Yes, I called you here regarding the little demonstration in Professor Geist's class. Her expression remained unfazed as she mentioned the trouble I must have caused her. There were some situations beforehand regarding that, actually. Before I could explain, Director Goodsky lifted up her hand to interrupt. We've just dismissed Professor Geist from our academy. Princess Kathleen personally stepped forth and explained, telling me what exactly happened. Of course, I had to get some people to verify her testimony, but everyone agreed that the professor was a danger to students. She nodded, placing a couple of documents in front of me. Wow, she worked fast. This incident happened less than 2 hours ago, but she already managed to handle and fire that professor. As if she knew what I was thinking, she smiled and added, it helps move things along when you get the final say in all matters regarding this academy. I have to say, though, that I have never seen the princess so worked up as she was today. When she came in, she had a slightly angry expression on her face, which by her standards is quite serious. You must understand how surprised I was. Ho ho. Director Goodsky covered her mouth with a hand as she chuckled softly. Really now? I didn't think that princess could even show emotions. I grinned as well. Yes, you must have made quite an impression on her because she defended you quite fervently, leaving Professor Geist no room to defend himself. She gave me a wink. When I shook my head helplessly, Director Goodsky just laughed, responding, You're quite the ladies' man, Arthur. It's going to be a problem if you steal the hearts of both princesses. Who knows, you might be the cause of our next civil war. Ha ha ha. She seemed quite amused by something that could devastate the thin balance that this continent had. I wanted to just dismiss the thought, but when I imagined the two princesses fighting it out, I shuddered. I didn't have the mental capacity to handle even one of the princesses, let alone both of them. You know, it's not really considered young to get married at the age of 14 or 15. I'm sure Tesha will have developed into quite a fine young lady by then. She teased me even further. Leaning forward, the director studied me. Ho ho, the way you say it makes me think that you've already matured, Arthur. Well, even you must admit that I happen to be a lot more mature than people my age, I responded, leaning back into the chair. True, but women do tend to mature faster than men, Director Goodsky stated matter-of-factly. I'm still wondering why I got called in here. I'm sure you didn't just bring me here to tell me that everything was settled and to get married. Sylvie hopped off my head and chased after Avier, who was grooming itself on the window. Arthur, I feel like you're becoming to see me as someone who always has an ulterior motive at hand. She gave me an offended look. Haha, I do because we're awfully similar in that way, Director. I gave her a wink, making her smile as well. Dear me. If that is the case, then I believe I've made the right decision, she responded. What do you mean? Arthur, what do you think about being the professor for your class, practical mana manipulation? She clasped her hands, studying my expression. My eyes widened at this. You're not serious, right? Oh, I'm quite serious, Arthur, she said, her expression unfaltering. Is that even allowed? I'm a student not even finished with his first day of school. Can I be a student and a professor at the same time? What about my other classes? I began shooting out arguments as to why this wouldn't work. Please, no need to get so worked up. It's quite simple, actually. Is it allowed? Yes, as long as I say it is. Although this specific situation has never occurred, there are cases of highly qualified upperclassmen that teach basic courses. As for your other classes, your schedule wouldn't really change. You would just be teaching that one class for that period. She gave me a businesslike smile. I began thinking. Director Goodsky wasn't doing this for her benefit. She would be sure to get a lot of complaints from noble parents protesting why a first year was teaching a class. I, on the other hand, would have a lot more time on my hands, because teaching the course would require a lot less work outside of class. I don't understand why you're doing this, Director. Well, a spot just opened up, and you were the one that defeated the previous professor. Doesn't that give you enough qualifications to enter? Besides, I'm really not doing this for some ulterior motive, Arthur. You don't have to be too suspicious. This is up to you. I won't push you into this, but I believe that it would be a good opportunity to build a sort of standing for yourself without having to go around conquering professors. If you wish to further enjoy teaching after this semester, I can give you more classes to teach. I'm sure there are a very limited number of classes that would be of use to you anyway, she chuckled. Standing up, Goodsky laid a gentle hand on my shoulder. The choice is yours. Pondering what the director had said, I just sat there, my eyes blankly staring at something off in the distance. Like she'd mentioned, there was no real benefit for her to hire me as a professor, which is why I found it so suspicious. It was so ingrained in me to be wary of other people's motivations no matter who they were. I guess as a figure of authority and power, you naturally become suspicious of everyone around you, which was why I couldn't fathom why she'd asked me to do this. Practical mana manipulation was a class that didn't have any extra work to grade, which would make it even easier for me to just teach the class. Even if it wasn't easier, it would help build a good position for myself and would be a lot more interesting. Seeing as how I probably couldn't escape attention from the students anyway, I might as well do things a bit differently. Of course, I didn't plan on revealing my full set of skills to anyone just yet, but I didn't see the point in trying to be completely inconspicuous anymore, especially after today. Arthur, I snapped out of my thoughts to see that Director Goodsky was looking at me with a rather worried expression. Ah yes, although I'm not sure how competent I'd be in that kind of role, I'd like to try my hand at being a professor. I looked over the document stating my duties and responsibilities as a teacher. I'm sure you'll do an excellent job, she smiled. Looking at her, I asked, were there any other classes that Professor Geist taught besides mine? Fortunately, no. We hired him this year after he retired from being an adventurer. For this semester, the other professors and I decided to only have him teach one class, as a sort of test run. She shook her head at the pitiful results he'd produced. Before I sign, I have one last question, I stated as I read over the final paragraph of the document. Go on, she urged. Wouldn't it be counterintuitive that I'm not allowed to hurt students while being part of the disciplinary committee? I quizzed. Ah, good question. The not hurting students rule is for inside the classroom. While the situation is always investigated for every case, as long as it is for the safety of other students, such as using a certain degree of force to quell a fight or suppress a rampant student. As for outside of class, during your disciplinary committee duties, I'll trust your judgment on that. With that, I nodded and signed the document. I expect great things from you, Arthur, and I'm sure I'm not the only one. She gave me a gentle pat on the shoulder before ushering me to go eat lunch. CYNTHAGOODSKYSPOV Hugh, what is it about that boy that always keeps me on my toes? Negotiating with him is more heart-straining than dealing with the royal families. What is your take on him, Avier? My bond gently landed on the arm I held out, his intelligent eyes pondering what to say. He is different. Do not view Arthur Lewin as a child. Whether it is mental acuity or emotional maturity, there is much more to him than the eye can see. The clear words that came out of my bond didn't seem natural from the movement of his beak. What makes you so certain? I leaned back in my seat. His bond. That white fox's true form should be that of a dragon. I bolted up from my seat. What? How is that possible? How do you know? It is because we are of the same kind. I may be of a lesser species of dragons, but wyverns are still the dragon's descendants. Avier went back to grooming himself. Are you saying that bond of his is more powerful than you? I couldn't help but be utterly baffled by all of this. No, that child has yet to mature. She shouldn't have hatched more than a few of years ago. However, I suspect that when she does develop, my strength will not be even comparable to hers, he stated matter-of-factly. I couldn't imagine anyone stronger than Avier. The fact that he was my bond was only because he grew a liking to me when I happened by him, deep in the beast glades. He usually did his own thing and I didn't dare treat him like pet, but the fact that Arthur's bond was actually a dragon and that it seemed so subservient to him made me wonder what that boy really was. Do not make him your enemy, Cynthia. If treated with trust and respect, he will become the greatest ally, but if betrayed, he may be the cause of this continent's demise. With that warning, Avier flew off. I leaned forward in my seat, rubbing my throbbing temples as I recalled what happened a couple hours back. Director Goodsky, I request that you remove the boy named Arthur Lewin from my class. One of my professors slammed the door open as he stormed inside. Professor Geist, you look shaken up. What's wrong? I was taken by surprise by the sudden intrusion. The boy has no respect for me, his professor. Please do not listen to any of the rumors that you may hear. I'm being framed. The man's wide face was filled with desperation and anger. 2 brisk knocks sounded from the door. Please come in, I stated. At least this person had the decency to knock. I apologize for the intrusion, Director. The petite Catherine gave me a small bow before walking up next to the now pale-faced professor. What's the matter, Catherine? I leaned forward, taking a look at the both of them. This sorry excuse for a professor needs to be fired, she said expressionlessly. Professor Geist grabbed Catherine by the arm, pulling her close to him. How dare you? Sorry, excuse me. You dare touch me with your filthy hand. Her expression didn't change, and she somehow seemed to be looking down at Professor Geist. Professor, I suggest you immediately remove your hand or else, whatever the case may be, it will not be in your favor. I stood up at this point. Using force to get your point across was deplorable. He immediately let go of Catherine's arm before talking. Ahem. As I was saying, please do not take to heart the rumors that you may hear. I swear that this was all a misunderstanding and that I'm being framed. I have not yet heard of any rumors. Do you mind indulging me, Catherine? This scum dares to pick on students to feel good about himself, even ignoring the fact that he utterly humiliated Ferrith. If Arthur didn't step in, I would have. Without finishing her last sentence, she glared at the professor. I turned to Professor Geist, who was desperately denying this accusation. I'm telling you that it was a misunderstanding. I simply wanted to demonstrate in front of the class the level the disciplinary committee is at, for the other students to know. If that was simply what this was, then there would be no reason for you to come into my room and insist that Arthur be removed from your class. I couldn't help but sigh internally at the thought of handling this dilemma. I turned to my secretary, who had peeked in to see what the fuss was about. Trisha, please gather information for me from Professor Geist's class regarding this incident. My brunette-haired assistant bowed before running off. Now please be patient as this is sorted out. I will do my best to be just about this. Before I was able to dismiss the two of them, Princess Kathleen walked up to me. I trust that you will handle this fairly, but just know that if it wasn't for Arthur, you wouldn't be handling this professor's ethic case but a student's injury case. MY injury case. I bid you good day, Director. She turned around, completely ignoring Professor Geist, who was taken aback by her last statement. Recalling the testimonies I received, it seemed like Arthur completely overwhelmed Professor Geist. While this professor's personality never did sit well with me, his skills were more than enough to teach a basic mana manipulation class. Even while being a light yellow core augmenter, and a quite capable one at that, he had been completely defeated by a 12-year-old. I let out a sigh in regret that I didn't measure the level of the boy's core while he was just here. A 12-year-old defeating a veteran adventurer using only his wind and earth attribute mana, which I remembered him mentioning were his weakest, and who also had a bond with a dragon. What more was there to him? If I asked, would he tell me? Arthur Leywans POV, Art. Over here, I saw Elijah waving at me across the dining hall. I noticed he was sitting with a girl when I came over. This is Charlotte. Charlotte, this is my best friend and roommate, Arthur Leywin. He stood up, gesturing the both of us to shake hands. Hi, Arthur, I've heard a lot about you. She gave a coquettish smile while twiddling her hair. It's a pleasure, I responded brusquely before focusing my attention on Elijah. How were your classes? I asked my friend while I fed Sylvia a piece of broccoli. Caillou knew. Oh, your little mana beast is so cute. Do you mind if I pet it? Charlotte got awfully close to me, almost leaning on me while she reached for the top of my head. But before she got the chance to pet the growling Sylvie, I grabbed her wrist. Sorry, she doesn't like strangers touching her. I looked her dead in the eye, making her blush by how close her face was to mine. Oh, I'm sorry. She shrank back, focusing back on the food. Seemingly ignorant of what was happening, Elijah responded, his mouth full of food. Classes were great. I especially like my basic chain casting class and mana utilization class. Although for mana utilization, I feel like the professor that's teaching is going over the exact same thing that you told me to do. By the way, I met Charlotte in my chain casting class. She's really good. Haha, please, you're making me blush. Charlotte put on a bashful face as she squirmed in her seat. Anyways, how were your classes? I heard you already beat up a professor. What happened to keeping it cool, man? He gave me a smirk while he pointed his fork at me accusingly. Yeah, about that, so I ended up becoming a professor for that class. I responded coolly, shoving a piece of meat in my mouth while avoiding Sylvie's attempts at trying to steal it. Elijah spluttered the food he was chewing towards us as I instinctively leaned back, trying to get out of range. The girl named Charlotte screamed as received the brunt of my friend's attack. Elijah, that's gross. I wiped some of the stray food particles that I couldn't manage to avoid from my face. Sorry. What? You're going to be a professor. He wiped his mouth before trying to wipe Charlotte's face, but Charlotte rejected the offer. I ended up replacing the professor that was teaching the class, so you may now call me Professor Leywin. I smirked at my friend, Professor my ass, but maybe I should ditch my class sometime and go to yours. It'd be interesting to see you teach, he retorted. As we continued talking, I grew annoyed at the flirting attempts from Charlotte, and even more annoyed at the fact that Elijah was clueless about it all. Oh yeah, Charlotte and I were going to go to Downtown Academy to do some shopping. Do you want to join us? He asked nonchalantly. Yes, Arthur, you should join us. She leaned in closer again. There was a small strip on the corner of the academy where fancy restaurants and cafes, along with shopping booths, were located for the rich nobles to spoil themselves. With that, you could imagine how enormous the academy was. I have 3 more classes, remember. I'm taking the upper division classes after lunch. Elijah just shrugged at this. Oh yeah, I forgot. No big deal. I guess it'll just be me and Charlotte. Charlotte smiled awkwardly at Elijah's happy-go-lucky face and responded, sorry. I totally forgot that I had other plans today. I'm so sorry. We should definitely go next time though, all 3 of us. Bye. With that, she walked off, leaving my friend and I alone at the small dining table. I guess she was really busy. Elijah looked a bit disappointed. Oh, Elijah. Leaning close, he asked me in a serious voice. So what did you think about Charlotte? She's pretty, huh? Do you think I have a shot with her? Oh, Elijah. I think you can do better, buddy. I patted my clueless friend on the back as we walked out of the dining hall together. Elijah decided that he wanted to go to the library after his plans suddenly washed away, so after walking him there, I made my way to my first upper division class. Team Fighting Mechanics. The classroom, or should say field to be more accurate, was on the other side of the academy, where all of the upper division classes were held. The room consisted of a huge grass field with several obstacles placed randomly, encased by high walls with runes engraved in them. On top of one of the walls was a separate little room protected by a glass encasing. I assumed that the room was used as a viewing platform for the rest of the students. I saw some students had arrived before me, talking to each other, and I immediately noticed some familiar figures. "Ah, I didn't know you'd be in an upper division class, Arthur." Curtis Glader waved at me as soon as he realized who I was. Grotter, Curtis Bond, was lying with his eyes closed right next to him. "Yeah, I didn't think I'd have a class with you. Please take care of me." I grasped his hand. "Good to see you again, Arthur." Claire Bladeheart put her arm around my neck while smiling brightly. "We have to do our best not to embarrass the disciplinary committee, right?" "Haha, I'll do my best. Is this everyone that's going to be in the class?" I replied, turning back to Curtis. I heard that this class had a fairly small number of students, and that it was one of the most popular classes. There should be a few. Ah, there they come." Looking back, I saw several more students, and I couldn't help but smile wearily. "Princess Tesha is as beautiful as always, isn't she?" I heard one of the students murmur. Walking this way amongst the small group of students was Tesha Iralith, my childhood friend, and Clive Graves, the student vice president. She noticed me and I could tell she was about to greet me, but she noticed that I had an older woman's arm around my neck, so instead, she shot me a glare before snapping her head away, pouting. Clive, oblivious of why she got angry, straight up gave me the death glare as his narrow eyes became even sharper. "Good afternoon, Princess Tesha," not bothering to remove the arm